हेलो एवरीवन, गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का इस सेशन। इंडियन मार्केट ओपन होने में टाइम है। कमोडिटी मार्केट ओपन हो जाएगा आधे घंटे में। फॉरेक्स मार्केट इज ऑलरेडी ओपन। बात करें कल से तो क्रूड ऑयल कल फाइनली अपने सपोर्ट एरिया पे आ गया था। मार्केट ने काफ़ी अच्छा मोमेंटम सेलिंग साइड पे दिया। मैं जैसा मैंने कल ही बताया था आप लोगों को, मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि प्राइस इस लेवल पे आए, यहाँ से बाइंग करें। और अभी मैं बता दूं फॉरेक्स मार्केट में क्या हुआ है। फॉरेक्स मार्केट में क्रूड ऑयल इस लेवल पे आके एक बड़ी बाइंग दिखा चुका है। इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग के बाद अगर फॉरेक्स मार्केट को देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल में, तो एक्सीलेंट सपोर्ट इट टेक फ्रॉम दैट पर्टिकुलर एरिया। ये हमारा इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज हुआ था कल। ठीक है, दिस इज आवर इंडियन मार्केट क्लोजिंग लेवल। ठीक है, इंडियन मार्केट का क्लोजिंग लेवल है। वहां से मार्केट ने ऑलरेडी 1% का अपसाइड मोमेंटम दे दिया है इन क्रूड ऑयल। तो अभी हम एक हल्का सा गैप अप ओपन होता हुआ देखेंगे। जो कल एक सपोर्ट एक्सपेक्टेड था, प्राइस वहां के अराउंड आया है। वहां से लगभग 1% अगर आप चेकआउट करोगे तो विच इज अप्रोक्सीमेटली 5470 के अराउंड मुझे लग रहा है प्राइस वापस ऊपर होने वाला है। तो वेरी गुड लेवल। कल अगर आज फिर से अगर नीचे आता है प्राइस 5390 के अराउंड, वहां से फिर से बाई कर सकते हैं। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ फिर से बाइंग। ये लेवल अब थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करना चाहिए, 5465। तो इस लेवल पे वापस चेक करेंगे। यहाँ पर अगर रेजिस्टेंस मिल रहा होगा तो सेल करेंगे, अदरवाइज लोअर एंड से वापस बाइंग ही है एक्सपेक्टेड। ठीक है। नेचुरल गैस में भी देखोगे कल मार्केट, मैंने बताया था इंट्राडे में तो कुछ 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम में कुछ रेजिस्टेंस वहां पर है नहीं। डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे एक रेजिस्टेंस लगाया था वहां से सेलिंग के लिए। इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज होते होते थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई, ज़्यादा नहीं। मतलब वैसे देखोगे तो ज़्यादा ही है वो भी। ठीक है, लगभग 70 पॉइंट मार्केट सेल ऑफ में आ गया था। बट टारगेट थोड़ा बड़ा था 200 पॉइंट का। तो नेचुरल गैस में भी बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग मोमेंटम हुआ है। ठीक है, हमारा मार्केट क्लोज हुआ उसके बाद फॉरेक्स में मार्केट हल्का सा अपसाइड गया। और फिर एक बहुत बड़ी लगभग 17 या 18% का फॉल मार्केट में गया है। उसके बाद फिर मार्केट नीचे आ रहा है, तो एक बहुत बड़ा गैप डाउन नेचुरल गैस में होता हुआ दिखाई देगा। याद रखना, कल एक्सपायरी हो चुकी है ऑप्शन की, तो हम नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही फ्यूचर यूज करेंगे नेचुरल गैस में। अगर आप देखोगे नेचुरल गैस फॉरेक्स, ये नेचुरल गैस फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है, लुक एट दिस। ठीक है, मैं इसलिए कल रेजिस्टेंस लगाया था काफी अच्छा। मेरे को लग ही रहा था प्राइस गिरेगा। आई होप ओवरनाइट जो ले गए होंगे अच्छा प्रॉफिट हो सकता है अभी। आ, ये हमारा इंडियन मार्केट का क्लोजिंग क्लोजिंग कैंडल है। यहाँ से वापस ऊपर वही रेजिस्टेंस पे गया एंड देन इट फॉल लाइक अ हेल। ठीक है, हाई लेवल से देखोगे तो ऑलमोस्ट लो तक 25% मार्केट गिरा था। थोड़ा रिकवर कर गया है, 21% के आसपास चल रहा है। तो एक अच्छा खासा गैप डाउन ओपनिंग नेचुरल गैस में देखने के लिए मिलेगी। अगर मैं इसे इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल से देखूं इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग के बाद, तो ये हमारा इंडियन मार्केट का क्लोजिंग था। यहाँ से मार्केट थोड़ा सा पुल बैक आया लगभग 6-7% के आसपास, और फिर वहाँ से 25%। तो इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया से अगर आप देखोगे 25% लगभग 360 तक प्राइस फॉल किया। अभी थोड़ा रिकवर करके 380 के आसपास कहीं ट्रेड कर रहा है। तो या एक अच्छा खासा गैप डाउन, ऑलमोस्ट आप कह सकते हो 100 पॉइंट का गैप डाउन देखने के लिए मिल रहा है, विच इज़ वेरी गुड कह सकते हो। आई होप ओवरनाइट जो लोग ले गए होंगे, they will get a very good profit for overnight position. आगे देखते हैं अब इंट्राडे में फिर से क्या प्लान करेंगे। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस का ध्यान रखना। नेचुरल गैस में बिकॉज एक्सपायरी हो गई है ऑलरेडी ऑप्शन की, तो फिर हम नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही फ्यूचर यूज करेंगे। ठीक है, बट या सेलिंग अच्छी है। जो लोग ओवरनाइट पोजीशन होल्ड करके गए हैं विल गेट सम गुड प्रॉफिट इन नेचुरल गैस। ठीक है, बाकी ऑप्शन तो एक्सपायर हो गया है कल। अब फरवरी का ऑप्शन ही चल रहा है। तो जो फ्यूचर भी है नेचुरल गैस का, वो हम जैसा मैंने बताया नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही यूज़ करेंगे। जनवरी का यूज़ मत करना, फरवरी मंथ का ही यूज़ करेंगे। ठीक है, जो कल क्लोजिंग हुई है फरवरी मंथ की, दैट इज़ अराउंड 321 के आसपास। हाँ, 326 के आसपास कहीं क्लोजिंग हुई है। तो ठीक है, आज इसी नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर यूज़ करेंगे। ठीक है, बाकी या गैप डाउन जरूर है, तो इन्जॉय द प्रॉफिट, मज़ा आएगा नेचुरल गैस में। ठीक है, जिस तरह से मोमेंटम किया था लग ही रहा था रेजिस्टेंस पे, हायर टाइम फ्रेम के रेजिस्टेंस पे जाएगा तो सेल ऑफ अच्छा देगा। बाकी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे इंडियन मार्केट, तो मुझे लग रहा है फ्लैट ही है, क्योंकि गिफ्ट निफ्टी को देखोगे गिफ्ट निफ्टी ऑलमोस्ट क्लोजिंग बेसिस के आसपास जहाँ पर था उसी लेवल के आसपास ट्रेड कर रहा है, तो कोई बहुत बड़ा गैप अप गैप डाउन इंडियन मार्केट में तो नहीं लग रहा है। ये इंडियन मार्केट की लास्ट क्लोजिंग कैंडल है, वहां से देखोगे तो लगभग वही 25 पॉइंट का हल्का सा गैप डाउन दिखा रहा है। गिफ्ट निफ्टी तो फ्लैट ही है, ऑलमोस्ट हल्का सा गैप डाउन कह सकते हो, कोई बहुत बड़ा गैप डाउन नहीं है। तो एक फ्लैट ओपनिंग। बाकी कल मैंने वैसे आप लोगों को बता ही दिया था, निफ्टी फ्यूचर में 25,000 के आसपास सपोर्ट है। वीकली टाइम फ्रेम का मार्केट वहां से रिवर्स करना चाहिए था, एग्जैक्टली 25,000 के आसपास से यहाँ पर रिवर्स किया फ्यूचर में, हाँ। एंड वहां से ऑलरेडी वो 2% के आसपास ऊपर चला गया था, फिर थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आई थी। लेट्स ये कंटिन्यू करता है या फिर नहीं, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। ठीक है। एंड साथ ही साथ बैंक निफ्टी भी देखोगे कल काफ़ी अच्छा एक रिवर्सल दिया था, बट प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आने के बाद वही एक वॉलेटिलिटी में क्लोज हो गया। डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे एक डोजी टाइप कैंडल बनती हुई दिखाई दी थी। वीकली टाइम फ्रेम पे अभी भी मार्केट स्ट्रांगली होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ है सपोर्ट। ईयू इस वीक आने वाले वीक में जो नेक्स्ट वीक आने वाला है इंडिया और ईयू के बीच में, ठीक है, एक डिफेंस स्ट्रेटेजिक डिफेंस पैक्ट जैसा कुछ एक साइन हो सकता है विथ ट्रेड डील, विच इज़ वेरी गुड। मुझे लग रहा है उसकी वजह से इंडियन मार्केट को ऊपर जाना चाहिए। बाकी 1 तारीख को ध्यान रखना, बजट है, संडे है उस दिन, लेकिन मार्केट ओपन है। मार्केट कंप्लीटली ओपन रहेगा संडे के दिन। ठीक है, 26 को 26 जनवरी है, उस दिन मार्केट वैसे क्लोज है बाय द वे। एंड मंडे को, ठीक है, अगर आप मंडे को देखोगे, मंडे को आपका ये जो आने वाला मंडे है उस दिन यूएस मार्केट शायद क्लोज है, तो एक बार चेक कर लेना, शायद यूएस मार्केट क्लोज रहेगा। ठीक है, कंफर्म नहीं है, एक बार मुझे देखना पड़ेगा, यूएस मार्केट शायद क्लोज तो नहीं है उस दिन। हाँ उस दिन क्लोज नहीं, 19 को क्लोज है ना, 26 को क्लोज नहीं है। 26 को इंडियन मार्केट तो क्लोज है उस दिन, ऑब्वियसली गणतंत्र दिवस है, रिपब्लिक डे। सो इंडियन मार्केट तो क्लोज ही है मंडे को। तो थोड़ा सा लॉन्ग हॉलीडे कह सकते हो, सैटरडे संडे और मंडे के दिन, मंडे को 26 जनवरी, उस दिन मार्केट इस वजह से क्लोज है। बाकी यूएस मार्केट ओपन है, यूएस मार्केट इज ओपन ऑन मंडे। ये तीनों ही क्लोज हैं मंडे को तो वैसे, एनएससी बीएससी और एमसीएक्स तीनों क्लोज है 26 जनवरी को। एमसीएक्स भी मॉर्निंग और इवनिंग सेशन दोनों ही क्लोज रहेंगे। यूएस मार्केट ओपन है तो कोई इशू नहीं है। ठीक है, बाकी थोड़ा सा ना क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना, क्रूड ऑयल कल सेलिंग में जरूर आया था, एक दो स्टेटमेंट भी आई थी जेलेंस्की की ओर से कि यूएस यूक्रेन और रसिया एक ट्राइलेटरल मीट करने वाले हैं रिगार्डिंग द पीस डील। बट उसके साथ साथ थोड़ा सा ना गल्फ कंट्रीज में देखोगे, वहां पर यूएस अपनी फोर्सेस कंटिन्यूअसली ईरान के आसपास इकट्ठी करते जा रहा है। आई डोंट नो क्या रीजन है उसका, नॉर्मली ऐसा होता नहीं इतना ज्यादा बिल्डअप हो। 26 जनवरी मंडे को दोनों क्लोज है, मॉर्निंग और इवनिंग सेशन। सो थोड़ा सा ये एक कंसर्निंग चीज है, तो ध्यान रखना, इसका इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है कहीं अगर यूएस लाइक ऑल आउट वॉर स्टार्ट ना कर दे अगेंस्ट ईरान। सो देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी, ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ ना कुछ मिडिल ईस्ट में बड़ा हो सकता है आने वाले टाइम में, जिस तरह के सिग्नल मिल रहे हैं वहां पे। ट्रम्प की ओर से एक थोड़ी देर पहले स्टेटमेंट भी आया था दैट वी हैव अ मैसिव आर्माडा हेडिंग इन डायरेक्शन ऑफ ईरान। ठीक है, तो यूएस की जो वॉर मशीनरी है वो कह सकते हो आप, वो उसको मोबिलाइज कर रहा है वेस्ट एशिया में, स्पेशली अराउंड ईरान। सो लेट्स सी क्या कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है वहां पर, या फिर दैट इज जस्ट अ शो ऑफ पावर, एक जस्ट पावर है शो करने के लिए। और कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ लेना। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं। गोल्ड और सिल्वर कल, मैं फॉरेक्स मार्केट की बात करूं, आज इंट्राडे में मार्केट ओवरऑल देखोगे तो बुलिश ही बना हुआ है। गोल्ड कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश है, कहीं से भी ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है कि रिट्रीट होने वाला है, कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश है। कल थोड़ा बहुत डेटा अच्छा आया था गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, नेगेटिव जरूर था बट कुछ खास सेल ऑफ आया नहीं कल। ठीक है, इंट्राडे में भी देखोगे तो मोमेंटम कंटिन्यूसली हो गया। कल मार्केट कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश ही था, साइडवेज गया था थोड़ा बहुत परसों 22 को, बट कल मार्केट ने फिर से रैली दिखाई थी। आज अर्ली मॉर्निंग देखोगे फॉरेक्स मार्केट का चार्ट है, एक नया ऑल टाइम हाई आज फॉरेक्स ने फिर से बनाया 4970 के अराउंड 6667। और अभी देख रहे होगे तो एक ऑल टाइम हाई पर ही रहेगा एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग, क्योंकि हमारा ये इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग है। दिस इज आवर इंडियन मार्केट क्लोजिंग। तो वहां से तो एक गैप अप लग रहा है वापस से गोल्ड होता हुआ। ठीक है, हमारा इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग जो आई है वहां से अगर देखोगे, अभी के लिए मैं बता रहा हूँ, लगभग 1% का एक गैप अप लग रहा है हल्का सा गोल्ड। तो ऑल टाइम हाई है, गोल्ड इज कम्प्लीटली बुलिश टिल नाउ। एमसीएक्स में गैप अप देखने के लिए मिल सकता है, फिर से एक नया ऑल टाइम हाई। सिल्वर अगेन, ये भी परसों थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग में आया, कल इसने भी रैली दिखा दी वापस गोल्ड के साथ साथ। और ये भी इंडियन मार्केट की अगर क्लोजिंग देखोगे, दिस इज इंडियन मार्केट क्लोजिंग, इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग से ये भी लगभग 2 से 2.5%, इसने भी एक नया ऑल टाइम हाई बनाया है। लगभग 2.5 से 3% का एक गैप अप लग रहा है सिल्वर में भी। तो अगर कोई ओवरनाइट बाई करके गया था तो यू विल गेट अ गुड प्रॉफिट इन बोथ गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, दोनों ही गैप अप लग रहे हैं होते हुए ओपनिंग आज इंट्राडे में फिलहाल के लिए। तो ध्यान रखना, अगर कुछ मिडिल ईस्ट में होता है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट क्रूड ऑयल में पॉजिटिव ही रहेगा। ठीक है, ये जो थोड़ी देर पहले देखो, मैंने जो थोड़ी देर पहले आपको स्टेटमेंट बताया था यहाँ भी आ गया। ऑयल प्राइस रिबाउंड आफ्टर ट्रम्प कमेंट ऑन armada मूविंग टू ईरान स्पर सप्लाई वरीज। तो कुछ ना कुछ हो सकता है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली। ये थोड़ी देर पहले स्टेटमेंट जो आया है यूएस प्रेसिडेंट का, क्योंकि जो मैसिव मिलिट्री है वो ईरान की तरफ बढ़ रही है। अब क्यों बढ़ रही है वो तो आने वाला वक्त ही बताएगा, बट या डेफिनेटली देयर विल बी समथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन। कोई अपडेट आएगा इस पे तो देखेंगे, फिलहाल के लिए यूएस प्रेसिडेंट का यही स्टेटमेंट है, दैट इज काइंड ऑफ अ बुलिश फॉर क्रूड। ठीक है, ऑलमोस्ट 25 मिनट, कमोडिटी मार्केट इज गोइंग टू ओपन। ठीक है, लेवल कल वाली है, अभी मैंने वैसे रिपीट तो कर दिया है सिचुएशन क्या है फिलहाल के लिए क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में। सब लोग गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखते रह गए, असली काम नेचुरल गैस ने कर दिया पिछले 2-3 दिनों में। nobody expecting that kind of return it gives, massive return।
weaker dollar yen won't be at problematic levels, and that's the most important exchange rate for people watching in financial markets for this intervention level for many kind of Japanese companies. Sure, trade with China is becoming increasingly important, and with Asia overall is kind of dominating the whole US trade, but ultimately it's the dollar yen exchange rate that people are looking at. So as long as the dollar remains in a weakening trend, we may not see intervention, we may not need to see intervention, because yen weakness will be disguised by dollar weakness.
All right, Bloomberg M Live Executive Editor Mark Cudmore there. Let's get some more on the BOJ policy decision and what it could mean for markets. Hiromi Ishihara is Head of Equity Investment at Amundi Japan, joins us from Tokyo. And it's perfect timing, Hiromi, because we've just had the decision, so you're going to hear it at the same time that I do. As expected, the rate unchanged at 0.75%. The BOJ saying the real rate is at a significantly low level. Got some GDP forecast here as well, 0.9% versus 0.7% previously. And the Bank of Japan saying it will keep raising the rate if the economy and the price outlook is realized. And that might be a good place to start. I mean, we've got some inflation figures today which suggest inflation's still running pretty hot in Japan. Do you feel like the Bank of Japan is tightening at an appropriate speed?
So we definitely need to monitor what Governor Ueda say this afternoon in the press conference, and then monitoring the language that he's going to use about the persistent inflation. The market overall, we expect the underlying inflation is going down this year. However, as we have seen, the weak, consistent weak Japanese yen would add the extra pressure on the inflation late this year. So yeah, definitely the BOJ is monitoring how the currency moves as well as the inflation, and then if the inflation actually accelerates, that could lead to next step for BOJ.
Well, we also have another wild card in the mix, because in, I believe, 16 days' time, Japan is going to go to the polls. I just wonder what your predictions are around that election. I mean, can you count on the certainty of a Takaichi win? And if so, what's that going to mean for fiscal policy?
So there's a little bit difficulty to foresee the election results, but the market is pricing in mostly the Takaichi are going to win, and LDP can manage to secure the majority seat of the House. That would secure that Takaichi actually can implement all her pro-growth policy statement, but of course that raised the market concern of fiscal stability. So I think the best case is the LDP winning the majority, and then Takaichi will continue to learn the cabinet. But the worst case that we see really fragmented the lower house election result, which create more uncertainty over the policy direction.
Well, let's work with the hypothetical of a Sanaya Takaichi victory. She gets back in with an enhanced mandate, and certainly opinion polls seem to be reflecting that at the moment. That would mean that we see some of these policies enacted, such as a suspension of the sales tax, a more aggressive fiscal spending. Do you think that that's going to move the timeline for the Bank of Japan? And are we going to hear anything about that today?
So certainly, if she wins the election, that enable her to accelerate her policy implementation, and then definitely, as you described, VAT cut for food for 2 years will be on the agenda. But as she was clearly saying that this tax cut will not be financed by new bond issuance, but she doesn't describe the clear source of financing for that. So that would raise, of course, the concern over the debt in Japan, but also I think the government is clearly monitoring the currency volatility. So she would be, I expect that she would be really careful on how she actually navigates this her pro-growth policy going forward. And then BOJ would also really be careful, and then at the same time flexible flexible how the policy is actually implemented going forward.
Yes, and on the point of foreign exchange, we're getting a few more lines from the Bank of Japan decision here. It's saying that risks to the outlook include financial and foreign exchange markets as well. And of course, the yen is at very low levels at the moment, 158.66. Where do you see the currency heading from here? And do you have any concerns about the weakness of the yen at the moment?
So overall, Japan equity benefit from weak yen. However, I think what we have seen right now, the level is a little bit excessive. It's really difficult to explain by the gap between U.S. rates and Japan rates. So certainly, market actually suggesting that the current interest rate could be too low against the inflation that we have in Japan. So it's difficult to say exact level when going to be the breaking point to turn the impacting on the economy negatively. But we have already seen some negative impact because of this currency level. So from going on, it's in the short term we expect the Japanese yen could weaken further, but we also could expect that maybe the intervention from the government. So I do expect that there will be no excessive, disorder sell-off on Japanese yen, but I don't expect also that the yen appreciation is happening in short term either.
I'll just bring you some more news from the decision as well. The Bank of Japan saying underlying inflation to reach 2% target in the latter half of the projection period. I'm wondering what your expectations around inflation are at the moment. I mean, the December numbers that we just got seem to suggest things are stabilizing a bit.
Yes, I agree with that. So we have seen that the life price, for example, getting lower, and we have seen some subsidies for the gas and the utility bills. So that would help to ease the inflation. So I think overall the trend itself, the inflation is stabilizing this year.
Now, you are, of course, an equities specialist rather than a bond specialist, but I do wonder that when you see a disorderly sell-off in the bond market like we saw earlier this week, what does that mean for broader market sentiment in Japan?
So, of course, I'm not a specialist on the bond side, but I would say any disorderly sell-off of any asset class would weigh down the investor sentiment. So, of course, what we have seen this week in JGB 40 years yield, for example, is certainly suggesting that it's sort of not alert level at this stage, but it's something that the Japanese equity investors also watching at and be mindful of any further move on that.
Well, let's talk about the equity side of things. In the environment that we've just discussed, where do you like to put money to work in Japan at the moment? I mean, banks seem an obvious play as rates normalize, but are there other sectors that you like as well?
So we do like industrial, for example, overall, and especially based on that the Takaichi going to win the election. We believe that her main policy to strengthen the domestic supply chain would benefit and would trigger further capex from the Japanese corporates. So I think there are a lot of domestic-oriented industrial names could benefit for that supply chain enforcement in next couple of years. So we do like industrials, but also at the same time, what we are looking at is a small cap and mid cap plays. The EPS growth in this market cap space is higher than the large cap space, and the valuation is very attractive. So we see a good opportunity, hunting ground in small and mid cap space as well.
And we've seen tech in Japan getting a tailwind from the broader AI boom. I mean, aside from some of the big names in that space, I mean, you mentioned small caps. What names are you watching when it comes to tech exposure in Japan?
So I cannot really give you the specific names, unfortunately, but just looking at the entire supply chain, and then also, one of the very hot topic is defense. So AI and defense, they're big, supply chains in the country. So there are some small and mid-cap names also could benefit from that trend as well. So I think, the industrials and the construction, for example, are really interesting place to look at.
Yeah, you make a good point on defence, although do you feel some of the valuations are getting a little rich there? Do you look at rotating out of that, or are things just getting started?
The defense as a theme, I think, is still going to play out, not only Japan, but also elsewhere in the world. But as you said that, some names, especially the large cap names, the valuation is very stretched at this stage. And, definitely you need to look at the delivery capability of the order as it building up. So I would really be cautious about the valuation and be selective. But as I said, the defense is really have this, the big supply chain. So I would look at, different names which still are undervalued, but also have some exposure because of this order coming up in defense area.
All right, Hiromi Ishihara of Amundi Japan, thank you so much for joining us today with your analysis. Just to recap those lines from the Bank of Japan, of course, no change to the headline rate as we expected. That stays put at 0.75%. But the vote was interesting, 8-1 to keep rates unchanged. Presumably the one favoured some tightening there. The bank saying it intends to keep raising the rate if economy and price outlook is realised. Price trend seems to be in line, like inflation getting to 2% in the second half of the outlook, but perhaps unsurprisingly, risks to this outlook include financial and forex markets, and we do have the yen pretty weak, 158.65. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Invest in Kuwait is about coming together as an ecosystem of partners and collaborators. Partnering with giants and hyperscalers is really enabling the country to diversify its economy.
With a robust infrastructure and a skilled workforce, Kuwait is prepared to lead the region with AI and cybersecurity.
Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time. Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial and geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacroix in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. This week, former Canadian Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland from Davos on negotiations over Greenland. Why countries are buying more weapons from Israel than ever before, and global warming moves the source of your chocolate from Africa to South America.
Ecuador, for us, they were really innovative and cooperative.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It looks like we have the concept of it. It gets everything we wanted, including especially real national security.
On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future.
The process of getting to that agreement has clearly damaged trust amongst allies, long-standing allies with deep friendship and partnership. That's been the very unsettling thing about the last few days.
I think that what's going on is really a change of the world order.
Every country is entitled to defend its legitimate rights and interests.
We consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends.
World leaders in Davos weighing in on Arctic security and shifting alliances. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says a breakthrough with President Trump over Greenland was secured without discussing the territory's sovereignty. Speaking to us in Davos, he said the talks focused on the broader issue of security in the Arctic.
President Trump has been clear from when he was in office, Trump 45, also when he came back into office, Trump 47, that when it comes to the protection of the Arctic, with a priority on Greenland, we have to spend more energy, more time, more focus on this, because we know the sea lanes are opening up. The Chinese and the Russians are more and more active. So what we discussed last night, how in a practical sense we can get this done, and we agreed on these two tracks. One is the 7 countries in the High North, including the United States, working together to protect against any adversary. So that will be something where NATO is heavily involved. And then when it comes to Greenland specifically, continuing the discussions they started last week. The Danish delegation, Secretary Rubio, Vice President Vance in Washington, to continue that discussion. Also to make sure that when it comes to Greenland specifically, their economy, their military situation, Russia and China will never get access.
And the Danes and sovereignty, is that all assured?
We didn't discuss at all about that issue, so we discussed how can we protect Greenland, how can we protect the wider Arctic region. And again, I think President Trump was the one who reinvigorated NATO at the summit in The Hague with the famous 5%. I think we can be thankful for the fact that he again has been able to take leadership on this issue. How can we collectively protect the Arctic?
The latest rumours out there that it will be involve sort of bigger bases, longer leases, but not actually changing sovereignty, and the idea of far more American troops. Is that the sort of basis of it?
We didn't go into those details at all. We know that the Danes are completely open to having more American presence in Greenland, and Greenland is open to that. And I think it is good that these discussions take place with the 3 of them, because at the end I cannot negotiate on behalf of anyone. I was listening to a lot of people. I think there is a landing ground here, but in the end, of course, now we have to make it happen.
That's NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte there, speaking in Davos to Bloomberg's Editor-in-Chief, John Micklethwaite. Right, let's take a look at how Japan assets are tracking, because, of course, we got the news we were waiting for from the Bank of Japan, and it was very much as we expected as well. The rates remaining unchanged. There was one dissent, the board member Takata arguing for tightening, eventually voted down 8-1, but the Bank of Japan saying key risks include financial and forex markets, inflation seen getting back to target in the second half of the outlook period. We've got the yen still very weak there at 158. Tell you what's not weak, gold and silver continuing on their incredible run. Silver now closing in on that $100 an ounce level, 5,000 within sight for gold. More to come in a moment. This is Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? On this episode.
There's a need to update our regulation on the gambling industry. The current situation cannot stay as it is for long. It's unsustainable for the industry as a whole.
Premieres January 23rd, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. This week, former Canadian Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland from Davos on negotiations over Greenland. Why countries are buying more weapons from Israel than ever before, and global warming moves the source of your chocolate from Africa to South America.
Ecuador, for us, they were really innovative and cooperative.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Guys, 30 seconds are left. Commodity market is going to open as expected. जैसा मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले आपको डिटेल एनालिसिस बताया. नेचुरल गैस एक काफी बड़ा गैप डाउन दिख रहा है. क्रूड ऑयल हल्का सा गैप अप है. कल के ही लेवल है, कोई चेंज नहीं हुआ है. नेचुरल गैस में सेल किया था तो एक काफी अच्छा प्रॉफिट मिलेगा अभी. क्रूड ऑयल में ज़्यादा मुझे लगता नहीं प्रॉफिट होगा. वापस नीचे आएगा तो वापस बाइंग ही करेंगे. ये लेवल देखना पड़ेगा. 5470 में एक्ट लाइक रेजिस्टेंस अगेन. बाकी कल नेचुरल गैस ऑप्शन की एक्सपायरी हो गई है तो अभी हम मैं चार्ट चेंज कर दूंगा. ध्यान रखना नेचुरल गैस का जो चार्ट मैं अभी यूज़ करूंगा वो नेक्स्ट मंथ फरवरी मंथ का होगा. ऑप्शन भी अब हम फरवरी मंथ का ही ट्रेड कर रहे हैं इसलिए. एक गैप अप क्रूड ऑयल में कल का ही ट्रेड था, रनिंग ट्रेड है. ठीक है, कल एक काफी अच्छी सेलिंग आई थी, सपोर्ट पे क्लोज हुआ था, वहीं से वापस एक बाइंग देखने के लिए मिली है. तो ऑलमोस्ट आप कह सकते हो 128 पॉइंट का अच्छा खासा मोमेंटम कंटिन्यू है. ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में याद रखना मैं अब चार्ट चेंज कर रहा हूँ. ये नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही चार्ट यूज करेंगे अब नेचुरल गैस फ्यूचर में, क्योंकि ऑप्शन में ऑलरेडी फरवरी मंथ का ट्रेड कर रहे हैं. तो नेचुरल गैस फ्यूचर को भी फरवरी मंथ का ही यूज करेंगे. 325 के आसपास चल रहा है तो या ठीक है. तो प्रीवियस चार्ट को यूज नहीं कर रहे हैं तो कंफ्यूज मत करना कि ये प्राइस अलग क्यों दिख रहा है. फ्यूचर का रीजन यही है कि हमने चेंज कर दिया कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में कोई इशू नहीं है. क्रूड ऑयल में नॉर्मली चार्ट है, नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही चल रहा है उसमें. तो ठीक है, कोई फ्रेश ट्रेड बनता है तो देखते हैं. अभी इसमें और कोई फ्रेश ट्रेड नहीं है. ठीक है, बीच में ऐसे रैंडम एंट्री तो नहीं कर सकते. अब लेट्स सी नेचुरल गैस में कुछ रनिंग ट्रेड नया क्रिएट होता है तो ये क्रूड ऑयल में भी अब प्राइस क्योंकि गैप अप ओपन हुआ है तो फ्रेश एंट्री के लिए वेट करना पड़ेगा। डायरेक्टली यहाँ पर ऐसे तो एंट्री नहीं कर सकते। लेट्स सी कुछ नई फ्रेश एंट्री अगर बनती है इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे वेट करना पड़ेगा। कोई ऑलरेडी बाइंग में था तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो, अदरवाइज वी टू वेट। सपोर्ट अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है तो नीचे आएगा तो बढ़िया रहेगा मुझे लगता है। इसको भी रिफ्रेश कर देते हैं। नीचे ये कल वाला सपोर्ट अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है क्रूड में। वापस अगर यहाँ मिलता है तो बाइंग ही प्लान करेंगे ओवरऑल। अब तो गैप अप हुआ है तो डायरेक्टली तो नहीं ले सकते इतने ऊपर ऑब्वियसली। ऊपर आपका कल का जो रेजिस्टेंस था वो अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है। वैसे तो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया, कल 6 टाइम टेस्ट हुआ था वो। लेट्स सी अब आज अगर फिर से आता है उसी पे तो 7th टाइम टेस्ट होगा तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ब्रेक हो जाएगा शायद आज, अगर आया तो। क्रूड ऑयल में जो अपर लेवल है 5590, 5600 वाला, दैट इज नाउ वीक। ठीक है, 6 से 7 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, ध्यान रखना ऊपर का रेजिस्टेंस ये क्रूड ऑयल में। वैसे अभी भी होल्ड किया है, वेरी विच इज वेरी स्ट्रेंज, बट या तेज चांसेस कि फिर वो ब्रेक होगा अगर ऊपर जाता है। बाकी देखो फॉरेक्स में तो ये नीचे सपोर्ट लेके चला गया है। एमसीएक्स में नहीं आया कह सकते हो, अगर आएगा तो अभी भी वो सपोर्ट ही है, बीच में तो ट्रेड नहीं है। यहाँ पर और कुछ एक बीच में जो कन्फ्लुएंस पॉइंट था देखना पड़ेगा आज फिर से, क्योंकि गैप अप ओपन हुआ है तो हो सकता है वो फिर से सपोर्ट की तरह काम करे। वैसे करना तो नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था कल। ये तो यहाँ पर ये 5470 का एक लेवल थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग है, देखना पड़ेगा क्या ये यहाँ पर प्राइस को होल्ड करता है फिर से या फिर नहीं, बिकॉज ये वैसे कल देखोगे ब्रेकडाउन हो गया था तो इसकी वैसे वैल्यू तो नहीं होनी चाहिए, बट बिकॉज फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग, एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग गैप अप हुआ है तो हो सकता है ये थोड़ा सा प्राइस को होल्ड करने की फिर से कोशिश करे 5460 470 जो थोड़ा सा पुल बैक एरिया लगाया है, तो इसको हम एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बोल सकते हैं फ्रॉम बायर्स पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। अच्छा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, गैप अप नहीं होता तो फिर मैं इसको नहीं लगाता, बट ये गैप अप हुआ है डायरेक्टली तो अगेन दिस लेवल इज अ गुड पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट राइट नाउ। पहली कैंडल ना 15 मिनट की ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल ही बनती है, मतलब इसकी क्लोजिंग इसकी ओपनिंग के ऊपर ही रही, तब मुझे लगता है ये एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट स्ट्रांग होगा। अगर बाय एनी चांस ये जो फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल है ये अपना ओपन के नीचे क्लोज होती है, मतलब एक रेड कलर की कैंडल बनती है, तब फिर मुझे लगता है ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं होना चाहिए, यहाँ पर प्राइस को होल्ड अगर नीचे आता है सपोर्ट नहीं लेना चाहिए। तो ये फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है, किस तरह से क्लोज होती है, इसकी ओपनिंग और क्लोजिंग कहाँ पर है। अभी तक तो क्लोजिंग इज ग्रेटर देन ओपनिंग ही है, लेट्स सी। 5 मिनट है क्लोजिंग होने में इस कैंडल को। लग रहा है ओपन ये पॉजिटिव ही होगी क्लोज, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वेरी हाई चांसेस पॉजिटिव ही क्लोज होगी शायद ये नेच क्रूड ऑयल की कैंडल। अगर ये देखो पॉजिटिव क्लोज होती है तो फिर ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट एज सपोर्ट की तरह काम करना चाहिए। अगर ये रेड कलर की कैंडल क्लोज हुई, मतलब बेरिस कैंडल क्लोज होती है, तब फिर ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट सपोर्ट की तरह काम नहीं करेगा, प्राइस फिर डायरेक्टली यहाँ तक फॉल हो जाना चाहिए। अगर पॉजिटिव क्लोज करती है तो फिर वेरी हाई चांसेस अगर ये नीचे आता है ये लेवल सपोर्ट बन जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली। ठीक है, एज पर द एमसीएक्स फॉरेक्स की मैं बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, वहाँ पर प्राइस एक्शन अलग है, वहाँ पर तो ये लेवल ऑलरेडी डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुका है, नीचे सपोर्ट पे आके प्राइस बाइंग में जा चुका है ऑलरेडी। नेचुरल गैस नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर का चार्ट लगाया है, तो कंफ्यूज मत होना, अगेन आई एम रिपीटिंग। Oil price rebound after Trump comment and on Armada, US military Armada moving to Iran, spot supply worries. बाकी यहाँ पर देखो क्रूड में बीच में कोई ट्रेड नहीं है अभी फिलहाल के लिए, ठीक है, ध्यान रखना, नो रनिंग ट्रेड राइट नाउ। बाकी ये सपोर्ट अच्छा है एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग, यहाँ पर प्राइस को एक बार और वैसे आना तो चाहिए लॉजिकली देखो तो। ओके, इंडियन मार्केट भी ओपन होने वाला है, फ्लैट ही लग रहा है। निफ्टी 50 फ्यूचर देखो ये ग्रीन कलर की क्लोज हुई है, इसका ओपन इज क्लोजिंग इज ग्रेटर देन द ओपनिंग प्राइस। 5491 ओपन है, क्लोज 5495 है, तो यह ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल ही है, तो ये एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बनना चाहिए अब, ठीक है, ये लेवल एज अ सपोर्ट की तरह काम करना चाहिए। एक पुल बैक आता है तो एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे, दोनों ही सपोर्ट पास में ही हैं, बट या दिस 5460 लेवल इज आल्सो एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट नाउ। ठीक है, थोड़ा पुल बैक आता है तो फिर एक बाइंग यहीं से प्लान हो जाएगी, नीचे से भी कर सकते हैं वैसे, बट वहां तक आने के लिए प्राइस को यही सपोर्ट ब्रेक करना पड़ेगा, जिसके चांसेस थोड़े कम लगते हैं अब, अनटिल अनलेस कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस नहीं बन जाता। वेट करते हैं क्रूड में। ओपन होते ही सेलिंग आ गई निफ्टी में, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है कैंडल फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की। बैंक निफ्टी भी फ्लैट ओपन हुआ था ऑलमोस्ट, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। फ्यूचर में इसमें भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, दोनों ही जगह ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना हुआ है। 25,200 तक गिरने वाला लग रहा है निफ्टी 1 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। सपोर्ट तो है नहीं इसमें कुछ, 15 मिनट में कुछ खास है नहीं करने के लिए। निफ्टी फ्यूचर में वही 25,000 के आसपास परसों सपोर्ट था, वहां से ऑलरेडी बाइंग आ ही गई है। उसके बाद से रेजिस्टेंस को जाके हिट किया नहीं अभी तक, और सपोर्ट पे वापस आएगा। अभी चांसेस कम है, इतना बड़ा फॉल तो नहीं होगा। तो ऐसा लग रहा है थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन रेंज में रह सकता है निफ्टी। सेलिंग का प्रेशर लग तो रहा है, बट अगेन नॉट अ लेवल फॉर सेल ऑफ। ऊपर सेलिंग के लिए एक जोन काफ़ी अच्छा है, 25,700 टू 750, वहाँ तक अगर मिल जाए तो दैट इज़ आई थिंक अकॉर्डिंग टू मी इज़ अ गुड सपोर्ट एरिया, जहाँ पर वापस सेल कर सकते हैं। अच्छा जोन है सेलिंग के लिए 25,700 टू 750। फ्यूचर की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, निफ्टी 50, जो कि मुझे लग नहीं रहा अभी इतने जल्दी पहुँचेगा। सपोर्ट परसों ही ले चुका है, तो मैं 15 मिनट में बात कर रहा हूँ। हो सकता है 3 मिनट में 5 मिनट में कुछ और लेवल बने हो। नॉर्मली 15 मिनट में चेक करता हूँ मैं। तो मेरे लिए रेजिस्टेंस जोन वही है, अगर आएगा फ्यूचर में तो देखेंगे वहां पर। अभी फिलहाल के लिए मुझे नहीं लग रहा कि प्राइस वहां पहुंचने वाला है इंट्राडे में आज के दिन। बाकी याद रखना आज लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है एनएससी बीएससी एमसीएक्स में, कल सैटरडे परसों संडे, और फिर उसके बाद मंडे को 26 जनवरी, उस दिन भी मार्केट क्लोज है। तो 3 दिन कंटिन्यूसली मार्केट क्लोज रहेगा। अपनी पोजीशन का ध्यान रखना ओवरनाइट अगर लेके जाते हो तो।
First, let's get straight to the markets. Stocks overall are in retreat as the Greenland fallout is lifting gold. Now, I'm looking at European stocks, but also U.S. futures. You can see them on your screen. They're falling with havens such as gold rallying after Donald Trump threatened levies on countries opposing his plans to acquire Greenland. I'm looking at a couple of other things. Look, tariff concerns in all. We thought that that was a concern that was behind us, but they're now resurfacing at a time when risk appetite seems to also be supported by resilient corporate earnings and sustained investment in artificial intelligence. So in a moment, we'll be hearing from Jenny Johnson, and we'll talk about some of the geopolitical uncertainty and what it means for Wall Street and investments going forward. But first, the European Union considering imposing tariffs on $93 billion of U.S. goods in response to Donald Trump's proposed levies on several countries. EU leaders are set to convene for an emergency meeting this week over these latest actions, of course, escalating U.S.-EU trade tensions. Oliver Crook, our Bloomberg Chief Europe correspondent, is at the European Commission in Brussels. Ollie, good morning. So tell us a little bit about what's been threatened and what kind of response we're seeing from European leaders.
Yeah, the threat came on Saturday night here in Europe in Brussels, and that's when we got that Truth Social post by the President of the United States threatening 10% tariffs beginning on February the 1st on 8 countries that showed their support for Greenland through these sort of small and really symbolic military delegations that they sent to Greenland, targeting the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Sweden, Finland, and of course Denmark and some others, and basically saying that if you do not get the process rolling on Greenland to getting possession to the United States, that we're going to up that tariff to 25% in the month of June. So that sets the stakes for the response that we got from the Europeans, which has been very sort of unequivocal and has been very unified, standing alongside Denmark, talking about the sovereignty of the nation. And the word that we keep hearing repeatedly, and we've heard it now also from the French ministers and German ministers, is the word blackmail. And the question is whether or not for the Europeans we have now reached a red line of crossing from the United States. When you were dealing with the trade war last year and the trade surplus that basically the Trump administration that the Europe holds with the United States wanted to close, there was some sort of a thought that this is a sort of legitimate ambition for the United States to want to close that trade surplus. Now that it is basically tariffs are being enlisted to change the sovereignty of a European nation, I don't think anybody in Europe considers this to be a legitimate use of tariffs. And as a consequence, the Europeans will be faced with a very difficult decision and a very difficult calculation when they convene here. Finance ministers are meeting today. On Thursday, the leaders will be in this building to discuss the path forward after trying to get a diplomatic breakthrough with Trump, who will be there at Davos. The question is going to be, is it time to ramp up the pressure on the United States? And is that the cost that the European economies are willing to bear? And let's not forget that it won't just be an economic cost. There's also a ton of questions about the future of NATO, about the future of Ukraine and the U.S. support there. So these are all going to be the issues that the Europeans are weighing as they try to understand what the right response is to Donald Trump and to figure out and answer the question, is the sort of time of appeasing the Trump administration, is that now over?
Ollie, thanks so much. Oliver Crook there, Bloomberg's Chief Europe correspondent, of course, on how the European Union considering imposing tariffs on 93 billion euros of U.S. goods. That's $108 billion. We got our currencies correct. Now, this time last year, the chief executive of Franklin Templeton told us that President Trump would boost public and private markets, although few could have predicted the level of geopolitical uncertainty that we've seen over the past 12 months. Well, Jenny Johnson, the chief executive of Franklin Templeton, is with me now. Jenny, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here.
I mean, I've had the pleasure this year of speaking to you to a number of times, trying to understand what happens to markets, but also private markets, especially. It was telling for me when we looked back at the interview we had last year, which was 2 days after President Trump was inaugurated, about how much was expected for him to do in terms of investments in markets away from geopolitics. Where are we?
So actually, I think that what he had said at the time was he's going to reduce regulation and provide more clarity. So both in private markets, I think that's been a positive thing, as well as things like tokenization. And, both of those things he kind of stated from the beginning. Actually, you see sort of his game plan. A lot of the things, even today, the noise he's made, he kind of stated that from the beginning. So, in the case of private markets, like we've been big believers that you need to have fair access to private markets. And I say, it's akin to when my grandfather set up Franklin Templeton. The average investor couldn't get access to the equity markets. Today, the average investor investor doesn't really have access to private markets. And the size of private markets today, because companies are waiting longer to go public, banks aren't lending in the way they used to lend, that folks have been left out of that. And so I think with some regulatory clarity and a real desire to provide fairer access, the administration has done a decent job with that.
Jenny, I mean, we're also hearing from the administration things about, capping interest rates, and this goes back to the affordability issue in the U.S. How does that impact your world, but in general investment?
Look, I'm not a big fan of capping. I used to run a credit card department way back when, and, it's pretty simple. There's three things that go into your cost of funds, the cost of operating it, and your loss profile. If you cap rates, it means that you cannot lend to as many people. So I don't think that's a great move. I think there's probably, it's great rhetoric to say, oh, gosh, I'm going to reduce my cost there. But I think that's a tough one.
When you look at private markets, you've expanded really rapidly in private markets, but we've also seen outflows. So how much can you grow that to also bring inflows back?
We've actually had our best year. We raised $23 billion in private markets last year, and over 20% of that came from the wealth channel. Okay. And it's about bringing these types of products. You have to really structure the product to understand the individual's risk and liquidity profile. And so if we've been really focused on being able to do that. And sometimes that's a combination of public and private together in one product. Sometimes it's a perpetual type of product where you can get, 5% liquidity. So it's actually so far been a good year, and we're looking to this year to even be better.
What are you expecting this year? How much will you grow in that space?
So we had laid out a plan that said we'll raise $100 billion over 5 years. We raised $23 billion this year, and we didn't have a big flagship product in the market. So this year we will with our Lexington Fund 11, and so we think it's going to be bigger. I think we've targeted, say, $25 billion this year. We love secondaries. We love secondaries because there's been so much private equity that has been deployed, and now they're not, the liquidity of those have not come out as fast as about half of what historically it's been. And so people are looking for a liquidity mechanism. Secondaries is a great way to do that. We love them structurally. They don't have the same J curve. You get a diversified portfolio. You get your cash flows earlier than traditional private equity. We also love real estate debt. So, in private credit, a lot of people make tons of noise about private credit. I'm always surprised. You would never look at your fixed income portfolio as one big portfolio. You'd say, is high yield attractive? Is middle market attractive? Is asset-backed attractive? You need to think about your private credit portfolio that way as well. And so if you look in areas, we think real estate debt, because regional banks aren't lending the way they used to lend, is a great opportunity. We think asset-backed is looking very, is looking like a good place to be attractive. And so I think it's really important to understand you got to underwrite it like you would underwrite a fixed income portfolio. And manager selection in private markets is really important. The diversity of the top quartile performing and bottom quartile is significant. So you really have to pick the right managers.
Jay, how much volatility in general are you expecting? And actually, does that, again, because of AI valuations, I know there's a large presence of U.S. tech, because of geopolitics, because of these tariffs.
Expecting a lot of volatility. I mean, it is, right? I mean,
is opportunity or volatility?
It's always opportunity. Volatility is opportunity for active managers, right? And so, look, this administration has shown us that there are surprises around the corner. And so you have to position your portfolio. Franklin Templeton, we have clients in 160 countries. We're going to celebrate 80 years next year. We've been through a lot of administrations. Our job is to make sure our clients have their investment portfolio that is really diversified so that they can actually take these kind of short-term shocks. And if you do it right, you can get through it. And I think, in the case of President Trump, look, think about what the markets did after Liberation Day. We were all like, oh, my gosh. And you know what? We came out pretty OK on the tariffs. China, it was going to be 100%, right? The markets reacted to that. A little less. You got through that. I think we'll get through this latest.
Is this because the U.S. economy is resilient? Or, I mean, the world economy is resilient? Or
well, it's both that. And believe me, I think AI, we haven't even begun to see the impact of AI on individual companies. I think the next really exciting thing is the companies within sectors that actually get it right. They will take off, leaving the others behind in that sector. And so right now it's been the picks and shovels that have really been the ones that have gotten the evaluation advantages. It's going to be those companies, and it takes time for them to figure it out. So that, of course, is part of the volatility. I think the other thing is,
Jenny, is it productivity that they work on, or just in general, like spending and to upgrade their systems?
It's going to be hugely transformative in the productivity. And by the way, you actually have seen in the U.S. companies for a decade productivity was running at about 1%. We're now closer to 2%. It's massive, which is why I also think you've seen not so many jobs created and yet companies growing, because we're getting there are 157 million people working in the United States. We've had a 1% productivity. That's 1.5 less people that you need for the same kind of growth. And so definitely AI productivity, and I don't think that's in the numbers yet. I think that the productivity gains are from the technologies that have been kind of the last decade, cloud servicing, other things, digitalization. So the AI, it's going to take time, and there's going to be winners and losers in it. But the pace of it is so dramatic, faster than even I thought it would be.
Is it faster? I mean, is the next 12 months, 12 to 24 months actually crucial for that? Because that could also mean job losses, implications on the macro level.
So I'm always one to say, like, every time there's a big new technology, we predict that there's not going to be any jobs for it. And somehow, like nobody would have thought Google would have 300,000 people and that there'd be all these new things that we have. So I'm always optimistic that way. Having said that, I think that when you say in the next 12 months, companies are going to invest in it to try to figure it out. There's going to be a lot of failures and dead ends in that process, but there's going to be learnings in that. And so I think that it's going to take a while for companies. And one of the reasons I ran the IT department for a long time, one of the hardest things about IT, any kind of new application, I think, is people resist change. So your change management's tough. It's going to be hard to bring it into organizations. But the ones who get it right, it's going to be dramatic.
There's a big presence of crypto here. The chief executives, if you walk around Promenade, a lot of the houses are actually country houses. The Qatar has a big presence, some of the other countries, but then you also have a lot of the crypto exchanges. How do you see crypto getting more into the mainstream, and what does it mean for Franklin
Templeton? I think 2026 is going to be a huge year where TradFi and DeFi start to come together, and I'll tell you why. So Franklin Templeton launched a on-chain money market fund. It was approved by the SEC in 2020. It's natively on-chain, which means we actually pay you your interest posted in your account every day. We can do that because it's on the blockchain. You can actually transfer, you will within the next few weeks be able to transfer on a Saturday from your money market fund into a stable coin. You can only do that because we are natively on-chain, right? The SEC had us run it parallel between our old system and our new system. We were astonished by how cost effective it was. And why do I think it's 2026? Because one, I just attended a crypto conference last week, is that you suddenly have the traditional financial people who are showing up to these things, and you have your crypto exchanges and others trying to launch traditional products, and you have your traditional financial firms saying, I need to figure out how my clients are asking me how to provide advice on this. How do they invest in this area? And so I think you're going to have these things start to come together more.
But this is because of support and blessing from the Trump administration. Is that a catalyst, or is it just the way that business was going to work?
So it has helped in the U.S., but there were other, Singapore, Hong Kong, the UAE, they've actually been, much more advanced on kind of the regulatory environment, which was leaving the U.S., is because this is a technology that does really important things. Number one, it has a source of truth. There's a huge cost in financial services reconciling data within firms, and then once you have to reconcile with your counterparty. That's expensive. Number two, it has the ability to have a smart contract. If you own the token, whatever that agreement is actually programmed in it, so it's much more efficient. And then finally, it has a payment mechanism. We're going to see innovation on the types of investment products. We're going to see more financial inclusion because it's going to be less costly to be able to deliver financial products.
What about Bitcoin?
So Bitcoin's a different deal.
It's different, but does it translate into also bigger demand or more acceptance of Bitcoin?
So here's what I think about Bitcoin. I think that just like we're seeing gold take off, if you actually look at why gold has rallied over the last year, a lot of that is because central banks are starting to buy gold. Why? They want diversification from the dollar. I talked to folks after the U.S. froze assets from Russia. Not only did we freeze the central bank's assets, but we froze oligarchs' assets. And so there were people who said, wow, if we end up on the wrong side of that, that can be kind of scary. And so you see central banks diversifying. Well, the other option is you can diversify with Bitcoin. And you see the big countries where you had heavy inflation, Turkey, El Salvador, Venezuela, they were all actually big in Bitcoin. And so it's a way for people to get a certain amount of diversification. I always argue it's a little bit like religion, you're a believer or not. But those who believe view it as kind of a gold alternative.
Jenny, thank you so much for your time today. Jenny Johnson there, the Chief Executive of Franklin Templeton. Now, coming up, we're expecting a news conference by the UK Prime Minister on how European allies might respond to the latest tariff threat from President Trump over Greenland. So we're expecting the Prime Minister to speak shortly. This is Bloomberg.
This week, live from the Alpine Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital, in the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
In mountains of Switzerland, it's the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Bloomberg Television brings you unmatched coverage and conversations with world leaders, business executives, and billionaires as they navigate responsible AI deployment, economic expansion, and geopolitical tensions. Tune in for daily coverage all week. Context changes everything.
Back to the Pulse, everyone, live from Davos. Now, we're expecting a news conference by the UK Prime Minister on how European allies might respond to the latest tariff threat from President Trump on Greenland. With us now, Chad Thomas, Bloomberg's Europe Executive Editor. Chad, thank you for joining us. Look, you're in charge of our whole operation. We have many people on the ground, and President Trump will take over the stage on Wednesday, but it's all anyone's talking about, tariffs, what it means for the economy. What are you looking out for?
Yeah, he's not just taking over the stage on Wednesday. He's taking over the event. He dropped a bombshell over the weekend, and that is the only thing people are talking about is this threat of potential tariffs over Greenland and a number of European countries. In many ways, this is his MO. Before a big event, he likes to drop a bombshell. Let's think back to the NATO summit last summer. Lots of people were saying, is he going to come in there? Is he going to quit NATO? What is he going to do? He came in there, he got on the plane and said, I'm still thinking. When he showed up, it was actually a very different event, and it actually went off very well. So we're going to have to wait and see how this week plays out. It's definitely going to be one of the most interesting Davoses you and I have been to, and we've been to a lot of them, ever.
I mean, what I'm surprised and not surprised, but it's like last week we were expecting the speech to be much more domestic on affordability, maybe going after some of the private equities, trying to do an interest rate cap for the banks so that people feel better back home. And then we had these tariffs over Greenland on Saturday that he's threatening with. Now, we don't know if it's legal. We don't know if he can do it. We don't know if he will go ahead with it. But again, the dynamics for European leaders here is very complicated.
Yeah, and look, we have 6 of the 7 G7 leaders in attendance. We have a lot of EU leaders who are coming. We're waiting to see, is he going to sit down with them? Is he going to have discussions over Greenland? When you look at his agenda, there's spots for meetings, but they haven't been confirmed yet. And of course, what has fallen to the back burner at the moment? Ukraine.
We're just expecting, of course, the Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, just speaking at Downing Street. Here he is.
The values and the interests that guide us, even as circumstances change. The United Kingdom has a long history. Our values were not improvised. They were...
The psychosis joke.
I thought you were going to be proud of me for saying Claude complex.
Oh, that is very good. Yeah.
It's like I do one pun finally for Tracy, and she's just like, "Why was over making that joke?"
Well, I was thinking about the joke.
I was handing you a sir. I finally make a pun, and you just jump right over it.
Well, everyone keeps saying that Claude Code is AI psychosis for smart people, right? Like, how did that become a thing?
Very addictive.
Yeah. All right.
But that was a good pun.
It's also very bro-coded, I find.
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Odd Lots podcast. I'm Joe Weisenthal.
And I'm Tracy Alloway.
So Tracy, you're cool, like, if I, like, you know, just start doing this part-time as I, like, build out my software business, right? Like, you're cool about that, right?
I was going to say, I've been thinking about AI and productivity, and so far, your productivity has gone down, Joe, because instead of doing Odd Lots things, you're coding your own software.
Except that I'm creating content for the Odd Lots newsletter about coding, and that is productivity accretive.
Debatable.
So, debatable, but you're cool with that. You're cool with like me, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like check in part time on Odd Lots when we have a recording. Well,
no, of course not.
Okay, good.
Of course not.
Good. That's the right answer. I want you to.
Yes.
I want you to be really sad. But like a few other people, you know, I have like caught the sort of like bug of like AI coding, and I'm totally blown away. I've like played with it from the beginning. I started playing around with it last year, but then over the holidays, I've been writing about this in the newsletter. Suddenly, like my Twitter feed is like Claude code, Claude code, Claude code.
Mm-hmm.
I'd used Cursor before, which I was very impressed by at the time. And so when I got home from vacation, one of the first things I did is like figure out how to install Claude code on my computer. And I was like, oh, I am like hooked. And this is actually like, I see why half my Twitter feed is just like people posting about this.
All right. So I have to say I have not tried it because I only have a work computer and I can't install new software. And I probably definitely cannot install new software that then makes changes to existing software.
Yeah.
I don't think Bloomberg would like that. But I have seen the hype. Lots of people talking about it. Have you seen Claude Cowork? Have you heard of that?
Oh, yeah. Totally.
Yeah, so one of the criticisms of Claude Code was that, you know, like, okay, you code, but you still need some background knowledge in coding because, like, you know, the interface is kind of like
it's
1980s and all of that, or 1990s. Cowork apparently, like, goes a step further for normal people in coding and makes it super, super easy. And the funniest thing is that apparently Claude Code actually coded Cowork.
So this is like really relates to my experience last year and then this year, which is that even last year, like trying to use the AI coding tools, it was an annoying process because there are various things that you had to do in the actual command line of the computer that were like, I don't know command line vernacular, and you have to like install these libraries and stuff.
Yeah.
So there was this sort of like barrier that existed, but what's really changed in the last year, or with Claude Code, which has actually been around for a while, and I should have like played with it before, is that like because it sits on your computer, it sort of takes away, it de-abstracts it. And so when you talk about like Claude
it actually
Cowork,
does the stuff.
It does
itself.
it. It's just like, we're going to need to install this open source natural language processing library. It just does it automatically instead of me trying to like figure out like what are the right keystrokes to pull that in, or why is this not going into the right file folder or whatever. And so like Cowork, it's like all of these sort of like little frictions, like these technical things like command line user, very rapidly are like dissipating.
Yeah.
And so that like then you have something like Cowork where it's just like they're taking care of that, and so you get this like user interface that's just like it's just getting easier and friendlier. There's almost no technical frictions at all anymore.
Also, it feels very iterative. Like the code is improving upon itself at this point, and I think that was one of Claude's main selling points.
Well, this is like you've seen like people talk about like, oh, is AGI here? And this is like part of the debate because one of the ideas, I guess, behind AGI is like, well, what happens when you have software that can train itself and so forth? And I don't really know if I buy that, but you do just see like how fast the iteration cycles are. And I think we want to get into this. In part, they're fast because a bunch of people are suddenly getting excited. So then the human provides this sort of like, we're sowing the seeds of our own demise because we're so enthusiastically participating in the evolution. But I just, like, it's suddenly clear, like, oh, this is going to change, I think, computing. And the other thing is the code works. Like, it creates code that, like, this is, like, there's no bugs. You know, it works.
Did you see, speaking of automating yourself, did you see there was a post on Reddit from a lawyer who said he's basically used Claude Code to automate like his entire job and he hasn't told anyone?
I'm not exactly surprised, because the other thing that I experimented with is, and I haven't 100% verified this, but on Jobs Day last week, I downloaded the full PDF and I just typed into the Claude Code, like, find the most interesting details and make some charts based on, and it did it in like a couple minutes. I have no like ability, like I've never like built charts myself by hand or whatever, or like designing or whatever. And I didn't totally confirm yet that the data was all correct, but I'm pretty sure it was, because everything I spot checked. So I didn't
that crucial detail.
Yeah, I know. I didn't. That's why I didn't want to like, oh, like here's the today's jobs report and charts. But
but what application did it actually build it in? The charts.
I don't know. I just had a file. Like, that's the thing. I had a file on my computer at that point.
What kind of file?
Like a PNG file, like an image file.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. I don't know. And so there was just this image that had a bunch of charts, and my spot checks did suggest, like, I didn't see anything off. And people get paid money to like build that kind of stuff for like analysts and stuff like that. And
right. So this is the other big question. If everyone can build their own software, what actually happens to software? And I was reading something, I forget who it was by, but someone used Claude Code to create, they wanted a website that would basically make them money for doing nothing. And that was the prompt. And
did they do it?
Yeah. So the idea that the model came up with was, you can sell prompts, packages of good prompts, and sell them for like $40 and you'll make tons of money. And I was thinking about that, like, okay, it's possible to make money that way, but also, why wouldn't I just use Claude Code to do the same thing?
There are many big questions that we as an economy are going to have to think about. And I think my main takeaway is we're going to have to think about these sooner rather than later. But what is Claude Code? Why is everyone so hyped about it? Like, what is it about this particular piece of software versus what exists from OpenAI and Gemini and all this stuff? Like, why has this captured everyone's imagination? We really do have the perfect guys, because it's someone who, unlike me, has been getting their hands dirty in this stuff for longer. One of the few people that I know who is into LLMs before ChatGPT existed and was actually using them via the API and was actually talking about their technical capacity to do things like coding even before November of 2022. So truly the perfect guest. We're going to be speaking with Noah Breyer. He's the co-founder of Alephic, a consultancy that helps big companies deal with AI stuff. So Noah, thank you so much for coming on Odd Lots.
Thank you for having me.
What's the deal? How are you like using LLMs before ChatGPT existed? I don't know. I know very few people who are doing that.
I had the good fortune of shutting down a startup in 2022, and so I had a lot of free time on my hands.
And then how are you using it though? Like, how did you how did you aware that there was this thing that could be of potential use to you? What were you doing?
My very first thing I was doing was using GitHub Copilot, which at the time was built into VS Code, and it was autocomplete inside VS Code. So it was a nice, and pretty immediately realized that there were certain coding tasks that it could just handle completely. Anything that was very pattern-based. So if you write code, you write a lot of tests. If you write tests, every test kind of follows the same pattern. And you want it to follow the same pattern. You're looking for that structure. And over time, because it was looking at your code base, it was able to basically autocomplete it. I also started playing with the GPT-3 API, which had come out, I think that came out in November of 2021. And that was the first time it was publicly available to everybody. And they had a large language model as we know it today available to them. So I was just testing and building things, and I pretty immediately realized the very first thing I did, where it just blew my mind, was I built a web scraper. So I was just trying to pull pricing data from a website. And I've done a lot of this in my career. It's maybe the most annoying task you have to do in all of coding, because HTML is the most miserable language to have to parse. And I just had this thing where I took the page, I took the content, I took the text, and I gave it to the AI, and I asked it to give me back the pricing table. And it gave me back the pricing table, and I just thought, I'll never do it the other way again. That's it.
Yeah.
That HTML mention just brought up like memories of me in like the mid-90s on HTML Goodies.
Yeah,
do you remember that site?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's still, is it still up? That would be wild. Does Claude Code, does that count as AGI? This seems to be the debate, right? Is it AGI?
I try not to wade into what's AGI and what's not. I think my guess on AGI, for what it's worth, is that it's probably going to be a conversation like the Turing test, where everybody thought it was really, really important for a really long time. We thought the Turing test was the biggest thing for 70 years or whatever. And then ChatGPT very clearly passed the Turing test, and now everybody pretends like it's not just that they forgot; they pretend that it never mattered.
Oh.
And so I am kind of guessing that that's going to be what the conversation is like. It's just going to be a sort of forever moving goalpost, because it turns out that the idea we had for what general intelligence looks like is not quite that. But I also think, the computer scientists and the sort of serious AI researchers would say that much of what's going on inside Claude Code is not the model itself. It's the model paired with a human. And I think that is a pretty important distinction, but I don't know about AGI.
Well, okay, so you were using GPT to code prior to the release of ChatGPT. So therefore, coding models have been around a long time. So what is, for those who haven't played around with it, what is Claude Code? Because again, coding models have been around for a long time. People maybe have heard of Cursor or Copilot or some of these other harnesses, et cetera. What is Claude Code?
So if we back up first and we go to Copilot. So Copilot was the first sort of commercial application of a large language model by most accounts. And what Copilot did in its initial instantiation was just auto...
Is this a Microsoft product?
It's a Microsoft product. So Microsoft owns GitHub. GitHub developed Copilot. It was Microsoft had the partnership with OpenAI, and so they built it in. And what it was doing autocomplete. So if you're writing code, a lot of writing code is boilerplate or trying to remember the name of a function. And, the reason Stack Overflow existed was because you could never remember the exact name of that function or the exact regex that you need to use in order to find and replace something. And so you would go search for it, and they realized that you could just build that into the IDE, your code editor, and have it autocomplete for you. And it was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Then ChatGPT came out, and even before that, I had built a simple chatbot for myself because I realized that, hey, I could just ask this, and instead of going and searching Stack Overflow, it was totally capable of answering code questions, and it was capable of writing regex or doing these things. And did it make mistakes? Yes, but there's famous mistakes on Stack Overflow of incorrect regex that now exists in every code base in the world. And so, I think there were a lot of us just kind of playing with these things and realizing they were a huge boon. And so I think really the next step is Cursor comes out, and the thing Cursor realized that Copilot didn't was that it wasn't good enough to have autocomplete. You also needed the Q&A because you have these things that you can't just autocomplete. You want to be able to ask the question and answer it. And then ChatGPT came out, and everybody was switching between IDE. And then I think really the next big piece is that Claude Code came out, and what Claude Code did that was so remarkable was they took the same set of models, really, and they took them out of the chatbot, and they really just gave it some very basic functionality to operate within your machine, right? And so, if you really look at kind of what exists within Claude Code, you're calling out to a model, and they gave it capability around sort of two big things. One is you can read and write files on your computer. And then two is that you can operate Unix, the base commands, the bash commands that exist in your environment. And again, because these models were trained on the internet, and there's no greater source of information on the internet than how to make the internet, they know how to use Unix commands incredibly well, right? Because Unix has existed for whatever it is, 60 years. And the way these commands were designed, they're all designed to be very, very simple. There's a find command, and there's a thing called grep, and it can search through a code base. And Unix has this sort of beautiful way of tying one command to another, so you can take the output of one command and send it to another. And they kind of just gave the model access to these two or three very simple things. And it kind of turned out that it unlocked a whole bunch of functionality that I don't think even the people who built it fully realized. Like, one example that I think about a lot is just the challenge you have with all of these AI models is that they're stateless. So every time you talk to ChatGPT, it's sending your entire conversation history back to ChatGPT because it has no saved history of that chat, right? And that's fine. It's the way it works. It's just fact, but it means that, it forgets things. It doesn't know conversation to conversation. And one very easy way to save your state is just write it to a file. And so you give it write access, and it can create files. And now all of a sudden you've overcome this, probably the single biggest challenge that exists inside these large language models, which is that they're fundamentally stateless.
So Claude writes itself little memory notes, right, to remember the entire context of the conversation. And that's how it solved that problem?
No, so there's sort of two things going on in Claude code beneath the hood. There's one thing that works exactly like ChatGPT or any of these other ones, which is it's maintaining a conversation history. So every message you send it and every action it takes, it's recording to a log,
right?
Which is just one big file. That's really no different than what ChatGPT can do. Where it gets really interesting, though, is it can also write files that it can then read. So whereas that conversation history is all saved off, and eventually that conversation gets too long and it needs to do a thing called compaction. And when it compacts it, it tries to sort of just remember the bits because the total window is large, but I mean, it's like 100,000 tokens.
Yeah, that's what I mean by memory notes, right? It compacts the information into the important stuff that it can then retrieve.
It does that. It only does that at the end, like once it runs out of space, once it runs out of context window. So it has 200,000 tokens, I think, and 200,000 tokens in rough terms is probably 150,000 words. It says, okay, it's time for me to compact all of this stuff. And so it still saves your whole history on your computer. You still have the entire message. But for that session, it just compacts it down to this, you know, maybe 25,000 token memory of what it was.
Yeah.
And is this like something that was not obvious before as a solution? Like this compaction, how important is it for this being like, okay, as a human, I can work on this on a project for a long time. Like how much of an unlock was that?
I'm not sure compaction was the unlock. I think the compaction functionality is helpful.
Okay.
The way ChatGPT does it, for what it's worth, is they don't do compaction. They just forget your messages eventually. So if you're in one chat, eventually your oldest message is going to fall off the back. For coding, that's probably less helpful, but there are trade-offs. Both techniques work. I think fundamentally the thing that is special about Claude Code is not the compaction. It's the ability to write and read files on your computer, which means you can always write off memories. And then
what does that mean, write off memories?
So you could say, hey, it's really important that I remember this thing for future sessions. I want to always work this way. So in a code base of mine, I have a set of documentation that explains how I like to do things. And Claude Code makes a mistake, and so the next time I can write a memory, essentially, it's written as a thing they call a skill, and you can write it off and you say, hey, whenever you run into this, I want you to operate in this kind of way. And that existing across every session is really a thing you can only do when you can store it as a file.
Yeah.
It's a thing you can't do in quite the same way when you're operating in this environment where it's just going back and forth to the API. So this access to the file system is one really big piece. And then the second is just the Unix commands. I mean, every computer program lives on top of these sort of baseline functions. And the way that the designers of Unix built them is really elegant. And they're very small. They all do one thing. And they're all composable. And in coding terms, composable means they can be chained together, right? And so you can say, hey, look for files that mention this word, and then from those files, I want you to take this second action, and then from the output of that action, I want you to take a third action, and that's just built into Unix. You literally just put a little pipe in between, and you just pipe them from one to another, and that's it. And so you give it access to write these commands, and all of a sudden it gets these sort of second and third order effects that are just incredibly powerful and built over a really long time.
So how much of Claude Code, the way it's different to other models, how much of that was overcoming technological challenges versus like just having a good idea? Because hearing you describe it, I mean, giving access to a computer seems like kind of obvious, like let's just do that.
I don't have a good answer to that. I think that it was kind of just a good idea.
Yeah.
I think they did some patterns really well. They're clearly incredibly talented, not just engineers, but kind of thinkers about how to structure it. Like the primitives inside Claude Code are just smart. And then the thing that they've done, and Boris Cherny, who's the lead developer on Claude Code at Anthropic, he talks about latent demand a lot, right? And latent demand is basically just, hey, look at the ways people are using these systems and then figure out ways to make that a part of the product itself. I think what they've done brilliantly, and this is kind of easy when you have a community of developers who are nerds who want to go talk about all the ways that they're using these things, is I am amazed at the speed in which, I have a small community of 15 CTOs who all use this stuff religiously. And, when we first started that community, it took them a month I would see it in the chat, and then a month later it would get built into Claude Code. And then increasingly it's like a day later, it feels like they're just listening to it. But I think they're just not only tapped in, but they're really fundamentally, they're dog fooding it. They use their own products. When they talk about the engineering productivity at Anthropic, despite growing at a crazy clip, it continues to go up. And anybody who's had to manage large scale pieces of software, large scale code bases, knows that's not the norm.
So VS Code and Cursor, these are IDEs. Claude Code is not an IDE. What is it? It's called a CLI? Is that?
A CLI, a command line interface.
Got it. And the other labs now, they also have CLIs. So why are we all talking about Claude Code? And ChatGPT is called Codex. I don't know what Gemini's is called.
I think it's just called the Gemini CLI.
Why are we all talking about Claude Code rather than the other CLIs that kind of have the same thing? Like, what is the difference?
I think first and foremost, they were first.
Okay.
So, and I think they've had a lot more. And, from my very personal opinion, I think they've done some things smarter and better as far as the permissioning models. So, one of the really dangerous things is you've got this thing running on your computer. You don't want it to go and delete everything.
Right.
And they have a very fine-grained permissioning model where you can say, hey, I want to allow this just this one time. I want to always allow it.
I always click always allow. I'm living on the edge.
You can next time you run it, you can just do a flag that says dangerously skip permissions. And it'll just, they call it YOLO mode. I think more fundamentally, though, if I look at Codex versus Claude Code, I think it's a difference in philosophy around what you want AI to do. To me, Codex, which is excellent, is very focused on building an agent that you could just give something to and it'll just go do it. So I want to give it that task. I don't want to intercede. I don't want to give it any more feedback. And Claude Code is much more designed to be kind of a pair programmer. And so, in engineering, pair programming has existed for a while. It's a really weird sort of productivity thing where you put two engineers on the same problem and it turns out that you can get better code.
It's a force multiplier.
Yeah, and it sort of makes up for the fact that obviously, you're doubling the staff on it, but because of how many fewer bugs, because you have both sets of eyes, it has seemed to work out for many folks. Most companies don't practice it, but I think Claude Code fundamentally is much more designed in that way. It's a pair programmer. It's whenever I start a project, I start in plan mode. So you start in plan mode, you put together a plan. I spend a lot of time in plan mode. You go through, it gives you a plan back. It asks you how you feel. You can give it a whole bunch of direction. And then it's only then that it goes off and it goes into it. So, we're working together. And I actually have a whole system now that I've designed where I use a task management system called Linear. So I have Claude Code write tasks off to Linear. And then I've worked with Claude Code to write a document that helps sort of decide a set of heuristics to decide when you should assign it to Codex versus when you should give it to Claude Code. And so if it's tightly defined enough and simple enough, I just send it off to Codex and it does it totally independently. And then if it's complicated enough that I think it requires my time and attention, then it saves it for us to do together. And we'll work on it together. And so if it's sort of touching a kind of important enough, if it's changing some part of the data model, there's these other kind of, fairly basic set of criteria that I use. And but that to me is the fundamental distinction. And I find Claude Code in that way to be just, it sort of fits what I want to do and how I want to work much better.
Talk a little bit more about how it actually impacts the workflow of an engineer, because, my impression was people can code, right? Like, the coding problem is kind of solved at this point. And even if you can't code, even if you're not a professional engineer, you can hire someone from like India or Indonesia or wherever to just write you a code. Maybe it'll take them a week instead of like 2 days with Claude Code. But how much does this actually change the workflow for an engineer?
As completely as it could be changed. I mean, I would say that over the last 3 months, I've written personally, I don't know, a few hundred lines of code. Like I am mostly a manager of a set of agents who are writing code on my behalf. And, you know, increasingly, what I think is interesting, I've been thinking about this a bunch lately, is like, in some ways, it's just bringing me back to the core challenge that has always existed in software development, which is how do you manage a large-scale software development project?
It's coordination, right?
It has become a coordination problem, and I spend a lot of time sort of now designing my Claude code system to ensure that code goes through all the proper checks and that it has all these things. The other thing that makes code a particularly good place to do this is that code is verifiable in a way that, you know, most other work is not. So, you know, with code, you can verify that the build works, right? So you can say, hey, I want to build this package. I want to make sure that it's actually going to build and that there's going to be no failures. That's a very easy check. It's either true or it's not true. There's also coders use linting. And so linting is a way to kind of look at its static code analysis. So it basically tries to sort of find things in your code base that are not going to work ahead of time, where you can predict that. Obviously, you can't predict, Alan Turing proved that you can't predict with certainty whether code is going to run, but there's certain patterns and things that it can find. It essentially does static pattern analysis. And so, you know, you have it run all these things, but the more kind of opinionated you can be about that and the more steps you can have it go through. So I find, you know, now I'm kind of the designer, which honestly, as an entrepreneur and as a CEO of companies, like that's kind of always been my job. Like I've less and less been a person who writes code and more been a person who designs a system, in that case, a company with a bunch of people who write code.
One of the funny things, it seems to me, is that setting aside Claude Code, Claude itself has a reputation for, it's a nicer chatbot to talk to. People find it, you know, ChatGPT seems to really be sycophantic. I still think I know it's improved, but I actually don't think it's improved enough. People like the prose style of Claude. And I'm curious that in the pair trading, I'm thinking about finance, the pair engineering model, whether there is also an edge there, which is like, here is a chat bot that is not annoying to talk to while you're iterating, and whether that is like a meaningful distinction between, you know, coding with Codex or whatever. Yeah,
I don't know. It still can be very annoying, I will tell you, and it'll still sometimes be overly effusive with me about a design choice I made or sort of noticing something, which I could live without.
So I'm working on this project that's doing this linguistic things, and I eventually had to say, like, give it to me straight. How bad is this? And then, so I said, actually what I said was, assume for a moment that you are a quantitative linguistics with a PhD. Give me your honest assessment of where we are with this. And it said, like, you've developed a nice toy, and there's no evidence that it actually does. And I was like, okay, that's nice to hear. I actually, like, I appreciate that. And it was, like, very blunt. Not, it's still, like, polite. But it was like, you haven't really shown anything. You haven't really established at all that your software does what it claims to.
Yeah, I think stylistically, I kind of personally agree. My theory, by the way, on Claude versus OpenAI ChatGPT models is, I think Claude is actually better at sort of reflecting what you give it. And so I think part of why we think it's better is it's better at pretending it's us.
Yeah.
And so we tend to like that. This is purely speculation, but that's always been my theory on...
So it flatters you in a different way.
I think it's flattering you in a much more subtle way.
Yeah, interesting.
But for a long time, just Anthropic has been producing the best coding models. There's there can be some debate there now. But, there's a great story from Cursor, actually, where Cursor basically wasn't that good. And then Sonnet 3.5 came out, and all of a sudden, Cursor was amazing. And Cursor became a tool that everybody started using. But it wasn't until this other model came out and they made that the default model. And, for what it's worth, I think the other takeaway from that, which is a kind of big theme we see in the market, is a thing that the Claude Code team has talked about, is you just constantly have to be building ahead with AI in a way that is very unique in the world of software, where you kind of always want to build things that are working at like 70 or 80%, because if you really spend the time to get it up to 90 or 100, you're going to lose all the gains you get when the next model comes out. And with the amount of CapEx being spent on these models, like there's a next model that's going to come out that's going to be awesome, and you just kind of want to be downstream from that, and you don't want to waste 6 months getting an extra 3% when that new model is going to give you an extra 7%.
Yeah, this is the only certainty with AI, is like there's always going to be a new model, right?
It's the worst model we'll ever use is the one that we're using today.
That's right. Are we all going to become coding illiterate? Are we just going to forget how to code if everyone's using, general language to do it?
Forget. I never learned.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I've been thinking about? You know that Scott Karp, the CEO of Palantir, and he has that line. He's like, when I was young, I was too poor to have a car, so I didn't get so I never learned to drive, and now I'm too rich, so I never learned to drive. I feel like when I was young, I was too dumb to learn to code, and now
you leaped ahead.
Yeah, now I'm too smart to learn Python or HTML or whatever.
I have a couple of takes on this one personally. So first one is I just think, like, this is the worry of all technology ever. There was a paper that came out that showed that people were, they were forgetting more things or something because they were using ChatGPT. But, in Phaedrus, Plato was worried that people were going to forget things because they started writing things down. And, I think the trade-off there was pretty good. We got the scientific revolution, a couple other things. So, I think that's the sort of natural knee-jerk. With that said, it is, it's very strange when you have people, the Claude Code team is talking about how little code they write. Now, I draw a distinction between the sort of vibe coding and the kind of amateur people who have never written code. And I think that is amazing, by the way. And I think there's a lot of software developers who are really mad about that because they claim it's for safety reasons or whatever. But I think fundamentally it's just they've got people on their turf. But I think that's incredible. I mean, my 9-year-old vibe coded a website.
Oh, wow.
And for Secret Santa, she's now 10. She would get mad at me if I called her 9, but I think she vibe coded when she was 9. That's awesome, right? I don't know. That's amazing. That's a way for people to express themselves in a way that they couldn't before you did your linguistics project.
That's right.
That's fun and interesting. But yeah, I also think the thing that's happening with professional software developers when you hear from Anthropic or when I'm talking about, it's, the code is going through this process, and, all the code still gets reviewed by people. We're not letting it get out the door if it's not at the same level as human. And it's just, but what's amazing is I'm running 5 of these sessions at a time, right? And so I've got like software being developed in parallel in a way that is unimaginable. And, the other thing is just now the best software engineers wrote the least code anyway. The sort of classic story of like the difference between a junior developer and a senior developer is that a junior developer gets a problem and they sit down and they put their fingers on the keyboard and they start writing code. And a senior developer gets a problem and sits there for 3 hours and tries to figure out what the best way to solve it is, and then spends 5 minutes writing code to get it done.
True elegance is restraint. That's what I say.
What are you seeing in the companies you're working for? Like, I find it hard to believe, and I was maybe skeptical of this, but it feels like right now we're here with technology where, like, if I were like companies like I said, you can build charts of data in a way that used to be like someone would have had to get their hands dirty, et cetera. In the companies that you talk to, is right now this having an effect on how they think about what positions they're hiring for and the skills they're looking for and so forth?
I think that it's hard to answer right now. I think that certainly, I do think, I personally think if I look at the sort of layoffs in the technology industry over the last couple of years, I think some part of that is just looking at the output of these models and saying, hey, these models are able to produce at, the median. And I have a whole bunch of sort of middle managers who are producing at the 65th percentile. And it's like, I can produce median for $1.50 per million tokens, or I can produce 65th percentile for however many hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. It's a sort of fairly simple trade-off. I think so. I do think there's a lot of downstream effects. I think the other thing that's happening is kind of like middle management is under threat because it's the realization that, hey, like part of what these models are amazing at is I think of them as like a fuzzy interface. They can sort of turn any data into any other data, right? You can sort of transform data from one format to another. You can take a PDF and you can turn it into charts, right? And there's whole people who exist, or if you think about what product managers do, a lot of what product managers do is they take how people are using a product and they try to transform it into a format that engineers can then use to figure out what to do. And I think a lot of those kind of a lot of those pieces that used to just be kind of transferring knowledge.
I've always said, Tracy, I think one of the most important roles in any organization is essentially translation work. And you see it in the newsroom where it's like, here is a team specialized in emerging market currencies, and then they have to they have to then tell the senior editors what they're working on. But the senior editors, who are maybe more generalists, don't really know why some sort of Won Yen carry is important, and that a really important role within any organization is essentially the team that can translate between the generalist team and the specialist team.
Absolutely.
And so that's an interesting observation in the sort of engineering world of okay, these are tools that are in some sense translation tools.
So we talked, I agree completely, by the way, but we talked about vibe coding, and Joe has this application that I don't think you're looking to monetize.
No, I'm just trying to make it for the good of the world.
Right. Okay.
When did that become a crime? I'm not monetizing it.
But this opens up massive questions for software as a service, right? For SaaS, because if everyone can write their own software, you can replicate anything that's out there that is currently charging money. What's going to happen to software?
I think software is pretty screwed. A lot of it, at least. Not all of it. You still, it depends on whether you call that cloud provider software or not. You still need to run this stuff somewhere. And I think there's certain kinds of software that, you just don't really want to be in the business of writing. I as someone who's tried to build a project management system, I'd really rather, I don't think anybody should be in that business. But I do think fundamentally, we see this every day inside enterprises. The sort of build versus buy pendulum has just swung. And I used to run a SaaS company and we sold to enterprises. And, for a long time that I think that made a lot of sense, right? Because hey, it just didn't make sense to try to build this thing on your own. And so, but the price of that was, one, the price, right? And it got to be more and more expensive. The other price was that you were paying for a lot of stuff you didn't need, right? Because the whole job of building SaaS is you need to generalize problems. And so you build things that are going to work for everybody. And that means either you have to sort of adapt or you have to build this sort of very configurable software. And I think, and what I see just, firsthand is that, inside these organizations, you can now solve very specific problems that are highly valuable. And not only can you solve them better than generic software, but you can actually, in a lot of ways, do it for less money because you're trying to tackle less stuff. You didn't need the 16 other features. You bought it for the one that you really, really cared about. And so I think that part of it, I don't I definitely think there are pieces of the software industry that are going to, come out the other side. Nobody wants to deal with payroll, right? You're still going to buy some payroll software and you're still going to have that. But, I do think there are a lot of pieces where the software existed essentially as a kind of wrapper around a database. And now you're just going to, with just the database, you can do that. And then, the other piece I'd say here is this is a kind of confluence of circumstances where it's not just the coding, it's also the fact that you have AI to do a whole bunch of work. So, if we pick on CRM for a second, right? Salesforce.com, we can, you look at what the interface of that is, and essentially it has existed to get salespeople to take unstructured data, which is sales meetings, and turn it into structured data so it can be stored in a database. And now you have AI, and AI is very capable of taking unstructured data directly from the source. So you have people recording meetings, and then it can structure it into any data that you want. This is one of the very first sort of mind-blowing moments I had, was that I could give it a JSON interface. I could describe exactly what I wanted the data structure to be, and it would give me back that information in that data structure. And we've just basically been having a bunch of humans do that work for a very long time, whether it's in CRM or project management or any of these other places. And the ability to just kind of get rid of that whole thing, I think it really does bring into question the value of a lot of these software companies.
Well, so we have seen like a lot of software stocks, they look like melting ice cubes right now. Maybe what is it? So I want to talk, I mean, this is like, you know, our listeners who are investors, there's a pretty high stakes question of like what residual value there is. But talk a little bit more about Salesforce. Maybe this would be a time to learn what
it actually does.
As it's massively being disrupted, now we get around to learning what Salesforce is. But I know it's like many things, there are apps that people built onto Salesforce, but this sounds like we're hitting on what I think probably one of the crucial questions for like the future of the software industry. So talk a little bit more about like the current approach and what people are buying when they buy a package or subscribe to a service from Salesforce, and then what the unlock opportunity is from having AI like live in the same world as all your files.
Yeah, so I think if we take CRM as the general category, so you know the biggest players there are
customer relationship
management. That's like what Salesforce does it, SAP does it, HubSpot does it for the mid-market. You know, when I think about that product and I think about the way we've used it inside enterprise sales organizations, essentially, you know, it's a database of companies, it's a database of contacts, it's a database of deals you have in the pipeline, and it's a way to track all those deals. You guys hit on something before that I think is really it, which is like inside companies, there is a huge group of people who exist to answer the question from management of what is the status of something, right? And, you know, that can be sales management, it can be product management, it doesn't matter, right? It could be within a newsroom. Somebody wants to know what the status is, and somebody else exists to go figure out what the answer to that question is. And so fundamentally, I think those CRM tools are bought first and foremost to answer what is the status, right? What's my pipeline look like? And to answer what your pipeline looks like, you need a bunch of salespeople putting deals in, and those deals are associated with contacts and companies, and they say, when is that deal going to close? And essentially, you were asking the salespeople to make the updates in the system to do that. And just very tactically, I mean, you know, I run a company now. We have a lot of sales calls. We record those calls and they get transcribed, and the AI then looks through them and makes decisions about where this deal should be in the process. And it's much better than having somebody try to go update it, because those people never update it anyway. The secret of all of this enterprise software is that nobody was using it the way that anybody wanted to anyway. And so, you know, I think that is sort of, you know, a lot of what's happening there. Again, it's sort of, some of it's the coding, some of it's just the core capabilities. And then, you know, you still need databases, right? So it's like, you know, you look at what Databricks and Snowflake, you know, I think those folks are still sort of genuinely sitting in a pretty good place where, you know, all software has to sit on top of some database that you can sort of read and write to. But, you know, I think some of those categories that were specifically focused on kind of like human input. Now, of course, you know, Salesforce has a whole AI thing, and they're saying, hey, you shouldn't have humans inputting in Salesforce. You know, sales is just one small piece. They have a whole customer support thing, which obviously also has an interesting implication where, you know, you're doing support with AI agents. And so some of it comes back to seats. I mean, you know, it gets to be fairly complicated, but I think the fundamental underlying thing is anybody who buys software that is, you know, SaaS, you're always buying for a subset of the functionality. That's nobody is using 100% of the functionality of SaaS. And so there's always a trade-off that's happening there where you know you're spending more money than you need to because you're not using all of these pieces. And so, you know, if you can more narrowly focus that is where you could say, hey, we could solve this kind of more narrow problem. And not only can we solve it more narrowly, we can solve it way more effectively because the trick with AI is that the more specific you are with it, the better the output is, right? So it's like if outside of coding, if you just ask ChatGPT to write you a story, it's going to write you a very, very median story, right? Sort of exactly the median. But if you work with it and then you're going to get it, the more of your own expertise you imbue in it, the further up above the median it's going to be. And it's going to be, of course, that also means it's less where the line is between what's AI and what's not AI is going to continue to get blurrier.
Joe, how much does Claude Code actually cost? Do you know?
Well, I paid for the $200 a month version. Ooh. But
high roller.
Yeah, I know. But I think you can get it with the pro version of or whatever the version of that below $20. But I hit a limit fairly quickly, and I was like, I didn't have my website up, so and then I bought then I paid $5 for the extra compute, and I was like, this is dumb. I think I'll just. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
it's going out to 2 nice dinners in a month. It's not, when I think about it that way, it doesn't seem that big of a deal.
It's worth it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we can all agree this is a valuable service that Claude Code is providing, but we touched on this in the intro. It seems like the models just keep replicating themselves really, really quickly. So anything that Claude Code can do, I would expect another model will come in a month, maybe less, and do the exact same thing. What does that mean for the actual valuations of these companies and the models? How are they going to monetize it when it seems so difficult to actually differentiate yourself, especially for a substantial portion of time? Yeah.
Well, so again, here I think we have to distinguish between Claude Code and the Claude model. So in Claude Code's case, if you're using, the latest version, you're using Opus 4.5, which is the model. Opus 4.5 has a price of, something in the $1.50 to $2 for 1 million input tokens and whatever it is on the output, which is roughly the going rate for cutting edge models. Gemini 3 Pro is the same price. OpenAI, ChatGPT 5.2 is they're all the same price. So the first thing is you have to differentiate between those. And so I think a big part of what Anthropic is trying to do is they're trying to lock people into Claude Code. In fact, there's just some controversy amongst some nerds where Open Code, which is a competitor to Claude Code, used to let you use your Claude Max $200. So the trick with the Claude Max plan is if you're just buying that number of tokens, it would cost you significantly more than $200. It is a super, super discounted plan. Wow. You have the access. I have the access to use, I would guess, in the $1,000 or $2,000 of tokens for my $200 a month. So it's a very, very heavily subsidized plan. And Open Code, which is an open source version of Claude Code, a sort of competitor, they had found a way that they would let you use your Claude Max plan with Open Code. Huh. And Anthropic last week shut that down.
Yeah.
And some Open Code people got very upset because they said, this is not what you're supposed to do, or I'm not sure exactly what they said. I never felt like I got a particularly good argument out of it. But I do think part of what they're trying to get at is that, at the very top models, these are all amazing. The Google, OpenAI, and Anthropic, their best models are all on par with each other. I mean, I would move them around a little bit. I still think Opus 4.5 is the best model out there, but that might change tomorrow. And that's where something like Claude Code is really interesting because it's a product that is it's just theirs. It's not. It's a piece of software. It's not an AI model, and so it's less able to be disrupted. Now, again, I think if somebody else wanted to copy that exactly, they could. Codex has one, Gemini has one. I just think they take a very different tact with it where it's much less. And so, I think what they're trying to do is get developers like me to feel very comfortable inside that so that when we go open, I still open Codex or try Gemini, or I was playing with Open Code the other day. And it just doesn't feel familiar in the same way that, if you're trying to move somebody from a PC to a Mac, it doesn't feel familiar.
Right. They want to own the ecosystem,
the environment.
The environment.
They work on. What a world. Noah, thank you so much for coming on Odd Lots. I was dying to do an episode about this topic. By the way, I don't have AI psychosis. I have a Claude complex.
Why is everyone making that joke?
Wait, which joke?
The psychosis joke.
I thought you were going to be proud of me for saying Claude complex.
Oh, that is very good. Yeah.
It's like I do one pun finally for Tracy, and she's just like, "Why was over making that joke?"
Well, I was thinking about the joke.
I was handing you a sir. I finally make a pun, and you just jump right over it.
Well, everyone keeps saying that Claude Code is AI psychosis for smart people, right? Like, how did that become a thing?
Very addictive.
Yeah. All right.
But that was a good pun.
It's also very bro-coded, I find.
You think so?
All of AI is bro-coded.
This is true. We should talk more about this. You know, we should have David Shore on. He's been doing a lot of polling about various demographics and how they feel about AI. We should, and he had some interesting stuff.
I'd be into that.
Yeah, we should do that. Anyway, Noah, thank you so much for coming on Outlaws.
Thanks for having me.
Well, that was fun, Tracy. I really, it's just obvious to anyone who's been within 5 minutes, 5 feet of me for the last 2 weeks. I'm like totally addicted and gone down. I never gone down the rabbit hole and stuff, but I, for the first time, unironically, am like, okay, this is transformative technology beyond being very impressive technology.
Right. So I've been coming to a conclusion, which is that, AI can be both underhyped and overvalued simultaneously. And I feel like that's kind of where we are at the moment.
Is that where you're making your stock call?
Yeah. No, but seriously, it's a big deal. It's going to change the way we work, but is it monetizable? Can you differentiate the actual models? The better the technology gets, the easier it is to just do what everyone else is doing. And also, the compute gets cheaper and cheaper. So I just don't know how you monetize this.
Well, so that's very interesting, his point, which is that the tokens are heavily subsidized still.
Yeah.
And so that if you're paying and actually using that $200 max program and you actually use it to the limit, Claude is going to lose money on this.
Right.
And then the prices keep dropping. And I know Claude Code is, okay, they're attempting to create something that resembles a traditional software ecosystem that you feel as a user that you're locked into. But so far, in my various, since November 2022, when I started playing with AI, it hasn't felt like anyone has established lock-in with anything. Yeah. And it's very movable. And I suspect, even though I have this file now on my desktop that has a file called Claude MD that gives instructions, etc., I'm certain that if I open this file with Codex or Google's, I could probably just pick it up the same.
Yeah. I also think there's a fundamental issue with the lock-in strategy, because when you're talking about technology and the internet, it just feels very against the grain to try to lock people into anything. And we've seen various projects over the years, and it's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say it's a lot harder than it looks, but then we also know the flip side, which is that tons of people are locked into software that they hate, right?
Yeah.
People are, I hate, how many times have you, I hate Outlook, right? Or I hate Microsoft Teams, and I hate this, and I spend money on it every month, and my organization can't move off of it, or we can't migrate off of it. So I do think that cuts both ways. I do think he offered the best explanation I've heard of why the AI coding models are a threat to a lot of pretty big software businesses, especially the point about how the user never uses all of the features that the software got built for, and therefore maybe the build versus buy calculation really starts to shift when they can just design that one feature very quickly.
I totally agree. On the software side, it seems like an existential threat, but just the locked-in ecosystem of a particular model. I know you said it's not actually a model, but that seems like a bigger issue to me. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
We're going to see. And I don't know. I kind of think we're going to see quickly.
Yeah. That's, that's the only certainty is stuff is happening fast.
Stuff is happening now. Yeah.
All right. Shall we leave it there?
Let's leave it there.
Okay, this has been another episode of the Odd Lots podcast. I'm Tracy Alloway. You can follow me at Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal. You can follow me at The Stalwart. Follow our guest, Noah Breyer. He's at Hey It's Noah. Follow our producers, Carmen Rodriguez at Carmen Armin, Dashiell Bennett at Dashbot, and Cale Brooks at Cale Brooks.
And for more Odd Lots content and to see what Joe has actually been working on with Claude Code, check out our daily newsletter. You can find that at bloomberg.com/oddlots.
And you can join fellow listeners in conversation 24/7 in our Discord, discord.gg/oddlots.
And if you enjoyed this conversation, if you like it when we talk about AI, then please leave a comment or like the video, or better yet, subscribe.
Thanks for watching.
do I want to, die on Mars? And I'm like, yes, but just not on impact.
That's a good answer. Anyway, we're out of time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this. There's so many myths around Elon Musk. I could tell you he's a great friend, and I constantly learn so much from him. And I'm totally inspired by what he has done. I've been inspired who he is, and I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future. And I don't think it's such a bad future, and I agree with his optimism. So, Elon, thank you. Any last words?
Well, I think my last words would be, I would encourage everyone to be optimistic and excited about the future.
Good.
And generally, I think for quality of life, it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong rather than a pessimist and right.
On that note.
This is Bloomberg Tech, and that was Elon Musk, the world's richest man, CEO of Tesla, CEO of SpaceX, alongside BlackRock CEO Larry Fink there in Davos. And Caroline, a lot of this is Elon Musk's talking book, things we've heard before. And I was trying to discern, what's new and what's news. We sent the headline on the Bloomberg terminal that Tesla could be selling Optimus to the public, their humanoid robot, at the end of next year. That seemed to move the shares for Tesla. What else caught your ear? Because there was a lot.
Yeah, and I think the idea of how much more improved Optimus will be, how sophisticated it will become, and how many billions will be out there in the world. But more broadly, he also talked about where he is in terms of Starship, where he aims in terms of space, and the idea that they want to be proving full reusability for Starship this year. And of course, then, the favorite talk of most CEOs at the moment, if you're in the world of AI, is putting AI data centers in space and what that means in terms of solar energy. There was a lot talked about in terms of energy. Did that take your interest? Because really, that seems to be the bottleneck of choice at the moment.
Yeah, Tesla has an energy division, right? And so it was obvious that he would kind of talk that part up. But this is something in the consciousness of the administration, the rest of supply chain. China dominates supply of solar energy. And whatever SpaceX's long-term ambitions are for data centers in space, clearly Larry Fink tried to get Elon Musk to say, hey, the US and Europe should be doing more. Musk didn't really bite, but he did go as far to say, well, look, this is what Tesla and SpaceX are doing over the next 2 to 3 years. No-brainer to have solar-powered compute in space, but also ramp up the output of cells, because if you don't sell them into markets like Europe, China does.
Precisely. Also talking about how cheaper AI could become. Look, we're all thinking about the cost of compute, the cost of energy. If you put those AI data centers in the next 2 to 3 years, he's saying more broadly, space is the cheapest place to put AI in 2 to 3 years. It's interesting, the FT's just been sending a headline talking about Elon Musk, SpaceX lining up 4 banks for an IPO. So we are all in on the space story right now.
And he was asked, what inspires you? And he said when he was a kid, he read science fiction books. So if you're a kid out there watching and you want to be the next Elon Musk, that's what you've got to do. We're also tracking and looking at live images of Blue Origin's new Shepard NS-38 latest mission. We're on a hold right now. The window had been due to open 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. here on the West Coast for NS-38. By this point, 90 people have gone up on Blue Origin, but they're on a hold, a technical hold. We'll keep tracking it, but you can watch the launch on LiveGo on the Bloomberg terminal. Caro, there is a lot going on in financial markets too.
There are, and more broadly, we're seeing a bit more optimism come to life in the markets. Look, the geopolitical angst put to one side, and the optimism returning about all things AI. At one point, we were thinking the narrative was all around NVIDIA and Jensen Huang being bullish once again on the $1 trillion of spending that's going to be going into the idea of AI data centers, the need for chips. But we've also got earnings on deck later today. That's something you're going to be digging into. At the moment, Nasdaq's up 0.6%, but look, we're in the green across the board when you're looking at every benchmark across the entire world, Ed.
I'm taking a look at Intel because Intel posts after market, and even though the chip maker is still embattled, the stock has been on a hell of a run of late. On the week, up almost 15%, on track for its best week, I think, in quite a long time. But right now, we're treading water. Of course we are. Why? Because we'll wait and see actually the meat of what comes out of that earnings print, again, which is after the market close around 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Caro, there are many news stories as well.
There are in the private markets too. And guess what? OpenAI's fundraising. We knew that, but the CEO, Sam Altman, has been really busy traveling in the Middle East. He's been meeting with top investors in an effort really to secure funding for an investment round that could total, get this, $50 billion. It's according to sources. Bloomberg's Shireen Ghaffari joining us to cover the story. I mean, the valuations are gargantuan. We're thinking up to $830 billion is where it could be. But the focus on the Middle East, perhaps unsurprising for these foundation AI labs.
That's right. When you think about the pools of capital that are required for these kinds of mega fundraising rounds, you're tapping beyond the usual network of Silicon Valley VCs or even New York finance firms, right? And so that's why you see CEOs like Sam Altman traveling to places like Abu Dhabi to court investors.
Shireen, we have tried to track this as closely as possible. I think one of the things reading the report is the detail of what we know about how Sam Altman operates. The travel, who he meets with, the specific names behind the sovereign wealth funds in the jurisdictions he's going to. Give us all the detail you can. Give us a good insight in what he's trying to pull off.
I mean, if you think about it, this is a time when there is great interest in the Middle East and other regions and tapping into the AI boom. There are also other companies fundraising. We know Anthropic is also, set to finalize a round very soon, as we've reported. SpaceX may be going IPO, but in the past they've also been fundraising. So we have, a limited, even when you get to these larger pools of capital that extend beyond the U.S.'s ability in terms of VC firms, there's still a limit to how much these sovereign wealth funds can give. So it requires travel, it requires relationships, right? It requires going out and actually meeting people, shaking hands, and hopefully securing a deal.
This is a big deal. What we're hearing, right, just to recap, $50 billion target raise, $750 billion to $830 billion valuation, a lot of eyes on it. Bloomberg, Shireen Ghaffari leading the team that's been reporting and tracking it. Now, coming up, Apple prepares to turn Siri into an AI chatbot as it aims to take on ChatGPT and OpenAI. We have the details next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Silence isn't empty. It's full of proof. When a silent gesture orchestrates masterpieces, we're not just one step ahead. We're in a league of our own. From 50 years ago to today to tomorrow, CIB has always been here. Growth, innovation, and setting the standard for half a century. Progress driven by quiet mastery.
Apple. It's set to revamp Siri later this year, turning the digital assistant into the company's first AI chatbot. The feature is set to be integrated into Apple's lineup of iPhones, iPads, Mac operating systems. Bloomberg's consumer tech editor, Mark Gurman, broke the details. You join us now. Mark, it's interesting how much they're depending on Google technology, potentially on their servers as well. But this is quite a move to be going to the chatbot form.
This is a blockbuster move for Apple for the last several months, even in light of the new Siri being delayed and not launching on time a year and a half ago, even in light of the botched launch and the delays to Apple Intelligence. Apple was steadfast in saying that it doesn't believe in the chatbot route that OpenAI is taking with ChatGPT, that Google's taking with Gemini, that Microsoft is taking with Copilot. But everyone who's used these chatbots know that this is at the very center of the generative AI battleground. ChatGPT is nearing 1 billion monthly active users, right? It's clearly resonating. And so Apple knows it needs to go in this direction, and it's doing exactly what it needs to do to make its consumers happy and to keep selling its devices and keeping its operating system in line with the future. So at the end of this year, they're going to revamp Siri into a chatbot. And it's going to be far more capable than what you're seeing from chatbots today, having those features, having web search, but also having deep ties into Apple's devices, allowing you to control specific apps and features.
You know, it's interesting to see the shares up about 0.9% after the reporting. And when I read the report, it's clear Siri will be fundamentally different. But is this a direct result, Mark, of that agreement that Apple reached with Google for Gemini to underpin this next gen of Siri? Is that kind of what the unlock has been?
that has been the unlock for them to bring this to market. This is a concept that they've had for a while now, using their internal models that they built for Siri and Apple Intelligence a couple of years ago. But based on all the delays and based on all the issues the company's had, it would have been impossible to launch that with their internal models because it just wouldn't work well. It would be subpar, and they would have crisis round 2 for their AI strategy. So yes, as you said, partnering with Google for Gemini has been the unlock to actually bring this to market. Now, there are some important details here. There's a new version of Siri launching in the coming months, in the first half of this year, likely around March of April. That brings to market features they announced 2 years ago in 2024 at their developer conference. The assistant being able to tap into personal data, being able to know what's on your screen, precise control of applications in the operating system. And to do that, they're using a custom Gemini model that mixes with their internal models, runs in the cloud on Apple servers. But this chatbot is so powerful and needs to have as much functionality as possible to really compete with OpenAI and what Google and Microsoft offer today. So what they're discussing doing is actually running this Gemini model on Google's cloud platform services, as well as on Google TPUs, which is a big sea change for what Apple's doing currently with Gemini.
Yeah, we've talked about the TPU unlock as well. Bloomberg's Mark Gurman back strong with a big scoop. Thank you very much. Let's turn to chips that power AI. Alibaba is preparing to IPO its chip-making arm, T-Head. Bloomberg's executive editor for tech, leading the Asia team, Peter Elstrom, joins us now. This is interesting. It's kind of a twofer. We know from our reporting they're planning to IPO this unit. But in the interim, they're also going to restructure it. What do we need to know?
Yeah, that's right. It's a two-step process that Alibaba is looking at here. They're going to begin by restructuring the ownership of the company, allowing employees to own some of the shares here, and then later on they plan on taking it public. Now, this is an interesting move by Alibaba. Alibaba, of course, is an e-commerce company at its core. It's been diversifying into a number of different areas, including AI. They have one of the leading AI models in China with its Gwen platform. And they've been working on this chip effort, too. It's a bit like Amazon's push into being able to develop their own AI chips. And Google's, you talked about the TPUs. It's an interesting strategic move by Alibaba because they're deciding that they do want to go ahead and spin off that chip unit, see if they can give it some independence, give some ownership to the employees so that they'll have a motivation to be able to competitive. But then they have a very big market to address here, and they have some very significant competitors in China and, of course, beyond China, too.
More Threads Technologies just listed, Cambricon Technologies. Briefly, Peter, the context of the support from China on this.
Well, this is national policy. As we've talked about a number of times before, the U.S. has cut off NVIDIA from selling its most advanced chips into China. In Beijing, that's seen as a very serious threat. They want to have some domestic alternatives to that. So they have a number of domestic players that are coming on strong. Huawei is leading the way. Cambricon is probably second. Cambricon is unknown in the West, really, but it's an $80 billion company. They're doing quite well. And so companies like Alibaba and More Threads and some of the other small players see a golden opportunity here. If they can develop the technology for these AI chips, they're going to have a very vibrant domestic market.
Baidu also looking at doing something similar. Peter Elstrom, great breakdown. We thank you. Coming up, we'll hear from the CEO of Mistral on the global AI race. Spoiler alert, he says China is further ahead than you think. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
The idea that China is behind in AI is a fairy tale. Those are the words from Arthur Mensch, CEO of Mistral AI, Europe's only large language model player. He spoke with Bloomberg's Jumana Basecci in Davos, and he also weighed in on whether European companies stand to benefit from enterprises looking to move away from US providers for geopolitical reasons. Listen to this.
It certainly is a growing topic, top of mind in the CEO's mind of enterprises, that their dependency to single providers when it comes to digital services might become a problem and is not a great answer to the volatility that we observe in the world. Yeah. So it's true in Europe, but it's also true outside of Europe. It's true in the US with certain accounts. It's true in Canada. It's true in the Southeast Asian region where we operate a lot as well. So we do see that the technology we've built and the differentiation of it, which is AI that you can customize and deploy wherever you want, is something that does resonate with the geopolitical events that we see.
Well, staying with the geopolitics, one of my colleagues spoke to the Anthropic CEO earlier this week, and on China, he thought that the idea of sending advanced chips there, and this is a quote, is crazy, and said it's a bit like selling nuclear weapons to North Korea. What's your view?
Well, I think I don't think this is true. It turns out that China does very well without NVIDIA chips. We've seen China rise on the open source front, and we have been at Mistral basically the spearhead of open source in the West, so outside of China.
Is China behind, though, the West?
China is not behind the West. I think this is a fairy tale. In AI, they are very much at parity. And the year ahead is going to be extremely interesting in that respect. We care about Europe maintaining its position, Europe maintaining its ability to train models, because we don't think that we should rely on open source Chinese models in very critical applications. So we need to be able to create our own models and to sell them to enterprises. So it's going to be very interesting, but it's a fairy tale that China is behind.
Let's talk about your own business. Do you have a revenue goal for this year?
Yeah, we do. We should cross $1 billion by the end of the year.
Okay, and in terms of CapEx spending, what are you factoring in?
We are about to do around $1 billion in CapEx spending this year on our Endeavor Mistral Compute, which is what we've done last year is to start and build our clusters and to fill some of the data centers we're renting with these clusters. The idea being that because we have the hardware, the software platform, because we know how to build the models and the applications on top, combining them with the GPUs is a way to get to a vertically integrated stack, AI cloud services that are competing with some of the other fully integrated providers.
Mistral CEO Arthur Mensch there, along with Bloomberg's Jumana Basechi. But as we just heard, the status of China's AI progress has come up repeatedly at Davos. Yesterday, we heard Google DeepMind CEO Demis Hassabis say that China was a mere 6 months behind the West. These comments come as politicians have been more focused, of course, on tensions between the US and Europe, perhaps, rather than the AI race with China. Let's discuss the AI race with China with Liza Tobin, Managing Director at Gartner Global. Your expertise is so important. You're at the Special Competitive Studies Project. You were also helping with national security at the government level and the China director there, Liza. So are you on the idea that it's a fairy tale, that they're behind, that actually they are in lockstep with the United States in terms of AI agility and compute power?
Well, good morning, Caroline. It's great to be on with you. Yeah, so a couple of things can be true at the same time. China is absolutely going gangbusters in AI innovation at several layers of the stack. They're doing amazing things in open source models and applications, and of course at the energy level. Where America's #1 advantage still lies is in computing power at scale. I think that's widely agreed upon. Jensen Huang, in his interview at Davos on Fox, was acknowledging this when he was talking about the demand constraints that he's facing and how this growing demand for a limited supply of these AI chips is actually growing right now. And so that's why it's somewhat ironic and unfortunate
Liza,
for where
let me just jump in here.
Sure.
Liza, let me just jump in. Jensen Huang may have said that in that interview, but Jensen Huang's got a vested interest to drive the sales of what is the world's most valuable company in a market he said is a potential $50 billion market, right? What he doesn't address is the concern of those that basically don't think the balance is right. Exporting some deprecated technology still being a national security risk, in part because it allows China to catch up, which is the debate of Davos we're having. Have they got that balance right, to your mind?
No, the current policy in the United States doesn't. They are the policy to license H200 chips to China is giving them a lifeline right where they need it most. You know, the compute advantage that the United States has was poised to grow exponentially if the controls stay in place. But President Trump and Jensen Huang, for the reasons you suggest, NVIDIA wants a foothold in the China market. What's ironic, of course, is that now Xi Jinping is waffling about whether he's even going to let his companies buy many of these H200 chips because he wants to make sure that much of the demand is going to the domestic chip makers.
What's interesting is many would say we need all of technology across the world built on underlying US chips, and that's the argument to keep them going into China. Liza, do you have much credence to that, or are you more looking at Representative Brian Mast, who's saying basically that Jensen Huang you and your paid minions, he says, are fighting to sell millions of advanced AI chips to Chinese military companies like Alibaba and Tencent?
Yeah, it's interesting that Jensen Huang is trying to shift the narrative away from the military aspects of AI. Of course, these chips are inherently dual use, and China has a military-civil fusion system in place where you can't guarantee that once these chips get into China that they won't make them available for military use. That's just a fantasy that we can sort of control that. And so, but you see that narrative of these things potentially being used for military or intelligence uses is inconvenient. So
Liza.
Jensen Huang is trying to kind of pivot away from that.
Liza Tobin of Garner Global, thank you. These are live pictures of West Texas, Van Horn and Blue Origin's launch pad, New Shepard 38. Let's listen in. We're braced for liftoff.
6, 5, 4. Command is start. 2, 1, 0. 5,000 feet. Crew capsule passing 11,000 feet.
All right, New Shepard has cleared the tower. Take a look on your screen. On the left-hand side of the screen, you'll be able to follow along with our telemetry, giving you altitude and speed. And then on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you'll be able to see how far we are into NS-38's flight.
Okay, you are watching live images of Blue Origin's NS-38 New Shepard mission carrying the 6 latest astronauts, commercial passengers, to just above the Kármán line out of Van Horn, West Texas. We've just hit max Q, the moment of maximum aerodynamic pressure or stress on that vehicle. The Blue Origin New Shepard design relies on its own BE-3 PM engine, where the propellant is a mix of hydrogen and oxygen, the byproduct of which is water, for those chemistry nerds of you that are out there. And Caro, you know, we cover this because it is the evidence of the development of commercial space. You have 6 people on board. Some of them have paid for the privilege. We don't know how much because they don't disclose it. Just for 60 seconds of weightlessness in space, in what Blue Origin says are the biggest windows to ever go into space.
And by now, this is almost becoming regular, and 90 humans above the Kármán line have been flown by Blue Origin thus far, right? So we're starting to see the cadence build up. And where does that push Blue Origin in terms of its next steps in commercialization?
Again, Blue Origin is a multifaceted business. What you're watching on your screen now is the combined vehicle makes its way up to that Kármán line. You have the first stage booster and then the capsule on top. This is space tourism, essentially, right? They will also argue that it provides a zero-gravity environment, even for 60 seconds, to do scientific experimentation. But the news last night, Blue Origin is also working on a Starlink competitor, right? Satellite-based and constellation-based connectivity, then they have a more powerful rocket, New Glenn, which is used for a wide range of commercial applications, but putting satellite deployment into low Earth orbit. We're about 3 minutes into this mission. We expect that the separation to happen imminently, and then what you have is that 3 minute 30 seconds mark, Caro. Those 6 passengers go to the Kármán line, which is the kind of recognized boundary of space, where they'll get out, undo their seatbelts, and float around looking out of the window. And again, some of them paid hundreds of thousands. We don't have a specific number for the privilege of doing that.
Yeah, and some of the names might be known to many. Tim Drexler, for example, but a lot of entrepreneurial names. Some obstetricians are in there, but we've got Tim Drexler, Linda Edwards, Elaine Fernandez, for example, among the 6 that are currently in that capsule. And there was a slight delay to it. We understand that there was sort of unknown, unauthorized personnel in the line of the rocket as to why it was pushed back that little bit on the day. But talk us through the risks, if any, of what has become standardized practice.
Every launch that involves human payload, humans on board, is a risk. The hold on this case, the delay, if you like, was because of unauthorized personnel on range, but that is a very wide radius. You have to control both the airspace and on the ground, subject to ITAR restrictions, because it's a rocket at the end of the day. The view that you're looking at is just switch, right? So you can see those 2 white dots if you squint and you look very closely. One is the capsule and one is the booster that's kind of rapidly coming back down to Earth. And what will happen very, very soon, because we're at the 4 minutes 30 second mark, is those inside the capsule, the 6 of them, will get a 1 minute warning where they've been through this training process, where they'll buckle themselves back in. And then it's good old-fashioned rocket science, where the flat bottom of the capsule and Earth's gravitational pull brings it back down into Earth's atmosphere, and we can kind of go from there.
And we can continue. This is like a 10-minute process, and we're already, as you say, at the halfway point, Ed. We can go to Lauren Grush, who helps cover all things space across our network and platforms for us. And Lauren, this seems to be going all according to plan as we think, but space very much in line of sight of investors at the moment, but also of the market more broadly. We're thinking about Elon Musk, who's just come off stage over at Davos, talking about how his reusable giant rocket might be there by the end of this year in terms of reusability.
Yes, that is the ultimate goal of Starship, which they've been pursuing for some time. Full reusability, actually the New Shepard is a fully reusable system, but it obviously does not go to orbit. And so Starship is really trying to accomplish a feat that no one has been able to before. And Elon just said that they hope to get to full reusability sometime this year. That would be a major accomplishment if they can make it happen. And we'll obviously be keeping an eye out on those Starship test flights, which are always so fun. But yeah, that will be a big moment if they can make it happen.
We got Bloomberg's Lauren Grush. She leads our coverage on space. And on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got the downward camera on the New Shepard booster as it returns down to Earth. We're about 6 minutes in, Lauren. Booster descending, and then the capsule any second will start descending. By the way, peaking at like 4 to 5G on the way around. Kara and I were talking about how we carry this right because it's an expensive endeavor for space tourism, but Blue Origin's business, as we see that booster coming down, is multifaceted. What's the big priority for Blue right now?
Well, it actually comes at a really interesting time. They just announced the 3rd upcoming flight for their New Glenn rocket. That's their much larger orbital rocket that they've launched twice now and successfully landed on a barge on that 2nd flight. Now, New Glenn is not fully reusable. The 2nd stage, the upper portion of the rocket, does not come back, but they were able to achieve that partial reusability with the 2nd flight.
ओके गाइस, ये नेचुरल गैस में प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना है यहाँ पर। देखो यहाँ पर अभी हो क्या रहा है, यहाँ पर इशू क्या है। ये क्रूड नेचुरल गैस इज अ रेंज बाउंड प्राइस एक्शन राइट नाउ। ये आरबीपीए इसलिए लिखा हुआ है, इट इज अ रेंज, ठीक है। इसी रेंज है, यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस था, एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड लगाया अभी थोड़ी देर पहले, सेलिंग आ गई है, लगभग ज़्यादा टारगेट नहीं है, 12 पॉइंट का टारगेट सा मिल चुका है ऑलमोस्ट। प्रॉब्लम ये है कि नीचे ये भी सपोर्ट है। अब दोनों साइड तो जाएगा नहीं ऑब्वियसली है, या तो नीचे ब्रेक करेगा या फिर ऊपर ब्रेक करेगा। नीचे वाला जो लेवल है वहां से ऑलरेडी मार्केट 2 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है डीप लेवल से। सो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि इन लोअर एंड ब्रेक हो जाए, अगर प्राइस अगर 314 के नीचे प्रॉपरली ब्रेक डाउन कर देता है, ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट, तो फिर ये थोड़ा बड़ा फॉल कर सकता है। देन वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट प्राइस शुड फॉल टिल 289, लगभग 40 पॉइंट मूव कर सकते हैं। बट अगेन जब तक ये ब्रेक नहीं होता तब तक वी कांट से कि प्राइस नीचे ब्रेक डाउन करेगा ही करेगा, यहाँ से वापस प्राइस सपोर्ट लेने के चांसेस है। बट अगेन फिर अगर ऊपर जाता है, ऊपर भी ब्रेकआउट जब तक नहीं होगा तब तक फिर जाएगा नहीं। तो ये एक रेंज है। मॉर्निंग पे एक सेलिंग मुझे लग रहा था थोड़ी बहुत जरूर आएगी नीचे सपोर्ट तक पहुंचने के लिए, वो आ चुकी है। तो अब प्लान क्या करना, देखो अब बेस्ट के सिनेरियो तो यही है कि एक साइड ब्रेक हो जाने दो प्राइस को, या तो अपर साइड ब्रेक होने दो या फिर लोअर एंड ब्रेक होने दो। किसी एक साइड पे ब्रेक हो जाता है प्रॉपर्ली, उसके बाद ही मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ट्रेड करना ज़्यादा बेटर है। ऊपर अगर निकला अपर साइड पे तो फिर हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे प्राइस 350 टू 55 के आसपास जाए, यहाँ से फिर वापस दोबारा सेल करने की कोशिश करेंगे। दैट इज़ अ गुड रेजिस्टेंस टिल नाउ। लोअर एंड पे अगर ब्रेक होता है, क्योंकि लोअर एंड से भी देखोगे तो मार्केट ने जब भी पहली बार यहाँ पर सपोर्ट लिया था तो एक हाई बनाया था, दूसरी बार एक हायर हाई बनाया था, तीसरी बार एक और हायर हाई ही बना है। सो उस वजह से देखोगे तो ये अभी भी है सपोर्ट इंटैक्ट ही है, इवन दो कैंडल देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है बट ब्रेक डाउन नहीं हुआ है। तो ध्यान रखना, मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा एक रेंज के बाहर निकल जाने दो अब। बाकी अगर रिस्क ले सकते हो तो फिर तो आप एक ही चीज़ करो, नीचे से बाई करो, ऊपर से सेल, नीचे से बाई, ऊपर से सेल। बट याद रखना एक ना एक टाइम पे एसएल जरूर जाएगा, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहिए। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि ब्रेक हो जाए ये नीचे सपोर्ट तो बेटर है। ठीक है, फिर नीचे हमारे पास नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट है काफ़ी अच्छा 288 के आसपास, वहाँ पर फिर हम बाई करेंगे। तो अगर ये रेंज ब्रेक हो जाती है किसी भी साइड पे, ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में ये जो ब्लैक कलर के बॉक्स बना रखे हैं इसके बाहर कहीं रेंज निकलती है, तब थोड़े से बड़े टारगेट हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे इंट्राडे के लिए। अदरवाइज ये रेंज है, जब तक इस रेंज के अंदर है बड़े टारगेट मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ। 12 से 15 पॉइंट की रेंज है, उसी रेंज में रहना चाहिए। लोअर एंड ब्रेक करता है तो एक बड़ी रेंज लोअर एंड पे ये है, अपर साइड ब्रेक करता है तो फिर अपर साइड पे ये एक रेंज रहेगी। ठीक है, तो ये अभी भी सपोर्ट है, ध्यान रखना, ब्रेक डाउन नहीं हुआ है। तो एक सेलिंग का ट्रेंड मुझे लग रहा था मॉर्निंग पे आना चाहिए था, वो आ गया है। लेट्स सी अब किस साइड मार्केट ब्रेक करता है। क्रूड ऑयल में कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है अभी, कुछ बनेगा ट्रेड तो देखेंगे, अभी कुछ नहीं है। ठीक है, ट्रेड लेट्स सी। बाकी नेचुरल गैस ध्यान रखना, मैंने नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट लगा रखा है तो डोंट बी कंफ्यूज। बाकी सेलिंग में बुक कर सकते हैं वैसे प्रॉफिट। बाकी देखो अगर वेट करना चाह रहे हो ब्रेकडाउन का होगा नहीं होगा वी डोंट नो येट। अगर वेट करना चाह रहे हो तो ट्रेल कर लो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के, ब्रेकडाउन अगर हो गया तो टारगेट बड़ा मिलेगा, बट अगेन नहीं हुआ तो फिर ये रेंज घूमता रहेगा प्राइस इस रेंज में। ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना जो लोग ट्रेड कर रहे हैं, नेचुरल गैस को स्पेसिफिकली बता रहा हूँ।
We have the landing, touchdown. Chill, Ed, as you called it. It looks like quite a lot of dust being blown up.
No,
on a
I just
chill
mean
entry.
like if you're going up at 3 Gs and you're coming down at 4 to 5 Gs, but the moment you touch the ground it's just like a little boop, then that's what I meant by chill. But again, we talked about this being routine, and sorry to interrupt, Caro. We'll wait for confirmation from Blue, but as it stands, another successful mission.
It is seemingly successful. We're checking on those 6 astronauts, as they're known, and what the Kármán line touching and the zero gravity feel was like for each individual. Lauren, we though always come back on Bloomberg to the financing of this, and we await potentially 2026 an enormous IPO of SpaceX as well. That must be something you're tuned in for.
Oh, absolutely. I think the entire space industry is kind of on pins and needles, awaiting how this IPO will play out. And obviously, as we mentioned, one of the things fueling the IPO is this concept of raising capital for space data centers. So I think it'll have a very sizable impact on the entire space industry, not just SpaceX. I've spoken to a number of experts who think that this will open the door for even more investment in the space industry, which is sometimes considered very niche. So I think even the competitors of SpaceX are probably pretty excited to see how this plays out.
We're going to move away from West Texas, and when Blue Origin confirms all is well, we'll bring it to the audience and go back to Elon Musk at Davos, and let's listen to some of what he had to say on stage.
Probably sometime next year, I'd say that by the end of next year, I think would be selling humanoid robots to the public. That's when we are confident that it's very high reliability, very high safety. And the range of functionality is also very high. You can basically ask it to do anything you'd like.
Well, that was the timeline prediction that moved markets. Tesla shares rose when Musk said that. Musk often misses his own deadlines. In the space context, Lauren, that's your domain. Just real quick, what were the kind of timelines that he gave, if any, on that part of his business?
Right. So he said the things that I took note of are the fact that he thinks that space will be the cheapest place for AI data centers to be in the next 2 to 3 years. Obviously, I think that might be a very ambitious timeline as well. Jeff Bezos has given a timeline of 10 years in order for it to be economically feasible. And I spoke to another expert who mentioned that makes a little bit more sense. And then on the Starship front, as we mentioned, he talked about getting to full reusability sometime this year. Again, that's going to be a very big feat if and when they pull it off. I can't speak to whether or not they will do it this year, but they've obviously been doing these periodic test flights of Starship in order to reach that goal. And so either way, it should be very exciting to watch as they incrementally get closer to that development.
And Lauren, you'll be along the way for us, as always, guiding the show and across platform. Thank you so much, Bloomberg's Lauren Grosh, on all things space. Look, we were just talking about Elon Musk at Davos, what he said. Others have been there too, funnily enough. Darktrace CEO Jill Popelka. And she says that AI has, quote, democratized cyber attacks, and there needs to be a shift towards sophisticated defenses to protect businesses. She spoke with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix on the sidelines of 2026 World Economic Forum. Take a listen.
The threats are becoming more sophisticated. They're becoming more complex. And whereas before we might have thought about being attacker-centric and trying to predict what the attacker is going to do next, that's not what Darktrace has ever done, and it's definitely not what we can do moving forward. Because we can't predict this high-velocity, high-threat landscape. We know that countries like Japan, for example, they used to have a natural barrier because their language was more complex and people couldn't quite get their, the cyber attackers couldn't get their heads around creating an attack in Japanese. But now AI can create those complex, highly sophisticated threats in any language around the world. And so, right, we're looking at a much higher velocity threat landscape.
So is AI and cybersecurity much more sophisticated than even 12 months ago?
Oh, of course. It's becoming more and more sophisticated. We have the most amazing minds in Cambridge, people who are linguistics majors, people who have majored in the classics, but now looking at how is this AI challenge for us? How do we protect the world against it?
So after Darktrace's acquisition by Thomas Bravo and the shift to operating privately, how has that changed your focus and investment strategy?
Darktrace was already changing, and so the transition into private equity ownership really wasn't that big a deal for us. We were continuing on our path of innovating and creating the latest and greatest products. We were also working on scaling our business. So we had become really a $700 million startup. And then we needed to ensure that our systems and our processes and our talent acquisition and all the different things that big companies do, that we were doing those really well also.
Are the cyber threats coming from government agents or government entities, or what can you tell us about where the biggest threat is coming from?
What's interesting is AI has democratized cyber attacks, just like it's democratized so many other things.
That's a good line.
It doesn't really matter where it's coming from. From a Darktrace perspective, we're going to protect you from a nation-state actor, just like we're going to protect you from a Western teenager in his garage, having a heyday with AI that day. So it's not so much about being attacker-centric. What we do want to think about, though, is how we get every anomaly and how we ensure that we're protecting from those.
That was Darktrace CEO Jill Popelka along with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix. Now, coming up, a startup aiming to outperform today's AI accelerators has attracted $110 million in Series A funding. Neuropos CEO Patrick Bowen and M12 managing partner Michael Stewart join us next. Whew. This is Bloomberg Tech. AI chip startup Neuropos has closed a $110 million Series A funding round. The company makes an optical processing unit with over 1 million micron-scale optical elements on a single chip. They rely on light to transmit data. It claims this OPU delivers up to 100x the performance and energy efficiency of current leading GPUs and accelerator cards. Let's get to it. Patrick Bowen, Neuropos co-founder and CEO, and Michael Stewart, managing partner at M12, formerly known as Microsoft's venture fund. Patrick, the devil's in the detail here. The use of light to transmit data instead of electrons. And again, I'm not an engineer, but what is this OPU design that you're developing?
It's essentially designed to be a drop-in replacement for a GPU, but actually runs 50 to 100 times both faster and with 50 to 100 times higher raw energy efficiency in the inference use case, not for training. That's right.
You're an engineer by trade, by background, but then you go to the dark side of venture capital. Why back this project? You're going to tell me that there's a gap, there's a problem being solved for here. there are lots of inference solutions out there, different technological underpinning, but why this one?
Yeah, certainly. Our investment focus is on the data center of the future. And by and large, the industry has committed massive amounts of capital to scaling the technology that we know and understand. And from our investment thesis, our investment aims, we're really looking for what is far beyond the state of the art to disrupt that, particularly toward the end of the decade. And what Patrick and his team have developed is really, it's not just a new technique that's cool because it uses light, but it really delivers demonstrable benefits to the energy needed for the compute, and in a way that we think could change the game. So that's something we can underwrite as the fund, and we think it could impact Microsoft, but also the industry at large.
Okay, I'm interested, Patrick, on the next set of data centers are meant to be being built in space, if you're listening to Elon Musk over at Davos today. I'm interested as to whether that is something that you think is applicable to your technology and how you think you're going to be beating what are quite a lot of competitors out there. There's Light Matter, IA Labs, Renovus, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing is, wherever you go, whether it's in space or it's on Earth, AI is fundamentally hardware limited, and the hardware is fundamentally power limited, right? And the move to space is an attempt to try to solve the power consumption part of the problem. But wherever you go, even in space, power is still going to be limited, and we're solving that problem at the fundamental physics level.
Are you, Michael, seeing the adoption by, well, those out there at the moment building the data centers for such new, interesting technology? Because as you say, this could just be replacing, dropped in instead of a GPU. How are you seeing that revenue process as you back it with this sort of Series A funding?
Well, in the last couple of weeks, the last couple of months, actually, we've seen a complete and total breakthrough in the acceptance by the leaders in the industry, the chip industry, to use new hardware to address different parts of the inference workload. And that's the last couple of large licensing and hiring deals that we've seen, and I believe that's the beginning. That's kind of like, it's like breaking the sound barrier. You need those steps to happen on the part of obviously the leaders to pave the way for even more disruptive technology like what Neuropos is developing.
This is an industry that is still dominated by the GPU, NVIDIA, right? But with the specialist inference platforms, the argument that NVIDIA makes is that we give 5-year visibility on our product roadmap, and that's why each generation of silicon that comes out, you just drop it in. How is this more than a lab experiment right now with Neuropos? And you can convince that data center that's not yet planned for, let alone built, that's the best viable option.
Right. The key is that right now we already have silicon. We have verified silicon.
It is real?
It is real. We have taped out these chips. We've de-risked the fundamental physics. So from here, unlike quantum computing, where you still need some more physics miracles to make it happen, there are no more physics miracles in our roadmap. From here, it is hard engineering, but it is just engineering to get to market. And so we can build a timeline and an engineering schedule that is tractable and actually can deliver on time.
I'm just trying to understand how difficult this is going to be, Michael. Cerebras is doing interesting things, different technology.
Sure.
Grok, when NVIDIA took Grok, they were like, well, they didn't have a place in the world. You seem to think that actually the underlying technology, OPU, does have a place in the world. What evidence would you provide for that?
My background is from the semiconductor industry. I got to say, I wasn't sold until I visited the lab, and Patrick and their team, Open Kimono, showed me the oscilloscopes, showed me the test beds. This is something that can not only work on its own, but it could be integrated with other conventional products that are in the server bill of materials. And again, that's the piece I can underwrite. We're not really here in this case to look to invest in science, although I'm a scientist. I at least think we should stand behind the technologies that could change the game for the energy needed for inference compute.
Why underwrite Neuropos versus, as I said, Light Matter, IA Labs?
I don't want to comment on the other companies other than I've known them, and I looked at this. I looked at optical compute very seriously 5 years ago or so for my prior fund. In fact, I met Patrick at that time, and the concept for Neuropos was a little bit early. But I think the market conditions, the demand, the need for new approaches, combined with, like I said, the signals of leaders, to be willing to integrate and use this technology in their platforms that are already commercially successful. This is a moving train toward heterogeneous compute and true disruptive technologies making it to market. What Neuropos has that, again, helped us move forward is something I could see with my eyes that shows it could work. Now, I'm going to still put the pressure on Patrick to deliver the product on time, which is definitely, the job of an entrepreneur. But to his point, it's not a science risk question as much anymore as engineering and capital. So once again, that's where we can bring our fund in.
And boy, is there a need for an unlock on the energy side. Patrick Bowen, we thank you so much, CEO of Neuropos, and Michael Stewart, Managing Partner at M12. Great to have you both on this funding round. Meanwhile, coming up, let's turn to other chips. Intel earnings are coming out later today. We're going to discuss that next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Intel's down 0.5 percentage point, but in reality, Kara, it's just treading water ahead of earnings after the bell. It's up 15% in a short US week because of the holiday, and it's up like 46% year to date. And whatever it tells us about AI, the reality is right now, its bread and butter business, CPUs, is in demand, and that's really helping it.
And the PC side of the business, many feeling that that's been a growth trajectory for them once again. And we had, of course, the discussion around Panther Lake and what they've been doing in terms of innovation. The key question is going to be Foundry. Where is that actually going in terms of clear direction? Revenues are likely to fall for this fiscal quarter that they're reporting on, Ed, by 6%. It's only growth come the second half of 2026, right?
Yeah, and probably some updates on Lip-Bu Tan, the CEO, and what's his relationship like with the president, one of his shareholders now, the United States of America. All right, and these are all good topics of conversation, but we have had a hell of a run-up before the earnings actually hit.
Yeah, so maybe a bit of digestion just before they come out. But digest more of this edition of Bloomberg Tech. It's over for now, but Ed, the podcast.
Yeah, check out the pod. Astonishing episode, to be frank. I mean, lots to recap. You know where to find it. iHeart, Spotify, and on Apple, and on all the Bloomberg platforms. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Bloomberg has learned that New Delhi plans to launch more than 50 spy satellites and add nighttime imaging to enhance its national security capabilities. Our sources say this comes after last year's border conflict with Pakistan exposed surveillance blind spots. Let's get to our India infrastructure reporter Mihir Mishra now. So, Mihir, what are India's plans on beefing up space
Hi, good morning. So India's plans are not just to have multiple elements to it. So the first element is to have as many satellites in orbit to be able to monitor areas of interest more frequently than they are able to do today. the plan also has an element to have better technology on these satellites, which includes having nighttime surveillance capabilities to be able to where satellites can talk to each other to be able to transfer data from one satellite to another. Then the third element is to have as many ground stations as possible. There are areas that they are looking at. So they're looking at areas in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and also in Scandinavian countries. These are all part of the plan to bolster India's space capabilities to be able to monitor areas of interest in India's neighborhood more frequently than they are able to do today.
So what did New Delhi learn from the conflict with Pakistan last May?
Yeah, so India-Pakistan conflict last May was probably the first conflict where space assets were used as extensively as it was used during that period. While India was using its satellites to monitor places of interest in Pakistan, there were also ISRO, which is the state India Space Research Organization. They were also helping with monitoring all that data, processing all that data. India also had to buy a lot of data from US-based startup companies. Yeah, and so the learning was that India needs to have more and more assets in the orbit.
So can you tell us about the agencies that are going to be involved in boosting India's surveillance and the timelines for this new security push?
Yeah, so while the timelines are for the first 50 launches are about 24 months, but there is a sense of urgency within the system, and the plan is to make it possible as soon as possible. There is an urgency to kind of deliver as early as possible and not just stick to timelines. So there is an urgency to do it before the timelines as well. But the bigger problem is that India needs more and more satellites, and this is probably the first time where not just military, but military, ISRO, and also the private sector has been working together as closely as they are in this case. They have never worked as closely before.
Of evolution and not, anything more abrupt than that. And look, I want to commend the president for finding a way forward and a framework that at least leaves open the opportunity for a future with Greenland and the United States, but also in the immediate term deals with real national security concerns and the ability to do resource development.
To the point that we cannot now, is there, again, I know we're still learning what's in the deal because we actually don't have a completed deal, but we have great access to Greenland now, correct? What was it in that first term that you wanted you couldn't get?
Well, quite honestly, since 1951, we've had a treaty with Denmark that's allowed us to have a virtually unlimited military placement. We only have about 200 soldiers there today, but we've had up to 10,000 in the past. But in terms of the development of permanent bases, I think the president yesterday used the term, when he was asked about the duration of the agreement, I think he said forever.
That's right.
I'm not sure the previous treaty fell in that category. Okay. So, if there is a new long-term arrangement that addresses our very real and ongoing security concerns in the region, as well as expands our ability to develop the resources that are there, I welcome that. But I welcome it through negotiation and not the kind of tactics that were being talked about before.
I think a lot of our NATO allies were surprised to hear the president suggest that he did not believe they would be there to defend the United States if called upon in an Article 5 violation. You, of course, were in Washington when the only one triggered ever took place on behalf of the United States. And I think we've all heard to the extent to which that the Danes were involved in responding on our behalf. To hear the Secretary General of NATO say it pains him to hear that, you don't believe that our NATO allies would not be there for us in a time of need, do you?
Well, history's a teacher.
Yeah.
I was here in Washington. I was a freshman member of Congress, Joe, on 9/11, and I watched our European allies initiate Article 5 and go to war to defend our country, and they did that. And so I thought it was regrettable. The president speculated about Europe's willingness to stand with the NATO alliance and stand with the United States. I have every confidence. This is the greatest alliance in the history of the free world, and my hope is that the progress that they made in reaching an agreement over Greenland suggests that better days are ahead for the United States and our important allies in Europe.
Sure, and a lot of American blood and treasure was spent to build that alliance, as we know. Enter the Board of Peace. We just saw some images of President Trump at the signing ceremony earlier today. This is an interesting assembly of world leaders, 20 nations, many of them not considered allies, including Lukashenko, Vladimir Putin. Are these men of peace?
Joe, well, let's take a half step back and say I've walked through the communities in Israel that were struck on October the 7th. And I want to give President Trump great credit for standing with Israel as they did what needed to be done to take down Hamas and to secure a ceasefire that continues to hold to this day, even taking action against Iran's nuclear program that was historic and important. The Board of Peace as a concept for the future of Gaza, I think, is a welcome one. I was disappointed to see the addition of Russia and the presence of other representatives of authoritarian regimes and the absence of European allies on the Board of Peace. Look, we all hope for a future with Gaza that is peaceful and prosperous, and that Hamas is utterly disarmed. No longer a threat to the people of Israel and to the region. But I think the Board of Peace itself ought to first be comprised of nations that have a demonstrated commitment to freedom and to peace, and Russia doesn't make that list.
Well, it's important that you went back to Gaza in your answer, because that was supposed to be the charge of this board. It seems that it will be potentially used on a global level, and that the president's chairmanship will outlive his presidency. We're not going to be in a world in which a Board of Peace with Vladimir Putin is helping to set the way forward in Ukraine, for instance, are we?
More than 3 years ago, Vladimir Putin launched a brutal and unprovoked invasion against Ukraine that rages to this day. I thought President Zelensky's remarks today in Davos were important and on point. And I for my part, think that whatever these structures are, I've always been someone dubious of all these different committees at the United Nations, and now we've got a Board of Peace. What we need is the free world to be locking arms together against authoritarian regimes that would seek to redraw international lines by force. And my hope is that nations in Europe will heed Zelensky's call to take even more decisive action. And I think the time has come for the United States Senate to pass those strong secondary sanctions against nations that are fueling the Russian war machine through the purchase of oil. President Trump, I am told, informed Senator Graham that he would support the bill now more than 2 weeks ago. I don't know what the holdup is. I think it's time that we put even more pressure on. The way to peace is not through boards. The way to peace is through strength and showing Vladimir Putin that the free world will not stand idly by while he wages this unprovoked invasion against Ukraine.
Well, as you and I speak, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are having a late-night meeting with Vladimir Putin. And after what you just mentioned, the comments from President Zelensky earlier today in Davos, how you rationalize these parallel negotiations that are underway, and if, Mr. Vice President, is there any reason why we should expect anything different from Putin this time?
Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace.
So is this a waste of time?
He wants Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I have met Vladimir Putin. I've stood closer than I am to you. I've told him things he didn't want to hear, and I have never had any illusions about the man. Vladimir Putin has made it clear for now more than a quarter century that his ambition in life is to reassert that old Soviet sphere of influence, and Ukraine is a part of that. Crimea in Ukraine was a part of that, but his ambitions don't stop there. And I hold the view that now is not the time for more talk, more summits, more conversation. It's time for action, and having nations free up those frozen Russian assets, as European powers are discussing, make them available to Ukraine, but also, again, passing those strong secondary sanctions that President Trump has said he would sign out of the United States Senate, sending them to the president's desk, putting real constraints on the energy industry in a Russia that fuels their war machine is the way to go. Peace through strength has always been the American path in my adult life, and it's still the answer today.
Doesn't sound like you expect a breakthrough tonight either at the same time. This was quite a day in Washington to see the former special counsel Jack Smith testify on Capitol Hill. I don't know if you had an ear on his remarks, but he was pretty straightforward, warning that there are potentially catastrophic ongoing threats to U.S. democracy because of the failure to hold President Trump accountable for what he called his criminal attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Is he right?
Well, I didn't have the opportunity to watch the hearings today, but I know what happened that day.
You sure do.
And I'll always believe, by God's grace, I did my duty to see to the peaceful transfer of power. But with regard to our democracy as a whole, it's important to remember that every Republican and Democrat on Capitol Hill also did their duty that day. After the Capitol Hill police quelled the riot, Joe, we reconvened the very same day, Republicans and Democrats alike, and completed our duty under the Constitution of the United States. I've said that it's a day of tragedy, but it ultimately became a triumph of freedom because our institutions held, our democracy held, and I have great confidence about the future of this country and the future of democracy as a result.
The president says he wants his Attorney General Pam Bondi to file charges against Jack Smith. Would that be a disservice to the nation?
You know, I honestly think that one of the reasons President Trump returned to the White House was because of the overt weaponization that took place at the state level and at the federal level around the country of the criminal justice system. And I would rather see this administration end that practice and pull back from the breach of embracing the very type of weaponization that the president endured for those years. Look, as I said, I think the American people know what happened that day. History will be the judge of all of us in the events of that day. But I have great peace that we did our duty, and I trust myself and our service to the judgment of history.
You know what I haven't brought up yet in this entire lengthy conversation is the word affordability, which I think the administration wants me to talk about. This is the issue of the moment that might drive voters' decisions in the midterm elections. The president got to this a bit in Davos yesterday. But consider some of the ideas that we've heard. Capping interest rates on credit cards, banning institutional buyers from the housing market, price controls. These are pages out of Elizabeth Warren's book. But they're coming from this administration. Is this a conservative White House?
Well, those are not conservative policies. And the organization I created when I left the White House, Advancing American Freedom Foundation, has been making the case that while the Trump-Pence years were defined by conservative policies at home and abroad, especially economic policies, that things are different now. I mean, the very idea that we would be imposing price controls on credit card companies, when, Joe, you and I, and your viewers know, that would simply limit the access of credit to middle and lower income Americans. The price controls also on pharmaceutical companies here in the home of the greatest research and development of medicines on earth. But I think the largest number and the best way to address affordability, if you will, is to end this Liberation Day season of unilateral tariffs against friend and foe alike. I hold the view that the president's use of that authority is constitutionally questionable. I'm hopeful the Supreme Court will overturn the president's use of the tariff authority under the emergency statute. But there's no question when you look at the numbers that Bloomberg does better than anybody else in this economy. What's clear is that after 6 months of these tariffs imposed on some of America's leading trading partners, that American businesses and American consumers are paying American tariffs. We see the negative impact on jobs. We see the inflation, although they boast that it's not as bad as it used to be. The fact is that the reason why affordability has made its way into the political conversation is because the American people see it at the grocery store, and they're feeling it as consumers. And so I think ending this season of government intervention, whether it be tariffs, which are taxes at the border, whether it be price controls, whether it be nationalization of businesses around the country. Now 13 different businesses have been subject to nationalization steps by this administration. Let's get back to freedom. Let's get back to free markets. And I promise our group and I personally am going to continue to be a voice for the principles that have always made America free and prosperous.
Well, stay in touch with us on your work at the AAF. It's great to have you back with us in our studios in Washington. The former Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, it's great to have you here on Balance of Power. Following the easing of geopolitical tensions and the solid economic data we saw this morning, stocks continued the push higher. Fortunes are reversing, though, for Intel after the bell on some disappointment over the company's forecast for the current quarter, supply shortages making it difficult for the chipmaker to meet demand. For all the details, we turn now to Power Moves with Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, who joins us live from World Headquarters in New York. Romaine?
Yeah, Joe, if the market moves on Tuesday and Wednesday, we're all about geopolitics. Today was kind of a return to economic and corporate fundamentals. You had a strong GDP report this morning for the third quarter, strong consumer spending numbers for the month of November. Backward looking to be sure, but it gave the market enough confidence that the foundations in this market are still solid. You saw that reflected in a move back into some of those higher valuation tech stocks, names like Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, getting strong bids in the cash session on the day. So too did Tesla, which actually had its best day since just before Thanksgiving of last year. That was partly based on news here that autonomous robo-taxi program it's been trying to roll out in Texas does appear to be making progress. But I want you to keep a close eye on Intel. This had become a darling of a stock, of course, going back to the government taking a 10% investment in it at the end of last summer, a big bet on a turnaround. For remember, this is the only U.S.-based manufacturer of those high-end chips. The stock had rallied about 60% the last 2 months, but they reported earnings just about an hour or so ago, Joe, and the turnaround is going to take a lot longer. Revenue in the quarter just passed, down 4%. The guidance that they gave for the current quarter they were in, well, that's also going to be down roughly about 1% if those revenue projections come in around that line. And the CEO now speaking on the company's conference call, talking about this idea that getting that foundry business up, a key component of why the Trump administration invested in this company, that's going to take quite some time. We caught up with Jay Goldberg over at Matt Bryson over at Wedbush, earlier today on Bloomberg Television. He said that's probably not even going to materialize until the end of this decade, best case scenario.
Wow, Romaine. We got pretty big news on a major bank today. J.P. Morgan Chase being sued by President Trump for $5 billion is one of the big stories of the day here. Not just J.P. Morgan Chase, but Jamie Dimon. Stock still finished higher. Is the market not worried about this?
Yeah, they kind of shrugged it off. J.P. Morgan was up about 0.5% on the day here. Bank of America, which I think a lot of people are also focused on a little bit more, too. There's no formal lawsuit against them, but there's been some speculation that they could become a target. That was up about 0.7%. Look, all we know at this point right now, Joe, this is basically a personal grievance that the president has with some of these banks about, in his words, being debanked. Whether or not that's going to have a material impact on their business, it's a $5 billion lawsuit. It's a lot of money, but well, for J.P. Morgan, have you actually looked at their revenue and cash flow? So we'll see how this shakes out here. You got a long way to go before there's any sort of resolution in this. And, of course, look, I don't want to pump up Jamie Dimon too much, but he's held his own over the years, taken a lot of punches from Trump himself and other presidents, and I'm sure he'll find a way to take the punches on this, too.
That's got to be right. Just take a look at that new building a couple blocks down from you, Romaine. See how worried everybody is.
My coworkers over there right now having dinner there.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Thank you, Romaine.
You didn't need to know that, but there you
go. Coming up, well, this is how I learn everything on this program. We'll get analysis and reaction to my conversation with Mike Pence, the former vice president, with Bloomberg opinion columnist Nia Malika Henderson. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for joining us. As President Trump was in Davos this morning, he blasted the New York Times after a new Times Siena poll marking 1 year into Trump's second term showed his ratings tanking. The poll showing 56% of the public disapproving of his job as president across every issue except for immigration, where half, 50%, approve of the job he's doing. Trump referred to the poll as fake results. Joining us now with her perspective to this and much of what we just heard from former Vice President Mike Pence is Bloomberg opinion columnist Nia Malika Henderson. It's great to see you. Nia, of course, the president on the plane back from Davos. What does he have to show for it when you consider numbers like this and worries about affordability? Did he help himself on this journey?
No, I don't think he helped himself. And one of the things you hear, you look at the polls and you hear from Americans that they feel like he's focused too much on foreign policy. And then even when he does focus on foreign policy, it's not in a way that affirms the relationships that America has historically had across the globe with our allies and the relationships that we need, right? You heard the vice president there sort of talking about some of the things that emerged out of there, whether it was the Board of Peace and Russia being on the Board of Peace, regrettable, and some of the president's comments about NATO not actually standing up to what they're chartered to do, not believing in NATO, and the vice president there, of course, saying again, like, this is regrettable that the U.S. president is talking that way about these institutions. But yeah, Donald Trump's ratings on almost everything have tanked. And what's interesting when you look at them, they sort of began to tank fairly immediately, right? Well, like sort of within a month of him taking office, you can see this downward dip on almost everything. Certainly the cost of living, foreign policy, and immigration. That was one of his strong points. He seems to be doing better on that than anything else, but certainly not as good as he was when he came into office. And listen, it's because of what we're seeing out of these cities, particularly Minneapolis.
Yeah, we saw J.D. Vance there today.
Yeah.
It's not lost on us that he was there to deliver a message of affordability, but of course he spoke about ICE enforcement. This has been something that's been reanimated on Capitol Hill when it comes to DHS funding. There's an important vote tonight. Are Democrats able to take a stand here on ICE training, on body cams? Does anything change?
You know, listen, I think they're going to get some concessions. I think the majority of Democrats are not going to vote for this funding bill. A few are going to cross the aisle. I think it'll ultimately pass. But listen, this is in the conversation now. You heard J.D. Vance days ago say absolute immunity for these ICE agents. He softened his tone a little bit when he was on the ground there. And I do think you have Americans watching these viral images coming out of Minneapolis. They're watching them on their phones, on TikTok and Instagram, and disturbed by the chaos and in some cases cruelty that they see. So I do think you're going to have some provisions coming out of Congress that address some of this.
Sounds like that could be sooner than later, based on what Hakeem Jeffries was saying today. Nia, thank you so much. Bloomberg opinion columnist Nia Malika Henderson, live on Bloomberg. Coming up, we'll take a look at President Trump's pivot on Greenland tariffs with retired General Ben Hodges. He's up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
I truly believe we're in a once-in-a-generation build cycle in the energy industry. At Duke Energy, we're rebuilding that entire system, not over 80 years, but over a decade. We're investing $200 billion over the next decade to modernize the system and expand the capabilities for AI, advanced manufacturing, and to serve population growth. Our massive capital plan is estimated to have a $370 billion impact. Not only are we delivering power for our customers, we're also igniting the communities we serve.
This week, the Republican focus has been on Greenland, Jack Smith, and Bill and Hillary Clinton. That's their focus this week. Not driving down the high cost of living for everyday Americans in an environment where there is an affordability crisis that is crushing working class folks, middle class folks, and the American people all across the country.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where we heard from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries a bit earlier today, criticizing his Republican colleagues ahead of another looming government funding deadline. And there are votes taking place as we speak. The House is moving on the 6th of 7 votes, different funding bills that need to be passed before they go to the Senate to avoid a funding deadline at the end of the month. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, we have a live view of the floor right now, and these are also colliding with a war powers vote that is being forced to the floor this evening. It could be a late one, certainly a busy one. And with details now live from Capitol Hill is Bloomberg government reporter Jonathan Tamari. What's happening right now, Jonathan? What could get done tonight?
Well, so the funding bills have actually passed. They cleared those within the last 30 to 40 minutes. The Homeland Security bill was the most controversial. Most Democrats opposed that in opposition to ICE and its operations, but they did get through with 7 Democrats supporting it. The next set of bills passed with bipartisan support, and what we're watching now is this war powers vote that is stuck. There's one vote. It's 215 to 214, at least moments before I came on the air, so my apologies if anything changed. And what Republicans were waiting for is Wesley Hunt, Texas congressman who has been back in Texas campaigning for Senate, just flew back to Washington, was coming to the Capitol from Dulles Airport to cast the vote that would tie the tally and block this war powers resolution. We've been waiting for him to walk through these doors for a little while now.
That's great stuff, Jonathan. Can they keep this vote open as long as necessary? I'm assuming he's stuck in traffic, right?
Yeah, stuck in traffic, or, I mean, look, anybody who's been to D.C. knows Dulles is a good hike from the Capitol.
No doubt.
So they can certainly keep it open. It's been done. You know, the thinking is he will arrive here and he will cast the vote that blocks this, though Democrats are calling on them to close the vote. They're saying this is a serious matter. This is nothing to play games about. But most likely this will be blocked, which is a huge priority for the White House and for Republican leadership in the House.
Really interesting. We'll keep tabs on that war powers vote, Jonathan. Thank you for stepping off the floor for us. Jonathan Tamari, Bloomberg Government, live on Capitol Hill. By the way, the DHS bill passed that we were just discussing, Homeland Security, knowing that there were Democratic opposers on this bill. 220-207 was the final vote. 7 Democratic yes votes, 1 Republican voting no, and that's Tom Massey. Up next, as Jonathan mentioned, war powers, with our eyes on Venezuela. And, of course, what happened in the past couple of days regarding Greenland, with the president making his way back to the White House tonight in Davos. Special envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin following Trump's meeting with Zelensky earlier today. Here's what Witkoff told Bloomberg yesterday when we asked him about tonight's Putin meeting.
I think that they've asked for the meeting. The Russians have invited us to come, and that's a significant statement from them. And Kirill was here yesterday and working on this with us. So I think everybody is embedded in the process and wants to see a peace deal happen.
Joining us now with his insights, retired General Ben Hodges, former commanding general for the U.S. Army in Europe. General, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. We'll start there, and I'd like to ask you about what else we saw come before NATO this week. When it comes to Ukraine, President Zelensky was strident today in front of European leaders. We know that, as we just mentioned, Vladimir Putin is getting his own session once again with Kushner and Witkoff. Is anything different this time?
No, nothing is different. And I'm sorry for Mr. Witkoff. He continues to fail to understand or care about the origin of this war. He cannot bring himself to say that Putin is the aggressor here. If the guarantee is nobody in the Kremlin wants a negotiated outcome unless it means the total capitulation of Ukraine. So what they're going to keep doing is putting enormous pressure on President Zelensky while not using all the leverage that the administration could use against Vladimir Putin.
Well, this is an interesting moment because, of course, we're having this conversation with thousands of people who have no power in Ukraine, thanks to the onslaught from Russia, and he's again using the cold as a weapon. If nothing comes from these meetings, General, what's the next move, if anything, other than secondary sanctions?
Well, the fact that the Russians are bombing the hell out of Ukraine's power grid in the middle of winter tells you all you need to know about whether or not they really are interested in any sort of a peaceful settlement that is just and sustainable. My guess is that this is not going to change. The Ukrainians can't give up land, nor should we be pressing them to give up their sovereign territory when the Russians have not been able to take it in combat. So what we're probably going to see is continued a stopping of Russian movement on the ground, but continued Russian attacks against civilian targets all over Ukraine. And it's going to be really cold at least another month is what Ukrainians are saying. So this is very tough. And so, you know, the United States, we are failing to help Ukraine in any meaningful way. So the Europeans are really going to have to take on that burden.
I talked to the former Vice President Mike Pence a short time ago about the veracity of NATO, and this is something I know that hits very close to home. We'd love to hear his remarks if we can do that, because the president suggested just yesterday in Davos that he does not believe that our NATO allies would be there to defend us if we were attacked, if there were an Article 5 violation, knowing, of course, that after 9/11, that was the only time Article 5 was invoked, and our allies were with us. Here's what the vice president said earlier.
I hold the view that now is not the time for more talk, more summits, more conversation. It's time for action, and having nations free up those frozen Russian assets, as European powers are discussing, make them available to Ukraine, but also, again, passing those strong secondary sanctions that President Trump has said he would sign out of the United States Senate, sending them to the president's desk, putting real constraints on the energy industry in Russia that fuels their war machine is the way to go. Peace through strength has always been the American path in my adult life, and it's still the answer today.
Well, you didn't like the idea of what the president had to say about NATO either, General, which is where I was going with that question. When you hear the Secretary General bristle to say that he was saddened by the president's remarks, what would you tell President Trump?
Well, I would have to be very blunt and say, Mr. President, you have no idea what you're talking about. I was served alongside Allied soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan. I went to a lot of memorial services for Allied soldiers who were killed and shipped home. It makes, first of all, it's just not true to say that they probably wouldn't do anything to help us, and where they were kind of in the rear. Anybody that's been there knows that that's just not true. Secondly, we need allies. Even with the biggest defense budget in history, the United States does not have enough capability to protect all of its strategic interests, which is why we have always needed allies for capability, for bases, for access, and also for intelligence. Half of the intelligence that the president uses and that our leadership uses does not come from American satellites, it comes from allies. And that's based on relationships and trust that it right now is being crushed every single day by the actions of the administration. So this is not making America great. This is making America weak when you show such disdain for allies. I'm in Europe most of the time, and I see and hear their reactions, and people are just appalled at what they're hearing from the American president.
Well, with that said, I'd love your take on Greenland. You led the army in Europe. Did the United States score a victory yesterday? Will we have anything now that we did not have before?
No, we have nothing new that we could not have done under all the existing structures and agreements. What we do have now is a severely damaged reputation and a gross, significant loss of credibility in the eyes of our allies. Look, this whole Greenland thing was not about security any more than Venezuela was about drugs. This was about the administration wanting to implement their national security strategy. It talks about we dominate, we own, we can do whatever we want in the Western Hemisphere because we're a superpower. And it also is about, I think, probably what they think is below the ice there, somewhere down the road, minerals that could be mined. And then, frankly, I think this is also psychological. I mean, the president, they've even used the words psychologically, we have to own it, as if these are apartment blocks in Manhattan. And so at the cost of a severely damaged alliance and relationships, we got nothing for it that we didn't already have.
Wow. Is Greenland more important in terms of our national security in American hands or Danish hands?
Well, it's protected by NATO countries, the alliance, as it has always been. And there's a reason we don't have troops in Greenland anymore. We emptied all the bases that we used to have because they weren't needed. There's a reason that nobody's mining in Greenland right now, because there is no infrastructure. So, look, there's no doubt that the polar ice cap is melting, and so movement in the Arctic is going to continue to improve in the coming decades. So I'm not going to tell you that Greenland's not important, but us being there in any greater numbers by ourselves is not going to make it more safe than it already would be. I mean, frankly, for sure, Denmark, Norway, UK, other countries could do more in the Arctic region. But if it was really important for us, we'd be sending troops and ships up there, not hanging out in the Caribbean.
It's good to have you back, General. We appreciate the time. Retired General Ben Hodges, former commanding general for the U.S. Army Europe. We thank you. Coming up, Texas Governor Greg Abbott issuing disaster declarations for more than half the counties in his state ahead of what's expected to be the most powerful winter storm of the season. And it's spreading across the country. We'll have the latest details next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Because of the severity of this storm, right now I am making a disaster declaration covering 134 counties across the state of Texas to make sure that every possible resource can be made available to them so they can respond quicker, faster, and better. Don't begin getting prepared late tomorrow or think you can get around doing it on Saturday. It's going to be too late.
And that's in Texas. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. Texas Governor Greg Abbott there speaking this morning as he issued disaster declarations for more than 130 counties in his state ahead of what's expected to be the biggest winter storm of the season. Now, this is not just a Texas story. This is a honker. It's going to cover about a third of the country and will join us right here in the Washington, D.C. area on the way up to New York City, where, as I read on the terminal, 16 inches is now in the forecast. Joining us with details, Bloomberg's Lauren Rosenthal at World Headquarters in New York. Sounds like you're in for a big one here, Lauren. What's the latest?
Yeah, so forecast totals have been ticking up throughout the day for the Northeast. We're now looking at about 10 inches of snow possible in Washington. And yeah, somewhere around 14 to 15 inches in New York City and Central Park. Local governments are staging snow plows, treating roads, warning people to be ready for travel impacts, delays, and possible power outages across a pretty large area.
I know that you track the weather for a lot of different reasons here at Bloomberg, Lauren. We actually have a very cool weather team because these are economic stories as well. And so many companies are making plans based on the forecasts that you produce. How worried should we be about the grid in Texas if we're talking about lengthy power outages and the cost of doing business?
Sure. 5 years ago, Texas went through an ice storm that was longer lived and more severe than the one that's on its way now. There have been a lot of lessons learned since, a lot of investments in growing capacity and trying to stabilize utilities. So, warnings went out days in advance that demand would be really high while people were stuck in their homes, cranking up the heat, trying to stay warm. So far, we're expecting power demand in Texas to set a new winter record. But so far, officials are trying to assure the public they are confident they've got the capacity on hand to get through this without any major problems.
These are obviously areas that are not normally dealing with a lot of winter weather. I could even say as much for Washington, D.C. as a New Englander. We're not always so great about that around here. When you just consider the Amtrak corridor, Lauren, how much of a disruption will this be early next week?
I think it's a really good question. You know, local transit operators, federal transit operators like Amtrak, you know, this is not a surprise that this storm is coming. People have had time to prepare, to pre-stage assets. And already, you know, we've seen airlines in particular reach out to customers and let them know if they want to rebook, change their plans to try to avoid the storm. They're willing to waive some fees and make some allowances. But I think, yeah, people will need to exercise some patience in the coming days, given just how widespread this is going to be.
Tried calling the travel agent this morning, couldn't get through. Bloomberg's Lauren Rosenthal. Thank you, Lauren. We've got a lot coming here, and joining us now with their reaction to the many stories we've been covering tonight, including the storm. This evening's political panel, Kristen Hahn is here, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions, alongside Republican strategist Sarah Chamberlain, the president CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership. Wonderful to see you both. The politics of weather and the politics of snowstorms is a big one. Mayors have been made and broken by this kind of thing. So when you consider the test in Texas, aforementioned, our Texas native here can speak to what Governor Greg Abbott will be judged by, but also the new mayor of New York. Zohran Mamdani gets his first blizzard.
Yeah, there's nothing that, I mean, when people have to deal with weather and a system like this is coming in could have really far-reaching impacts and devastating impacts on individuals and his new constituents in the case of New York. You know, people pay a lot of attention to this, and, you know, it impacts them personally. So it'll be interesting to see. I think Texas was ill-prepared last time this happened, and my whole family is in Austin and San Antonio, and you have a state like that. There are serious political impacts when it comes to weather impacts like this.
Well, that's right. And it's nothing we're strangers to here in the Washington area. And when you're in the business of legislating, I guess the only thing that moves you quicker than jet fumes is a snowstorm.
Absolutely.
Is that why all these votes are happening right now in the House?
You bet.
Wow.
And we got them through. The
Amazing.
appropriation bills have passed, first time since 2019.
So let's talk about that.
We've done regular order.
Somebody should ring a bell here, regular order.
I know. Yeah, we're very excited about that. I mean, and with a tiny margin, I might add. And I was curious, and it was interesting to see Democrats cross over to fund ICE.
DHS.
I mean, I was really fascinated by that. I don't know how the Democrats can use that against Republicans when 7 of them crossed over to vote with the Republicans on that. So, but 2019, I mean, this is a huge success story.
Kind of absurd.
I mean, and no government shutdown coming.
Well, I was going to ask you if that's next, and it does seem to be the case. But DHS is critical. We've been talking about it for days, and I believe last time you were both here, I asked you about it. 220 to 207, Kristen. 7 Democratic yes votes. Only 1 Republican, Tom Massey, was a no, and maybe that shouldn't be a surprise. Hakeem Jeffries was a no, but he did not whip against it and suggested that Democrats will come around at a later date to manage this. What are we thinking about it?
I think we're in the minority. And if you've looked over the history and with parties, whether Republicans or Democrats, we're in the minority. Generally, the leader will tell them, each individual member, to do what they feel like they need to do in order to, you know, get elected the next time around. So I think that's what you saw here, and I think that, you know, the hope is that, at least on the Democrats' part and Hakeem Jeffries' part, is that we take back the majority in the House in the midterm elections. But until then, there's not a whole lot we can do.
Interesting.
And nobody had any, you know, desire to have a shutdown this time
Well, so
around.
that guarantees no shutdown. Senate presumably comes back after the snow, signs off on it. We live to see another day. There's the question about war powers. And I'm pretty sure you're aware of what's going on right here. 2:15 to 2:14, clock hit 0. Wesley Hunt is trying to get in from Dulles Airport.
Right.
Does he make it? Do they keep the vote
They're
open?
going to have to keep the vote open for him.
Wow.
I know there's a little bit of concern, a few upset members, especially on a Thursday when maybe they'd like to go home. Wes Hunt, as we all know, is running in Texas for Senate. He has missed the last 35 of 38 votes. Wow. The speaker called him and we need you. I mean, the margins are so
too
close.
small.
Isn't that
And what the speaker tells the Main Street members in the room is like, listen, unless it's life or death, you have to be here.
Right.
I mean, we need your vote. So, I mean, this one, I'm sure he's not making any friends right now as he's rushing in to cast his vote.
Absolutely a riot. This is really, truly, oh, hang on now. We're just seeing Wesley Hunt has entered the chamber.
There you go. Okay, and now we'll pass.
He just voted no. And so another war powers resolution is defeated. Will Congress have an answer to President Trump's adventurism in Latin America or in Greenland, for that matter?
You've seen some members of the Republican Party, and I keep focusing on them because they have control of both the House and the Senate, who've spoken up about what the president has talked about in Greenland and other places. Yeah. So I think you're starting to see some of that percolate in Congress. I don't know if there's going to be a windfall. I would not expect that there would be as people head closer to the midterm elections. But, you know, hopefully there are some people that are willing to stand up to the president and him making outrageous remarks about places.
Well, we've already had great strides in Greenland. I mean, a lot of the Main Street members stood up hard against, like, what are we doing? We're not going to go in there and attack Greenland.
It was a moment.
It was a moment. And they stood up to President Trump. And obviously he is backed down. We'll have to see what the negotiation is and if it's really different than the 1951 agreement that we already have with Greenland, right? But, you know, time will tell. But, you know, they do stand up to the president occasionally and, like, listen, you need to roll this back. Greenland was a red line for them.
Was certainly one, and Jay Powell recently has emerged as another with some of the Republicans. We're very concerned about the criminal investigation. You could argue that Jack Smith had a moment today as well. The former special counsel was up on Capitol Hill, as we discussed earlier this hour, with Mike Pence. Of course, this is the man who tried to take Donald Trump to court over the 2020 election and classified documents. He was brought before the Judiciary Committee today to speak for himself. Here he is.
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump was not looking for honest answers about whether there was fraud in the election. He was looking for ways to stay in power. And when people told him things that conflicted with him staying in power, he rejected them. Or he chose not even to contact people like that who would know if the election was done properly in the state.
Kristen Hahn, I'm not sure the purpose of this exercise. I think President Trump has been urging the Attorney General to work up a case against Jack Smith. But Stuart Rhodes, the head of the Oath Keepers, who was sentenced to 18 years in prison, was standing right outside that hearing room today in the United States Capitol. Was this the last gasp of January 6th?
It really surprises me that the Republicans actually wanted to have this hearing. I think you've got Jack Smith, who's an experienced individual who's had a lot of different experience in the federal government and has been very clear about the fact that he is not motivated by one political party or the other. So I'm not sure what was accomplished today, but I guess it is the last gasp. I mean, he testified behind closed doors and wanted to speak out in public. But I think, you know, a lot of people want to move on.
Well, it seems like the country in many ways is. Kristen, thank you. Kristen Hahn and Sarah Chamberlain, always an honest conversation. Thank you for a great panel. And check out the Washington Edition newsletter on the terminal and online to follow up on everything the president says he accomplished in Davos. And we'll meet you back here tomorrow. Snow's coming, and we'll have the latest on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I believe that you are in favor of what we're seeing in Greenland. I know you had some issues with the approach that the president was taking.
I did.
Now that we have the framework for a deal, was it worth the cost of upsetting our NATO allies to the extent that he apparently did?
Well, it was actually back in 2018 when I was vice president that President Trump first expressed an interest in adding Greenland to the United States, either as a territory or beyond, much in the way we purchased Alaska, much in the way Thomas Jefferson purchased the Louisiana Purchase. And, you know, I really do believe, Joe, that there is a national security case to be made. The Arctic has become much more active with regard to military incursions by China and Russia, and having that platform permanently for the United States, as well as all the mineral rights, is key. I had concerns, of course, about any suggestion that we would use military force against the territory of a NATO ally. That would be unacceptable. I also had concerns about the president threatening more unilateral tariffs against countries that wouldn't agree with turning Greenland over to the United States. So I like a lot of people over there in Davos, I welcome the announcement of a framework. Sounds like there'll be additional opportunities for a permanent military base as well as mining. And I think that sets into motion a process that could well someday in the future give way to Greenland being a part of the United States as a territory. Sure. I mean, you look at it. The U.S. Virgin Islands were a part of Denmark back in the day. Those were purchased. But to me, this should always have been a process of evolution and not anything more abrupt than that. And look, I want to commend the president for finding a way forward and a framework that at least leaves open the opportunity for a future with Greenland and the United States, but also in the immediate term deals with real national security concerns and the ability to do resource development.
To the point that we cannot now, is there, again, I know we're still learning what's in the deal because we actually don't have a completed deal, but we have great access to Greenland now, correct? What was it in that first term that you wanted you couldn't get?
Well, quite honestly, since 1951, we've had a treaty with Denmark that's allowed us to have a virtually unlimited military placement. We only have about 200 soldiers there today, but we've had up to 10,000 in the past. But in terms of the development of permanent bases, I think the president yesterday used the term, when he was asked about the duration of the agreement, I think he said forever.
That's right.
I'm not sure the previous treaty fell in that category. Okay. So, if there is a new long-term arrangement that addresses our very real and ongoing security concerns in the region, as well as expands our ability to develop the resources that are there, I welcome that. But I welcome it through negotiation and not the kind of tactics that were being talked about before.
I think a lot of our NATO allies were surprised to hear the president suggest that he did not believe they would be there to defend the United States if called upon in an Article 5 violation. You, of course, were in Washington when the only one triggered ever took place on behalf of the United States. And I think we've all heard to the extent to which that the Danes were involved in responding on our behalf. To hear the Secretary General of NATO say it pains him to hear that, you don't believe that our NATO allies would not be there for us in a time of need, do you?
Well, history's a teacher.
Yeah.
I was here in Washington. I was a freshman member of Congress, Joe, on 9/11, and I watched our European allies initiate Article 5 and go to war to defend our country, and they did that. And so I thought it was regrettable. The president speculated about Europe's willingness to stand with the NATO alliance and stand with the United States. I have every confidence. This is the greatest alliance in the history of the free world, and my hope is that the progress that they made in reaching an agreement over Greenland suggests that better days are ahead for the United States and our important allies in Europe.
Sure, and a lot of American blood and treasure was spent to build that alliance, as we know. Enter the Board of Peace. We just saw some images of President Trump at the signing ceremony earlier today. This is an interesting assembly of world leaders, 20 nations, many of them not considered allies, including Lukashenko, Vladimir Putin. Are these men of peace?
Joe, well, let's take a half step back and say I've walked through the communities in Israel that were struck on October the 7th. And I want to give President Trump great credit for standing with Israel as they did what needed to be done to take down Hamas and to secure a ceasefire that continues to hold to this day, even taking action against Iran's nuclear program that was historic and important. The Board of Peace as a concept for the future of Gaza, I think, is a welcome one. I was disappointed to see the addition of Russia and the presence of other representatives of authoritarian regimes and the absence of European allies on the Board of Peace. Look, we all hope for a future with with Gaza that is peaceful and prosperous, and that Hamas is utterly disarmed, no longer a threat to the people of Israel and to the region. But I think the Board of Peace itself ought to first be comprised of nations that have a demonstrated commitment to freedom and to peace, and Russia doesn't make that list.
Well, it's important that you went back to Gaza in your answer, because that was supposed to be the charge of this board. It seems that it will be potentially used on a global level, and that the president's chairmanship will outlive his presidency. We're not going to be in a world in which a board of peace with Vladimir Putin is helping to set the way forward in Ukraine, for instance, are we?
More than 3 years ago, Vladimir Putin launched a brutal and unprovoked invasion against Ukraine that rages to this day. I thought President Zelensky's remarks today in Davos were important and on point. And I for my part, think that whatever these structures are, I've always been someone dubious of all these different committees at the United Nations, and now we've got a board of peace. What we need is the free world to be locking arms together against authoritarian regimes that would seek to redraw international lines by force. And my hope is that nations in Europe will heed Zelensky's call to take even more decisive action. And I think the time has come for the United States Senate to pass those strong secondary sanctions against nations that are fueling the Russian war machine through the purchase of oil. President Trump, I am told, informed Senator Graham that he would support the bill now more than 2 weeks ago. I don't know what the holdup is. I think it's time that we put even more pressure on. The way to peace is not through boards. The way to peace is through strength and showing Vladimir Putin that the free world will not stand idly by while he wages this unprovoked invasion against Ukraine.
Well, as you and I speak, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are having a late-night meeting with Vladimir Putin. And after what you just mentioned, the comments from President Zelensky earlier today in Davos, how you rationalize these parallel negotiations that are underway, and if Mr. Vice President, is there any reason why we should expect anything different from Putin this time?
Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace.
So is this a waste of time?
He wants Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I have met Vladimir Putin. I've stood closer than I am to you. I've told him things he didn't want to hear. And I have never had any illusions about the man. Vladimir Putin has made it clear for now more than a quarter century that his ambition in life is to reassert that old Soviet sphere of influence, and Ukraine is a part of that. Crimea in Ukraine was a part of that, but his ambitions don't stop there. And I hold the view that now is not the time for more talk, more summits, more conversation. It's time for action, and having nations free up those frozen Russian assets, as European powers are discussing, make them available to Ukraine, but also, again, passing those strong secondary sanctions that President Trump has said he would sign out of the United States Senate, sending them to the president's desk, putting real constraints on the energy industry in a Russia that fuels their war machine is the way to go. Peace through strength has always been the American path in my adult life. And it's still the answer today.
Doesn't sound like you expect a breakthrough tonight either at the same time. This was quite a day in Washington to see the former special counsel Jack Smith testify on Capitol Hill. I don't know if you had an ear on his remarks, but he was pretty straightforward, warning that there are potentially catastrophic ongoing threats to U.S. democracy because of the failure to hold President Trump accountable for what he called his criminal attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Is he right?
Well, I didn't have the opportunity to watch the hearings today, but I know what happened that day.
You sure do.
And I'll always believe, by God's grace, I did my duty to see to the peaceful transfer of power. But with regard to our democracy as a whole, it's important to remember that every Republican and Democrat on Capitol Hill also did their duty that day. After the Capitol Hill police quelled the riot, Joe, we reconvened the very same day, Republicans and Democrats alike, and completed our duty under the Constitution of the United States. I've said that it's a day of tragedy, but it ultimately became a triumph of freedom. because our institutions held, our democracy held, and I have great confidence about the future of this country and the future of democracy as a result.
The president says he wants his Attorney General Pam Bondi to file charges against Jack Smith. Would that be a disservice to the nation?
You know, I honestly think that one of the reasons President Trump returned to the White House was because of the overt weaponization that took place at the state level and at the federal level around the country of the criminal justice system. And I would rather see this administration end that practice and pull back from the breach of embracing the very type of weaponization that the president endured for those years. Look, as I said, I think the American people know what happened that day. History will be the judge of all of us in the events of that day. But I have great peace that we did our duty, and I trust myself and our service to the judgment of history.
You know what I haven't brought up yet in this entire lengthy conversation is the word affordability, which I think the administration wants me to talk about. This is the issue of the moment that might drive voters' decisions in the midterm elections. The president got to this a bit in Davos yesterday. But consider some of the ideas that we've heard. Capping interest rates on credit cards, banning institutional buyers from the housing market, price controls. These are pages out of Elizabeth Warren's book. But they're coming from this administration. Is this a conservative White House?
Well, those are not conservative policies. And the organization I created when I left the White House, Advancing American Freedom Foundation, has been making the case that while the Trump-Pence years were defined by conservative policies at home and abroad, especially economic policies, that things are different now. I mean, the very idea that we would be imposing price controls on credit card companies, when, Joe, you and I, your viewers know, that would simply limit the access of credit to middle and lower income Americans. The price controls also on pharmaceutical companies here in the home of the greatest research and development of medicines on earth. But I think the largest number and the best way to address affordability, if you will, is to end this Liberation Day season of unilateral tariffs against friend and foe alike. I hold the view that the president's use of that authority is constitutionally questionable. I'm hopeful the Supreme Court will overturn the president's use of the tariff authority under the emergency statute. But there's no question when you look at the numbers that Bloomberg does better than anybody else in this economy. What's clear is that after 6 months of these tariffs imposed on some of America's leading trading partners, that American businesses and American consumers are paying American tariffs. We see the negative impact on jobs. We see the inflation, although they boast that it's not as bad as it used to be. The fact is that the reason why affordability has made its way into the political conversation is because the American people see it at the grocery store, and they're feeling it as consumers. And so I think ending this season of government intervention, whether it be tariffs, which are taxes at the border, whether it be price controls, whether it be nationalization of businesses around the country. Now 13 different businesses have been subject to nationalization steps by this administration. Let's get back to freedom. Let's get back to free markets. And I promise our group and I
ओके गाइस, नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे स्टक हो गया वहीं पर सपोर्ट पे। में जो लोग हैं आई होप निकल गए होंगे। अगर अभी भी होल्ड करके बैठे हो तो अपना ट्रेलिंग एसएल थोड़ा लगाना, ठीक है। मैं बाइंग के लिए यहाँ पर प्लान नहीं कर रहा हूँ। इवन दो अभी भी सपोर्ट है, मार्केट ब्रेक नहीं कर रहा है सपोर्ट को, ठीक है। यही इशू आता है जब रेंज बहुत छोटी हो जाती है। मॉर्निंग पे सेलिंग अच्छी आ गई, एक टारगेट मिल चुका है ऑलरेडी एक ट्रेड का। अब वही प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ पर, अब किसी एक साइड पे तो निकलना है तो मार्केट को ब्रेक होने देते हैं, या तो अपसाइड या डाउन साइड। मैंने जैसा पहले ही बताया था, रेंज के अंदर है प्राइस, ट्रेड करना रिस्की है। अब ये लेवल भी ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी का बना हुआ है, 2 बार पहले टेस्ट हो चुका है। नीचे ब्रेक होता है तो एक रेंज बड़ी मिल जाएगी ट्रेड करने के लिए, इंट्राडे के लिए काफ़ी बड़ा लेवल है। और अगर ऐसा नहीं होता है, अपसाइड की ओर ब्रेक करता है, अबव 329 के ऊपर कहीं क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे जाता है, तो फिर अपसाइड पे भी ये रेंज है फिर बड़ी वाली, दिस वन। सो लेट्स होप किसी एक साइड पे अब निकल जाए फटाफट से। ट्राई जरूर कर रहा है बट अभी भी क्लोजिंग नहीं आ रही है नीचे। प्रॉपरली 314 के नीचे अगर प्रॉपर ब्रेकडाउन होता है तो एक कंटिन्यूएशन पे मार्केट जा सकता है, ध्यान रखना। नेचुरल गैस अभी ब्रेक हुआ नहीं है, कोशिश कर रहा है अभी भी रोकने की, बट मुझे लग रहा है शायद ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए। करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में कुछ नहीं है, मॉर्निंग पे गैप अप हुआ था, उसके बाद से नॉर्मली चल रहा है। कल की लेवल है, कल एक बाइंग और नीचे से आ गई थी फॉरेक्स में, वही कंटिन्यू चल रही है फिलहाल के लिए। अभी देखते हैं कुछ अगर ट्रेड बनता है इसमें। नेचुरल गैस नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, कंफ्यूज मत करना, दिस इज नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर चार्ट। ट्रेडिंग सेशन इस वीक का। नज़दीक है ब्रेकडाउन के, लेट्स सी क्लोज करता है नहीं करता है। वी नीड अ ब्रेकडाउन एंड रीटेस्ट 15 मिनट 314 के नीचे। ठीक है, इसलिए यहाँ मैंने बाइंग का ट्रेड नहीं लगाया, ध्यान रखना एरो लगा रखा है, इसका मतलब रेंज है, ट्रेड नहीं है अभी इसमें। बहुत ही स्मॉल सी रेंज में चल रहा है क्रूड ऑयल अभी भी। लगभग मॉर्निंग से देखोगे 3-4 घंटे होने वाले हैं, 4 घंटे होने वाले हैं, एक रेंज में 30 पॉइंट की रेंज के अंदर ही चल रहा है अभी भी। थोड़ा मोमेंटम आ जाता तो बेटर था। थोड़ा सा ऊपर और आता है ना अगर क्रूड ऑयल तो एक सेल करेंगे, अगर ऊपर पहले आता है तो। नीचे तो मुझे लग रहा है शायद बाद में आएगा। थोड़ा सा ऊपर आ जाए 5,560 570 के अराउंड, तो वहां पर एक सेलिंग हो सकती है वापस से। सपोर्ट अब काफ़ी दूर है नीचे, वहां तक गिरने में काफ़ी टाइम लगेगा, तो बेटर है ऊपर ही चला जाए पहले। 5,550 से 560 570 इस जोन में। अगर इस एरिया के आसपास आ जाता है पहले तो एक सेलिंग यहाँ से प्लान कर लेंगे अब डायरेक्टली। सपोर्ट दूर है तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ पहले सपोर्ट पे जाएगा प्राइस। ठीक है, मॉर्निंग पे अच्छा मोमेंटम था, अगर गैप अप ओपन हुआ भी था, पहली कैंडल पॉजिटिव क्लोज हुई थी, वहीं से नीचे गिर जाता पहले तो बेटर था। सपोर्ट पे आके पहले बाई ही कर लेते, बट इट लुक्स लाइक कि पहले मुझे लग रहा है रेजिस्टेंस की ओर लिक्विडिटी लेने जा रहा है। इट इज़ गुड, पहले रेजिस्टेंस पे जाए तो बढ़िया ही है। वाह, लुक एट द नेचुरल गैस स्टिल होल्डिंग, अभी भी ब्रेक नहीं कर पा रहा है प्रॉपर। रिटेस्ट तो छोड़ो, ब्रेक डाउन तक नहीं हुआ अभी तक, अभी भी होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ है। ठीक है, अभी भी सपोर्ट पर ही है नेचुरल गैस। इस लेवल पे ट्रेड करना वैसे मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो रिस्की है, कोई अगर ले रहा है तो फिर भाई इस रेंज को ही प्ले करना। बट याद रखना, नीचे से बाई ऊपर से सेल करते रहोगे, एक ना एक बार एसएल जरूर जाएगा। वो कब जाएगा वो कहा नहीं जा सकता, जब तक रेंज है तब तक तो। और बड़े मोमेंटम इस रेंज के बाहर एक्सपेक्ट नहीं है मुझे। रिवर्स कर रही है कैंडल। तो भाई कल परसों आया था इस लेवल पे प्राइस, मुझे लग रहा था परसों ही ब्रेकडाउन कर देगा, फेक ब्रेकडाउन दिया, रिकवर कर गया था 21 जनवरी को। कल भी आया प्राइस यहीं पर सपोर्ट लेने 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, इवनिंग के टाइम पे 3-4 बजे इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग के आसपास, वहाँ से फिर सपोर्ट ले लिया। ये थर्ड टाइम, उससे पहले एक बार और आ चुका है ऑलरेडी, तो ये 4 टाइम है इस लेवल पे। इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग तो वैसे है नहीं है, फिर भी लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस का थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन इसी तरह से करता रहता है ना यहाँ पर सपोर्ट पे, तो बढ़िया है, ब्रेकडाउन हो जाएगा इजीली। बाइंग नहीं आनी चाहिए सडनली, कंसोलिडेशन इज नॉट एन इशू। अगर ये इसी तरह से थोड़ा बहुत कंसोलिडेशन करता रहे यहाँ पर अराउंड घंटे कंसोलिडेशन करते हैं, बस ज़्यादा नहीं, इतना कंसोलिडेशन भी काफ़ी है, एटलीस्ट इवनिंग इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग तक, उसके बाद ब्रेकडाउन हो जाए। सडनली बाइंग नहीं आनी चाहिए, ज़्यादा देर बाइंग आ गई इन द सेंस आप ये मान के चलो एटलीस्ट 3 से 4 कैंडल, एक 4 आवर की कैंडल का कंसोलिडेशन हो जाए इनफ है, या 1 आवर की कैंडल का। मुझे लग रहा है उसके बाद अगर ब्रेकडाउन होता है तो बेटर है, और हो भी जाएगा उसके बाद। और अगर मुझे लग रहा है 4 आवर से कम कंसोलिडेशन इस लेवल पे होता है तो देयर इज अ चांसेस फिर थोड़ा ऊपर वापस चला जाएगा प्राइस डे हाई पर। तो कंसोलिडेशन अराउंड दिस एरिया फॉर 4 आवर कैंडल, 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम कैंडल, मतलब जो एक करंट कैंडल चल रही है अभी 1 बजे के बाद से लेकर शाम के 5 बजे तक, उसके बाद ब्रेकडाउन हो, पहले हो जाए तो बढ़िया, बट उसके बाद से बात हो तो ब्रेकडाउन होके नीचे आएगा मोमेंटम, तो फिर वो बेरिश काफ़ी अच्छा मोमेंटम हो जाएगा। फोर आवर का कंसोलिडेशन चाहिए यहाँ पर एटलीस्ट। क्लोजिंग होने तक मुझे लग रहा है कंसोलिडेशन होता रहे तो बेटर है, फिर ब्रेकडाउन डेफिनेटली चांसेस काफ़ी हाई है। क्रूड ऑयल को भी देखोगे फॉरेक्स में तो वहाँ पर भी अराउंड $59 के अराउंड मुझे लग रहा है शायद एक बार प्राइस रीटेस्ट करने आता है, जहाँ पर कल मैंने सपोर्ट लगाया था, एक्सपेक्टेड है वहाँ पर फिर से एक बार सपोर्ट ले सकता है प्राइस। $59 स्टिल गुड सपोर्ट एरिया, जहाँ कल लगाया था सपोर्ट, एग्जैक्टली तो हिट नहीं किया बट दैट लेवल स्टिल इंटैक्ट, वो अभी भी स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है सपोर्ट, कल जहाँ फाइनल टारगेट रखा था। ये 2 लेवल हैं फिलहाल के लिए हमारे पास क्रूड ऑयल में, दोनों में से जहाँ पहले आ जाए। बाकी एक एक्सटेंडेड रेंज हो सकती है क्रूड ऑयल में, ऊपर 5405 के अराउंड भी टच करके जा सकता है, और रेजिस्टेंस की बात करूँ तो 5540 को भी टच करके जा सकता है, एग्जैक्टली इन लेवल को हिट करेगा जरूरी नहीं है। Those are buffer points which is still valid. फॉरेक्स में यही है $59 का लेवल। कि 1 PM होने वाला है, 1:30 लंदन सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा, फिर थोड़ा वॉल्यूम और एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे आना चाहिए। 6 PM 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन, 8 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन, 8:15 मैन्युफैक्चरिंग PMI, सर्विस PMI। बाय द वे आज इंडिया का भी आया था सर्विस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग PMI का डेटा अच्छा है, काफ़ी अच्छा है, लास्ट मंथ्स के कंपैरिजन में इंक्रीज हुआ है, विच इज़ गुड फॉर इंडियन इकोनॉमी। और then 8:30 consumer sentiment और inflation expectation, those are data also good, important। गैस में ध्यान रखेंगे, ब्रेकडाउन अगर होता है तो बढ़िया रहेगा। अगर ब्रेकडाउन हुआ ना यहाँ से सक्सेसफुली तो फिर रिटेस्ट में एक सेल दोबारा यहाँ से कर लेंगे। कोई अगर ऊपर से ट्रेल कर रहा है तो उसका तो अलग ही ट्रेड है, खैर वो तो ट्रेल करते रहो। अगर ये ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट सक्सेसफुली हुआ तो ये फाइनल टारगेट मिलेगा, अभी हुआ नहीं है वैसे।
Little bit of momentum after President Trump backed away from those tariffs on the European countries. JGB market is also, of course, in focus given the BOJ policy decision. We saw 2 sessions of a rebound in that space after we saw that early week sell-off. The ASX 200 not doing much, but do watch out for the Aussie dollar, which is at the highest levels since 2024. We had a solid jobs numbers there, but I understand, Avril, that we do have also solid data out of the United States as well.
Absolutely. That shows you that resilience in the jobs market, consumer spending as well. And perhaps as investors pass that, that's why we saw the second day of gains or the recovery in U.S. stocks, including on the big tech names. You talk about Intel. We'll unpack that in just a bit. It is, after all, plunging in after hours. But what was also interesting, if you take a look at the small caps, the Russell 2000 has been outperforming the S&P 500 for 14 straight sessions. So worth highlighting. Now, as we saw the data coming in strong out of the U.S., indeed, we saw traders pulling back their bets of the Fed rate cuts. They're expecting maybe a delay now in terms of the timeline towards the later bits of this year. Sherry.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about Intel because shares are tumbling in late trade after a weak forecast with supply shortages choking sales. It's a fresh setback as the once dominant chip company tries to restore its technological edge and recover from a share price slide. Let's go to San Francisco with the latest on this. But Sarah Fryer now joins us. She leads the big tech coverage. But Sarah, even at CES earlier this year, I was there. There was a lot of optimism about their latest design. What is going on with Intel?
Well, in prior quarters, we've talked about the demand problem, that they really need to have strong customers to make this turnaround a reality. Now this is now having a supply problem, not being able to fulfill the demand that they say is now strong. That is unexpected, I would say, and I think is why the shares are down. It's a troubling sign that the turnaround may be more difficult than people were looking for. There was so much optimism. Shares had been up until this moment, and I think this is this is an indicator that the road is going to be tougher.
Talk to us a bit more about the supply issues and the execution that Lip Bhutan is highlighting.
He's saying that the manufacturing yields are low, so that's the percentage of usable chips that are coming out of Intel's factories. So they haven't been able to fulfill the orders that are coming in. So really, their numbers could have been much stronger had they been able to make the amount of product they thought they would be able to.
On the other hand, though, when it comes to innovation, for example, the latest Panther Lake design for processors, how well is Intel doing, especially when we're talking about competitors like AMD, Qualcomm?
I mean, it takes a very long time to bring an innovation to market in the chip industry, and Intel has a lot of catching up to do. And you're right, they are under very serious pressure from AMD, from Qualcomm, but also given the AI boom that they really missed the boat on. I think that this is a critical period for the company. They have to figure out how to show momentum, but every single step of that plan takes a lot of forethought, right? You have to plan for manufacturing these components, what the demand is going to be months or even years in advance in some cases. So it's going to be a difficult process to get to a point where they are getting the results they want.
Yeah, even with these investments coming in from the likes of NVIDIA, SoftBank, the government, I guess the comeback will be
the U.S.
a bit
government,
of a grind.
that's right.
Bloomberg's reporter who leads our big tech coverage, Sarah Fryer. Thank you so much. We'll have to leave it there for now. But let's take a look as well at how markets in Asia are shaping up following those gains in the U.S., driven by solid data. We have AI optimism, maybe dented a bit, given what we get from Intel, easing geopolitical tensions as well. Bloomberg M Live strategist Mark Cranfield joins us now. So what is the setup for Asia, given how memory shortages and prices seems to be weighing on tech, even in the U.S.? Now, what is that going to set up for Asia?
Well, you're probably going to see Asian investors weighing up those issues on the supply side, whether they're specific to Intel, do they have any read across for the major companies in Asia, or will they be more interested in the general AI valuation bubble? And I suspect that they're going to be more interested in what's happening in the bubble here for AI, particularly when you've got a company like Alibaba talk that they're going to bring an IPO for one of their AI products. The valuations on that will be very important, people to see how much they're willing to pay to get involved in this narrative that is still driving markets really around the world. At the same time, in the background, you've had OpenAI this week talking about a huge fundraising, again at very high multiples. Anthropic as well is raising money at continuously higher valuations as well. So that whole story is still very much in place. It's helping to fuel demand for Korean companies, Japanese companies, Chinese companies, and you see them diverging pretty well. Even when there was a bit of turbulence in American markets, they were holding up fairly well. So for the time being, investors will probably keep their mind focused on how much further they can run this AI story, and they'll probably look at Intel as being a relatively isolated case.
Just talking a bit more about Baba, this is also, I mean, when we talk about comebacks, the stock has been trying to make a comeback. I wonder, what is your sense of, if we see this chip unit IPO, the extent in which that can spur sentiment along a bit further?
It's continuing to fuel what is already there, and the longer that Alibaba and other companies in that space can continue to do so, all well and good for investors. But people will know that we're getting closer to the end of this. I mean, it may well be that the trigger, the final catalyst for this is when you get someone like OpenAI finally goes for its IPO, that by the time they come, the valuations could be so extraordinary, people will say, that's enough, we can't sustain this any further. But we haven't reached that point yet. And of course, the Alibaba IPO is nowhere in the same league as the one that we might get from OpenAI. So it's a much smaller offering. But gradually, all of this erodes funds from the market. Investors have to make a decision. Do we stick with the companies that we have, or do we shift the money into these newer companies which are coming along? And if the valuations are too high, they're unsustainable, and it affects the whole market.
Right. We're watching also some of those tech names here in Japan, but not only because of the tech rally and the story, or the tech story unfolding right now, but of course, Bank of Japan Day. With the gyrations in the JGB space, what will you be watching out for?
Well, the Bank of Japan itself, of course, isn't expected to do anything significant. The statement is expected to be reassuring and a continuation of what they've been doing. No change in interest rates. The excitement, if there's going to be any today, is going to be in the press conference from Governor Ueda. And clearly, something that must be on his mind is the disruptions in the Japanese bond market, especially at the very long end of the curve. Bloomberg has been writing about it, that even relatively small transaction sizes are pushing around yields by substantial amounts. It's something that you probably wouldn't see in the treasury market, for example. Even if people were trying to buy and sell very long-term treasuries, the swings would be nowhere near as severe as what we've seen in the Japanese bond market. And that would be very concerning because, after all, a central bank ultimately is responsible for orderly behavior in its market, and the JGBs fall right under the BOJ's control from that point of view. So what we might get is a hint from Governor Ueda today that the Bank of Japan could pause. It's been reducing its purchases of JGBs for a long time. It has a plan to continue doing so into 2027. Maybe he will hint they're going to have to pause for a little while to help to bring some stability to the market. That would certainly be a boost. It's not guaranteed, but it is something he might be able to do during the press conference.
I think to your point, $280 million of trading this week in JGB. Mark is wiping out more than $40 billion in that space. Mark Cranfield, Bloomberg MLive strategist, with what to expect on the markets today as we continue to delve into the Bank of Japan's messaging. That will come under intense scrutiny when it releases its policy decision today. And of course, as we mentioned, the governor presser as well. Prime Minister Takaichi jolted financial markets, pledging to expand fiscal spending. So economy and government reporter Yoshiaki Nohara joins us now for more on this story. Yoshi, so today we are not necessarily expecting another rate hike from the BOJ, but we'll be watching the presser and also the economic projections.
Right. So as Mark Cranfield, my colleague, mentioned that the focus will be on the Governor Ueda's press conference in the afternoon. And the key point is that definitely he's likely to be asked about this week's major moves in JGB markets and its implications for the yen as well. And there's a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, but there's some space for the governor to try to verbally bring calm to the market. But he also needs to be careful, because if he acts verbally very strongly, that he's saying that this is not tolerable, and therefore he is likely to be expected to step in again when the similar things to happen, when the Bank of Japan continues to raise interest rates and honor the discretion of the market setting its own, yield levels and whatnot. So he doesn't want to be engaging too much, but he can't ignore what's going on entirely. So that's a balancing act the governor is trying to play.
Absolutely, Yoshi. I mean, can Ueda-san help to calm the markets, cap the weakness in the yen, without drawing political backlash? I mean, we talk about this perhaps monetary policy, political interplay. We're also expecting the dissolution of the lower house of parliament.
Right. It's a very delicate situation right now. As you mentioned that, let's say if the BOJ tries to intervene in the market, that's likely to be seen as an act of monetary easing, resuming, and that's likely to push down the yen, and that's not good for the BOJ from the standpoint of that's going to fuel the import-driven inflation. That's not the kind of inflation BOJ is looking for. And at the same time, the lower yen is not going to make the public happy, because everybody knows by now how the lower cheap currency is going to inflate the price of food. The exact cause that Prime Minister Takaichi is trying to solve by pressing that she's considering the temporary suspension of food sales tax. But the question is that how she's going to pay for it. That she hasn't provided a clear answer to that yet.
Yoshi, thank you so much. Always great to get your insights. Bloomberg's economy and government reporter Yoshiaki Nohara. Now, also coming up on the Asia trade, more on the Bank of Japan's outlook with JP Morgan. We talk investment strategy with UBS as they stick with stocks and gold. Plus, on Bloomberg Tech Asia, Goldman Sachs and Microsoft tell us how the AI boom is reshaping energy markets. Much more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It looks like we have the concept of it. It gets everything we wanted, including especially real national security.
We discussed how can we protect Greenland, how can we protect the wider Arctic region. We know that the Danes are completely open to having more American presence in Greenland, and Greenland is open to that.
On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future.
The process of getting to that agreement has clearly damaged trust amongst allies, long-standing allies with deep friendship and partnership. That's been the very unsettling thing about the last few days.
I think that what's going on is really a change of the world order.
Every country is entitled to defend its legitimate rights and interests.
We consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends.
World leaders in Davos weighing in on Arctic security and shifting alliances. Let's bring in Bloomberg senior editor Derek Wallbank for more on this. And Derek, is this why markets are so focused on the taco trade? It seems President Trump has backed out from tariffs and the European Union will now ratify their trade deal.
That's right, Sherry. It does seem like the European Union is gas on now towards getting that trade deal done. There, that has been paused. Now that's back in play. So we are seeing a lot of this sort of like renormalization, if we want to call it that, in both policy and in markets here. That Donald Trump walking into Davos was making a lot of countries quite nervous with his stance on Greenland, talking about wanting to acquire the entire island as U.S. territory, and that was going to happen somehow. And, you're starting to see a lot of these fissures and fractures build, but we end Davos with Trump coming back saying that he's got a great deal that's going to ensure security. But what did the U.S. really get out of that? There's a long-standing security pact governing U.S. presence in Greenland that basically has said for a very long time that the U.S. can kind of do whatever it wants in Greenland. That got strengthened a little bit more. We're hearing that there's going to be some allowance that's going to be negotiated for maybe mining rights. There could be a bigger NATO security presence in Greenland, all of that sort of thing. But realistically, this deal does not go nearly where the White House was publicly saying they wanted to go initially, but it is something that Donald Trump looked at sort of the whole situation, looked at the escalating response back to the United States and those fractures and fissures, as I mentioned, and declared victory. And in declaring victory, has put a pause on that situation, has removed the tariff threat, and markets responded accordingly.
So declaring victory, to what extent does that mean the U.S. is better able to fend off those threats surrounding Greenland over Russia, over China?
Well, Avril, I think that it's interesting because when you were asking that question, I was curious where you were going to go at the end of it. Where does it do in terms of Russia and China? As I say, the defense posture doesn't really change too much. There is a strengthening here. It does allow, the U.S. to maybe do a little bit more. You're talking about the possibility of an increased NATO presence there. That could be people, that could also be equipment. But there's another way to read that question, and I was curious if you were going to go and say, where does that do in terms of the threats from U.S. allies and partners? Because I think that was one of the real key things here, the threat about whether or not European nations would start dumping treasuries, would start exiting some U.S. positions. We already saw a little bit of this going, starting to go up with some Danish funds. But the idea that could take root actually seriously does have a lot of consequences. We're seeing on the consumer side, even things like with Canada, there was such a big response to U.S. threats in the 51st states talk that Canadians broadly, rank and file Canadians broadly just said, we're going to stop buying as much U.S. stuff and we're going to prioritize other things. And now it's really hard to go buy American alcohol in Canada. It's just not selling very well. And you're seeing, companies like Jim Beam have to sort of throttle back production to be able to do that. I think that is one of the key existential risks here, is the idea that if this stuff goes on, you have a moment of seriousness and then it backs off, that's fine. But if you get this stuff again and again and again, and consumers say, hey, that's not actually what we want to do, we don't want to be a part of that, you get some real risk to U.S. businesses. Donald Trump is seeing that, and one of the things that he said is that he was going to vow a big retaliation if European countries sell U.S. assets in response to his tariff threats. It's clearly something that is on the mind. Again, stayed for now, but if we get into this situation going forward, this is one of the most key things to be watching.
Yeah, the idea of how these tariffs being used as a tool by Trump present a sort of own goal for the U.S. Derek, thanks so much for running us through all this. Bloomberg senior editor Derek Wallbank. Now, for more on Trump's plan on Greenland, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says the breakthrough with the U.S. president over the territory was secured without discussing its sovereignty. Speaking to us in Davos, he said the talks focused on the broader issue of security in the Arctic.
President Trump has been clear from when he
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in. We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets. Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
He was in office Trump 45, also when he came back into office Trump 47, that when it comes to the protection of the Arctic, with a priority on Greenland, we have to spend more energy, more time, more focus on this, because we know the sea lanes are opening up. The Chinese and the Russians are more and more active. So what we discussed last night, how in a practical sense we can get this done, and we agreed on these two tracks. One is the 7 countries in the high north, including the United States, working together to protect against any adversary. So that will be something where NATO is heavily involved. And then when it comes to Greenland specifically, continuing the discussions they started last week. The Danish delegation, Secretary Rubio, Vice President Vance in Washington, to continue that discussion. Also to make sure that when it comes to Greenland specifically, their economy, their military situation, Russia and China will never get access.
And the Danes and sovereignty, is that all assured?
We didn't discuss at all about that issue. So we discussed how can we protect Greenland, how can we protect the wider Arctic region. And again, I think President Trump was the one who reinvigorated NATO at the summit in The Hague with the famous 5%. I think we can be thankful for the fact that he again has been able to take leadership on this issue. How can we collectively protect the Arctic?
The latest rumours out there that it will be involve sort of bigger bases, longer leases, but not actually changing sovereignty, and the idea of far more American troops. Is that the sort of basis of it?
We didn't go into those details at all. We know that the Danes are completely open to having more American presence in Greenland, and Greenland is open to that. And I think it is good that these discussions take place with the 3 of them, because at the end I cannot negotiate on behalf of anyone. I was listening to a lot of people. I think there is a landing ground here, but in the end, of course, now we have to make it happen.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte speaking in Davos to Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
That means we have to rely on each other for success. If you could have the ASEAN grid to connect rain power from Vietnam's wind farm, Thailand's solar farm, to geothermal in Indonesia, it will flow surplus renewables from one country to another. If it's good for the planet and good for business, it's worth supporting.
Just a recap on how assets across the U.S. are faring. You're looking at the dollar could be on this weekly slump that's its worst since the month of June. Treasuries, you're seeing upward pressure, but we did see that U.S. economic data pointing to a resilient economy and stocks that focus, of course, not just on the small caps or big tech, but Intel in the after hours. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
We have breaking news out of Japan. We are getting the December CPI numbers, excluding fresh food, core CPI year-on-year growth of 2.4%, matching economists' estimates and decelerating from the previous month. Exclude energy as well, and you have core CPI, 2.9% growth, which is slightly higher than economists' estimates, but still decelerating from the 3% the previous month. The headline number coming in at 2.1% growth for the month of December year-on-year, which is slightly below economists' expectations as well, and also decelerating from the previous month. There have been concerns about whether accelerating inflation could lead to the BOJ to hike rates faster. We do know that it has been above that 2% target for the last 4 years. Let's discuss all of this on this BOJ day as well. Joining us now is Ayako Fujita, Chief Japan Economist at JP Morgan Securities. Ayako, always great to see you, especially when I just mentioned that perhaps if inflation continues to accelerate, the BOJ could move forward their rate hike, which is consensus estimates expecting it for the summer. What do you think?
The recent deceleration is mainly driven by policy factors. Actually, core excluding fresh food, the decline to 2.4% is very much driven by energy services, the decline in gasoline prices. And actually, we expect more to come because government will reintroduce electricity subsidies starting from January, so which will probably decelerate core excluding fresh food below 2% towards springtime. But that does not necessarily mean that actually underlying inflation is decelerating because, for example, like BOJ core, excluding fresh food and energy, still remain actually close to 3%. And actually, everybody expected actually food inflation to decelerate, but actually this is decelerating. But pace of decline, actually deceleration is quite modest. So which means actually, quite underlying inflation pressure persists.
So if we don't expect the Bank of Japan to move today, when could they move next?
I expect it's going to be April because actually, April is quite good timing for BOJ to justify rate hike because, by then actually we get the Shunto negotiation result, including small and medium enterprises as well. So that, if that turns out quite strong, then actually BOJ can justify that underlying inflation momentum will be still there. So therefore, actually, policy normalization need to continue.
Ayako, this is April in Singapore. Just wondering, is there a way for the BOJ today to send the signals to the market that would both help to calm what we saw, the ructions in JGBs earlier in this week and the issues surrounding the yen? Is there a way that there can be a solution for both issues?
It's quite difficult actually this time because particularly actually today, Takaichi is planning to dissolve the lower house, so which is actually quite tricky timing for BOJ to send very hawkish signal. And if actually, of course, actually, if BOJ send a hawkish signal, of course that will actually, probably to calm down market a little bit. But actually, if that happens, then actually, the JGB market will start pricing in the early rate hike. And also, actually, the sending dovish signal is actually quite tricky. So therefore, I think actually the only solution for BOJ to do actually upcoming meeting is actually just sticking on the previous policy line, which is actually, BOJ will continue to deliver rate hike along with actually, the inflation momentum passes. So, this is kind of actually repeat of actually previous message. So market could potentially perceive it as a very dovish message. So there is a clear risk that actually, again, the Governor Ueda's press conference can be seen as a dovish.
What about whether they might tweak their economic projections in any way? Maybe there can be some tea leaves we read out of that?
I think actually the outlook of both will be revised up, and particularly growth focus, because the BOJ has been quite actually kind of.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll. After a bruising week for transatlantic ties, European leaders are now trying to refocus on their urgent security and economic priorities. At an emergency summit in Brussels, the EU sought to find ways to move on after the US president delivered a sobering reality check on the world's most important economic relationship. Here's Kaja Kallas, the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy.
The real issue is Ukraine right now, and that's why, any kind of disagreements that we have between allies, our adversaries like Russia and China are really enjoying this show.
Kaja Kallas was speaking to Bloomberg as EU leaders this week have called for unity but diverged on how best to handle relations with the United States. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has urged his colleagues to react calmly to Trump's provocations, while France's Emmanuel Macron explicitly attacked the US president's strategy, calling it an attempt to weaken and subordinate Europe. But during this week's World Economic Forum in Davos, it was the comments from Mark Carney of Canada that clearly spelled out the challenge confronting Europe. On Tuesday, Carney warned that the rules-based international order was effectively dead and argued that mid-sized powers must form new alliances to resist coercion from aggressive superpowers. After returning to Canada, the Prime Minister talked about his country's role in this new global order.
In a time of democratic decline, we can show how rights can be protected and equal freedoms endure. And in a time of rising walls and thickening borders, we can demonstrate how a country can be both open and secure, welcoming and strong, principled and powerful.
Mark Carney's latest comments came after President Trump took another swipe at the Prime Minister, saying Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. Well, the highly charged rhetoric came as sources told Bloomberg the US wants to rewrite its current defence agreement with Denmark to remove any limits on its military presence in Greenland. On his way back to the US from Davos, President Trump was asked whether his framework deal would give the United States sovereignty over pockets of land in the Arctic territory.
That was discussed. We can do anything we want. We can do military. We can do anything we want. And it's being negotiated, and let's see what happens. I think it'll be good.
It's President Trump speaking there. The European Parliament is now expected to vote on ratifying the EU-US trade deal after he walked back his latest threat to impose extra tariffs on European allies. But despite signs that geopolitical tensions may be easing, markets remain apprehensive, with gold rising to close to $5,000 an ounce. Now, before Trump's Greenland ultimatum, most of Europe's focus had been on the issue of Ukrainian security. The EU is now returning to the issue amid US pressure for a resolution with the war in Russia. US envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are holding talks in Moscow with President Putin, with the issue of territory proving to be a major barrier to any deal. The talks came as President Zelensky used his speech in Davos to criticise Europe for relying too much on American support.
Dear friends, we should not degrade ourselves to secondary roles, not when we have a chance to be a great power together. We should not accept that Europe is just a salad of small and middle powers seasoned with enemies of Europe. When united, we are truly invincible.
President Zelensky says top Ukrainian officials will attend planned talks with the US and Russia in the United Arab Emirates. Well, turning next to TikTok and its Chinese parent company ByteDance, which have closed a long-awaited deal with American investors to continue operating its business in the United States. The social media company has established a majority US-owned entity with 3 managing investors, Oracle, Silver Lake and MGX, each holding a 15% stake. The sale concludes a years-long regulatory tug-of-war that threatened to shut the app down in the United States over data and national security concerns. And the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is bracing for a potential leadership showdown after an MP stepped down in Manchester. The move opens a pathway for long-term political rival Andy Burnham to potentially challenge the PM. 30-year gilt yields briefly swung 10 basis points higher on the news before pairing losses. Bloomberg's James Woolcock has more.
UK politics looks fragile, although a recent GfK survey says many Britons are becoming more worried about the economic outlook. The political outlook is starting to drive the market narrative. Hedge funds are taking notice of Labour plots to replace Prime Minister Keir Starmer, taking long volatility positions in sterling. The other challenger on the horizon, Reform UK's Nigel Farage. At Davos, he told Bloomberg he had a very different vision for growth.
Well, given what a catastrophe UK economic policy has been over the last 15 years, I think we should challenge every single tenet of it.
Farage's big test for popularity is local elections in May, which is when many of those hedge fund vol bets are set to expire. It's become a moment of danger for the Prime Minister. In London, James Woolcock, Bloomberg Radio.
And those are your top stories on the markets. Eurostoxx 50 futures down 0.3%. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index up 0.4, hitting a record high earlier. The price of gold rising 0.4%, $4,957 an ounce. And we're watching the Japanese yen after the Bank of Japan held interest rates. We've been listening to the BOJ Governor Kazuo Ueda as well. The yen 0.3 weaker against the dollar, 158.89 this morning.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll, and this is Bloomberg.
Speaking with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite in Davos. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg. President Trump is suing JP Morgan and CEO Jamie Dimon for at least $5 billion over claims they stopped offering him banking services for political reasons. In response, the bank says it does not close accounts for political or religious reasons. For more, let's bring in finance reporter Catherine Doherty in New York. Catherine, we had heard from JP Morgan a couple of months ago that they were facing reviews and investigations. Now they're facing a lawsuit. What do we know?
So what we know is that the bank is denying any wrongdoing. They are sticking by what they have said is never a reason to close down accounts for political reasons, but they are citing reasons, which is very interesting in their response today, having to do with regulation that was in place that essentially was asking banks to really take into account some of the risks that they might see, not political risks, but any sort of risks that they might have to, in the future, think about and therefore make decisions to close down accounts that they say is in response to the regulation that was in place. So this is really a rhetoric that has been continuing. It was a year ago in Davos that Trump really brought forth this idea of debanking, calling out Bank of America's CEO Brian Moynihan on stage. And it's 1 year later coming back into the public's attention.
Catherine, Trump is also putting pressure on Wall Street's banks by urging this 10% credit cap charge cap. What are we hearing in terms of how some of them are offering solutions to this?
So it's interesting. A week ago during bank earnings, the executives were asked about what kind of impact and the response that they might have to an interest rate cap that President Trump is asking the banks to put in place. Last week, the executives were talking about the impact, saying that it would restrict lending, that they would have to change their parameters and the way in which they offer credit to their consumer customers. 1 week later, we are reporting and giving more details today on the potential solutions that the banks are looking into. One way that they could potentially appease the Trump administration is by offering a credit card with that 10% interest rate cap. The details of how they would be able to do that remains to be seen. But this is a new way, if it is a new product, that they could move forward. And they've always been saying that if it's affordability that's the issue, which is what the Trump administration is really highlighting as the reason behind putting this interest rate cap in place, all of the banks are saying that is an issue that we too feel strongly about. We want to help consumers, not restrict them. And they're saying that if you put this 10% interest rate cap in place, that might cause them, because of the financials, the economics behind what they would have to do on the back end to essentially make up for some of the losses that they would incur. They're saying that it would have the opposite reaction.
Catherine, great to have you. Thank you so much for the context. Finance reporter Catherine Doherty for us. And more from the corporate front as well. Bloomberg has learned that Alibaba is preparing to list its chip-making arm T-Head, tapping strong investor interest in the AI accelerator business. Sources say the company plans to restructure the unit as a business partly owned by employees and then explore an IPO. T-Head was founded by Alibaba in 2018, developing chips for both computing and storage. Sources say Apple has expanded the job of hardware chief John Ternus to include design work, one of the company's most critical functions. The move solidifies his status as a leading contender to eventually succeed CEO Tim Cook. At 50 years of age, Ternus is the youngest member of Apple's executive team. Tesla CEO Elon Musk says the company is preparing for the commercial release soon of its Optimus robot. Speaking in Davos, Musk said the company was already using some of the robots for simple tasks in its factory. He also predicted Optimus would be doing more complex tasks by the end of 2026.
Probably sometime next year, I'd say that by the end of next year, I think would be selling humanoid robots to the public. That's when we are confident that it's very high reliability, very high safety, and the range of functionality is also very high. You can basically ask it to do anything you'd like.
BlackRock CEO Larry Fink says the company is expanding its AI strategy with new capital and partners. Speaking to us in Davos, Fink also said that he doesn't think there's any uncertainty about AI.
I don't think there's any uncertainty about AI. There's no question of hundreds of billions of dollars is needed to build this out. The CapEx is going to drive more global growth. How that is going to be dispersed and where it's going to be really dependent on each and every government. But I sincerely believe there is no bubble in the AI space. That being said, like in everything else in capitalism, there's going to be some big failures. Okay, we always see a rotation, and there's going to be some huge winners and some losers. But do I believe the needed capital to build out AI is one of the great opportunities for the world to come? When you think about the hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure that's necessary, countries are going to have to rebuild their grids. We're going to have to source new powers of energy. Last night at a dinner, we had an amazing conversation on how AI is going to change science and how it's going to improve human lives in terms of medicine. But importantly, there's a strong foundational belief that AI is going to accelerate new sources of power. And if we could have cheap sources of power, abundant cheap sources of power, maybe things that we can't even think of today through AI, imagine how that could lift the rest of the world.
You announced a big, actually, partnership with Microsoft that you've raised $12.5 billion as part of this, partnership to bankroll data centers.
Yes.
Like, when are you hitting 30 million?
30 billion, yeah.
30 billion. When's that coming?
Well, we announced 12.5. We're actively raising more money. We did already make an acquisition in Aligned Data Centers. The total enterprise value was $40 billion. But not only is Microsoft our partners, MGX of Abu Dhabi, NVIDIA is one of our partners, XAI is one of our partners, and so we have an incredible partnership group in building this out, and we are seeing more and more opportunity working alongside some of the best hyperscalers, and so we see nothing but opportunity, and that but we have to be judicious and we have to be thoughtful about it. But I'm very encouraged about what AI can do for humanity.
BlackRock CEO Larry Fink speaking with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix at Davos. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Drug maker Sino Biopharmaceuticals says China has seen a rapid increase in clinical trial registrations. CEO Eric Say also spoke to us in Davos about his open-ended approach to deals in 2026 and where he sees the company in 5 years.
Definitely, I think there's a couple of numbers that China is catching up with, soaring in the past decade from 5% of the total clinical trial numbers to right now register on, I think, 1/3 of global trials. So that's definitely a huge jump. And then from deals acquisitioning for out-licensing, last year I think it's $130 billion USD plus deal size. So definitely that's huge in terms of total deal. I think it's coming out from like a talent dividends for the past years and how Chinese government is encouraging innovation, is really giving out directions, and then is giving out a speed as well. So I think the other reason is because of the population basis. Like Chinese just have to do things at much faster and then more cost-efficient way to survive. So in the end, it comes to survival.
How much clarity do you have for 2026? How many more deals do you think we can expect?
We are anticipating not only M&As, but also out-licensing. So we have a lot of good molecules interested by big pharmas, by MNCs. And then we're also very open space. We don't necessarily have to do out-license to MNCs, but also maybe partnering with funds to fund the initiative of clinical trials overseas, as well as possibility of carrying out it ourselves.
Where do you see Sino Biopharma in 5 years?
Definitely, I think we'll keep on doing what we're doing. Our strategy, I think, is very clear-cut. We're very focused in the areas that we're now in: oncology, hepatitis, surgery and analgesics, respiratory, and we're looking into right now because of the M&As and then cardiovascular, as well as metabolism, as well as immunology and some CNS. With this, I think we continue to focus on the areas that we were in, and then where innovative is driving. Because some of the TAs before we see less of a breakthrough. So I think some of the TAs is just maintain, and then the others I think is like how we really develop it through it. So in the next couple of years, I think it's complete on what I just said, steady on your current strategy, operation, and then keep on delivering. And number two is like opportunities on M&As, out-licensings, and partnership.
Sino Biopharmaceutical CEO Eric Tse speaking to Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin in Davos. More from the corporate front, India's biggest carrier, Indigo, has reported profit that missed expectations due to one-time charges from December's disruptions and tighter regulatory oversight. Third quarter net income slipped to $60 million. Sources say Elon Musk's SpaceX has lined up 4 banks to lead its IPO as it moves forward with plans for the biggest listing ever. Bloomberg has learned the firm sees Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley in senior roles, though no final decisions have been made. SpaceX targeting an IPO as soon as this year. This is Bloomberg.
This is the Asia Trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens in what could be a risk-on day for assets across Asia. As we saw cooling geopolitical tensions in April, not to mention a tech rally and solid U.S. economic data. And of course, don't forget, it's BOJ Policy Day.
Yeah, on a day where the lower house of parliament is expected to be dissolved. So perhaps this interplay or complications between politics and monetary policy, Sherry, but also watching as well whether the things cool down further in the ructions from earlier in the week on the long end in JGBs.
Yeah, we actually saw 2 sessions of JGB rebound here after that sell-off early in the week because of those complications around politics, right? I mean, with the dissolution of the lower house and that snap election for February 8th and expectations of more government spending with that temporary cut in the tax on food, that could have ramifications for Japan's debt. But take a look at the Nikkei, opening higher by 0.3%, extending those gains from the previous session. The Japanese yen holding at that 158 level as we head towards that BOJ policy decision, where no change is expected for the rate, but we're watching the economic projections, not to mention, of course, the press conference from Governor Ueda. We also had those CPI numbers earlier today showing that core inflation remained at that 2.4%, which was a deceleration from the previous month, but also staying above that 2% inflation target for the Bank of Japan. The 10-year yield at that 2.23 level. Take a look at how Korea is also coming online, because we also have to contend with that tech narrative that we have ongoing, because we had, of course, rallies in Samsung Electronics, also SK Hynix on those more positive commentary coming from the NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang about the AI build-out. But at the same time, we had the plunge in Intel in the after-hour session, so we're watching some of those Asian suppliers overall as well, although the Kosdaq at the moment is still gaining 0.6%. And remember that incredible rally for the South Korean market, the Kospi up 95% in the past year already, the Korean won holding. But we have, of course, seen that significant pressure when it comes to the Korean currency, Avril.
Yeah, and the pressure there comes despite the slide that we've been seeing in the greenback. We are headed for weekly declines on the Bloomberg Dollar Index. It could be its worst week we've seen since June last year. And we talk about how these geopolitical tensions have eased off a little. But some of these analysts have pushed forth insights, including the takeaway from this week amid the tensions might have been for European allies of the U.S. that maybe they cannot rely on the U.S. as a partner so much anymore. So maybe there's that rethink continuing. And against the backdrop, I mean, we've been talking about this week, right? The de-dollarization trend, or maybe investors not turning up their appetite and picking up more U.S. assets, so to speak. So perhaps that Sell America theme might be still intact. Now, we're also watching for, as you said earlier, that strong U.S. economic data. We saw personal expenditure, or should I say consumer spending, that came in strong. And then the jobs market, it also showed signs of resilience. So all in, it points to a U.S. economy that maybe doesn't need so much in the way of Federal Reserve easing. What is that going to mean for the timing of the next rate cut? Certainly, we saw that playing out in treasuries. You're seeing that continued upward pressure. And of course, this week it has been about those concerns surrounding the U.S. on the long end of things as well, fiscal sustainability potentially. You're looking at U.S. stock futures pointing to a bit of a slide, perhaps with Intel in mind. Sherry.
Fiscal sustainability, a big issue here in Japan as well, right? The Bank of Japan's messaging coming under intense scrutiny when it releases its policy decision today. This after Prime Minister Takaichi jolted financial markets by pledging to expand government spending. Economy and government reporter Yoshiaki Nohara joins us now for more on this. So no expectations of a change in the rate from the BOJ, but of course the commentary and the economic projections will be key today.
Right. As you mentioned, Sherry, there's no expectations for any rate change today. It's decision. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of attention given to the Governor Ueda's press conference in the afternoon for primarily two reasons. One is obviously how he may respond when he's most likely to be asked about the JGB big moves this week. But at the same time, ongoing interest about how the Bank of Japan is feeling about the weak yen, because that's going to also affect the inflation via import prices. So those are the key points that people will be watching at the press conference this afternoon.
We also got those Japan inflation numbers, JP Morgan describing it as a modest deceleration. What is your read, and perhaps what the trajectory is going to be given these counter-inflation measures from Takaichi?
Right. Those are good questions. I mean, the core CPI is still above the BOJ's target, but also Probably more importantly, if you look at the core CPI, which is the inflation measure excluding fresh food and energy, it's very high still. So that indicates to me that there's no reason for the BOJ to change its stance that it's going to keep raising interest rates gradually. And but as you mentioned that. It's also the government's intention to bring down inflation, especially for food prices, because that is hurting households. But what we need to also know is that the ruling party has said it will accelerate the consideration of the suspension of food sales tax, but it hasn't said it would definitely do so and starting when, and hasn't figured out how to pay for it either. So those are key questions that still need to be answered.
Yoshi.
Okay guys, natural gas को देखोगे, it take the support again from the lower end. अभी भी रेंज ब्रेक नहीं हुई. जैसा मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था, यहाँ पर हमें चाहिए कंसोलिडेशन, एटलीस्ट 4 आवर का कंसोलिडेशन तो चाहिए तभी ये ब्रेक डाउन करेगा, अदरवाइज 4 आवर का कंसोलिडेशन भी नहीं हुआ इस लेवल पे देखोगे प्राइस आया था अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 11-15 के आसपास. एटलीस्ट 315 तक तो यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन होना चाहिए था तभी ब्रेक डाउन होता, बट नहीं हुआ. स्टिल होल्डिंग द सपोर्ट. तो कोई रेंज को प्ले कर रहा था तो भाई यहाँ पर बुक भी कर लेना फिर बाइंग में. ओवर हेयर अगेन सेम सिनेरियो अपसाइड पे होगा. मार्केट अगर कंसोलिडेशन करता है और फिर ब्रेकआउट करता है तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं करता है तो फिर से यहाँ से सेलिंग आ जाएगी. बट मैं जैसा मैं पहले बता चुका हूँ, मैं अब इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ इस लेवल पे, ना बाइंग में ना सेलिंग पे. मॉर्निंग पे अच्छा लेवल था तो एक सेलिंग ले ली. अब किसी एक साइड पे ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकडाउन होने दो तभी मैं कहूँगा प्लान करना, नहीं तो ये रेंज बाउंड प्राइस एक्शन है, इसी को प्ले कर सकते हो. बट याद रखना एक ना एक बार तो जरूर मार्केट कहीं ना कहीं ब्रेकआउट या ब्रेकडाउन करेगा ही करेगा. जब तक प्राइस प्रॉपरली वापस से ब्रेकआउट या फिर ब्रेकडाउन रेंज के बाहर नहीं कर देता है, तो किसी ने बाई करके रखा हुआ है तो यही उनका टारगेट है ऊपर डे हाई के अराउंड रेंज पे 325-26 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली. नहीं कर पाया ब्रेक. 314 के नीचे क्लोजिंग होती तो बेटर था. ब्रेकडाउन प्रॉपरली, ब्रेकडाउन तो छोड़ो, रीटेस्ट छोड़ो, ब्रेकडाउन भी नहीं हुआ है. नॉट गुड. इंडियन मार्केट भी देखोगे वापस फॉल ही कर गया मॉर्निंग पे ओपनिंग के बाद. काफ़ी देर तक कंसोलिडेशन जरूर किया था बट फाइनली नीचे आ गया. देखो ये वापस वही कल के सपोर्ट एरिया पे पहुंच रहा है. मॉर्निंग से ऐसे कोई ट्रेड था नहीं निफ्टी में, रेजिस्टेंस दूर था वहां तक तो गया नहीं, सपोर्ट भी नीचे था. लेट्स होप वापस सपोर्ट पे अगर आता है तो. सपोर्ट वही है आपका 25,000 के अराउंड। वैसे रेंज देखोगे तो रेंज में है, बट दैट इज स्टिल अ वेरी गुड स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट एरिया। 25,000 से लेकर 24,850 830, दैट इज स्टिल सपोर्ट जोन। लेट्स होप आज फिर से आ जाए वहाँ पर तो बढ़िया है। फिर देखेंगे कल क्या एक डब्ल्यू बनाने जा रहा है या फिर ब्रेक डाउन कर रहा है। 24,830 के नीचे ब्रेक डाउन होगा, वहाँ तक सपोर्ट है फ्रॉम 24,950 से लेकर 24,850 तक, ये 100 पॉइंट की रेंज। वाह, कल से सेलिंग में ही है। ठीक है, 2% गिर चुका है कल के हाई से, रेजिस्टेंस पे आया था कल, वहां से एक सेलिंग आई, फिर पुल बैक, अगेन सेलिंग कंटिन्यू ही है। लेट्स होप आज यहाँ पर आए, फिर मंडे को देखेंगे। और मंडे को तो क्लोज है, ट्यूसडे को देखेंगे अगर डब्ल्यू बनता है तो। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में अभी कुछ नहीं है, मार्केट एक बहुत स्मॉल सी रेंज के अंदर ही घूमे जा रहा है बार बार। ऊपर आता है तो एक रेजिस्टेंस जोन है ऊपर, वहां सेल करेंगे। नीचे सपोर्ट कल का लो जो बनाया था सपोर्ट, वहां कल भी एग्जैक्टली तो टच नहीं किया था, फॉरेक्स में आ गया था, तो दैट इज स्टिल अ रेजिस्टेंस। याद रखना ऊपर क्रूड ऑयल में वैसे रेजिस्टेंस 5,550 से स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, बट मैंने अपर रेंज रखी है 60 to 80।
Davos. Bloomberg Television brings you unmatched coverage and conversations with world leaders, business executives, and billionaires as they navigate responsible AI deployment, economic expansion, and geopolitical tensions. Tune in for daily coverage all week. Context changes everything.
It looks like we have the concept of it. It gets everything we wanted, including especially real national security.
We discussed how can we protect Greenland, how can we protect the wider Arctic region. We know that the Danes are completely open to having more American presence in Greenland, and Greenland is open to that.
On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future.
The process of getting to that agreement has clearly damaged trust amongst allies, long-standing allies with deep friendship and partnership. That's been the very unsettling thing about the last few days.
I think that what's going on is really a change of the world order.
Every country is entitled to defend its legitimate rights and interests.
We consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends.
World leaders in Davos weighing in on Arctic security and shifting alliances. And certainly one of the outcomes from this week in Davos has been European leaders reassessing the way in which they view their long-time ally, the US, of course. And we're hearing from Ursula von der Leyen talking about how, yes, they will be working on this implementation of the EU-US trade deal, but they're also commissioning to put forward some Greenland investment, progressing well as well when it comes to the Ukraine prosperity package. So a couple of, I guess, toning down of these tensions between the EU and the US from the EU Commission president, comments in that direction. For the moment, though, interesting to see futures in Europe looking a bit cautious following their recovery in the past couple of sessions. Let's bring in Bloomberg Chief Asia correspondent Rosalind Matheson. Ross, we are seeing a bit of calming down, but tensions underlying remain. Is there a risk of this wholesale dumping of U.S. assets by Europe? Are there bigger risks here?
Well, obviously that's been in the conversation, but it does really seem unlikely for now. And of course, the US president has threatened retaliation if it were to happen without saying exactly what that might entail. But there has been that conversation over the past week of the leverage that Europe has in terms of holdings of US assets. That's as leaders are frankly grappling with how to respond to what they see as this very new relationship with the US. And Europe does hold about 40% of foreign holdings of US treasuries, which is less than Asia, but not nothing at all. And they have sold treasuries and other US assets from time to time. I mean, they make those calculations based on market and risk and so on. And so selling of treasuries is not unusual. It doesn't necessarily suggest that they're looking to dump wholesale. But, you know, there is a bit of leverage there potentially. Most of the holdings are held by private funds and not state funds. And so if they were to sell, it's probably a reflection of them just seeing that they perceive a greater risk in investing in the US, or they just want to diversify their holdings, not necessarily a political statement. But, you know, there is some leverage there potentially. It's probably more, you would say, on the trade side than necessarily in their holdings of things like US treasuries, though.
Yeah, I mean, the selling of U.S. treasuries always comes up when there's any tension between the U.S. and, say, China or Japan as well, right? But when it comes to the EU, now that the truce seems to have been reaffirmed, how quickly could the EU ratify the trade deal now?
Well, a couple of days ago, it was put off indefinitely. Now they're saying that they're going to see if they can move towards it. And of course, the comments just recently by the EU Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen in that regard. But also, again, European leaders have been shaken by what they've seen over the past week. Their heads are probably still spinning from all the developments. And do they really want to rush to ratify this deal as a result? The lead lawmaker for the EU has said the relationship has changed. He wants to know exactly what is in this Greenland framework before they ratify the deal. So his committee is probably going to meet on Monday to discuss further steps. And with Donald Trump saying that a clarity on the framework with Greenland is probably 2 weeks off, I mean, for him, deadlines are also quite rubbery things, and he can blow through them or change his mind. Will Europe want to wait to see a little bit more about what that framework deal is going to entail before they sign on and the Parliament ratifies this trade deal? Because, of course, ratification is leverage in itself. And do they want to hold back a little bit and see exactly what this deal involves before they sign on?
Yeah, Rosalind Matheson, always good to chat with you, Bloomberg Chief Asia correspondent there. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also accusing European allies of failing to halt Russia's actions and lacking the will to act as a real global power. During a speech in Davos, Zelensky said Europe loves to discuss the future but avoids taking action today.
Dear friends, we should not degrade ourselves to secondary roles, not when we have a chance to be a great power together. We should not accept that Europe is just a salad of small and middle powers seasoned with enemies of Europe. When united, we are truly invincible. And Europe can and must be a global force, not one that reacts late, but one that defines the future.
And more from Davos. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has dismissed the recent strengthening of Canada's trade relations with China as political noise. Lutnick also told us Prime Minister Mark Carney's tilt toward China could become an issue in talks this year over revamping the North American Trade Accord.
I think what that is political marketing, right? The Canadians have the second best deal in the whole wide world. If they continue this path, right, which is a political path of a certain thing. I'm going to go fly to China. I'm going to open up my markets to China. I'm going to take Chinese electric cars and do all sorts of this stuff. Then when USMCA gets renegotiated
this year,
sort of like towards the end of the summer, right in the middle of the summer, do you think the President of the United States is going to say, you should keep having the second best deal in the world? I mean, you guys are such great friends. I mean, they are playing with a set of rules that they haven't really thought
I can
through.
hear it in your voice. You're excited about negotiating this, aren't you, later this year?
Well, they've sort of given a sort of a roadmap of saying, so I guess we should change the whole deal. Right? You want to be like the rest of the world. You don't want to be this favored neighbor because you've taken it so for granted that you're willing to come to Davos and say there's two hegemonic powers in the world and we're going to decide which one we're going to work with. Really? You're going to either work with the United States of America, where 75% of your economy is totally tied to it, or China? Why would you say that? I think it's political. You know, I think if we take it correctly, we should look at it as just political noise coming out of a prime minister, and maybe this is working for his election, right? Because I don't think it can be real, because if you took out the math of Canada's economy and it's doing business with the United States of America's $30 trillion economy, there's no such thing as changing what they have today. No one would vote for changing what they had today. Now, maybe they're marketing it well, but they're just for their politics.
U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick speaking with Bloomberg in Davos. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg. Bridgewater Associates founder Ray Dalio says investors are diversifying their assets as the U.S. underperforms global markets. Speaking in Davos, Dalio also told us the world could be moving towards a capital war amid reserve shifts and geopolitical tensions.
We haven't begun the capital war yet, and I think that draw attention to it. I don't even think people think capital war. They hear a lot about trade war. And how does a capital war work, and what is happening today pertaining to the markets and so on? Okay. The big issue is the opposite side of a trade imbalance is a capital imbalance. And so we have an issue now with the changing complexion of what is owned by capital. So central banks buying gold and replacing bonds and other assets. We see these things happening, the changes in that mix. And so President Trump's speech was very, very important because there's a line, a red line, that has to do with military as it pertains to Greenland. And if there is a military move, it has capital war implications. But beyond that, the issue of what is held as a reserve currency and the whole capital issue is something that's extremely important, not paid much attention to, and not understood.
Right. A lot of U.S. policymakers or U.S. chief executives will push back. But for me, it's very clear that actually this week, if we are, relieved that the U.S. is not invading Greenland militarily, maybe there's a big shift, right, in this alliance. So is there going to be a big de-dollarization? Are you going to see countries outside the U.S. move away from the dollar quite quickly?
Generally speaking, you're seeing a diversification away from the U.S., right? Last year, U.S. markets, wonderful performance, but underperformed the rest of the world. And you're seeing a shift in the assets held.
Bridgewater Associates founder Ray Dalio in Davos as we continue to keep an eye on those tech stocks across Asia under pressure today as Intel suppliers really brace for impact with Intel's lackluster forecast. Bloomberg Tech Asia coming up next. Stay tuned for a deep dive into how the AI boom is reshaping energy markets. This is Bloomberg.
course, this is the organisation he hopes could replace the United Nations. But we'll keep an ear out for anything he says on Greenland. Then tonight we have EU leaders hosting a meeting in Brussels. Plenty to discuss when it comes to Greenland and the frayed Washington relationship, and of course the future of what that means for Ukraine. And then we turn back to the US economic data. 3 p.m. London time, we'll get the latest core PCE numbers from the United States. That is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. Delayed data because of the US government shutdown. But those numbers from October and November expected to show a fading tariff pass-through. Plenty on the docket ahead. Let's set you up for the day coming. We begin with our top story. US President Donald Trump says that he's reached the framework of a deal on Greenland and won't impose fresh tariffs on European nations opposed to his plans.
It looks like we have the concept of a deal. It gets everything we wanted, including especially real national security. Well, the deal is going to be put out pretty soon, and we'll see. It's right now a little bit in progress, but pretty far along. It gets us everything we needed to get. It's the ultimate long-term deal, and I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and everything else.
Speaking to Fox News, the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte said that his talks with President Trump did not include Danish control of Greenland.
That issue did not come up anymore in my conversations tonight with the President. We very much focused on what do we need to do to make sure that that huge Arctic region, where change is taking place at the moment, where the Chinese and Russians are more and more active, how we can protect that. That was really the focus of our discussions.
Let's go to Davos now. We can bring in Bloomberg's Jomana Basetchi, who's on the ground for us. Jomana, what do we actually know about what this framework of a deal entails? Good morning.
Good morning, Lizzie. Well, what we do know is the day started with ice and ended with a thaw, quite literally. During the course of President Trump's speech, his address to Davos, which everyone had been anticipating the whole week, he did reiterate his desire to acquire Greenland, if not militarily or not by force. It was only a couple of hours later where he sat down with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and seems to have changed his mind. He announced shortly afterwards that a framework for Greenland had been reached, and on the back of that, the threat of tariffs on those European nations that had been siding with Greenland over its territorial integrity would be abolished, and therefore the tariffs are no longer going to come into effect in the beginning of February. Now, as for the framework itself, the truth is we don't have a lot of details right now. We just heard Mark Rutte in that Fox News interview. He says the topic of Greenland sovereignty didn't actually come up. However, there has been some discussion about perhaps enhanced rights for U.S. military presence on Greenland in certain sites. That could be one concession that they agreed to. Later on, President Trump also sat down with CNBC for an interview, and he spoke about the fact that one element of the agreement is access to critical minerals, and obviously that has been a key focus for the Trump administration. But from a security perspective, NATO also put out a statement saying that they have come to this framework to ensure that both China and Russia never get a foothold in Greenland. Now, where we go from here, of course, it is a massive de-escalation from where we were 24 hours ago, but there is still going to be some cautiousness amongst Europeans, in reaction to these threats that have come through, the threat to the Transatlantic Alliance, the threats to NATO. President Trump devoted a big part of his speech to criticizing NATO, as he tends to do, and reiterated the point that without the U.S. and without the U.S. support, NATO would be nothing. That is a quote from his speech. And so we have to see how things go from here, and also how readily the Europeans are going to be willing to sign back on to the trade agreement that was agreed to last year. So I think there is a sense that things have been diffused, but not completely out of the woods. And perhaps we need to get some more details on what exactly is included in that framework that the Secretary General of NATO and President Trump got to last night.
OK, so very little detail, but it's enough for markets this morning. We are seeing that relief playing out today. And, Jemana, now we look ahead to that signing ceremony for President Trump's Board of Peace. Who's he actually managed to sign up?
Well, here's the thing. We don't actually know at this point who the composition of the board is going to entail. But what they do say is that they've sent out invitations to 50 heads of state. The U.S. say that between 30 and 35 have accepted. Not all of them are going to be at the signing ceremony today. Yesterday evening, a whole handful of Middle Eastern nations said that they had accepted the invitation. Those include the likes of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Turkey. But significantly, European nations have said no. They've balked at the fact that the U.S. will continue to chair, and President Trump will continue to chair this body even long after his term. They balked at the $1 billion pay-to-play that has been widely reported to maintain a permanent seat. And then even Israel themselves have rejected the presence of some members on that committee, including Qatar and Turkey. So it will be interesting to see how much legs this Board of Peace actually has, but the signing is taking place in a couple of hours' time.
OK, Jemana, thank you so much. That's Bloomberg's Jemana Basetchi in Davos, who has plenty of interviews coming for us throughout the day. Well, speaking of the market reaction, European equity futures are higher, gold has dipped. This is the fears of an all-out trade war between the US and Europe have eased for now. Let's bring in Bloomberg MLive cross-asset strategist Ven Ram. Ven, does this stock rebound that we've seen now that Trump's backed off from his tariff threat against Europe show that the sell-off over recent days was much more about geopolitics than the long end of the Japanese bond market?
Morning, Lizzie. I think it was, to be fair, I think it was a combination of both. On Tuesday, the epicenter of the market reaction was certainly centered on Japan and what was happening with the JGB sell-off, the massive 7 standard deviation sell-off that we saw that day. But I think it's, as you say, it was a bit of both in, with Greenland concerns also dominating the markets. But, what I said 24 hours ago was that, this is not going to last and this is going to be a by the dip moment, but only because, if you looked at what Besant had said in Davos, he had said that, look, wait and watch the space. You need to see how things played out in 2024. So that was a very strong hint that the tariffs were not going to go forward, and that's what exactly has transpired. Now the markets are going to look forward to the third quarter, the third reading of the GDP, US GDP, which is 4.3%, which is phenomenal growth, and it's the AI narrative, right, that's powering global growth and global optimism. As long as that factor continues to remain in play, I don't see how these equity markets, frothy as they are going to come off.
Yeah.
We are looking for a catalyst, downward catalyst. That's simply not happening.
Well, look, I want to come back to AI in just a moment, but then gold's down today, but it's still holding on to a large part of its recent gains. Do you still see it marching towards $5,000 an ounce when the potential for geopolitical whiplash hasn't really gone away?
Exactly. There's still a lot of questions hanging over Greenland. We don't know how the situation is going to play out in Iran either. And there are plenty of other factors that underpin momentum in gold, nevertheless. And one of them is in the central bank purchases, which are estimated to climb even this quarter and this year. And they are price inelastic buyers, so it doesn't really matter to them whether gold is at 4,000 or 4,500. And Goldman Sachs, it seems, has made a call for 5,400. I mean, this is a market that's got plenty of momentum, and any pullback in gold would probably be a buying opportunity as well, even though it has kind of moved away from fundamentals. It's not about fundamentals, it's about momentum.
OK, Ven, thank you so much. That's Bloomberg's Ven Ram. Well, I promise we'd come back to AI. Let's see how Asia markets are faring now. We could go to Winnie Xu in Hong Kong. Winnie, it looks like the NVIDIA boss's Davos comments are boosting Asian tech.
Yeah, exactly. Morning, Lizzie. It is a nice AI rally that we're seeing in Asia today, with the MSCI Asia here up more than 0.6%. And that is coming after 3 days of decline. And like you mentioned, a bit of an easing tension between the U.S. and Europe. But more importantly, Jensen Huang's comment on how this global AI buildup is going to require trillions of dollars of investment. And that's really lifting the tech-heavy indexes in our region, including Korea, Kospi index and also the Taiwanese TAIEX index. And worth noting that the Kospi index, after that, how we've been talking for that for days already, has finally passed that 5,000 milestone earlier today. But a bit of worries in terms of how it's diverging away from the weakness in its currency, which is down, weakening about 0.3% today. Now, flip the board and take a closer look at Asia's tech stocks, because as we mentioned, the memory chips, for example, Samsung Electronics here up 1%, driving gains in the region. However, individually, we are also hearing some good news. For example, SoftBank here up more than 10% on analysts raising rating for ARM, and also Disco up 17% on better than expected earnings on that solid demand from AI. And also just flip the board and take a look at cross asset in Japan. In terms of the bonds, we are seeing that 10-year yield and also 30-year yield falling further, with bonds rebounding after that sharp sell-off earlier this week. And in terms of the Japanese yen, actually weakening for a third day, and that's coming ahead of that Bank of Japan decision tomorrow. For now, overall, we are expecting the Bank of Japan to hold rates, but also a bit more hawkishness just for the Bank of Japan to curb that weakness in the currency that we're seeing. Back to you, Lizzie.
OK, we'll keep an eye on the long end of the bond market here in Europe and on those European chip stocks for the read across. Winnie Xu in Hong Kong, we thank you. Well, still to come right here on Daybreak Europe. We're going to discuss what President Trump's reversal on tariffs means for European businesses. A conversation with the Engie CEO, Catherine McGregor, coming at 6:40 a.m. London time. But first, what next for the Ukraine peace deal? The US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff travels to Moscow for talks today, and we'll be discussing that next. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, President Trump has said that he'll meet with the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, today to discuss the Ukraine peace deal. Trump insisted that both Russia and Ukraine are at a point where they can come together to get a deal done, and called them stupid if they don't. Speaking to Bloomberg, the US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said that he'll be travelling to Moscow with Jared Kushner for talks with Russia.
I think that they've asked for the meeting. The Russians have invited us to come. And that's a significant statement from them. And Kirill was here yesterday and working on this with us. So I think everybody is embedded in the process and wants to see a peace deal happen.
I'm pleased to welcome now Elena Rybakova, non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics and director of the International Affairs Programme at Kyiv School of Economics. Good morning to you, Elena. Thank you so much for making time for us. In a recent note, you argued that both Ukraine and Russia are struggling economically. They're both fatigued by war. And so you say that the key variable in ending the war is Western commitment. I just want to play you a bit of President Trump's speech at Davos yesterday with that in mind.
What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it.
Elena, if that's a gauge of Western or American commitment to Ukraine, how much does it weaken Kyiv? Good morning.
Good morning. I don't think it is news. I think we've seen this sort of consistent messaging ever since J.D. Vance's trip to Munich conference last year. So it's been more than a year and a half. And in some ways, I think Ukraine and importantly, Europeans are beginning to digest and internalize this message. And the message is not just to Ukraine. The message is also to Europe, that the peace dividend is over, that the U.S. support of defense of Europe is nearly over. And we've seen it also with Greenland, which I'm sure we'll discuss in a second. So the message here that Europe needs to get its act together, increase productivity, increase common bond issuance, and spend more on defense. Where does that leave Ukraine? Ukraine needs to be constructive with the US and with Europe. Ukraine cannot tell US to just, disappear and bugger off and will be confrontational. No, they need to have this, for example, this minerals deal with US, maybe some investment deal with the US. But the focus for Ukraine for defense and budget support at the moment is with Europe.
Well, you mentioned Greenland, Alina. In that same speech, the president laid out his logic for why he thinks the US needs Greenland. He says he needs it for national and international security. The Russians are already out making the same argument for why they need Crimea. Do you think that Trump's Greenland threats will make Putin less likely to come to the negotiating table?
Well, I will respond to you with quoting the words of one Russian propagandist who responded immediately to Greenland comment, saying, we can open the second front. And make no mistake, here they're referring to possibly the Second World War, where the US came at the Nazi Germany at the time from one front and Russia was on the other front. So basically, this propagandist was saying that we've been having the fight with NATO consistently, and now we're watching NATO to eat itself. So Trump might want to take Greenland, and we want to take more territories in the east. This is not my words. This is the words coming from one of the key Russian propagandists. So I think the message to Russia is very clear. There are spheres of influence, and the bigger powers can look after their spheres of influence. I'm very happy, however, that we've seen the de-escalation last night, and I'm hoping that Europe will use this crisis to again strengthen its defenses.
So as you look ahead to Witkoff and Kushner heading to Russia today to talk to Putin, realistically, how far away is peace now?
Well, I'll ask you a question economically. I'm an economist. So from the point of view of an economist, what are the benefits for Russia of stopping the war? You will have millions of ex-combatants that you will need to integrate into a flailing economy at the time when the oil prices are low and potentially going lower in the next couple of years. Even if the sanctions were to be lifted as a result of a peace deal, companies will not rush into Russia because of the relatively low oil price expectation. And more than 80% of Russian exports are commodities. So therefore, from the economic point of view, it's almost the sort of musical chairs. The music is playing while the war is going, and what will happen when it stops. So that's why I think the negotiations are so challenging. It's likely we'll have again the reiteration of some of the maximalist demands, where Russia is asking for territories which it has not been able to conquer from the military point of view. So I think it will be another potentially challenging moment where maybe this negotiators come back with some plan. They try to again press it down on Ukraine, and hopefully Europe will step up again, maybe a little bit fatigued by Greenland, or maybe inspired by the Greenland debacle, and will protect Ukraine again.
Well, on the economics of all this, the Russian president has said that he's ready to commit frozen assets in the US to rebuilding Ukrainian nations that have been damaged by the war if a peace treaty is concluded. Is that credible, Alina?
Well, I'd love to commit various assets that are frozen and I don't have. So I think it's not exactly credible. But joke is not only on Putin here. The fact that Russia managed to successfully negotiate and pressure and intimidate various European countries last year in December, the fact that the European Union could not reach an agreement on using this Russian frozen assets means that Russia is actually also successful trying to defend its interests. So again, Russia created a lot of damage in Ukraine with this war. They do need to pay for this damage. Frozen assets are a wonderful way of doing that because, they're already in control of mostly European governments. The question here is political will. So yes, Russia can taunt this frozen assets, but it's not over yet. The assets are still frozen, controlled mostly by European governments.
OK, Alina, always great to get your insights on this programme. Alina Rybakova, non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics and director of International Affairs Programme at the Kyiv School of Economics. Thank you so much. Well, the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte will be speaking to us live at Davos at 8:30 a.m. London time. But before that, coming right up on Daybreak Europe, Norway's finance minister sees no reason for the country's $2.1 trillion sovereign wealth fund to exit US markets over the Greenland crisis. We'll bring you more of that interview with Jens Stoltenberg next. This is Bloomberg.
Progress is never a single act. It's a consequence. A port becomes possibility. Trade becomes a livelihood. Local industry becomes global. And entire communities begin to prosper. A single act becomes a chain reaction across oceans and borders, from Dubai to the world. That's the DP World Effect.
Well, I had the privilege of being Minister of Finance 30 years ago when we actually started to invest in the sovereign wealth fund. The year I became Minister of Finance, that was the year we made the first installment. And now it's roughly $2 trillion in total. And that's because Norway has saved all the oil and gas revenues by law. They are saved in the pension fund, and then we have agreed only to spend the financial or the interest rates, the financial return from those investments, and that's why this fund has become so big, but also because we have decided to invest small shares or small parts of many companies. So we own roughly 1.5% of 8,500 companies. We follow the markets. It's an index fund, and therefore we follow the size of the different markets. And our presence in the United States reflects the size of the U.S. market. And I think that is the best way for a very long-term fund as the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund.
But you don't see any need or reason at this point to pull back from the U.S.?
We have not seen any reason to do that now, and we have followed this very long-term approach that let's reflect the global equity markets, the global markets, to mirror the size of the different markets, more or less, and that has served the fund well since the beginning in '96. The first time I was Minister of Finance, and also now when I'm back in the same job. So it is a privilege of being the Minister of Finance in Norway, because you are responsible for that sovereign wealth fund. But the success has been very much linked to that it's a carefully managed index fund reflecting the global markets.
Norway's Finance Minister Jens Stoltenberg in Davos speaking there. Now to some other top stories we're following for you around the world this morning. The US Supreme Court's justices have expressed wariness of President Donald Trump's effort to fire the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over unproven mortgage fraud allegations. The justices cited concerns over the Fed's independence and potential market impact. And elsewhere, Bloomberg understands that a sweeping crypto market bill is likely to be delayed at least several weeks as key lawmakers shift their focus to potential housing legislation in support of President Trump's affordability push. Bitcoin edging lower on the news. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden with your top stories. Taco Thursday. European stock futures jump as President Trump backs away from his tariff threats, citing a framework of a future deal over Greenland. Putin's pledge. Russia's president says he could give $1 billion to Donald Trump's Board of Peace using assets frozen in the US. This is Special Envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner prepare to meet the Russian leader in Moscow. Plus, we'll be talking Ukraine and Greenland with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at Davos this morning. And we'll be bringing you interviews with the US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and Argentina's Javier Milei as well. A very good morning if you're just joining us. It's 6:30 a.m. here in London. This is the picture in markets this morning. One word: relief. Relief that President Trump has pulled back on his military threats on Greenland. Relief that he's pulled back on his tariff threats. Two layers of relief. We already saw the rally on Wall Street yesterday. Asian stocks have been catching up with with that today, and European futures set to see the same in the European session as well, pulling back on some of the earlier gains that we'd seen in the futures picture, but still very much in the green. Now, on the flip side, you've got investors pulling back from safe haven assets, including gold, but still look at that level on gold, $4,827 a troy ounce. So holding on to a lot of its gains in recent days, really showing that investors know there is still risk out there. Let's look at your front pages this morning. Greenland dominating, surprise, surprise, once again. The Financial Times this morning has President Trump dropping that tariff threat on European nations opposed to his Greenland plans after this framework of a future deal was reached with NATO. We don't have a lot of details, but it's enough, it seems, for markets. Flip over and we can take a look at the German newspaper Bild. This morning they're reporting the palpable sense of relief in Davos after President Trump hailed what he called a very good deal. So that's Bild this morning. The very good deal is what this means. And then if we flip over to the Wall Street Journal, they're charting Trump's about face across the day yesterday. As the Danish foreign minister put it, the day ending on a better note than it began. But the Journal also reporting that the ECB President Christine Lagarde walked out of a Davos dinner with the US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, saying, well, he started laying into Europe, really. So the tariff and military threat may have been averted for now, but that transatlantic rift perhaps remains. You can get a roundup of all of these stories and everything else you need to know to get your day going by looking at today's edition of Daybreak, which terminal subscribers, as always, can find by going to DAYB Go. Well, looking ahead now, EU leaders are going to be meeting later on today after Donald Trump said that he'd refrain from imposing tariffs on European goods following what he called a framework of a future deal over Greenland. Now, despite the apparent agreement, the US president made a series of attacks on NATO's policy towards Greenland during his appearance at Davos. Let's take a listen.
NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. The problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. Other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street.
Let's get the view from Brussels now. Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook joins us. Ollie, good morning. A sigh of relief, I'm sure, where you are. But what do we actually know about this Greenland framework?
Yeah, definitely a sign of relief, Lizzie. I mean, I think for everybody, when he said that he was not going to invade Greenland, that was really the sort of key moment yesterday in that speech in front of Davos. Certainly was the key moment for the policymakers and everybody here in Brussels watching very intently. And of course, basically now rather demanding Greenland and saying that basically the United States could very well invade, asking for Greenland and saying that basically we're going to ask now. If you say no, we will remember that. But that's a very different tone than we had going into the meeting. What we then understood was that there's going to be obviously no invasion, also no tariffs, and it's all down to Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, who apparently has presented a framework to the President of the United States, a sort of off-ramp in order to sort of save face, but also be able to say that the United States got something, according to Donald Trump and some of the comments he made yesterday in Davos, saying that it gives the United States everything that they need on the security perspective, also from the raw materials. In terms of the actual contents of this framework, I guess we're going to be asking that to Mark Rutte in a couple of hours when we get him on air. But what we understand from some of the reporting that's been done around this from Axios, they say that it has to do with Danish sovereignty. Apparently it does not compromise Danish sovereignty. The New York Times says that it could basically work where you have little pockets within Greenland that belong to the United States, but the greater landmass still belongs to Denmark. We should say that it apparently has not yet consulted the Danes, the Americans, and Trump has not yet spoken to the Prime Minister of Denmark, that this is something that apparently it seems that Mark Rutte has been consulting with the Danes and speaking to the President of the United States. There has been some unhappiness in Denmark from the sort of parliament saying that, you know, this is not really up to NATO to negotiate. But again, I think it does take the temperature down. It does take some of the tension down, and it does create a pathway and an off-ramp for something that seemed unreconcilable earlier in the day yesterday.
OK, so they've taken the temperature down. But, Ollie, how much damage has this episode done to the transatlantic relationship and, for our purposes, trade between the US and Europe?
Yeah, I think it has done some permanent damage, Lizzie. I mean, we heard it in the speech there from the President of the United States being very, very critical of NATO. I think, honestly, it could have been a lot worse, frankly, but there were a lot of critiques about NATO and about the NATO alliance and some real doubt about whether NATO would have the Americans back. Those are the kinds of comments that will go down very poorly for all of the nations that joined the United States in the call to arms after 9/11, which is the only time in history that Article 5 of the NATO treaty has been invoked, was in the wars that happened afterwards. And, of course, the sort of statistic that's been bandied around quite extensively is that the Danes lost as many people per capita as the Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. So those are obviously comments that went down, I think, quite poorly, but again, with a general sense of relief. For European leaders that are meeting today, we should say that the concrete impact of what we've seen since Saturday is that the EU-US trade deal has been put on ice. The European Parliament was supposed to vote on that within the next week. That has been deferred indefinitely. We don't know when that'll be picked back up, but there is scope to pick it back up. And the second thing, Lizzie, is now European leaders need to sort of reckon with this new America. We know that it's been coming. It's been a year in the making of Donald Trump's presidency. But this idea that no deal with the Americans is ever final is now something that is very concrete in the minds of European leaders who will be meeting in Brussels today. So they don't need to have as much pressure in terms of coming back with confrontation, but they're going to be dissecting what they have learned about the President of the United States and how to deal with him. That maybe appeasement is not the only way forward with the United States. Maybe it's appropriate to push back sometimes and coming up with those collective approaches. And I do think that there has been a trust that has now been diminished to close to zero, and that is going to be the fact that the European leaders will need to reckon with a little bit later today in Brussels.
Ollie, great stuff. Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook there. And as Ollie says, that NATO Secretary-General interview is coming up later. Mark Rutte will be speaking to Bloomberg later this morning in Davos at 8:30 a.m. London time. Don't miss it. But coming up before that, Donald Trump's aggressive pursuit of Greenland's threatened to reignite trade tensions. And we're going to discuss what it means for European business with the Engie CEO, Catherine McGregor. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, 6:40 a.m. here in London. Now, European businesses are hoping that there'll be no extra tariffs after President Trump cited a framework of a future deal over Greenland and the wider Arctic region. Let's get the latest reaction from Davos now. We can go to Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix with a guest. Fran, good morning.
Good morning, Lizzie. Thank you so much. We're here in Davos. It's day 3. It feels like day 15, but I'm delighted to be joined by my next guest, Catherine McGregor, Engie Chief Executive Officer. Catherine, as always, thank you so much for joining us. There's been a lot going on in Davos, but frankly, since January 1st, there's been a lot overall. It's Venezuela, concerns over Iran, then the tariffs that yesterday Donald Trump said he won't impose on Greenland. What does it mean for a big utility company like Engie?
Yes, and good morning, Francine. So for us, indeed, uncertainty, fluidity, like we've rarely experienced before. What's quite interesting for a company like us is the fact that energy is top of mind. And by energy, I mean energy security. So as we talked a lot about energy transition, we talked a lot more about climate before. Climate, we talk a little bit less before, even though it's still very important. It's really about energy security. And so it has a lot of consequences for us, for a company like Engie. Energy security.
In what way?
Energy is top of mind. Every country, it's not just every region, every country wants to ensure a higher degree of sovereignty when it comes to energy. So it's, can I depend more on myself? And that's obviously turns into an opportunity for a company like Engie. As you know, we are very engaged in energy transition, but some might call it energy addition because energy demand remains very strong. And so for companies is how do I meet this energy demand, which is growing, but relying more on myself. And this is where it gets really interesting because renewables is indeed a very important part of the answer. And as you know, ENGIE is very engaged in renewables development. So this is where, we have very interesting discussions with most of our stakeholders.
Under your leadership, there's been quite a lot of divestments for ENGIE. Or is there anything that you're looking to buy now?
So we have a very clear strategy at ENGIE, which is really a growth on two pillars. One is around generation of smart electrons. So it's renewables, it's storage, flexible assets that we tend to do more organically. We have an objective of 95 gigawatts, so we are at 50, so it's still a lot of growth to 2030. Then the second pillar of growth is infrastructure, because we are a utility, we like to have regulated assets, infrastructure, and for that pillar, we will be looking potentially at external growth, and we've said that in the past, but always keeping in mind, capital discipline, of course, because we want to create value at ENGIE. That's very important. It's part of the contract we have with our stakeholders, including our investors, of course.
So how are valuations looking at the moment?
Well, obviously, infrastructure assets are scarce when they are of quality, but, we'll be looking at, and we will be patient, Francine, so we'll take the time to make sure that, we look at what's available and we have some time to deliver on our strategy.
But because of the criticalness, actually, of your industry and the fact that, as you say, there's a lot more sovereignty involved, it feels like, I don't know if it's an arms race, but certainly people and countries want more control of their supply chain and their critical industries. Do you think there will be a kind of race for more M&A or to become bigger?
I don't know necessarily whether it's an M&A topic. I think it's for sure making sure that every country develops the right energy system for its own situation. And this is what's really interesting on what's happening today, is that it's not just that we're looking at regionalization, it's really every country itself is trying to develop better sovereignty, and so they'll be looking at generation, what is the right mix, and then, of course, indeed, infrastructure, a lot of capital needed to reinforce grids as electrification is underway, as you know, and so we will be looking to be part of that only in the countries where we are already operating, where we are present, because obviously we don't want to be everywhere. So we'll remain quite focused geographically.
Talk to me a little bit about France. There's quite a lot of political uncertainty still. There are, questions about taxes. How does it impact your investments in the country?
So, France is a big country for us. We are a historical operator. We operate the gas infrastructures, and we will always have this ask to our government that we would like to have stability, particularly on the fiscal front. But France is an important country, and that won't change anytime soon. I think the budget needs to be passed, and we look forward to more stability as we have also enjoying to some extent in Europe. Stability is sometimes a bit relative, and when we look at France and Europe, actually, we can find source of hope by looking at the stability, the fact that energy transition remains very important on the agenda, decarbonation, the need to invest in renewables, in infrastructure, that is still there in Europe, and we see that as a positive as an investor and developer.
But in terms of tax increases, does it actually change anything for how much capital you have to put into new projects?
For a company like us, the tax element that is being discussed in France, we can live with it. We don't like it, but we can live with it. It's not going to really change our plans. But I think what's important is also for the rest of the economy, the stability is needed to make sure that companies and industry thrives. And of course, these are our customers. So it's very important also that there is this framework of stabilization that is offered for industry to thrive in France and in Europe. And that's good for us as well.
Catherine McGregor, how difficult or different was this Davos? There seems to be a feeling amongst some European CEOs that they were being pushed around by the U.S. I know the President of the United States then walked down some of the comments, but is the mood very different to previous years?
Yeah, the mood is bizarre. I would really summarize this Davos as the mood is bizarre. On the other hand, when it comes to the energy world, again, I go back to my first comment, energy is so top of mind. So when you're a utility, you feel that you're really doing something important for the different country where you operate, and that's really what I will retain from the situation here.
Catherine McGregor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
ENGIE Chief Executive Officer. With that, Lizzie, I'm going to send it back to you in London. Thank you, and we'll be back throughout the day here from Davos. Day 3, what feels like many more days.
I feel for you, Francine. Hope you're keeping warm. That's Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua, of course. Now, I want to bring you the latest lines out of the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, reacting to President Trump, saying that this framework of a future deal has been reached. She says she's had close contact with NATO since the Davos deal. She says it may be possible to negotiate on security and investments, but not on sovereignty. She'll seek dialogue, she says, with allies on Arctic security and the Golden Dome missile defence system, but the bottom line for her is allies must respect territorial integrity, and indeed she says she has been assured that the deal does not impinge on sovereignty. So that's the latest from the Danish PM. Let's get to another top interview now from Davos. The US Trade Representative Jameson Greer says that he wants to open dialogue with Congress about their efforts to increase oversight of advanced AI chip exports to China. Speaking to us, Greer also discussed America's evolving export control policy. Let's have a listen.
The United States export control policy has always been fluid. That's how it is supposed to work. As technologies advance, older technologies become less sensitive and they can be shipped overseas. And so in the Trump administration, there's been an ongoing dialogue within the administration, with members of Congress, with industry, with consumers of chips, with producers of chips, to figure out what's the right balance for national security and commercial interests. And the president himself has made some of these decisions.
What do you make of Congressman Brian Mast's bill, which is basically saying that we need to regulate, Congress should be regulating these chips?
Well, Congress passed a law, the Export Control Reform Act back in 2018 that updated and gave new legal authorities for export controls. The Commerce Department has authority to implement those regulations. I mean, my view is if Congress has a view on this and they want to, take a stronger approach and take a more hands-on approach, they can do that. They can pass a law. Congress is notorious for proposing laws and never getting them passed. To me, I think it's important that we have a conversation with Congress, regardless of whether they pass a law or not, on their views. I think all of that goes into these conversations. And remember, when you see something that says, we're shipping these chips to China, every time that happens, whatever company wants to make that shipment, they have to make an application to the Department of Commerce. And on a case-by-case basis, the Commerce Department looks at it. They check who the end users are. They check what the security measures are. They check, who's going to be touching it along the way, and they make a decision based on that.
Let's get to some other top corporate stories this morning then. The NVIDIA CEO, Jensen Huang, speaking to BlackRock's Larry Fink, says the infrastructure around AI will need trillions of dollars in additional investment over the coming years. Huang also says rather than fretting about AI job displacement, the build-out will create employment.
This is the largest infrastructure build-out in human history. That's going to create a lot of jobs. And it's wonderful that the jobs are related to tradecraft. And we're going to have plumbers and electricians and construction and steel workers and network technicians and people who install and fit out the equipment. And all of these jobs, in the United States, we're seeing quite a significant boom in this area. Salaries have gone up, nearly doubled. Yeah. And so we're talking about six-figure salaries for people who are building chip factories or computer factories.
Staying with tech, Bloomberg's learned that OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's been meeting with top investors in the Middle East to line up funding for a new investment round. Sources say that Altman's looking to raise $50 billion or more in the round at a valuation of up to $830 billion. Elsewhere, Apple's gearing up to turn its Siri voice assistant into an AI chatbot, putting it in direct competition with OpenAI and Google. Sources say that the chatbot, codenamed Campos, will be embedded across the iPhone, iPad and Mac. Apple is said to be planning to reveal the technology in June and launch it publicly in September. And Bloomberg has learned that Air India is on track to report a record annual loss of at least $1.6 billion. That's after last year's deadly crash and airspace shutdowns wiped out progress towards a turnaround. Singapore Airlines, which has a 25% stake in the carrier, has seen its own earnings dragged down by Air India's performance. And Société Générale says that it plans to eliminate 1,800 positions in France by the end of 2027. It comes as the CEO of France's third largest bank looks to rein in costs. According to the CGT union, the plan for job cuts was revealed to labour unions this week. Those are some of our top corporate stories this morning, but we've got plenty more coming up here on Daybreak Europe, so don't go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
I want Greenland for security. I don't want it for anything else. We have so much rare earth. We don't know what to do with it. We don't need it for anything else. And in terms of Greenland, you have to go 25 feet down through ice to get it. It's not something that a lot of people are going to do or want to do. No, this is security we're talking about.
The president there saying that he wants Greenland for security purposes, not anything else. We really don't have many details on what this framework of a Greenland deal would look like, but it's been enough to calm these markets. You can see here how that volatility spike on both sides of the Atlantic has eased. In fact, you might ask, is it that very volatility that pulled President Trump back from the brink? There's an acronym for that, and I believe it's TACO. But take a look at how the uncertainty here did spike on the tariff threats. Not quite to the Liberation Day levels, but up nonetheless. But that tariff uncertainty pulling back as well. So we keep an eye on the geopolitics, but now we can turn our focus as well to the US economic data coming later today. Flip the board. We've got the core PCE number coming at 3 p.m. London time. This, of course, after the delays because of the government shutdown. These are the estimates for November. But flip again, and I can show you what other risk events we've got on the docket for today. We keep an eye, as I say, on the geopolitics because at 9:30 a.m. London time, the President, Donald Trump, will be hosting the signing ceremony for his Board of Peace in Davos. Tonight, we have EU leaders meeting in Brussels to discuss, well, plenty to discuss, but Greenland, trade, Ukraine as well, and then that PCE number. We've got plenty of big interviews for you as well out of Davos, including with the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte. That's coming at 8:30 a.m. UK time, so don't go anywhere. The opening trade's up next, and Guy and Tom will take you all the way to the market open. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
गाइस, नेचुरल गैस का ध्यान रखना। जो लोग बाइंग में थे, बाइंग वाले पे निकल जाना फिर से, ठीक है। रेंज अभी भी है। अगेन देखो, इसको किसी ना किसी साइड तो निकलना ही है। अब ये नेचुरल गैस की रेंज को मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस पे था, नीचे सपोर्ट था, रेजिस्टेंस से सेल किया था। बाइंग से भी, बाइंग जिन लोगों ने किया था बुक कर लेना प्रॉफिट। कोई ट्रेल कर रहा है तो अलग बात है, नीचे से बाइंग करके। ऊपर से जिन लोगों ने ट्रेल किया था उनका ट्रेलिंग असल जा चुका है, तो अब होल्ड करके फायदा नहीं है। क्या फिर से सेल करना है? अगेन मैं इस ट्रेड के बाद किसी ट्रेड में वापस ट्रेड लेने के लिए आपको नहीं बोलूंगा, बिकॉज मैं इस रेंज के बाहर निकलने का वेट कर रहा हूँ प्राइस का। इस रेंज के बाहर निकल जाए तो बड़ा एक मोमेंटम मिल सकता है। अदरवाइज किस साइड ब्रेकआउट या ब्रेकडाउन करेगा कहा नहीं जा सकता। ब्रेकआउट या ब्रेकडाउन सक्सेसफुली करना है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग है कि कंसोलिडेशन हो एटलीस्ट 4 आवर का। यहाँ पर लग रहा था कंसोलिडेशन होगा, बट वापस रिटर्न कर गया, ब्रेकडाउन नहीं किया। सेम सिनेरियो यहाँ पर है। अगर एटलीस्ट 4 आवर का कंसोलिडेशन करता है फिर ब्रेकआउट करेगा तो वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट 330, 340 और 360, एंड देन फिर वहां से एक सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। क्रूड ऑयल रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अराउंड है, वहां से एक सेलिंग भी प्लान है। तो लेट्स सी कितने देर ये कंसोलिडेशन करता है नहीं करता है। अभी जस्ट आया ही है ये रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे 230 के अराउंड। थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन कर दे 4 आवर की कैंडल के अराउंड, मतलब 4 घंटे का कंसोलिडेशन शाम को 5:30 तक, और फिर ब्रेकआउट करे तो बेस्ट है। अदरवाइज अगर ये फिर से नीचे आ जाता है तो जैसा मैंने बार बार बताया, किसी ना किसी एक साइड बड़ा ब्रेकआउट या ब्रेकडाउन होगा तभी रेंज खुलेगी। अदरवाइज इस छोटी सी रेंज में ही ट्रेड करना पड़ेगा हमें। इंडियन मार्केट भी क्लोजिंग के बेसिस पर ही है। बाय द वे, नेचुरल गैस का नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, तो कंफ्यूज मत करना, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर चार्ट है, दिस इज नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर चार्ट। अभी ये थोड़ा सेलिंग कितना आता है क्रूड ऑयल में। कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह भी नहीं आ रही है, मेजर न्यूज़। As Foreign Minister says, do not have details at this stage of the deal reached between NATO Secretary General and Donald Trump on Greenland. Russia, Ukraine, and US set to hold security talk in Abu Dhabi. News bearish for crude oil. Zelensky says territorial issue to be discussed at trilateral talk in UAE with United States and Russian Federation. अब अगर ये नीचे आता है नेचुरल गैस नीचे वाले सपोर्ट पे रेंज बाउंड का जो लोअर सपोर्ट है दैट इज फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ दिस अ फिफ्थ टाइम आप कह सकते हो वैसे तो थर्ड टाइम कहेंगे वैसे फिफ्थ टाइम है क्योंकि थोड़ा बहुत प्राइस ऊपर नीचे तो करता ही है फ्लक्चुएट सो ओवरऑल फिफ्थ टाइम ही कहेंगे अगर वापस नीचे आता है इसी लेवल पे दैट इज अ इशू जब बहुत ही छोटी रेंज बन जाती है बाकी गोल्ड और सिल्वर फॉरेक्स में आज कुछ ज़्यादा ही बुलिश हो गए MCX में देखोगे थोड़ा सा सेल ऑफ जरूर आया है बट अगेन आज ऑल टाइम हाई हिट किया था फॉरेक्स गोल्ड ने अर्ली मॉर्निंग ओपनिंग के बाद थोड़ा सा प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आप कह सकते हो हाई लेवल से 1% के अराउंड प्रॉफिट बुकिंग है कोई सेल ऑफ नहीं कहेंगे प्रॉफिट बुकिंग ही है जस्ट MCX में भी देखोगे गैप अप ओपन हुआ थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग ही आ रही है ओवरऑल इट इज कम्प्लीटली बुलिश कि वैसे ETFs को अगर आप देखोगे कल इंडिया के जो मेजर ETFs थे निपॉन इंडिया का सिल्वर का ETF उसके अलावा जितने भी ETFs थे काफ़ी ज़्यादा बड़ा वॉलेटिलिटी देखने के लिए मिली थी इंडिया में वहाँ पर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 20% का प्लंज हुआ था अप्रॉक्सीमेटली बट अगेन दोज आर द ETFs नॉट एक्चुअल गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर ड्राइव नहीं किया गया उनसे तो अभी भी देखोगे वापस कल की रेंज पर ही पहुंच गए NAV वापस 302 के आसपास ही है SBI सिल्वर ETF का तो ओवरऑल सिल्वर में वॉलेटिलिटी जरूर है ETFs में ओवरऑल अगर वैसे देखोगे MCX में फॉरेक्स में दैट इज कम्प्लीटली बुलिश कोई ऐसा लगता नहीं है कि प्राइस कोई बेरिस हुआ है वहां पर तो वॉलेटिलिटी बिल्कुल ना के बराबर ही है लग रहा है अगेन देखो यहाँ पर नेचुरल गैस का कंसोलिडेशन करता है तो फिर ब्रेकआउट होने के चांसेस रहेंगे अगर करेगा तो सेलिंग आनी है तो फास्ट आ जानी चाहिए ज़्यादा देर होल्ड नहीं होना चाहिए एक 4 आवर की कैंडल का कंसोलिडेशन इनफ रहेगा सिल्वर लग रहा है शायद अभी थोड़ा सा इंट्राडे में अब इसको रिजेक्शन मिल सकता है क्या लेवल देख लेते हैं नहीं ये भी नहीं है थोड़ा सा नीचे आता है तो मुझे लग रहा है सिल्वर इंट्राडे में वापस सपोर्ट ही लेगा लोअर एंड पे वापस सिल्वर MCX Support is still active. Approximately 3,21,000 से 3,17,000. बड़ी रेंज है, बट प्राइस के अकॉर्डिंग नॉर्मल है. वहाँ पर प्राइस आता है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, वहाँ वापस बाइंग होनी चाहिए. बिलो 3,17,000 के नीचे ही इंट्राडे में थोड़ा बेरिस हो सकता है. अदरवाइज स्टिल देन इट इज सपोर्ट. वहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट है, तो अगर वहाँ तक गिरता है तो एटलीस्ट 4 से 5% का प्रॉफिट बुकिंग. तो यहाँ पर इस लेवल को होल्ड करना चाहिए मेरे अकॉर्डिंग प्राइस को. अगर वो ब्रेक होता है 3,17,000 के नीचे 15 मिनट में ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट होता है, तो फिर हम वापस कल का जो लो स्विंग था वहाँ वापस आ जाएंगे 3,05,000 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली. और वो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया तो थोड़ा बहुत ही रुकेगा. बाकी ऊपर तो ऐसा कोई रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं ऑल टाइम हाई पर अभी 15 मिनट में एटलीस्ट. कि एक लेवल देखते हैं 3,34,000 का. क्या ये रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करता है या फिर नहीं.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, acknowledging the limits of the liberal international order, his call for unity among what he called middle powers is resonating with many countries, including India, that are caught in the middle of the tussle between the big powers. And India's having to manage a tough balancing act as it tries to get a trade deal with the US, while Indian exporters grapple with tariffs as high as 50%. Some respite could come with the expected FTA with the EU, which is being touted as the mother of all deals. Let's get to to Bloomberg senior editor Menaka Doshi now in Mumbai. So, Menaka, India's in a tough spot right now geopolitically, right?
Paul, find me a country which isn't in a tough spot right now. We walk back from the brink this week in Davos, with a gap opening up between the U.S. and its allies in Europe. And that fracture will have implications for India, both opportunities and challenges. But the one thing that India will be looking closely at is whether China seeks to sort of take advantage of that gap in terms of leadership in the world. I think the second thing important for India right now is, like you pointed out, that U.S. trade deal is still hanging fire. And this is a year of domestic politics, both for Prime Minister Modi as well as for President Trump. He's got the midterm elections coming up in November, and Prime Minister Modi has 3 very important states going to election this year. So it could be a year of even more entrenched positions when it comes to trade. And then the many other things that you referred to, Paul, which is we just came out of a very important state visit from the UAE top leaders. We're going into a very important meeting with the EU top leaders, and hopefully with a deal to be signed after almost 2 decades of negotiation. And then there was that very interesting picture that came out of Davos, where President Trump is signing the agreement for the Board of Peace. And you can see the head of Pakistan in that photograph. And I'm sure India's foreign policy bureaucracy will be watching very, very closely. It promises to be a very interesting year. For more analysis, I'm joined by Pushan Dutt, Professor of Economics and Political Science at INSEAD. Pushan, thank you very much for your time this morning. How do you think India is placed in 2026?
So I think India still has to do the fundamentals right, okay? So it has to focus on growth. It has to focus on employment. Yes, it is geopolitically on the back foot, and it was hit by 50% tariffs, but there are certain nuances to it. So the effective tariff rate imposed on India is actually around 35%, because there are lots of exemptions for goods in the agricultural sector. Right. In whatever is important for the U.S. supply chains, etc. India is also a relatively closed economy, so that's why if you look at the IMF growth forecast, they shaved off 0.5 percentage points, but now they seem to be revising it upwards. In the longer term, India still seems very attractive as a destination for countries outside, because unlike China, it is a consumption-driven economy. So China does not do consumption. India does a lot of consumption, and also in the long term, it's the only country which provides the scale that Western multinationals might be looking for. So geopolitically on the back foot, but still, focus on the fundamentals, and I think they should be okay.
If I can press you on the geopolitical back foot for a moment, that definitely seemed to be the case last year when we had this falling apart with the U.S. Do you think, though, that India stands to gain a wee bit if this gap between the U.S. and its Western allies persists? It makes countries, especially in the European Union, keener to set up, more intense trade and security arrangements with India.
Yeah, so whenever, we get lemons, you think of lemonade. So I guess, something similar is happening here. But I think it's important to understand that, there are certain upsides to it. India's traditionally very, very protectionist, okay? It has never believed in international trade. And as you just said, it took 2 decades to, get an agreement on the free trade deal with the European Union. So, because of the Trump tariffs, it's actually been pushed into a sequence of trading arrangements with Oman, with New Zealand, with the European Union, which is the big one, and with the UK. So there might be, India might be opening up its market. It's actually liberalizing its insurance sector. So there are sort of pluses to it. But in geopolitical terms, yes, we are all sort of worried about the world. But, there's another aphorism, which says that, when the strong try to dominate the weak will try to get stronger. And we see this for every country, including India.
I know that there is no replacement for a trade deal with the U.S., given that it is India's largest market. But do you feel that the trade deal with the European Union, which hopefully will get signed next week, could help fill in some of those gaps?
So this is not first best, right? The U.S., of course, also is a very consumption-driven economy. imports as a percentage of GDP might be low, but imports as a whole is very important for many exporting countries, especially in Asia, including India. So it's not so much of a replacement, just for India. This is a challenge that everyone is facing. So if you look at China's trade surplus of $1 trillion, it has mainly come from diversion of its exports away from the U.S. market into Europe, into Southeast Asia. And India will have to play essentially similar cards and think about markets in the future. But the European Union, what is it that it's looking for? The European Union essentially right now, it is facing a massive second China shock, so it's trying to pivot away from China, and India is sort of the natural trading partner. And what is India looking for? Well, it's essentially looking for investments and technology transfer. Much of this could actually come from China, but China has imposed quite heavy restrictions, like in solar panels recently. So therefore, the Indians will be looking to the Europeans for technology. So in a sense, it's a good match for both parties.
At this point, Pushan, what do you think are the odds of the India and the US finalizing or signing that trade deal?
With Trump, it's always impossible to tell, right? He does have certain core convictions, things like tariffs and Greenland, etc. But he seems to have sort of lost interest in the India-US spat which has happened. So I would not be surprised if there is another trade deal. India has been asked to join the Board of Peace. Pakistan has already joined it, so it hasn't made a statement. But I think that standing up strong to Trump, there are very few cases of it, but the ones who have stood up to Trump, whether it is Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan or China using its rare earths or even Mark Carney, it has not been a complete disaster for them. It's actually been much harder for allies who actually kowtow to Trump. They have faced the brunt of his wrath.
So in many ways, you're saying, Prashant, that, what Prime Minister Modi and his administration did last year, which is not bend to Trump's will, was maybe the right way to go about it instead of quick, easy first concessions. Is that your take?
No, so there are two things going on, right? So we have very few data points, but we have seen that, not all CEOs or political leaders actually have paid the price if they've, stood up strongly to Trump, right? So I think it's important to understand what his core convictions are and what makes him tick, right? So it's the Trump model seems more about praise, submission, paying tribute to him, which India, historically is not willing to do, and that sort of gives Pakistan an edge. At the same time, there are still ways in which India can charm and flatter Trump, and as long as the trade deal is being actually worked out in the lower levels of the government, there is a possibility that that too might come through.
Okay, before I get to China and Pakistan, I have a quick economic question, Pushan, which is to say that, yes, I know India has come to these trade deals very late and under pressure, but yet if you look at the full package of what India is trying to do, both externally in terms of trade relations, internally an attempt to sort of accelerate reforms, what's going on with the currency, which makes our exports more competitive, do you think that puts India on a stronger footing this year than last, or not?
Well, no one is on a stronger footing when the entire international trade order seems to be collapsing, right? So we are, every country, including the U.S., which has, single-handedly triggered the trade war, everyone is on a weaker footing, right? But this essentially, again, so what should political leaders do, whether it's in India or whether it's in Singapore? Well, the first thing is that they have to wake up and recognize the reality. This is what Mark Carney was saying, that, you have to actually recognize the truth as to what the world actually is than what you wish it to be. And the second thing is that, therefore, the currency going forward seems to be essentially economic power, reducing reliance on particular countries, thinking about supply chain chokeholds, thinking about, export controls, sanctions, etc. So essentially building up resilience. We all thought that, Trump was an anomaly and Biden was sort of the norm. But now I think people are realizing that, maybe it's the other way around. So no country can just wait on 40,000 Wisconsin voters to decide its future.
So I guess my question is India doing more or enough to build that resilience?
I think so. So there are certain things which they have done. Okay, in the financial sector, they've moved forward. They're pushing forward in the defense sector as well. There is a lot of excitement about startups and unicorns in India. The one place where I think India really needs to work on is still attracting a massive building up a massive manufacturing base. Much of this investment is actually flowing to Vietnam, like it did during the first Trump 4. But again, there are certain good examples out there, like Apple. So they have to build up the manufacturing base. And one of the critical areas of reform is actually labor market regulations. They've done GST reforms, but they really have to make it easier to sort of hire workers, fire workers.
Well, in fact, I think India just did announce the implementation of 4 new labor codes. So that box in your list has been ticked. I want to come to 2 quick questions. We have just a few minutes to go. One is that, we've seen China watch all of this play out between U.S. and Europe through the course of this week in Davos, very, very quietly. Over the last few months, India seems to have mended some fences with China. How do you take stock of that relationship, and how fearful India should be of China wanting to fill some of this power gap opening up in the Western world?
So, if you look at India and China, given its shared colonial history, given the fact that they're neighbors, geography still matters in this state, they should be natural trading partners, okay? They also have different kinds of strengths. So, China does production, does not do consumption. India does consumption, doesn't do production, right? So, China has technology to give. India has cheap manpower because, the low-cost wage workers in China, that story is over. So they should be natural trading partners, but at the same time, given the sphere of influence world that we've moved into, where the U.S. says that they're going to dominate the Americas, and China wants to be supreme in Asia. This is going to lead to tensions. They've also gone to a war, and there were other skirmishes and conflicts which have had a scarring influence on India. So building up trust is going to take a long period of time. It's not going to be easy.
Okay, a final question then on what India should make of Pakistan in that photograph with President Trump, signing this Board of Peace. No surprise there, but yet it does, in a sense, re-emphasize the fault lines in this part of the world and the backing that Pakistan has from President Trump.
So, I would not take the Board of Peace that seriously, right? Because it started off as a way to sort of, resolve the Gaza conflict and build up Gaza, and now it seems to have morphed into like a United Nations Security Council substitute, right? The rules are not clear. There is an entry fee of $1 billion, which eventually countries have to pay. The way I would sum it is that if you're Board of Peace, then join the Board of Peace. If you look at the countries which have actually joined versus the countries which have refused, like France, Norway, Slovenia, Sweden, there's a huge difference in the degree of institutions and the degree of democracy between this. So this essentially seems to be a club of countries trying to buy influence by getting into this club. Now, on the other hand, I could also argue this is basically, I think, again, what Mark Carney said yesterday, which is that if you are not at the table, then you're on the menu, right? So it's going to be difficult, but I'm not that optimistic. In 3 years' time, if Trump is gone, which is a big if, I think this Board of Peace will sort of fade into obscurity.
electricity and energy demand, because we could see the power demand for AI data centers really double or even triple by 2035, which interestingly could actually mean more influence in the new age of AI.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, power demands are certainly at the point where we've had these ongoing discussions really about potentially crippling national energy grids, for instance. How do you balance those demands of what a nation needs for its general population versus as well what it needs to try and power that AI revolution? But here, I mean, of course, let's get to this chart.
Yeah, take a look at AI's power needs and what we're seeing right now, because even in the past 7 months, Bloomberg NEF's newest forecast in December, for example, saw a 36% jump in data center power demand from just 7 months ago. And Annabelle, I mean, you mentioned the strain on the power grid. Well, we're seeing the rising electricity bills and tech giants actually getting criticized. Also, environmental impact's an issue, right? Bloomberg News analysis last year are now finding that wholesale electricity costs as much as 267% more for a single month in areas that are very close to these very high demand data centers.
You know what I love, though, and this potentially ends up being the ace up China's sleeve in this, is that, yes, you've got rising electricity prices in many parts of the world. Actually, in China, you could see downward pressure on power prices this year because power demand is growing, and you saw that in that chart. But at the same time, generation capacity is actually expanding rather at a much faster clip. So there's lots of different threads they can pull on different types of supply: coal, renewables, nuclear as well. We saw Alibaba, for instance, teaming up with a nuclear leader just earlier this week. But certainly future industries as well to focus on hydrogen, fusion, modular reactors that push as well. It's all going to come down to what we get in March. That is, of course, the new 5-year plan from the country that will be announced in Beijing. But certainly what steers the country toward its 2030 carbon emissions peak, but also its 2035 reduction targets as well. Let's get more on this now and bring in Bloomberg NEF Head of US Power Market Research, Helen Ko. Also joining us is Goldman Sachs Co-Head of APAC Natural Resource and Clean Energy Research, Nikhil Bhandari. So, Helen, I think we can start with you and just a big picture here. How acute do those energy demands become in 2026, and what is the outlook looking like as well?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So at BNEF, what we forecast, at least from a global power demand perspective, is that data center power consumption will reach roughly 1,600 terawatt hours by 2035. And then Asia Pacific in particular is going to have roughly 757 terawatt hours. China makes up the vast majority of that data center consumption with roughly 400 terawatt hours. And then other leading markets include India, Japan, and Korea. A lot of what drives BNEF's data center forecast comes down to the energy intensity of data center, or data consumption, as well as the kind of total data that is generated in any given market. And so that is why China and India end up being leading markets in Asia Pacific.
Nikhil, let's actually delve into China first, because as Helen just mentioned, is one of the biggest data center hubs. When are we expecting China to be able to achieve that self-sufficiency in energy, and what does the timeline look like for this build-out of data center and power demand?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me on the show. Look, when it comes to China, the data center demand is clearly rising, but on top of data center demand, there is already a strong still underlying power demand is still growing at 4 to 5% per annum. So power demand will continue to grow also because of AI and data center. Now, what's interesting is that from a supply perspective, China is taking a very pragmatic approach here. They are focusing on increasing or ramping up supply for all the energy sources, whether it is renewable, batteries, nuclear, or whether it's they're still building up some more coal and gas plants. So the idea is to stay ahead of demand growth. We are estimating China already has nearly 300 gigawatt of power spare capacity right now, and we think even with rising power demand driven by AI and data center, the spare capacity could rise to 400 gigawatt by the end of this decade. So So China's supply, as Annabelle earlier mentioned as well, I think the supply is already running ahead of demand. So the concern is not on the generation side. The concern is more on the grid absorption side and the high voltage distribution lines to evacuate all that renewable power and reach the right places.
And so what's been done on that grid absorption side then, Nikhil? Because it's probably quite an enviable position for a country to be in based on what you see around the world.
Yeah, look, China, being China, will probably fix that grid bottleneck in the next few years. Initial bottleneck is the HVDC line, high voltage distribution line. If you look at the early talks of the 15th five-year plan, China's state grid is looking to expand the grid capex by nearly 40% in the 15th five-year plan. The initial part of that growth in the grid capex will be led by the high voltage distribution line to evacuate the power long distance, and the later part towards 28 to 2030, a lot of that capex will go in the smart grid at the receiving end. When the power is coming, it's still complex in nature. We should be able to receive it, synthesize it, and move it to the right places. So grid investments are accelerating, and that bottleneck should be resolved in the next 3 to 5 years. As it comes to places like India, of course, the grid is more young. It's, again, a one nation, one grid, but it is also starting to feel a bit of congestion on the grid. China hit 50% of their renewable power capacity mix as renewable and hydro 3 years ago. India is hitting that number now. And when you hit that number, and when your power demand is still growing 5 to 7%, it is not easy to evacuate, move it long distance, be able to receive it with a smart grid, and face no flawless, like it can't be a flawless system like that, right? So I think your grid absorption issues will be somewhat a challenge starting in India too, not just China.
So, Helen, Nikhil just mentioned all of these different energy sources for China, also India, that include, of course, renewables. But we know that Europe is very pro-renewable, but the United States more pro-fossil fuels, given the administration right now. How does that shape energy grid planning for data centers in the future?
Yeah, that's a really good question. At least I can give you a perspective from the United States, where we do see kind of massive data center growth. And at least in U.S. power markets, what we know is that the grid is the primary constraint for kind of continued growth of data center demand. What we are seeing in U.S. markets is that data centers are kind of navigating around the fact that there are constraints on the grid by either having co-location with existing infrastructure or having behind-the-meter generation as a way to kind of navigate less supply. In Asia-Pacific, where supply is more abundant, what we see from data center development perspective, which mostly is traditional data centers, less so AI training-based data centers, is a focus mostly on traditional data center development key metrics, whether that is low operations expenditure, so markets with kind of low power cost as well as low capital costs for land. So any type of development metrics of cheap land and cheap power are really, really important. So it's why Malaysia and India are also kind of top 10 data center development markets that we see at Bloomberg NEF.
Helen, what's the relationship that we can also infer then between the availability of energy or energy supplies and also the development of AI technology? Do the constraints in certain places actually end up having a bearing on the build-out, or how does it work exactly?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So at BNEF, we split our forecast for data center demand, both by markets, so where power consumption will be located by location, but also by workloads. So we segment out our forecast based on the type of workloads data centers have, and that workload forecast is based off of the types of compute within a data center. And what we know is that a lot of the data centers that focus on AI training will be in the United States versus a lot of the data centers that focus on co-location or enterprise or cloud will be focused in Asia Pacific. So those type of data centers run around the clock. They are less flexible, and so we know that firm capacity is necessary. And so we know that although there's a lot of renewables coming online, particularly in China, we know there's hundreds of gigawatts of new renewables coming online. Data centers require kind of 24/7 around the clock type of supply to match its power demand.
Nikhil, to Helen's point about China, we're also seeing advances when it comes to nuclear technology, right? What sort of position will nuclear take, not only in China, but India and also around the world when it comes to powering AI?
No, absolutely. I think that's a very good point. As Helen mentioned as well, when it comes to data centers in Asia, you need round-the-clock power, also, if possible, affordable and cleaner. And nuclear tick mark on all the three boxes. So clearly, nuclear is top of mind. Not only tech companies in the West, but also in Asia are starting to think about more nuclear, especially in China. When it comes to China, nuclear is fairly cost competitive. Again, the capital costs are higher, but the running cost is lower and it's more stable. So when you look on a levelized cost basis, the full life cycle of the project basis, nuclear could be cheaper than coal, and it could still be cheaper than renewable solar plus battery, the round-the-clock solar option. So clearly nuclear is top of mind. When we look at globally, over 60 reactors are being built till 2030. Half of them are being built in China. The main challenge is still the time to market. It still takes 6 to 12 years. Even in China, where regulations could move faster, scale can be larger, time to market is still a challenge. So it can't be still the only solution. And that is why what I mentioned about China's pragmatic approach, given the abundance of renewables and batteries, making them round the clock, which is also competitive on China's power cost curve, will also be another solution. So again, nuclear will matter, but also round-the-clock renewables will matter as it comes to China. As it comes to the rest of the Asian markets like India, there is not enough gas. Nuclear is still starting up, but the process is still going to take some time. So alongside renewable, with the surging power demand from 5% CAGR to long-term 7% CAGR, we think we need to rebalance it with coal as well.
Nikhil Bhandari of Goldman Sachs, really good to have you with us. Also, Helen Ko, Bloomberg and EF. And coming up next, we speak with one of the world's hyperscalers about how it plans to keep pace with AI-driven energy demand. Our interview with Microsoft is next. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
In order for a new industry to emerge, you need energy. And so I think it's safe to say that we wish we had more energy in the United States. Europe wish it had more energy. I think the world all wish we had more energy.
Tech companies are turning to new power sources to keep data centers running. Microsoft has sites in 34 countries and faces soaring electricity demand as AI grows. So I asked their energy VP, Bobby Hollis, how the company plans to meet it.
We do believe that there's going to be significant efficiency that's going to come from deploying AI and figuring out how we can actually make sure that we're using every single megawatt and megawatt hour in the most efficient way possible.
And that is so important at a time when there's more criticism about rising electricity costs, right? I believe your president, Brad Smith, was referencing this in a blog post recently, talking about paying for the cost of building and using the electric grid infrastructure required by your data centers. How do you manage to really understand that demand needed as opposed to other households and business consumption as well?
Right. So that's really where we view the partnership with utilities and grid managers as extremely important to making sure we're doing everything the right way. When you look at a new technology, whether it's cloud 10 years ago or 20 years ago or artificial intelligence now, you do see that there's a need to kind of have the wide range of options and then narrow those as you get better precision around what the expectations look like. We do see opportunities to collaborate with utilities around the world to figure out where those places are, where there might be surplus generation, additional infrastructure that can serve us, and take advantage of that.
You have talked about partnerships with utilities, but you're also having partnerships with big financial companies. We understand BlackRock back in 2024. Tell us a little bit more about the alliances that you're forming and also how you're working with the government as well.
That's a really great question, because what you have to look at from an energy perspective is the fact that it is a very broad ecosystem. So utilities and grid operators are very important, but bringing the capital investment that's necessary to make sure that we're able to partner and make those kind of investments with the right stakeholders and the right partners, which in some cases may be utilities, but in many of the more competitive grid environments, we actually do have the opportunity to partner with investment organizations that can see the opportunity from capital deployment for the energy sector, especially in this AI, this particular AI environment.
What about your relationship with the government? And I'm not just talking about the Trump administration, but also, of course, in the other countries that you operate.
So we do find that governments and policymakers are important stakeholders when you're really introducing them to the concept of AI and some of the uncertainties that we're encountering. How do we find the opportunity to really leverage efficiency, make sure that we're going to the right places, and really make sure that we're telling the right story so that they can understand that things like affordability and making sure that we pay our own way are critical, not just to how we do business, but how we look at deployment across the board.
I believe Bill Gates was talking about either fission or fusion being the cheapest way to make electricity in the long run. Are you concerned about some of the pushback, though, in local communities?
Well, that's where we do find that partnering with the right communities and making sure that the communities are welcoming of the particular technology that they're looking at. So not every place may want to see nuclear at their particular location. We want to be sure that when we go to a community like we did with the Crane nuclear transaction in Pennsylvania, that's a community that not only is supportive, but really wants to see the jobs, the growth, the energy reliability that comes from bringing those resources back to the grids that they are actually supporting.
Bobby, when we're looking at the energy needs for Microsoft coming in the next few years, we know that data centers are already in 34 countries or so, with the United States still being at the epicenter. Is that sort of the idea of how Microsoft will grow?
We are very fortunate at Microsoft to be a trusted global partner, not just a U.S.-focused entity, but really going to where our customers need us to be. Asia Pacific is a very important growth region for us. We're always looking for opportunities. We've been at the forefront of finding ways for places like Malaysia. We've long been in Singapore, almost 20 years now in the Singapore region, with the key opportunities that it presents for us. And we are throughout all of the APAC region, as well as Europe. We're going into places in Africa that make sense because our customers really are driving us there. So from the standpoint of how we look at the deployment and the fractions, if you will, or the division of the different infrastructure, it really goes to where the customer growth is. So there's definitely an opportunity to see that growth differently in the future than it has been possibly in the past.
Is the infrastructure model when it comes to energy demand across Asia at all different from other parts of the world?
I think in Asia, of course, we have a lot more countries that we're definitely looking at how we can invest there and how we can actually find a way to put infrastructure in those locations that don't just serve that particular location, but also serve some of the neighboring regions. So some of the commercial cloud developments were very focused on serving that particular nation or that particular region. As we look at a much larger and growing portfolio and some of the energy needs and even carbon-free energy needs, we see opportunities to look at other places and really finding ways that the grid can expand and have those countries collaborate and cooperate especially when you have smaller regions like Singapore or Hong Kong, for instance, and then larger regions that are nearby that might have stronger resources, whether it's solar, whether it's the opportunity to import from those other locations. Those are the kinds of relationships and expansions of grids that we see as tremendous opportunities to enable not just us, but any kind of industrial growth to really go to the places that make sense and present opportunities for the entire region and not just a specific city or a specific location.
What do you see as the biggest opportunity and perhaps also a critical test when it comes to Asia, when it comes to powering artificial intelligence?
It really is getting those grid interconnections so you have the opportunity to do the things that allow for really the expansion of that industrial energy base. So that's necessarily something that we have been focused on for a while. Sometimes it was focused on looking at how you could add carbon-free energy specifically to a particular grid. That's been something that we looked at in Singapore. We did a great investment opportunity from the standpoint of partnering with a local renewable energy supplier to use solar rooftops in Singapore. That's some of the only resource because it is a smaller geography. So then you look at some of the opportunities that they have to really reach out to their neighbors and partner with their neighbors, as we're seeing already happen. And those types of opportunities and discussions are ways that we do see to add carbon-free energy, add capacity, and to do it in a responsible way and to do it in a way that's actually the most efficient and hopefully the most affordable for all the customers in that region.
That was the Microsoft Vice President of Energy, Bobby Hollis there. We'll have more ahead. This is Bloomberg Tech Asia. Well, Sherry, I think if we've really learned anything over the past 30 minutes is that the global AI race is heating up, but also energy could end up being the determinant factor in this, essentially, because we're really seeing the impact of it. I mean, there's some very interesting research we're discussing with BNEF at the top of the hour. Yes, you're seeing that huge expansion in data center power demand. Where you're particularly seeing it is in the US market. And actually, if you take a look at data centers today, they've got a 3.5% share of overall energy demand in the US. That's going to go to 8.5% or 8.6% just in the next few years.
Yeah, this race for AI dominance really supercharging the power demand everywhere, right? So that is actually leading to all of these investors not only leaning into fossil fuels, but even clean energy. Bloomberg Intelligence now saying that solar in the U.S. could actually account for about 10%, despite the fact that we do have a more pro-fossil fuel administration. So this is really a development that we'll continue to watch, as it will really depend about powering the next generation of artificial intelligence. That's it for this episode of Bloomberg Tech Asia. Stay tuned next month for more. This is Bloomberg.
I want to talk about AI, and I really want to, because I think this is on everybody's mind more than almost any other subject today, related to intersection of business, technology, society. So Satya, we're moving AI from something that was experimental, something that we always talked about in the future, and now it's today. And it's now more foundational. And it's not just foundational for companies, but it really is becoming now foundational for countries and throughout society. And I think, you have an advantage over so many other people, being at the forefront of this technology transition. With that, I wanted to ask a few questions related to that. You have described that AI is a platform shift. And what does that mean, question one? Where do you see that shift going in the next few years? And importantly, the third part of my question would be fast forwarding a few years, 5 years. What's going to seem obvious in hindsight that feels less clear today?
First of all, it's great to be back here, Larry, and it's... I had a chance, in fact, yesterday when you put out the letter to kick off the forum and read it. And in there, you sort of had this one line of really, I think, when it comes to AI, the real question in front of all of us is how do you ensure that the diffusion of AI happens and happens fast? I mean, I think you had that line of how do the models, the data, and the infrastructure spread more evenly to create surplus everywhere, if you sort of think about it. The way I come at this is not that this has always been the arc of computation, right? You can sort of take it in the last 30 years or the last 70 years. It's always been about can you digitize artifacts about people, places, and things, and then build analytical and predictive power, right? That's what the mainframes did. That's what the mini computer did. That's what the client server era did. That's what the web era did, the mobile cloud era did. So it depends, irrespective of which paradigm or platform, it has been one continuous arc of saying, let's make better sense of this world by reasoning about it in digital form, because in some sense, once you have these artifacts in digital form, you can use a more malleable resource like software,
right?
Which doesn't have the same type of, I'll call it marginal cost economics associated with it, that allows us to then build more insight and more capability. And in that context, AI, I would say, is of the same class, at least, like the web or the internet, or mobile or PC or the cloud, and maybe even greater. And so, to me, right now, where we are is, let's take just what's happened with software engineering, right? Which is one, is knowledge work. You could say it's elite knowledge work. Mm-hmm. It started off, in fact, my own belief in this generation of AI and its capability really got built up when I first saw GitHub Copilot do code completions, right? So for the longest time, we had the dream that if you're a software developer, can you predict the next sort of word or the next line of code? And suddenly it started working with these models. Then you said, okay, if I can do that, then can I actually go and bring back, the flow for a software developer by going to a chat session and asking any question, and it comes back with answers that then you can use in your coding flow, right? So that was the next thing. Then you said, well, if that's working, can I assign it small tasks? That was the agent mode. Now you have complete autonomous agents where you can give it your entire project, right? It can work,
24/7.
It can work for 24/7. I mean, it's still, we've got some ways to go for these things to remain coherent long time, but nevertheless, it's getting better and better. And interestingly enough, you look at it, the software developer still is got a lot of agency in it, right? So that's why I kind of still think that, going and thinking of these as somehow living outside of the realm of human agency is probably not the right way to think about it. In fact, the way to perhaps conceive it, like if let's say in early 80s, if somebody had come to us and said, well, 4 billion people are going to wake up every morning and start typing, you'd have said, why? Right? We have a typist pool that's good enough. We don't need 4 billion people. But that's what happened. Like we invented this entire class of thing called knowledge work, where people started really using computers to go amplify what we were trying to achieve using software. I think in the context of AI, that same thing is going to happen. It's not like, what is hardcore coding is going to remain hardcore coding forever. It's just that the levels of abstraction are going to change. But we also are going to have code as output, just like documents. In fact, one of Bill's things at Microsoft from the day I joined in '92 always was, what's the real difference between a document, a website, and an application, right? It's the lack of sort of software that can transform itself. Interestingly enough, AI finally gives us that, right? Which is I can write a document. I can just say, no, I don't want it as a document. I want it as a website. It'll just transform that document using code into a website. I say, well, I don't like the website. I want an app. It'll write more code to transform it. So that reasoning and reasoning capabilities, that prediction capabilities, that ability to take action, remain long-term coherent, is all improving. And our job, though, is to parlay this. Like take even what you at BlackRock are doing, right? When you're taking something like, say, Copilot plus Aladdin and bringing those things together to improve the productivity in the firm for the decisions you want to make, right, with your data.
I could just tell you at our firm, things that would take 12 hours to compute now takes minutes. For us, processing $14 trillion of other people's money with hundreds of thousands of different mandates, we could do that instantaneous. And that to me, if it wasn't for the technology and AI today, we would not be able to function to the scale that we're operating.
That's right. And so to me, that one firm at a time, one country at a time, if we can really take these tokens and bend the curve of productivity, then there is surplus everywhere. And that's really the goal.
Well, surplus could be scary, too. Does surplus mean fewer workers? What do we mean by surplus? And so, I'm going to tie that into my second question about AI diffusion.
Yeah.
To me, the whole realization of AI for any society and also for a more balanced world is making sure that it's diffused and accessible and available across the world. So can you describe how this process of diffusion across economies, across companies, across people and countries, how does that play out?
Yeah, I think that this is the real question, right? Because one of the things right now, the zeitgeist is a little bit about the admiration for AI in its abstract form or as technology. But I think we as even a global community have to get to a point where we're using this to do something useful that changes the outcomes of people and communities and countries and industries, right? Otherwise, I don't think this makes much sense, right? In fact, I would say we will quickly lose even the social permission to actually take something like energy, which is a scarce resource, and use it to generate these tokens. If these tokens are not improving health outcomes, education outcomes, public sector efficiency, private sector competitiveness across all sectors, small and large, right? And that, to me, is ultimately the goal. So therefore, I think really diffusion is everything. And so the way it happens is, let's sort of unpack this. On the supply side, what needs to happen in each country is the tokens per dollar per watt have to sort of monotonically get more efficient and better, right? So to some degree, even what we are trying to do with the investments the two firms are doing around the world is to just say that, like, let's make sure that the supply is there, which is everything from the chips on down, ultimately to these token factories that get deployed everywhere. By the way, there's not one token factory. This token factory is the first thing that's going to be diffused all around the world. It's just like electricity, right? You just need a ubiquitous grid of energy and tokens that then will power the rest of the economy, right? So that's, I think, one side of it. Then the demand side of this is a little bit like every firm has to start by using it. If I look back even, when the PCs first came out or the personal computing era started, I loved, I think Jobs had a nice metaphor. He called it the bicycle for the mind. Bill had a metaphor, which I remember was like information at your fingertips, right? These two metaphors were great, like which allowed us to say, that's what it is. It's a tool that I will use to get information at my fingertips. I'll use it as a cognitive amplifier. Now, I think that's what we have, but 10x, 100x, right? So in some sense, you, as every knowledge worker, you now have access to infinite minds. That's the way I think about it, right? So there's a Turing Award winner called Raj Reddy who had this nice metaphor of AI, and he had this long before even generative AI. He said either it's a cognitive amplifier or it's a guardian angel, right? So if you think of AI as that, then in the global workforce, right, when a doctor can get to a patient, spend more time with the patient because the AI is doing the transcription and entering the records in the EMR system, entering the right billing code so that the healthcare industry is better served across the payer, the provider, and the patient ultimately. Right? That's an outcome that I think all of us can benefit from. So I feel ultimately it's going to require real leadership on the private sector and the public sector to ensure that diffusion happens. And the one other thing I'll mention, Larry, is skilling, right? So in some sense, the thing that diffusion is very strongly correlated to one thing alone, which is how broadly are people skilled in using this. And interestingly enough, I think if mobile has taught us one thing, is it's actually distinct from what happened in the PC, right? I remember even growing up in the global South, there used to be a real relationship between learning Excel skills or Word skills and getting a job. Right now, what's the model? In mobile, it's kind of created the same opportunity, but it's been a lot more consumption-led. It's these creator economy and what have you. But it has not been about sort of, oh, wow, here's how you get a healthcare job, or here is how you get a finance job, or here is how you get, you get ahead professionally. And that needs to come back, right? People need to say, oh, I pick up this AI skill, and now I'm a better provider of some product or service in the real economy.
So it's very easy to see how mobile and the diffusion of mobile, how it transformed economies, especially in the global South. How does to me, I just read a research report that said the applications for AI so far are heavily weighted towards those who are educated or educated economies. And so does that create that, more of a bifurcation, a more polarization? How do we ensure that diffusion is spread evenly? How do we make sure that we're not leaving major portions of society or the world behind? Because I think that's going to be the big issue for us going forward.
Yeah, so it's interesting, right? This is one of those times when by definition, and because of the rails that have been established, you said, right, which is what's happened with mobile as well as what's happened with essentially connectivity.
Right.
You have the ability to sort of deliver the tokens pretty evenly around the world.
Right.
A lot more so than, let's say, the PC era or even the beginning of the mobile era, right? Because it took a long time for even the smartphone in particular to penetrate all of the world. Whereas now, it's not the case, right? These models and their outputs are pretty much available everywhere. And so the question to me is, what's the use cases that make sense, right? So in fact, one of the demos I always go back to, I think this was even in the beginning of 23, was a rural Indian farmer was able to use a bot built on, I think, a very early GPT-3 or 2.5 even, essentially to reason over some farm subsidies that he had heard about in a local language, and had it even in that very early days, have it even show some agentic behavior, right? Like, go complete a form for me. So in some sense, it took, it brought back agency to someone who perhaps didn't have that because the technology was so much more accessible. Right. So I do think it's in our hands, even in the global south, to use it to create, I would say, more of that opportunity where there isn't one. But I think what the necessary conditions still are, do you have the capital investment being put in? Do you even have an environment for capital? Because in an interesting way, we are, for example, as hyperscalers, investing all over, right, including the global south. So as long as there's an environment which attracts the capital investment.
And you see the demand.
And then, yeah, the demand is there.
Yeah.
And so the question is, how do you have a set of policies that allow for both the capital to come in, for it to find nexus with, like, there are certain things, by the way, private capital can do, certain things that public capital only can do. For example, the grid, right? It's not, I mean, grid in most countries is sort of fundamentally driven by governments.
By public.
And public. And so if you don't have a sophisticated, or rather, if you don't have a real approach to modernizing the grid, that will hold things back. I mean, there's a lot of talk about behind the meter and so on. And yes, there's some amount of that we can do ourselves.
We can do that in the U.S. Many countries can't.
Exactly. And it's not long-term scalable, right? I mean, like, to me, a long-term scalable solution is to have, all of these token factories, part of the real economy, connected to the grid, connected to the telco network, delivering. Just like we delivered bits, you have to deliver tokens plus bits. And that's kind of what's going to drive an at-scale, whether it's in the global south or on the developed world.
So many people talk about there may be an AI bubble. I mean, the most important thing that we see as an investor is the democratization of technology, and the diffusion of that technology really does then transform the demand. And the companies or the countries that diffuse it fastest are going to be the ultimate winners, not the technology creator.
For this not to be a bubble, by definition, it requires that the benefits of this are much more evenly spread. I mean, I think a telltale sign of if it's a bubble would be if all we're talking about are the tech firms, right? If all we talk about is what's happening to the technology side, then that's it's just purely supply side.
Right.
Ultimately, if we are not talking about, wow, here is a drug that was sort of brought into the market that's super successful because it was AI accelerated the clinical trial. It's not even the magical molecule, right? It's kind of even the rest of what is needed in order to make something much more relevant, right? And so the more we have. And by the way, it's happening, right? So I'm not sort of saying that. That's why I'm much more confident that this is a technology that will, in fact, build on the rails of cloud and mobile, diffuse faster, and bend the productivity curve and bring local surplus and economic growth all around the world, not just economic growth driven by capital expenses, right? Because it's a narrow point in time calculation. It's
right now, that's what we're seeing more.
That's what we're seeing, in the developed world in particular. But remember, my capital, like that, the one thing that is definitely we're spending a lot of it in the United States, but 50% of it is also all over the world.
Right.
And so, interestingly enough, it depends on demand all over the world, and the demand all over the world will only be there if there is local surplus all over the world. And so that's sort of the way I see the equation.
So let's drill down a little more. As AI diffuses, obviously organizations, companies, governments are going to have to evolve. I'm now getting to the demand side. So how do you think the structure of organizations is changing in an AI world, across roles, across teams, management. I'm sure Microsoft has evolved itself. So it'd probably be good to tell the audience, how do you see this diffusion occur and the utilization at the corporate level or at a government level, which ultimately then creates that demand, which eliminates any fears it bubbles?
Yeah, no, I think it's probably one of the big challenges with all of these new technologies is when work artifact and workflow changes. That means we, as firms, have to change how we work. In fact, I remember meeting the CEO of Generali, a few years back, and he was describing, he had joined the firm, pre-PC era, and he was describing how, for example, they worked with their agents in the field with faxes, interoffice memos, and suddenly the PC showed up and people would then put a spreadsheet in an email and send it around, and the entire workflow and the work process changed, right? So similarly, I think with AI, you are going to start seeing actual change in how workflow happens, right? I mean, even in fact, for me, coming to Davos, 50 bilateral meetings I have, preparing for those, had a particular workflow, right? Which is there is to be my field team would prepare notes, and that would come to my HQ, and that would get further refined, and nothing had really changed, right? Since I joined in '92 to essentially even a few years back. Whereas now, I just go to Copilot and say, hey, I'm meeting Larry, please give me a brief. And it comes back and gives me, by the way, the one nice thing is it gives me a 360, right? It knows what we are doing with you as a client, what we are doing as a client of yours, and everything in between as an investment. So it captures even information unlike anything else. In fact, what I do is I take that and immediately share that back with all my colleagues across all the functions, right? Think about it. It's a complete inversion of how information is flowing in the organization. It's not like this classic, we have an organization, we have departments, we have these specializations, and the information trickles up. No. It actually, it flattens the entire information flow. So once you start having that, you have to redesign structurally. So the current structure may not make sense. Because you want people to be able to work in a way that allows them to have this information flow freely. So what all this leads me to, if I had to sort of say, what's the formula? The formula, I think it starts with the mindset. So the mindset we as leaders should have is we need to think about changing the workflow with the technology. Then that needs skill set. So you can't sort of talk about this in the abstract. You got to use it. Like, so if I'm not using the tool,
you have to trust it.
You have to trust it. You have to use it. You have to learn even how to put the guardrails to trust it, right? So you can't just be afraid of it. It's going to be diffused. So the question is, as a firm, you have to use it to learn how to even put the guardrails that allow you to be able to trust it. So skills. So mindset, skills. The other big consideration really is how do you make sure you have the data set that you're feeding, like context. Like it's kind of like you have a new intelligence layer, but the intelligence layer is only as good as the context you give it. So people describe it even as context engineering, but that is what firms do. Right? If you think about what do firms do, it's all about the tacit knowledge we have by working as people in various departments and moving paper and information. So the question is, how do you really have this? AI also have that context. So these are sort of some of the new things that have to percolate throughout an organization to take advantage. In fact, that's why I think you're going to see that challenge of why am I not seeing immediate results in productivity? Because you have to do the hard work. In fact, that's why it's not going to be there are going to be firm-wide differences. There could be sector-wide differences, but it's going to fundamentally be because of the leadership will in an organization.
Do you see the applications being used across large companies and medium and small companies, or is it still the domain of mostly the large companies at this moment?
I think that what you're seeing is it's easier because if you have a green sort of, if you start fresh, it's easier to adopt these tools, and you construct your organization knowing that these tools exist.
So is it a barbell then?
It is a barbell.
So small companies that are just starting to use that platform.
100%. And I think, in fact, I would say even for large organizations, there's a fundamental challenge, right? Because unless and until your rate of change keeps up with what is possible, you're going to get schooled by someone small being able to achieve scale because of these tools. So, but I think large organizations have an inherent strength. You have the relationships, you have the data, you have know-how. But the bottom line is, if you don't translate that with a new production function, then you really will be stuck. And so, therefore, the change management challenge for large organizations is going to be bigger. The structural challenge for small organizations of how to overcome scale issues is going to be harder. So it's sort of the two sides. In an interesting way, it's going to be a very competitively intense world where neither side, like whether you're a new entrant or an incumbent, can't take it as like I can just coast.
What about country to country? Are you seeing big differences in how the applications are being used? Is AI still the domain of developed countries, or is it becoming rapidly a domain of all countries?
I'm seeing, there are two things I would say, Larry. As I travel around the world, the quality of whether it's the know-how, the software developers, the startups, or even large organizations, it's not that different. It's fascinating. You can show up in Jakarta, you can show up in Istanbul, you can show up in Mexico City. It's not that different than showing up even in, say, Seattle or San Francisco, right? It's not, for the first time, just because access to what's happening is there. That said, at scale, the commitment to using this, the risk capital being there, the large companies pushing it hard. I mean, again, the U.S., is, in fact, if I compare it, take financial sector. If in financial sector's adoption of the cloud versus AI, night and day, right? Because in an interesting way, it's much faster when it comes to AI versus it was with the cloud. And cloud, because for a variety of reasons.
We had regulatory issues too. Until the regulators allowed banks to bring their data out of campus, that was a big issue.
Yeah, so I would say, I think wherever, so in the West, in particular in the US, there is clearly a real, I would say, more of an energy around it in terms of going and using it. But it's sort of a lot more uniformly spreading around the world than any technology, at least I've seen.
You mentioned about the power, the grid. Is that going to be one of the determinants of the accessibility? If you do not have cheap power, the demand is costly.
100%. So if you sort of look at the tokens per dollar per watt, which I think in some sense I would claim that GDP growth in any place will be directly correlated. Like if you sort of buy my entire argument that, look, we've got a new commodity, it's tokens.
Right.
And the job of every economy and every firm in the economy is to translate these tokens into economic growth. Then if you have a cheaper commodity, it's better. And so that's sort of why this tokens per dollar per watt. And by the way, there are many, many elements to this, right? Which is, it's not just the production side. That's why I think even having the grid is important. Construction costs, right? So if you think about the total TCO, everything, it's like, are you a cheap producer of energy? Can you build the data centers? Then what's the cost curve of the silicon and the systems? Right. And by the way, look at the token pricing, right? Token pricing basically drops by, a half every 3 months. I mean, this is that's why I think you can sort of really plot how you use the tokens to create surplus, knowing that you have a commodity whose prices are just going to monotonically come down in a pretty fast curve.
We're sitting in Europe, and there is a real fear because Europe does not have its own power. It has to import mostly of its power. Do you have any messages for Europe related to this?
Yeah, I mean, I think so there are two sets of things, right? One is, here we are in Switzerland, and I look at the pharma or the financial sector. Obviously, they do a big job in this country as in Europe, but they're also international brands and international operations. So one thing that whenever I think about Europe is the Europeans are producing products and services that actually are going everywhere in the world, and so therefore. European competitiveness is about the competitiveness of their output globally, not just in Europe. I think sometimes when you come to Europe, there's a lot of conversation about just Europe. But European economy thrives and has thrived in the last, 200 years, 300 years. The miracle of the West is fundamentally because of what has happened in Europe, is because they were able to produce things that the world needed. And so I would say that's number one. And in order to do that, I go back to the human capital here is just fantastic and world class. You have to absolutely invest in producing, having the energy and the tokens here, which again, you're attracting, like as I said, we are investing and others are investing the data centers here. So the question is, what's that next generation of output that comes from here, right? I always think about the German Mittelstand. Whenever I go to a jeweler or a dentist in the United States, I'm surrounded by German Mittelstand, right?
Yes, totally.
It's just unbelievable engineering prowess of that country. And now the question, and by the way, that's the point. They are producing industrial products, which today are built into it, all the intelligence as well. That data, right? So I know whenever we come to Europe, everyone's like, talking about sovereignty and data this, data that. Guess what? Europe actually should be much more concerned about access to their industrial companies, their financial services companies, of data from US and the rest of the world, as opposed to just thinking that somehow by protecting Europe, you're going to be competitive. You are only going to be competitive if the products coming out of Europe are globally competitive.
Right.
And so that's, I think, what needs to change. I know Europe has led in privacy, that's fantastic, has led in many aspects of even safety around AI and what have you, and that's a feature that's great. But you also have to complement it by building locally and then also thinking globally. What's the contribution this continent will make to the rest of the world, which it has historically been a leader in?
A leader. So do you think the whole idea around sovereignty of data, is that being misunderstood?
I think that when people talk about sovereignty, first of all, it's very important, clearly. And
who owns the data?
And in a week like this, it's more important. But that said, you have to kind of think about what does sovereignty mean? Like, for example, in the AI era, the topic that's least talked about, but I feel will be most talked about in this calendar year, will be the sovereignty of a firm. Just imagine, if your firm, you're not able to embed the tacit knowledge of the firm in a set of weights in a model that you control, by definition, you have no sovereignty. That means you're leaking enterprise value to some model company somewhere. In fact, it's sort of fascinating that nobody's talking about that, right? It's like everybody's talking about everything else that is sort of, outside of that. Whereas the most important thing is, it really doesn't matter if in fact, the data center, where it runs, is the least important thing, quite honestly. But like even there, first of all, the data centers are all over just because speed of light is a real constraint. And so therefore, the data centers will be spread.
Yes.
You will have digital, you'll be able to encrypt everything, you'll be able to have the keys with you. All of these are much more technically solved problems. But the one problem that will only be solved is by you having much more sovereignty over the tacit knowledge and control over the models, and it's not a one-way enterprise value transfer. And so to me, I think sovereignty requires real thought on what is it. Control of destiny means that your ability to produce something that is unique is preserved, David Ricardo was not wrong. There's comparative advantage in countries. There is comparative advantage in firms. That needs to be preserved even in the AI era. That's what will give you real sovereignty.
One last question. I know we're running out of time. In 5 years or 10 years, is there going to be one dominant model that we're all going to be using, and how is Microsoft preparing for this? Are we going to be using one model for enterprise, one model for other traits?
Even in the last 3 years, 4 years that we've been at it, the reality at this point is it's a multi-model world, right? I mean, in fact, if you think about it, both there are going to be multiple models, and the trick is really how do you take advantage of these multiple models and in fact build your own model by distilling these, right? So think of these models that you orchestrate to build your own model, and more importantly, you do what is described as orchestration or harness engineering. So the IP of any application or any firm is, how do you use all these models with context engineering or your data?
Yes.
Right, so it's that three parts. So can I bring in all the models, by the way, which is closed source, open source, build my own model, orchestrate them, and feed it my data to change the trajectory of some outcome that I care about. That's it. That's the entire picture. So you can do it in I produce a particular product or service. First, I got to do better job in sales, or better job in R&D, or better job in finance, or what have you. And you take that outcome, and then you say, can I use all the models, orchestrate them, and feed it my context? And then as a result of it, the reasoning traces are really leading to some capability and models that I control as my IP. As long as firms can answer that question, they're going to be getting ahead.
ओके गाइस, मुझे लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस ना रेंज ब्रेक करने वाला है। इसमें हो गया 4 आवर का कंसोलिडेशन यहाँ पर अप्रोक्सीमेटली। दिस इज ऑलमोस्ट 4 आवर कंसोलिडेशन। 5:30 पर 4 आवर का कंसोलिडेशन यहाँ पर कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। सो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग प्राइस अगेन गिव अ ब्रेकआउट। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली प्राइस यहाँ पर एक ब्रेकआउट कर सकता है। बहुत ज़्यादा हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है इन नेचुरल गैस, जिस तरह का एक कंसोलिडेशन यहाँ पर कर रहा है। अभी भी है रेजिस्टेंस पर, बट मोस्टली मुझे लग रहा है ब्रेकआउट के लिए जाना चाहिए लॉजिकली। लेट्स सी, देखते हैं ब्रेकआउट होता है नहीं होता। मॉर्निंग से रेंज पर ही है। मॉर्निंग पे रेंज पे ओपन हुआ था एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड, फिर वहां से एक बाइंग का ट्रेड, अब वो वहीं पर साइडवे चला गया है। लेट्स होप फटाफट से अब ब्रेकआउट करे और इस रेंज बाउंड प्राइस सेक्शन के बाहर निकले प्राइस अब। बाकी 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग होगी शायद, मुझे लग रहा है उसके बाद कुछ मोमेंटम आएगा। अब तो मोमेंटम भी नहीं आ रहा है। बाकी देखते हैं अब यूएस मार्केट 6:30 पे, फिर अभी लंदन सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा 8 बजे। यूएस मार्केट सर्विस पीएमआई का डेटा भी है। मॉर्निंग से इसी रेंज में फंसा हुआ है नेचुरल गैस। छोटी सी रेंज है 10 पॉइंट की। मॉर्निंग पे अच्छा ट्रेड मिला था, उसके बाद से आप कह सकते हो किसने अगर बाई किया होगा तो उसको भी प्रॉफिट हुआ होगा, फिर वो रेंज के अंदर ही चला गया। अरे नहीं, ये तो क्रूड ऑयल में भी कंसोलिडेशन में चला गया। देखो, एक क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग का ट्रेड जरूर है, बट याद रखना अब ये यहाँ पर ही मुझे लग रहा है फाइट होने वाली है। ये काफी देर से कंसोलिडेशन पे रुका हुआ है अभी तक। लॉजिकली तो इसको नीचे आ जाना चाहिए था। देखो, अब इसको नीचे आना है तो 5550 के नीचे क्लोज करनी चाहिए। थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रखना क्रूड ऑयल में, चाहो तो एसएल भी छोटा कर दो। अब क्वांटिटी इसमें कम ही रखियो। इट इज नाउ अ वेरी वेरी रिस्की ट्रेड। ठीक है, हाँ, अगर ये क्लोजिंग दे देता है 5550 के नीचे, मतलब इसका ब्रेकडाउन हो जाता है कुछ इस तरह से आके, तब ये फॉल करेगा। अदरवाइज ये यहीं पर रहने वाला है और थोड़ा देर और कंसोलिडेशन लगा तो फिर ऊपर ही जाएगा। और उस केस में ठीक है, अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस था, बट मुझे लग रहा है सब जिस तरह से कंसोलिडेशन, क्योंकि इतना प्राइस रुकता नहीं है कहीं पर भी सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे। अननेसेसरी सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट हो जाते हैं। तो ये थोड़ा सा ट्रेड रिस्की है अब। ठीक है, जब तक ये वापस अब 5550 के नीचे क्लोज नहीं करता। अगर यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा अगर रुकना चाह रहे हो, मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा क्रूड ऑयल में अगर कोई सेलिंग में है तो अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के छोड़ दो, या फिर अगर इसमें सेलिंग में हो तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे निकल जाओ अभी। ठीक है, ये सेलिंग का ट्रेड वैसे यहाँ पर है, लॉजिकली देखा जाए यहाँ पर सेलिंग बनती है, बट बिकॉज अब ये जिस तरह से कंसोलिडेशन कर रहा है, ऑलमोस्ट इट इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ टू वे मोमेंटम। ठीक है, ये दोनों साइड मूव कर सकता है। अपर साइड अगर इसने 5585 के ऊपर प्रॉपरली ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट किया तो ये और ऊपर ही जाएगा। नीचे अगर इसको जाना है तो 550 के नीचे क्लोजिंग देनी पड़ेगी। तो मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा अगर आपको सेफ ट्रेड करना है यहाँ पे, क्योंकि रेंज है वापस से इसमें। ठीक है, जैसा ये आपने नेचुरल गैस में देखा है ना, नेचुरल गैस का ऐसा रेंज बना दिया है, बट उससे भी बहुत छोटा रेंज है। तो इस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड में या तो निकल जाओ, 5550 के नीचे वापस आने दो प्राइस को। 5550 के नीचे अगर एक बार प्रॉपरली ब्रेक डाउन कर देता है और ट्रेड करना शुरू करता है इस तरीके से, फिर पुल बैक में हम वापस सेल कर देंगे। ऐसा ना हो कि ये पहले ऊपर जाए, ऐसे उड़ा दे, फिर फायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि फिर उस केस में ये रेजिस्टेंस ही सपोर्ट बन जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली। ठीक है, तो इस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड में मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा क्रूड ऑयल के निकल जाओ। ठीक है, कोई फायदा नहीं इसमें अभी रुक के, बहुत रिस्की ट्रेड है। अदरवाइज समझना ये रिस्की ही है, जब तक अभी 5000 ब्लू कलर की जो लाइन ड्रॉ करी है इसके नीचे नहीं जाता है। तो मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा इस ट्रेड से निकल जाओ, कोई फायदा नहीं इस पर रुक के अभी। ठीक है, फाइट होने दो, खाली में बीच में क्यों फंसना हुआ। रेंज थोड़ी बड़ी होती तो बेटर था, बट मुझे लग रहा है अब ये दोनों साइड मूव कर सकता है, तो मैं अब यहाँ पे इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ। सेलिंग में हो, फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, क्रूड ऑयल में निकल जाओ, बेस्ट है। प्राइस नीचे आएगा तो हम 5550 का वेट करते हैं, इसके नीचे प्राइस को एक बार आ जाने दो। ठीक है, इसके नीचे प्रॉपरली एक ब्रेक डाउन हो जाने दो, उसके बाद पुल बैक देगा तब सेल करेंगे। अगर ऐसा नहीं होता है, मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, अगर ये 5584 के ऊपर प्रॉपरली ब्रेकआउट में चला गया, क्योंकि है तो ये ब्रेकआउट रेजिस्टेंस ही, बट अगर ये ब्रेकआउट में चला गया ऊपर की ओर, तो फिर हम पुल बैक में यहाँ बाइंग करेंगे वापस से। ठीक है, अच्छा खासा रेजिस्टेंस था, बट ये अब लग रहा है मुझे कि दोनों साइड बायर और सेलर दोनों को ट्रैप करने की कोशिश में जा सकता है, तो नहीं, अब रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते, एक साइड निकलने देते हैं। समझा दिया मैंने क्या है। ऐसा नहीं है कि यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, रेजिस्टेंस बिल्कुल है, बट नीचे एक सपोर्ट, अब ये जो कंसोलिडेशन है वो सपोर्ट की तरह भी काम कर रहा है। तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग 5550 के नीचे अगर मार्केट क्लोजिंग देता है 15 मिनट की, दो कैंडल एटलीस्ट ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट टाइप में इस तरीके से, तब हम वापस से यहाँ पर सेल करेंगे। ठीक है, और अगर ऐसा नहीं हुआ 5585 के ऊपर कहीं अगर ये ब्रेकआउट दे देता है, ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट कर देता है इन द सेंस ऑफ इस तरीके से, तो फिर हमें पुल बैक में इस लेवल पे बाई कर लेंगे वापस से, क्योंकि ये एक सपोर्ट बन गया है अब। ये ब्लू कलर की लाइन इज अ सपोर्ट नाउ, और ये रेजिस्टेंस है येलो कलर का जो बॉक्स है। गैस फिलहाल साइडवेज है, बट जिस तरह से कंसोलिडेशन कर रहा है, पॉसिबिलिटी है कि ब्रेकआउट कर सकता है, किया नहीं है अभी भी इसने भी। 328.3 के ऊपर ये जो बॉक्स बना रखा है, इसके ऊपर अगर ब्रेकआउट होता है तो फिर अपर साइड की रेंज ओपन हो जाएगी। फिलहाल तो ये भी साइडवेज ही है इस छोटी सी रेंज में, लिखा हुआ है आरबीपी रेंज बाउंड प्राइस एक्शन, सेम रेंज है। पे भी ऐसा ही हुआ था, यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन हुआ, ब्रेकडाउन नहीं हुआ, वापस रिकवर कर गया। एटलीस्ट 4 आवर का कंसोलिडेशन चाहिए हमें, मतलब 16 कैंडल कह सकते हो 15 मिनट की। एक बार रेंज ओपन हो जाएगी किसी एक साइड पे, अपर साइड पे या लोअर साइड पे, तो फिर इसमें भी स्पेस है दोनों साइड पे, अपर साइड पे भी रेंज बड़ी है। दिस वन अगर ब्रेकआउट होता है सक्सेसफुली, डाउन साइड पे ब्रेकडाउन होता है, तो फिर ये डाउन साइड वाली रेंज है। मॉर्निंग से एक ही ट्रेड बना है फिलहाल के लिए, वो भी नेचुरल गैस में ही था मॉर्निंग पे एग्जैक्टली। क्रूड ऑयल सीधा कल सपोर्ट एरिया पे गया था, वहाँ पर फॉरेक्स में ऑलरेडी बाइंग आ गई थी, हमारे यहाँ हल्का सा गैप अप ओपन हुआ कल का जो लेवल था बाइंग वाला, वहाँ पर फॉरेक्स से ऑलरेडी बाइंग आ गई थी, तो वो बाइंग ऑलरेडी निकल चुकी है, बीच में तो एंट्री कर नहीं सकते। ये एक रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है, बट यहाँ से अब सेलिंग के लिए प्राइस को अब यहाँ पर जो बायर बैठ गए हैं 5550 पे, इनको निकालना जरूरी है, तभी गिरेगा प्राइस। और याद रखना उस केस में फिर ये काफ़ी अच्छा गिर सकता है, बिकॉज ये तो रेजिस्टेंस है ही है, ये सपोर्ट से बाहर निकलते हैं तो यहाँ पर डबल सेलिंग का प्रेशर आ जाएगा, रेजिस्टेंस से प्लस जो सपोर्ट से बाहर निकलेंगे वो भी सेलर में कन्वर्ट हो जाएंगे। रॉयल फॉल एक्सपेक्टेड 5550 के नीचे अगर सस्टेन करेगा तो, अदरवाइज नहीं, कोई ट्रेड भी नहीं है। अच्छा खासा सेल ऑफ आज अभी तो नहीं है एक्सपेक्टेड, एक बार इसके ऊपर के लेवल भी देख लेते हैं, अगर यहाँ से ऊपर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो कहाँ तक जा सकता है। में यहाँ पर भी सारे रेजिस्टेंस ही हैं एक्चुअली में। फंस गया लग रहा है क्रूड ऑयल बहुत बुरा। सही कह रहा हूँ। गैस ब्रेकिंग आउट डिसेंट अपसाइड। हाँ ब्रेकआउट कर तो रहा है फिलहाल के लिए, देखते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल को देख रहा हूँ मैं, क्रूड ऑयल काफ़ी ज़्यादा कंजेस्टेड रेंज में फंस गया मुझे लग रहा है। ऊपर भी, इसमें ऊपर भी रेजिस्टेंस है 5590, 5600, 5600 तक रेजिस्टेंस ही है इसमें। नीचे सपोर्ट है, वो सपोर्ट ब्रेक नहीं होगा और ये रेजिस्टेंस भी ब्रेक नहीं होगा। 5600 टू 5000, 50 पॉइंट की रेंज लग रही है क्रूड ऑयल में। 5600 टू 5550। नहीं कोई, वो नीचे से बाइंग में है ना। दोनों लेवल एक साथ ही चलते रहेंगे ना। यहाँ पर लिक्विडिटी ओवर द सेलिंग साइड, ये बाइंग साइड की लिक्विडिटी। सही है। क्रूड ऑयल गो अप। अभी कुछ ट्रेड नहीं है सर, अभी कोई ट्रेड नहीं है। ऊपर भी जा सकते हैं, नीचे भी जा सकते हैं। फिलहाल मुझे तो रेंज ही लग रही है ऊपर 5600 से लेकर 5550। ठीक है, रेंज के अंदर मैं पसंद नहीं करता हूँ ट्रेड करना, तो अगर रेंज के बाहर निकलेगा तो देखेंगे। वैसे रेजिस्टेंस है यहाँ पर काफ़ी अच्छा, बट नीचे भी बायर बैठ गए हैं 5550। उसके नीचे एक बार सस्टेन करे तो ज़्यादा सेफ है फिर सेल करना। नहीं तो इस एरिया के आसपास सेल करेंगे, प्रॉब्लम वही आएगी। यहाँ से सेलिंग आ तो जाएगी बट अगेन 5550, 560 पे वापस प्राइस रुकना शुरू कर देगा, विच इज़ नॉट गुड। ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बना हुआ है ओवर हियर, टेक द लिक्विडिटी फ्रॉम हियर एंड देन या। गोल्ड में चेक नहीं करता इंट्राडे में, उस पर कोई मेरा कमेंट नहीं है। ओनली क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस। सिल्वर में मैंने एक मॉर्निंग पे लेवल बताए थे दो शायद, वो उसी पे चल रहा है अभी इंट्राडे एमसीएक्स में। ऊपर नीचे एक आपका 3,20,000 से लेकर 3,17,000 तक एक सपोर्ट है। अगर 3,17,000 के नीचे प्रॉपरली ब्रेक डाउन हो गया 15 मिनट में तो वापस परसों के लो पर पहुंच जाएंगे 3,05,000 के अराउंड। अपर लेवल पे देखोगे तो एज सच कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है, अब ऑल टाइम हाई ही एज अ इंट्राडे का रेजिस्टेंस है। 3,40,000 के ऊपर और जाता है तो और ऊपर जा सकता है। फिलहाल ये भी साइडवेज ही है इंट्राडे में एट रेजिस्टेंस 3,35,000 से लेकर 3,40,000। एक डेटा आने वाला है सर, मुझे लग रहा है मोमेंटम हो सकता है उसके बाद हो जाए। सर्विस पीएमआई का जो डेटा है यूएस का 8:15 इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग। यस, नेचुरल गैस नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, ये करंट मंथ फ्यूचर का चार्ट नहीं। कल एक्सपायरी हो गई ऑलरेडी ऑप्शन की, तो इसलिए नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही चार्ट यूज़ कर रहे हैं। नहीं, उसे रहने दो। इस मंडे को मार्केट क्लोज है, 26 जनवरी है उस दिन। Tension once again built over Tehran, Iran. Senior regional officials assess this week that the Iranian regime prospects for remaining in power are very high. India's forex reserve gained by most since March, boosted by gold buying with the central bank.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the impending major winter storm that will impact a large part of the country. The East Coast is expected to be particularly hard hit. Let's get the very latest with Bloomberg meteorologist Craig Allen. Craig, what is the update?
Right now, Nathan, we're watching snow falling throughout the central portion of the United States and ice that's headed in our direction. I would think right now that it could reach the Washington, Baltimore area sometime during late Saturday night into the early hours of Sunday. That's when it starts, makes its way on up 95, goes past Philadelphia, Baltimore, and right on up towards New York City, probably by around sunrise or so. I would think it'll be snowing when you wake up Sunday morning, and it'll be coming down hard and sticking right away because the air will be so cold, and then it makes its way on up right into New England. So Boston, figure by about midday on Sunday, the snow will be falling and also sticking right away. In terms of accumulations, by the time this all starts to wind down, I'm saying right now that there could be anywhere from 6 inches or more for the Washington, D.C. area. 8 to 14 is not out of the question, especially for the inland suburbs for New York, and even 1.5 feet for some areas inland of Boston. And the reason I say inland is because there is a possibility of sleet and freezing rain mixing in along some of these immediate coastal cities, the closer you are to the shoreline, and that will hold accumulations down just a little bit. But on the other hand, guys, I mean, we're talking about ice, and that's not much better at all.
No, it isn't. Ice, snow. When can we expect this all to end, Craig?
This is going to be a long duration event. I'm afraid that it may take until Monday morning through Monday afternoon for it to completely come to an end up the 95 corridor. So with that in mind, right now I'm thinking to myself that things are going to be moving very slowly, if at all, on Monday morning. Schools, so forth, and work. And I think there'll be a lot of work from home conditions as we go on into the early part of next week.
All right, Craig. Craig Allen will be checking in with you throughout the morning. The storm is already having an impact on the airlines. They're making contingency plans for an expected weekend of messy travel, and Bloomberg's Tom Busby continues our team coverage.
U.S. carriers are out with backup plans for passengers ahead of wicked winter weather expected to impact 125 million Americans from today through Monday and disrupt air traffic from coast to coast. Delta offering to rebook flights to and from 41 airports in the South and Southwest. United waiving change fees for flights at 61 airports. And American will do the same at airports from New Mexico to Virginia. Even low-cost carriers like Spirit, Southwest, and JetBlue will waive fees for travelers. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Okay, Tom, thank you. As we continue to track the weather, we're also looking at President Donald Trump's foreign policy plans as we learn more about the president's framework of a future deal on Greenland. Sources tell Bloomberg News the U.S. wants to rewrite its defense agreement with Denmark to remove any limits on its military presence on the island. The current arrangement was signed in 1951, amended in 2004. It calls for the U.S. to consult with both Denmark and Greenland before it makes any significant changes to its posture. But the president says his goal is permanent total access to Greenland.
We can do anything we want. We can do military. We can do anything we want. And it's being negotiated, and let's see what happens. I think it'll be good.
President Trump spoke aboard Air Force One on his way back to Washington from Davos. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen says she's open to expanding the 1951 treaty.
I think everybody in NATO agrees about that, the Arctic states, but also other member states, that we need a permanent presence from NATO in the Arctic region, including around Greenland.
But Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen says the question of Greenland's sovereignty is a red line.
Now, Nathan, with President Trump making progress on Greenland, he's openly musing about sending NATO troops to the southern border with Mexico. He posted the idea on social media, saying maybe the U.S. should invoke Article 5, force NATO to come to the U.S. and free up Border Patrol agents for other tasks. It's unclear whether the post was just a jab or laying the groundwork for a serious policy statement. President Trump has long claimed NATO's Article 5 mutual defense obligation is a one-sided deal against the U.S.
Let's turn now, Karen, to the latest on the war in Ukraine. The Kremlin says the territorial issue remains unresolved after Russian President Vladimir Putin held late-night talks with U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. This news comes after Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky used a speech at Davos to criticize Europe for relying too much on American support.
Dear friends, we should not degrade ourselves to secondary roles, not when we have a chance to be a great power together. We should not accept that Europe is just a salad of small and middle powers seasoned with enemies of Europe. When united, we are truly invincible.
President Zelensky says top Ukrainian officials will attend planned talks today with the U.S. and Russia in the United Arab Emirates.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. New coach of the Baltimore Ravens, replacing John Harbaugh, 42-year-old Jesse Minter, a former Ravens assistant, and then he worked for Jim Harbaugh, first at Michigan the last 2 years with the L.A. Chargers. Finalists named for the NFL MVP: Christian McCaffrey, Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, Drake May, and Trevor Lawrence. Stafford is the favorite. Washington Nationals traded all-star pitcher Mackenzie Gore to the Texas Rangers for 5 minor leaguers. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
नेचुरल गैस का ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है सक्सेसफुली। लेट्स सी इसमें एक रीटेस्ट का प्लान करेंगे। हो चुकी है ऑलरेडी। नाउ दिस इज नॉट अ रेंज बाउंड प्राइस एक्शन। आउट हो चुका है तो एक रीटेस्ट यहाँ पर प्लान कर सकते हैं बाइंग के लिए। ऊपर एक पहला रेजिस्टेंस या टारगेट कह सकते हो 337 है, उसके ऊपर देखेंगे सस्टेन करेगा तो नेक्स्ट टारगेट फिर सीधा 352 का रखेंगे। ठीक है, ये ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है यहाँ पर। पहला रेजिस्टेंस 337 पे रहेगा, यहाँ पर प्राइस फिर से रुक सकता है वापस से। तो ये ऊपर वाला थोड़ा सा एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कह सकते हो इसको, दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट। क्रूड ऑयल अभी भी उसी रेंज में है। अगेन आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि ये थोड़ा सा इसी 50 पॉइंट की रेंज में घूमता रहे। 5550 से लेकर 5600 के बीच में। 5550 टू 5600 ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है बट नीचे सपोर्ट ही बन गया। मैं बेस्ट के सिनेरियो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि प्राइस नीचे ब्रेक कर दे 5550 के नीचे प्रॉपरली, तो फिर तब वापस सेल करें, क्योंकि यहाँ पर सेल करेंगे नीचे प्राइस रुक जाएगा, नीचे बाई करेंगे ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस रोक लेगा, तो फायदा नहीं है इस फाइट में जाने का।
Are you seeing those changes that people are talking about, that diversification away from US assets? Do you see that at all?
No, we really don't see that in the data at this point. I remember where we've come from, which is the US has been really an incredibly strongly performing market, strong economy. People have been predicting the US to be at some type of decline from an economic point of view, recessions. We've talked about that in the past 2 or 3 years. None of that's actually happened. And in fact, now I think you'll find, and you've heard this on your show, more optimism associated with what the next year holds from an economic point of view. GDP pretty solid, looking to potentially even expand in 2026. You've got the stimulus checks coming, the way that they actually didn't adjust the withholding in order to be able to encourage those stimulus checks. That all is a pretty good setup. Now, you've got to be in the preparedness business. We're all risk managers. And at the end of the day, you've got to be resilient because things can go wrong, things can happen. But I think that's the setup. And so reallocating away from the US in the face of that, probably not the smartest choice to make, but you've got to be diversified. So you cannot have the concentration. The US has been a pretty concentrated bet over the past few years.
Although what's the consequence of that? I mean, there's a difference between reallocating away from and diversifying. There is some knock-on effect, which is maybe some people are calling sell America. Other people are just saying diversifying and hedging your bets. I mean, how much will that affect the funding conditions of the United States?
Well, look, diversification makes sense. One needs to have a balanced portfolio. It's just good risk management. It's good investment management to make sure that you've got exposure to the various different opportunities that are out there. But we certainly have seen, and, you know, look around. We're a global firm. We provide platforms and serve clients all across the world. But when you look at the US and you just look at the facts of the performance over the course of the past decade, you look at all the innovation that's been in the US, all of the value that's created, AI is one example, technology more generally, it would have been a mistake to not have participated in the US market. And so a little bit of rebalancing, a little bit of sort of thinking about how to make sure you've got the right portfolio, whether it's equities, fixed income. We talk about 60-40, oh gosh, it was dead, now it's back. Bonds, okay, where do you want to be exposed to in the bond market? You know, the US bond market is still the most liquid market in the world, and it is still the closest thing to a risk-free asset that there actually is.
How important is it that Senator Tom Tillis stays in Senate at least for the next 364 days? He was on just a moments ago with us, and he was talking about how he's not going to hold confirmation hearings until the DOJ suit or inquiry into Fed Chair Jay Powell is lifted. I'm just wondering from your perspective how important it is to see that type of noise die down around the Federal Reserve for you to feel confident that this truly is going to remain the status quo going forward.
Right. Well, the senator's a great public servant, and I appreciate all of his time serving in the U.S. Senate. But I think you hit the key point, which is at the end of the day, it's not super helpful for the long-term objectives of the U.S., which are keep interest rates on the low side to be able to make it easier for people to be able to borrow, to be able to buy a home, to be able to fund a car payment, for companies to be able to borrow in order to be able to fund and invest their businesses. For all of that, we want low rates. So creating and sort of shaking at the foundation of the independence of monetary policy, that's not really in the interests of keeping long-term rates low. So I think it is helpful if that dies down and we can get back to the business of really seeing the economy perform.
Counterproductive, which is the words you used in the past when it comes to it. Have you had any engagement with the White House about this issue, given the concerns?
You know, we're always talking to the administration, making sure that we're giving our point of view. And so that's, of course, that's one of our jobs. And one of my jobs as a CEO is to be talking all across the administration and in Congress and giving them our perspective. And I do think it is in the interests, and the administration's been very clear, they would like to see long-term interest rates lower because it benefits companies and individuals. And so if that's the objective, then making sure that we're keeping the Federal Reserve sort of a little bit out of the news and not super controversial, I would personally say would be in furtherance of that objective.
It's certainly very much in the news at the moment. Robin, can we talk about your business?
Yeah,
how is BNY changing? In what direction are you leaning into?
Well, we've been reimagining the company, to be quite honest. You know, we've got a fun history. We're 240 years old. We were born right around the time of the United States, 1784, oldest bank in the nation, one of the oldest companies in New York. That's a fun history. Now, we got to be old because we've been innovating all along the way. We've stayed very focused on customers, and our culture is important. That's how you get to be a long-lived company. So what have we been doing? We've been taking stock of what we've actually got, our real assets, our great businesses, and we've really been focused on delivering them better for the client. We used to be a bunch of pieces, kind of siloed, fragmented. And so we set out 3 years ago to say, we're just going to reimagine the company and we're going to pull ourselves together. We're going to focus on our clients. We've got these market-leading businesses. We're kind of a financial services platforms company these days. And we're going to rally round as a team. Very important, that culture, team, to be able to deliver for customers. And you can see the results. So this was past quarter for us, which comes to the sort of the end of that first 3-year chapter, was a quarter of records. It was actually a year of records for us in 2025. Record revenue, record pre-tax income, huge EPS growth. And the markets rewarded us for that. But what they're really looking through and seeing is the fact that we're delivering for our customers. And that's what it's all about.
The latest. So the long-end JGB market, that now that it has become unanchored over the last year or so, can really swing about quite aggressively. And ultimately, there's no reason to change the trend. We've got a massively indebted country that's planning to fiscally expand even further, despite very sluggish growth and poor demographics. So the long-term trends of JGB weakness and yen weakness are very, very strong fundamentally. It's unclear whether today's BOJ is going to be the catalyst, but I would suspect that the long end will continue to weaken again next week, especially around that 40-year auction. Yeah, talk about the amount of debt. I mean, I think Japan's debt to GDP ratio is something like 230% now, which just is extraordinary. But as many commentators point out, debt is domestically held. But at the same time, we heard this week the BOJ holdings of JGBs is at its lowest level now in about 8 years. So at what point does this debt burden actually become a point of concern? It's a really good question. There's two ways to look at it. It's not a default problem. As you say, it's almost all domestically owned, or very largely domestically owned. But what's going to happen ultimately here is Japan is going to have to, over time, monetize that debt burden. What they're trying to basically disappear it by basically having deeply negative real yields and hoping that growth outperforms what they need to pay in that. And overall, they've been managing that system well over the last 4 or 5 years, but ultimately that involves a much weaker yen. So the massive depreciation we've seen on the yen on a trade-weighted basis over the last 4 or 5 years is set to be an extremely long trend. It doesn't mean that you can't have a 6-month period of yen appreciation, and that may well happen at some point if the BOJ or the MOF do something dramatic in either the yen or the JGB market. But the long-term trend for yen depreciation against global peers is very firmly entrenched, and that's not going to change. So when we talk about Japan's debt problem, that's where you see the problem, is that their only way to manage this exorbitant debt pile is to monetize it via their currency. It's not about defaulting because it is yen-denominated debt. That said, can we anticipate more intervention going forward? I mean, where's the floor for the yen? Much longer term, I don't know where the floor is for the yen. I think yen can continue to depreciate significantly over the coming years, given the fundamentals and the demographics there. I don't know where the floor is, but I think it's about a pace thing. Can we get intervention? I'm not saying intervention is likely. I think the bar for intervention before the election is very high, and I think that they're going to be helped by the fact that overall this year we should continue to see a weaker dollar. And as long as there's a weaker dollar, dollar-yen won't be at problematic levels. And that's the most important exchange rate for people watching in financial markets for this intervention level for many kind of Japanese companies. Sure, trade with China is becoming increasingly important, and with Asia overall is kind of dominating the whole US trade. But ultimately, it's the dollar-yen exchange rate that people are looking at. So as long as the dollar remains in a weakening trend, we may not see intervention. We may not need to see intervention because yen weakness will be disguised by dollar weakness. All right, Bloomberg M Live Executive Editor Mark Cudmore there. Let's get some more on the BOJ policy decision and what it could mean for markets. Hiromi Ishihara is head of equity investment at Amundi Japan, joins us from Tokyo, and is perfect timing, Hiromi, because we've just had the decision, so you're going to hear it at the same time that I do. As expected, the rate unchanged at 0.75%. The BOJ saying the real rate is at a significantly low level. Got some GDP forecasts here as well, 0.9% versus 0.7% previously. And the Bank of Japan saying it will keep raising the rate if the economy and the price outlook is realised. And that might be a good place to start. I mean, we've got some inflation figures today, which suggest inflation's still running pretty hot in Japan. Do you feel like the Bank of Japan is tightening at an appropriate speed?
So we definitely need to monitor what Governor would say this afternoon in the press conference, and then monitoring the language that he's going to use about the persistent inflation. The market overall, we expect the underlying inflation is going down this year. However, as we have seen, the weak, consistent weak Japanese yen would add the extra pressure on the inflation late this year. So yeah, definitely the BOJ is monitoring how the currency moves as well as the inflation, and then if the inflation actually accelerates, that could lead to next step for BOJ.
Well, we also have another wild card in the mix because in, I believe, 16 days' time, Japan is going to go to the polls. I just wonder what your predictions are around that election. I mean, can you count on the certainty of a Takaichi win? And if so, what's that going to mean for fiscal policy?
So there's a little bit difficulty to foresee the election results, but the market is pricing in mostly the Takaichi going to win, and LDP can manage to secure the majority seat of the House. That would secure that Takaichi actually can implement all her pro-growth policy statement, but of course that raised the market concern of fiscal stability. So I think the best case is the LDP winning the majority, and Takaichi will continue to learn the cabinet. But the worst case that we see really fragmented the lower house election result, which create more uncertainty over the policy direction.
Well, let's work with the hypothetical of a Sanaya Takaichi victory. She gets back in with an enhanced mandate, and certainly opinion polls seem to be reflecting that at the moment. That would mean that we see some of these policies enacted, such as a suspension of the sales tax, a more aggressive fiscal spending. Do you think that that's going to move the timeline for the Bank of Japan? And are we going to hear anything about that today?
So certainly, you know, if she wins the election, that enable her to accelerate her policy implementation, and then definitely, as you described, VAT cut for food for 2 years will be on the agenda. But she was clearly saying that this tax cut will not be financed by new bond issuance, but she doesn't describe the clear source of financing for that. So that would raise, of course, the concern over the debt in Japan. But also, I think, the government is clearly monitoring the currency volatility. So she would be, I expect that she would be really careful on how she actually navigates this, her pro-growth policy going forward. And then BOJ would also really be careful, and then at the same time flexible how the policy is actually implemented going forward.
Yes, and on the point of foreign exchange, we're getting a few more lines from the Bank of Japan decision here. It's saying that risks to the outlook include financial and foreign exchange markets as well. And of course, the yen is at very low levels at the moment, 158.66. Where do you see the currency heading from here? And do you have any concerns about the weakness of the yen at the moment?
So overall, Japan equity benefit from weak yen. However, I think what we have seen right now, the level is a little bit excessive. It's really difficult to explain by the gap between U.S. rates and Japan rates. So certainly, market actually suggesting that the current interest rate could be too low against the inflation that we have in Japan. So it's difficult to say exact level when going to be the breaking point to turn the impacting on the economy negatively. But we have already seen some negative impact because of this currency level. So from going on, it's in the short term we expect the Japanese yen could weaken further, but we also could expect that maybe the intervention from the government. So I do expect that there will be no excessive, disorder sell-off on Japanese yen, but I don't expect also that the yen appreciation is happening in short term either.
I'll just bring you some more news from the decision as well. The Bank of Japan saying underlying inflation to reach 2% target in the latter half of the projection period. I'm wondering what your expectations around inflation are at the moment. I mean, the December numbers that we just got seem to suggest things are stabilizing a bit.
Yes, I agree with that. So we have seen that the life price, for example, getting lower, and we have seen some subsidies for the gas and the utility bills. So that would help to ease the inflation. So I think overall the trend itself, the inflation is stabilizing this year.
Now, you are, of course, an equities specialist rather than a bond specialist, but I do wonder that when you see a disorderly sell-off in the bond market like we saw earlier this week, what does that mean for broader market sentiment in Japan?
So, of course, I'm not a specialist on the bond side, but I would say any disorderly sell-off of any asset class would weigh down the investor sentiment. So, of course, what we have seen this week in JGB 40 years yield, for example, is certainly suggesting that it's sort of not alert level at this stage, but it's something that the Japanese equity investors also watching at and be mindful of any further move on that.
Well, let's talk about the equity side of things. In the environment that we've just discussed, where do you like to put money to work in Japan at the moment? I mean, banks seem an obvious play as rates normalize, but are there other sectors that you like as well?
So we do like industrial, for example, overall, and especially based on that the Takaichi going to win the election. We believe that her main policy to strengthen the domestic supply chain would benefit and would trigger further capex from the Japanese corporates. So I think there are a lot of domestic-oriented industrial names could benefit for that supply chain enforcement in next couple of years. So we do like industrials, but also at the same time, what we are looking at is a small cap and mid cap plays. The EPS growth in this market cap space is higher than the large cap space, and the valuation is very attractive. So we see a good opportunity, hunting ground in small and mid cap space as well.
And we've seen tech in Japan getting a tailwind from the broader AI boom. I mean, aside from some of the big names in that space, I mean, you mentioned small caps. What names are you watching when it comes to tech exposure in Japan?
So I cannot really give you the specific names, unfortunately, but just looking at the entire supply chain, and then also, one of the very hot topic is defense. So AI and defense, they're big, supply chains in the country. So there are some small and mid-cap names also could benefit from that trend as well. So I think, the industrials and the construction, for example, are really interesting place to look at.
You make a good point on defence, although do you feel some of the valuations are getting a little rich there? Do you look at rotating out of that, or are things just getting started?
The defense as a theme, I think, is still going to play out, not only Japan, but also elsewhere in the world. But as you said that, some names, especially the large cap names, the valuation is very stretched at this stage. And, definitely you need to look at the delivery capability of the order as it building up. So I would really be cautious about the valuation and be selective. But as I said, the defense is really have this, the big supply chain. So I would look at, different names which still are undervalued, but also have some exposure because of this order coming up in defense area.
All right, Hiromi Ishihara of Amundi Japan, thank you so much for joining us today with your analysis. Just to recap those lines from the Bank of Japan. Of course, no change to the headline rate as we expected. That stays put at 0.75%. But the vote was interesting, 8-1 to keep rates unchanged. Presumably the one favoured some tightening there. The bank saying it intends to keep raising the rate if economy and price outlook is realised. Price trend seems to be in line, like inflation getting to 2% in the second half of the outlook. But perhaps unsurprisingly, risks to this outlook include financial and Forex markets, and we do have the yen pretty weak, 158.65. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
It looks like we have the concept of it. It gets everything we wanted, including especially real national security.
On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future.
The process of getting to that agreement has clearly damaged trust amongst allies, long-standing allies with deep friendship and partnership. That's been the very unsettling thing about the last few days.
I think that what's going on is really a change of the world order.
Every country is entitled to defend its legitimate rights and interests.
We consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends.
World leaders in Davos weighing in on Arctic security and shifting alliances. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says a breakthrough with President Trump over Greenland was secured without discussing the territory's sovereignty. Speaking to us in Davos, he said the talks focused on the broader issue of security in the Arctic.
President Trump has been clear from when he was in office, Trump 45, also when he came back into office, Trump 47, that when it comes to the protection of the Arctic, with a priority on Greenland, we have to spend more energy, more time, more focus on this, because we know the sea lanes are opening up. The Chinese and the Russians are more and more active. So what we discussed last night, how in a practical sense we can get this done, and we agreed on these two tracks. One is the 7 countries in the High North, including the United States, working together to protect against any adversary. So that will be something where NATO is heavily involved. And then when it comes to Greenland specifically, continuing the discussions they started last week. The Danish delegation, Secretary Rubio, Vice President Vance in Washington, to continue that discussion. Also to make sure that when it comes to Greenland specifically, their economy, their military situation, Russia and China will never get access.
And the Danes and sovereignty, is that all assured?
We didn't discuss at all about that issue. So we discussed how can we protect Greenland, how can we protect the wider Arctic region. And again, I think President Trump was the one who reinvigorated NATO at the summit in The Hague, with the famous 5%. I think we can be thankful for the fact that he again has been able to take leadership on this issue. How can we collectively protect the Arctic?
The latest rumours out there that it will be involve sort of bigger bases, longer leases, but not actually changing sovereignty, and the idea of far more American troops. Is that the sort of basis of it?
We didn't go into those details at all. We know that the Danes are completely open to having more American presence in Greenland, and Greenland is open to that. And I think it is good that these discussions take place with the 3 of them, because at the end I cannot negotiate on behalf of anyone. I was listening to a lot of people. I think there is a landing ground here, but in the end, of course, now we have to make it happen.
That's NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte there speaking in Davos to Bloomberg's Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite. Right, let's take a look at how Japan assets are tracking because, of course, we got the news we were waiting for from the Bank of Japan, and it was very much as we expected as well. The rates remaining unchanged. There was one dissent, the board member Takata arguing for tightening, eventually voted down 8-1, but the Bank of Japan saying that key risks include financial and forex markets, inflation seen getting back to target in the second half of the outlook period. We've got the yen still very weak there at 158. Tell you what's not weak, gold and silver continuing on their incredible run. Silver now closing in on that $100 an ounce level, 5,000 within sight for gold. More to come in a moment. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. You're watching Insight. We've heard from President Trump typing, speaking, doing something on Truth Social anyway, communicating on Truth Social, talking about TikTok. He says he's so happy to have helped in saving TikTok. He says he would also like to thank President Xi of China for working with us and ultimately approving the deal. So he says it could have gone the other way, but it didn't. All right, Asia Tech correspondent Annabelle Drewers joins us now with more on this. So, Belle, a deal reached after what feels like a very long time. What do we know about the details?
Well, I guess if it feels like a long time, it's because it actually has been a long time in this case. It's certainly a years-long saga here that finally seems maybe to be wrapping up. But essentially, what we understand is that a U.S. entity has been officially established now. And so this is really what is passing on that ownership of TikTok's operations in the U.S. to a new entity. So the people or the investors or the groups that are going to be part of this, you can see here that ownership structure. So the new investors are on the left. So that includes Oracle, you have Silver Lake, the PE fund, and then also MGX, that's an Abu Dhabi-based investment group. 5% is unknown. So these are all of the new investors that are coming into that US ownership structure. On the right-hand side, these are the existing investors. You've got ByteDance, it retains around 20% stake, and then also well, actually 19.9%. It's got to be under that 20%, but also around 30.1%. That's for the investor affiliates of ByteDance as well. And so these are existing investors in ByteDance. So essentially, that's the new ownership structure there that you can see. In terms of who's going to be leading this, so we have a man named Adam Presser, who's been with the business, actually TikTok, for the last several years, but he's going to be stepping into the role as CEO of this new entity that's being created. Shou Chew, of course, we know he's the TikTok CEO. He is going to retain responsibility as CEO for the otherwise global operations of the app, and he is also getting a seat on the board of this new entity. So just some of the headline levels, but certainly for the millions of users in the US, more than half of the states is using this app. For the businesses, for the big brands, the content creators whose livelihoods essentially depend on this social media app as well, probably can be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief.
So what is this new entity going to be responsible for exactly?
Yeah, so essentially what's happening here is that ByteDance is licensing a copy of the algorithm to its US operations. And so what the new entity is going to be responsible for is moderating the content on TikTok and as well protecting users' data. So it's going to be governed by a 7-seat board that's going to be majority American. Oracle, of course, we know they're the long-time cloud computing partner of TikTok. They're going to serve as a security guard that's essentially charged with making sure that TikTok follows the law. So is that going to be enough to appease the critics? Of course, at the headline level, really what sparked this initial fear around TikTok was down to the fears that it could sow social dissent. And so is that going to be enough? Some critics have already argued that the arrangement, because this has of course been mooted for several months now, but that arrangement doesn't actually adhere to the US national security law that was passed in 2024 under the Biden administration that actually forced the spin-off. We actually don't know if those critics are going to be looking to challenge the deal either. But for now, this is, of course, the latest that we have.
All right, Asia Tech correspondent Annabelle Jewell is there in Hong Kong. Well, joining us now for more on this, Leila Khawaja, Research Director at Gavical. Leila, I'm just wondering, well, thank you so much for joining us, what your initial reaction is to this deal structure.
Well, I believe the TikTok deal is actually US and China trying to find a middle ground to resolve a very complex issue involving sensitive technologies. And the final deal structure, I believe, shows concessions from both sides. So for the US side, right, the algorithm remain under the control of ByteDance, which is exactly what Beijing wanted. So ByteDance will be licensing the algorithm to the TikTok joint venture, and then we're yet to see how the joint venture can actually retrain the algorithm to eliminate the national security concern. So that's a big question mark. On the China side, I believe, there seems to be some sort of financial concessions because the deal has a pretty low valuation of around just $14 billion, which is roughly what TikTok US is making from advertising alone for the year. But still, I believe that the deal is great for China and also great for ByteDance because for China, it shows the appeal of Chinese technologies and also the fact that Beijing is not bending on its hard line in terms of technology export controls. And for ByteDance, I think it's also great because it's eliminating a huge geopolitical risk for the company's operations.
Yeah, well, previously China was quite resistant to the idea of a forced sale. Do you feel like that there was some sort of concession in this deal somewhere that we maybe don't know about, which helped get China over the line? Because even President Trump himself says this could have gone the other way, but it didn't.
Right. I think for Beijing, its main issue was involving the control of the algorithms, right? So Beijing's hardline has always been that they're okay to consider licensing the algorithms, but they're not okay with just giving away or selling the algorithms. So the deal structure shows that Beijing is able to keep its hard line, and then that's where kind of Trump made a concession. So I believe that Beijing's concession is more in the financial sense. So ByteDance is getting a lower valuation for the TikTok US operation, but then Beijing is able to keep its hard line on the tech side, on the tech export control side.
To what degree do you think this could be used as a template for future deals like this going forward? Or was TikTok just a one-off due to its scale and size?
Well, I guess that question depends on if Trump actually has a very coherent China policy. And I think there has been some sort of confusion because, on one hand, we see from the national security strategy that Trump is really adamant about, maintaining U.S. dominance, especially in the Western Hemisphere, without conceding influence to China in the Asia Pacific. But on the other hand, Trump seems to be also pretty open to the idea of, again, welcoming Chinese businesses to set up shops in the U.S. as long as it can bring investments and also bring jobs, right? So if that's indeed the case, if the Trump administration actually has a coherent China policy in regards to Chinese investments and Chinese tech, then I believe that the TikTok framework where, there's a joint venture.
Okay, natural gas में देखोगे ठीक है, ब्रेकआउट हुआ था, रिटेस्ट पर ही है, ध्यान रखना कैंडल क्लोज होगी तो निकलना पड़ेगा। कैंडल ये थोड़ा सा ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन गई थी गलत जगह पे। दिस इज अ ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल, नॉट प्रेफरेबल फॉर बाइंग, बट या प्राइस स्टिल होल्डिंग दिस रीटेस्ट एरिया। अभी भी रीटेस्ट जोन पर है, कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो इससे बड़ा ऐसा लेंगे नहीं, ठीक है। मान के चलो अगर 321.4 के नीचे अगर ये कैंडल क्लोज हो जाती है या फिर इसकी कोई भी नेक्स्ट कैंडल, तो ये एसएल चला गया, अदरवाइज स्टिल होल्डिंग। प्राइस को होल्ड करना चाहिए इस लेवल पे। थर्टी हो गया थोड़ा सा, 630 की कैंडल वॉलेटाइल कैंडल होती है। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज ओपन नाउ, 630 इज देयर, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज ओपन। 8 बजे जब सीधा यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन होगा, उसके बाद बाकी डेटा है। इसमें जैसे एक रीटेस्ट का ट्रेड लगा रखा है, एक ब्रेकआउट तो यहाँ पर हो गया सक्सेसफुली। रीटेस्ट ट्रेड इज एक्सपेक्टेड फॉर बाइंग साइड इन नेचुरल गैस। क्रूड में कोई ट्रेड नहीं है, क्रूड में अभी भी वो रेंज के अंदर ही है, रेजिस्टेंस है बट नीचे सपोर्ट बना बैठा है 5550, तो इसके नीचे क्लोजिंग आएगी तभी कुछ सेल का प्लान करेंगे वापस से, अदरवाइज बहुत छोटी सी रेंज है, 50 पॉइंट की 50 पॉइंट की रेंज में रिस्क नहीं ले सकते। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे एक सपोर्ट 5550 टू 5600 रेंज है एग्जैक्ट। इसमें भी ब्रेकआउट या फिर ब्रेकडाउन चाहिए, 5550 के नीचे एक वापस आ जाए इस तरह से, फिर पुल बैक में सेल करेंगे, या फिर ये 5600 के ऊपर ही निकल जाए क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे, फिर रिटेस्ट में कुछ इस तरह से बाई करेंगे वापस। नेचुरल गैस में ध्यान रखना, ऊपर 336 के अराउंड फर्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस है, ठीक है, उसके ऊपर निकलेगा तो फिर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस हमारा वही 352 के अराउंड रहेगा। नेचुरल गैस में ट्रेड रनिंग है उसमें। एक ब्रेकआउट हुआ था यहाँ पर 328 के ऊपर, ये रेंज के बाहर मार्केट निकला था, इट इज़ अ रीटेस्ट। बाकी थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी है, ध्यान रखना, 6:30 इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग रहती है, तो थोड़ा वॉलेटिलिटी रहती है मार्केट ओपनिंग के टाइम पे। हाँ, hold it। बाकी अब सीधा 8 बजे देखते हैं, यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग होगी उसके बाद, और कोई डेटा नहीं है अभी, ठीक है। बाकी ईरान से रिलेटेड कुछ अगर न्यूज़ आती है तो वी नीड टू सी। Record cold wave expected to hit 40 state in USA. Rarely seen anything like it before. Could the environmental insurrectionists please explain whatever happened to the global warming? Donald J. Trump. ट्रम्प का ट्वीट आया है थोड़ी देर पहले रिगार्डिंग द एक्सट्रीम कोल्ड वेव। बुलिस एक तरह से कह सकते हो न्यूज़ फॉर नेचुरल गैस ओवरऑल। वैसे इस तरह की जो न्यूज़ हैं ऑलरेडी फैक्टर इन हो चुकी हैं प्रीवियस टाइम पर। हाँ ठीक है। साइड पोटेंशियल ये है, ये ब्लू कलर की जो लाइन है 330 कितना है 337 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली है एक पहला टारगेट, इसके ऊपर सस्टेन करेगा अगर तो फिर 352 तक भी जा सकता है। फिलहाल 337 इज द फर्स्ट टारगेट जोन। फिर रिपब्लिक डे टू ऑल ऑफ यू इन एडवांस एज वेल। मंडे को मार्केट क्लोज है, ध्यान रखना, 26 ऑफ जनवरी है उस दिन। MCX NSE BSE सब क्लोज है। 1 ऑफ फरवरी को उस दिन बजट आने वाला है, उस दिन संडे है बट उस दिन मार्केट ओपन है। इस बार लग रहा है यूएस में काफ़ी ठंड पड़ने वाली है, तो उस वजह से नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस थोड़ा सा बुलिश है काफ़ी। वैसे ये लेवल ऊपर का आपका 337 वाला भी टेस्ट हो चुका है, तो पता नहीं ये रुकेगा नहीं रुकेगा। वैसे लॉजिकली तो इसको होल्ड नहीं करना चाहिए, प्राइस के भी ऊपर निकलना चाहिए। बट या अभी वैसे देखोगे इंट्राडे में कुछ बड़ा मोमेंटम आज हुआ नहीं है। पहले एक रेंज थी, ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, उसका रीटेस्ट ही कर रहा है, बट रीटेस्ट के बाद भी अभी भी ओवरऑल देखोगे मॉर्निंग हाई से मॉर्निंग लो तो सिर्फ 17-18 पॉइंट का मोमेंटम है, विच इज़ वेरी लो। ठीक है, प्राइस ऑलरेडी 300 के ऊपर ट्रेड कर रहा है, तो वॉलेटिलिटी काफ़ी ज़्यादा हाई है। ये बाय द वे नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, करंट मंथ में तो और ज़्यादा है प्राइस। तो 300 के ऊपर आप कह सकते हो, 250 300 के ऊपर प्राइस जब मूव कर जाता है तो वॉलेटिलिटी काफ़ी बढ़ जाती है। जस्ट लाइक निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी का मोमेंटम होता है, वैसा ही कुछ देखने के लिए मिल जाता है। तो आप ऑन एन एवरेज मान के चलो 20 to 30 पॉइंट मोमेंटम इन इंट्राडे इज नॉर्मल फॉर नेचुरल गैस। यूएस में इसको बोला जा रहा है वैसे आर्कटिक ब्लास्ट। Millions wake ups to extreme cold that's breaking record at is spread east. An Arctic air mass has descended into the US and disrupted polar vortex will keep the nation in the freezer at times deeper into December. More than 200 million people in USA will have wake up to freezing temperature this week as the coldest air of the season spills across the plains, Midwest, Great Lakes and into the Northeast in the wake of the latest winter storm to sweep across the country in the United States of America. This widespread temperature plunge tied to the polar vortex puts to the colder. इतनी ठंड हो रही है यूएस में, यहाँ इंडिया में स्नोफॉल ही नहीं हो रहा है। ये ना पूरा ईस्ट अमेरिका ऑलमोस्ट ऐसा लग रहा है बिल्कुल आर्कटिक बन गया है। That kind of cold wave is there. Look at the weather map of USA. ये अपना हो गया प्यारा भारत। यहाँ पर अभी नॉर्मली है टेम्परेचर, साउथ इंडिया में देखोगे इट इज़ नॉर्मल। 23 बेंगलुरु, 23 हैदराबाद, 27 मुंबई में, 24 दिल्ली के आसपास भी ठीक ही है, लाइक उतना भी फ्रीजिंग नहीं है। ऊपर जाएंगे तो कश्मीर के आसपास है तो वहाँ थोड़ा कम देखने के लिए मिलेगा, लद्दाख साइड में -17 -9 अभी का ये लेटेस्ट टेम्परेचर है। बट इफ यू लुक एट द यूएस, बिकॉज वहीं से मार्केट ने नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस इंक्रीज करें। लुक एट दिस कोल्ड वेव, ये जो ब्लू कलर दिख रहा है आपको, आर्टिक वेव जो आई है, इनका पूरा का पूरा ईस्टर्न स्पेयर अगर चेकआउट करोगे तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि बिल्कुल फ्रीजिंग कंडीशन में। कनाडा के हाल और बुरे हैं, बट कनाडा कंपेयर टू यूएस इतना कंज्यूम नहीं करता नेचुरल गैस को, करता है बट यूएस इज द मोस्ट ज़्यादा यूएस ही करता है, तो इस वजह से नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस सडनली इंक्रीज हुए रिसेंट टाइम में। इनका वेस्टर्न फ्रंट इतना ठंडा नहीं है, लाइक ईस्टर्न फ्रंट कुछ ज़्यादा ही ठंडा हो गया। इतना कोल्ड तो आई थिंक रसिया में दिख रहा है जितना यहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ है। वाह। सो वेदर मैप तो ये शो कर रहा है काफ़ी ज़्यादा ठंड होने वाली है यूएस में। सारे मैंने अभी टेम्परेचर आपको दिखाए थे, ये ऐसा नहीं है कि एटमॉस्फेरिक टेम्परेचर है या फिर बिल्कुल ग्राउंड पे टेम्परेचर है, ग्राउंड से लगभग 2 मीटर अबव का टेम्परेचर है, ठीक है। जो ग्राउंड है एक्चुअली में सरफेस उस कंट्री का, वहाँ से लगभग 2 मीटर ऊपर कितना टेम्परेचर अभी बना हुआ है, ठीक है, क्योंकि अलग अलग एटमॉस्फेयर लेयर्स में अलग अलग टेम्परेचर रहता है नॉर्मली। नेक्स्ट वीक देखोगे मंडे को एक डेटा है यूएस में, फॉरेक्स मार्केट तो ओपन ही रहेगी। ट्यूसडे को भी कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस का डेटा, ओके एफओएमसी स्टेटमेंट, ओके ये न्यूट्रल रखने वाले हैं क्या? नेक्स्ट वीक आपका एफओएमसी का रेट कट का डिसीजन भी आएगा, फोरकास्ट में उन्होंने न्यूट्रली रखा हुआ है। अभी 3.75 चल रहा है यूएस का इंटरेस्ट रेट, कह सकते हो उनके सेंट्रल बैंक का। 3.75 ही रहने वाला है, चेंज होने के चांसेस कम ही है। 30 को फिर सीपीआई का डेटा, कोर सीपीआई एंड सीपीआई। नेक्स्ट वीक एक्शन पैक डे रहने वाला है, मींस एफओएमसी स्टेटमेंट एंड एफओएमसी रेट कट कितना होता है, दैट विल बी सीन, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अभी के लिए रेट कट लग रहा है नहीं होगा, न्यूट्रल है जितना उतना ही बना रहेगा।
So if they turn out to vote, that could be positive. Then we would expect to see further fiscal measures, and that could be give a pretty good tailwind to the market. Would it cause us to become overweight? Of course, we have to pay attention to valuations. Valuations in many markets are not cheap, and Japan is pushing to new highs in terms of re-rating. But yeah, I mean, it's something that we would consider. But as I mentioned, especially select sectors, which are beneficiaries of some of the big trends that are going on both domestically and globally.
If you talk about valuations and maybe some pockets of Japan are starting to look a little bit expensive, maybe we can apply the same thinking to South Korea at the moment. The Kospi's seen just a phenomenal run-up, particularly some of those tech names. How are they priced at the moment in your view, and how much more upside is there realistically?
Yeah, of course, also very expensive, but also part of the the global AI semiconductor capex build-out trade, which has brought all of those names to extremely high valuations relative to their history. But driven by demand that almost they can't meet enough demand for many of their products. We're talking about the semiconductor names regionally, TSMC as well. So we think it can persist. I mean, the big question is at increased valuations or elevated valuations, the risk of a negative earnings surprise for the share price is heightened. But at the moment we don't see that as a that's not our base case. So we think elevated valuations can remain as long as earnings support that.
Yeah, well, in terms of negative earnings surprises, we saw one out of Intel today. Where do you place the risk of seeing something similar to that moment for some of Asia's tech giants?
Yeah, I mean, I think Intel is obviously a special situation, distressed situation, and lagging technologically versus its big peers out here in Asia. So we wouldn't think there's any read-through from Intel-specific issues for the likes of TSMC or Samsung.
All right. So when you're looking at the tech investing landscape at the moment, what do you prefer? Live from Sydney, I'm Paul Allen. This is Insights, and we're awaiting the policy decision from the Bank of Japan, due imminently. Here are the other top stories. Asian stocks rise and the dollar weakens against emerging market currencies as global investors seek a rotation out of US assets amid policy unpredictability and geopolitical risks. In fact, the rush into EM funds is at a record pace due to cheaper valuations and stronger economic growth in Asia. We'll assess that with our expert guests. TikTok and its Chinese parent ByteDance closing a deal to transfer parts of its US operations to American investors, securing the app's future there and avoiding a ban. India was among the countries invited but absent when President Trump unveiled his Board of Peace in Davos. Pakistan, though, showed up, signalling its growing closeness to the US. And we'll discuss India's challenging ties with the US and its current global standing with INSEAD Professor of Economics and Political Science, Pushan Dutt. We have Asian markets rising to close out the week as upbeat US economic data and easing geopolitical tensions help to lift sentiment. The weaker dollar also pushing gold to a fresh record high, closing in on the key psychological level of $5,000. We're also watching Japanese assets as we await the latest Bank of Japan rate decision. Now, that decision due imminently. We are, of course, expecting no change to the rate, but we're very closely watching for any commentary, particularly around the behaviour of the bond market that we saw earlier this week, and also any implications from the upcoming Japanese election. We are expecting to have the Diet dissolved in Japan today, which sets the scene for a 16-day campaign, the shortest in Japan's history. Elsewhere around the region, though, broadly risk on. We've got the Kospi better by 0.8%. The Japanese yen still very weak at 158.57. And take a look at silver. I mentioned gold. Silver now knocking on the door of $100 an ounce. Now, the Bank of Japan's messaging is going to come under intense scrutiny when it releases that policy decision due any moment now, after Prime Minister Takaichi jolted financial markets by pledging to expand fiscal spending. Now, let's have a closer look at the wild ride JGBs have been on this week, including the 40-year yield topping 4%. Let's get to our Bloomberg MLive executive editor, Mark Cudmore, in Singapore. So, Mark, obviously the commentary here very keenly awaited. What will the market be hoping to hear?
So, as you kind of highlighted there, the decision from the Bank of Japan that we're expecting imminently won't be the exciting bit. It's the press conference that comes later on today. The really key thing will be whether Governor Ueda can show some support for the bond market, however that gets measured in terms of purchases. But there's quite a lot of flexibility in what he can do there. The risk is today is that we get a repeat of December, where ultimately the dovish tone saw the yen continue to sell off. And I think that is the backdrop going into this meeting. People are very focused on dollar yen, but you've got to remember that the backdrop here is a weakening dollar broadly. You talked about dollar yuan there in the lead-in with the fix below 7. Dollar is very, very heavy, and yet the dollar yen is higher. And that is the point, that yen is underperforming massively on crosses. And I think that is the real sustained trade, probably, unless Ueda really surprises today, that the yen will weaken on crosses. That's not a view on dollar yen itself.
And what about the bond market? Is there any risk that we might see another wave of the sort of selling that we saw earlier this week?
I think absolutely. I think it's a very high risk. We've got a 40-year auction next Wednesday, and the auction itself may go well, but it's in the secondary market that we risk some problems. We saw that dynamic earlier this week with the 20-year auction, where the auction itself passed off fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine. But then it was after that we really saw the market sell off. And one of the things that this week emphasizes how little liquidity there is, how little trading there actually is in this long end. So the long end JGB market, that now that it has become unanchored over the last year or so, can really swing about quite aggressively. And ultimately, there's no reason to change the trend. We've got a massively indebted country that's planning to fiscally expand even further, despite very sluggish growth and poor demographics. So the long-term trends of JGB weakness and yen weakness are very, very strong fundamentally. It's unclear whether today's BOJ is going to be the catalyst, but I would suspect that the long end will continue to weaken again next week, especially around that 40-year auction.
Yeah, talk about the amount of debt. I mean, I think Japan's debt to GDP ratio is something like 230% now, which just is extraordinary. But as many commentators point out, a lot of that debt is domestically held. But at the same time, we heard this week the BOJ holdings of JGBs is at its lowest level now in about 8 years. So at what point does this debt burden actually become a point of concern?
It's a really good question. There's two ways to look at it. It's not a default problem. As you say, it's almost all domestically owned, or very largely domestically owned. But what's going to happen ultimately here is Japan is going to have to, over time, monetize that debt burden. What they're trying to basically disappear it by basically having deeply negative real yields and hoping that growth outperforms what they need to pay in that. And overall, they've been managing that system well over the last 4 or 5 years, but ultimately that involves a much weaker yen. So the massive depreciation we've seen on the yen on a trade-weighted basis over the last 4 or 5 years is set to be an extremely long trend. It doesn't mean that you can't have a 6-month period of yen appreciation, and that may well happen at some point if the BOJ or the MOF do something dramatic in either the yen or the JGB market. But the long-term trend for yen depreciation against global peers is very firmly entrenched, and that's not going to change. So when we talk about Japan's debt problem, That's where you see the problem, is that their only way to manage this exorbitant debt pile is to monetize it via their currency. It's not about defaulting because it is yen-denominated debt.
That said, can we anticipate more intervention going forward? I mean, where's the floor for the yen?
Much longer term, I don't know where the floor is for the yen. I think yen can continue to depreciate significantly over the coming years, given the fundamentals and the demographics there. I don't know where the floor is, but I think it's about a pace thing. Can we get intervention? I'm not saying intervention is likely. I think the bar for intervention before the election is very high, and I think that they're going to be helped by the fact that overall this year we should continue to see a weaker dollar. And as long as there's a weaker dollar, dollar-yen won't be at problematic levels. And that's the most important exchange rate for people watching in financial markets for this intervention level for many kind of Japanese companies. Sure, trade with China is becoming increasingly important, and with Asia overall is kind of dominating the whole U.S. trade. But ultimately, it's the dollar-yen exchange rate that people are looking at. So as long as the dollar remains in a weakening trend, we may not see intervention. We may not need to see intervention because yen weakness will be disguised by dollar weakness.
All right, Bloomberg M Live Executive Editor Mark Cudmore there. Let's get some more on the BOJ policy decision and what it could mean for markets. Hiromi Ishihara is Head of Equity Investment at Amundi Japan, joins us from Tokyo. And it's perfect timing, Hiromi, because we've just had the decision, so you're going to hear it at the same time that I do. As expected, the rate unchanged at 0.75%. The BOJ saying the real rate is at a significantly low level. Got some GDP forecast here as well, 0.9% versus 0.7% previously. And the Bank of Japan saying it will keep raising the rate if the economy and the price outlook is realised. And that might be a good place to start. I mean, we've got some inflation figures today which suggest inflation's still running pretty hot in Japan. Do you feel like the Bank of Japan is tightening at an appropriate speed?
So we definitely need to monitor what Governor Ueda say this afternoon in the press conference, and then monitoring the language that he's going to use about the persistent inflation. The market overall, we expect the underlying inflation is going down this year. However, as we have seen, the weak, consistent weak Japanese yen would add the extra pressure on the inflation late this year. So yeah, definitely.
क्रूड ऑयल देखो इम्पोर्टेंट लेवल पे पहुंच गया। अगर ये ब्रेकआउट करता है अप साइड पे तो ये ऊपर का रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक हो जाएगा, इसलिए मैं आपको आप थोड़ी देर पहले कह रहा था कि ये रिस्की है यहाँ पर सेल करना भी, क्योंकि नीचे सपोर्ट बना दिया इसने। अब एक ना एक साइड के एसएल पहले उड़ाएगा, उसके बाद ही कहीं मूव करेगा, तो पॉसिबिलिटी लग रही है अपसाइड ही ब्रेक करेगा। लेट्स से अपसाइड ब्रेक करता है तो वैसे तो एक कैंडल ही देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, शायद कोई न्यूज़ ना आई हो, बट ठीक है, अगर ये अपसाइड प्रॉपर्ली ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट कर देता है तो फिर इस पे बाइंग ही प्लान करेंगे। अभी लेट्स सी क्या पॉसिबिलिटी बनती है। अगर ये ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट होता है जैसा नेचुरल गैस में किया, सेम सिनेरियो उसी तरह से प्लान होगा। मुझे नेचुरल गैस अपसाइड पॉसिबल है, नेचुरल गैस में लगाया तो है ट्रेड। नेचुरल गैस ट्रेड इज रनिंग ओवर हियर 337 के ऊपर, देखते हैं अगर सस्टेन करेगा तो शायद 337 के ऊपर भी जा सकता है। नेक्स्ट टारगेट फिर ऊपर वो 352 के आसपास का रखेंगे। PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा, थोड़ी और वॉलेटिलिटी एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी वापस से। ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है कैंडल क्रूड ऑयल में, डेफिनेटली कोई न्यूज है शायद। ब्रेकआउट के लिए बनाई है कैंडल। Vance, US Vice President, said the US military buildup near Iran is about preparedness and protecting American personals. We just want to make sure that we have options, we have a lot of forces in the region, we have people who could be in danger. He added, I think Trump just wanted to make sure that if, God forbid, the Iranians did something very stupid, that we had the resources necessary to respond. तो नहीं है जिस तरह से ये लोग मिलिट्री बिल्डअप कर रहे हैं वहां पे. It not like a usual buildup of military. नेचुरल गैस में देखो यहाँ पर चाहो तो पूरा प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो, कम लॉट्स में ट्रेड कर रहे हो, थोड़े हैवी लॉट में ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो 50 to 60% प्रॉफिट बुक करना एंड देन ट्रेल करते रहो. यहाँ पर देखो एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस ये जरूर है 337 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली, बट ये काफ़ी बार टेस्ट हो गया है, तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि इसके ऊपर प्राइस सस्टेन करे अब एंड सस्टेन करके फिर जाए, अगर जाता है ऊपर 352 के आसपास, दैट विल बी अ गुड रेजिस्टेंस आफ्टर दैट. एंड बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो तो ये रहेगा कि यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट बनाता हुआ जाए इस तरह से, सो दैट अगर प्राइस में ऊपर से पुल बैक भी आता है तो दैट सपोर्ट विल एक्ट लाइक एज अगेन गुड support for buyers. But yeah, this is also kind of a resistance over here, 337. तो यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत प्राइस रुकना चाहिए अभी भी. आप प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर सकते हो, सिंगल लॉट है तो पूरा भी प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हैं क्रूड नेचुरल गैस में. ओपन इक्वल टू लो ही है क्रूड ऑयल की कैंडल 5580, ओपन लो भी 5580 ही है. डेफिनेटली न्यूज़ ही है। ऑलमोस्ट 1% का मोमेंटम कर चुका है प्राइस। में ऊपर अभी भी काफी रेजिस्टेंस बने हुए हैं इंट्राडे में, एक के ऊपर कंटिन्यूअसली रेजिस्टेंस है। इतने रेजिस्टेंस कर क्या रहे हैं इसमें यार? सबको तो ब्रेक कर नहीं पाएगा। सिक्स सेवन सिक्स तक चला जाए, इस रेजिस्टेंस पर रुकना जाए, इसको 1 आवर में देख लेते हैं। अभी बहुत सारे रेजिस्टेंस अभी भी हैं ऊपर। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ सबका ब्रेकआउट एक साथ हो जाए, नहीं तो जितने का ब्रेकआउट हुआ है वो तो सपोर्ट बन जाएंगे, ऊपर और भी रेजिस्टेंस हैं, वो रेजिस्टेंस की तरह ही रुके रहेंगे। कि यहाँ पर भी दो तीन रेजिस्टेंस है, उनके ऊपर ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, रिटेस्ट नहीं हुआ है, बट ब्रेकआउट हो गया। बट ऊपर एक और ये रेजिस्टेंस है, 3 रेजिस्टेंस हैं बीच के, तो मैंने रिमूव कर दिया, अब जरूरत नहीं है उनकी, क्योंकि जब तक उनका रिटेस्ट नहीं होता वो भी फेक ही ब्रेकआउट के तौर पे कंसिडर होंगे। तो इस बार एक बार इस कैंडल को क्लोज देख लेते हैं कहाँ होती है क्लोज, क्योंकि ये कैंडल जहाँ क्लोज होगी उसके बेसिस पे ये प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर क्लोज होनी बहुत ज़रूरी है, 5634 के ऊपर। तब एक पॉसिबिलिटी बनेगी कि ये जितने भी बड़ी सी कैंडल बनाई है सबका ब्रेकआउट सक्सेसफुली हो गया, नहीं तो सब फेक ब्रेकआउट होगा, वापस सेलिंग आ जाएगी एटलीस्ट 5550 तक।
Today's show is brought to you by Vanguard. To all the financial advisors, specialists, analysts, and traders, these folks...
A large part of the country bracing for a...
So if you're looking to give your clients consistent results year in and year out, go see the record for yourself at Vanguard.com/audio. That's Vanguard.com/audio. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. A large part of the country bracing for a powerful winter storm. About 160 million people are under a variety of watches, warnings, and other alerts this weekend. We get the details with Bloomberg meteorologist Rob Carolyn.
A major winter storm, which is just now developing over the southwestern part of the nation, is going to produce wintry weather from eastern New Mexico and much of Texas up across parts of the Tennessee and Ohio river valleys, with some significant icing possible from northeastern Louisiana and southeastern Arkansas, across northern Mississippi and parts of Tennessee. There's also the potential for some significant icing over parts of Georgia. We'll see snow north of the track in amounts over a foot in many locations across parts of southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, through parts of Indiana and Ohio. And we'll also find heavy snowfall across parts of the northern mid-Atlantic states into the northeast by late in the weekend. Many of the major cities in the eastern United States will see snow either late Saturday or Sunday, and it should be ending either Sunday night or Monday. We could see as much as a foot around the Washington area and Baltimore. New York City also could see a foot, and more than a foot is possible around the Boston area. I'm Rob Carolyn, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Rob, thank you. And you can expect travel is being affected. More than 800 flights within, into, or out of the United States are delayed or canceled for the day in advance of the storm already. Airports in Dallas, Atlanta, and Oklahoma are all affected, according to the flight tracking website FlightAware. We're learning more about President Trump's framework for a future deal on Greenland, and Bloomberg government's Maeve Sheehy reports from Washington.
The U.S. wants to rewrite its defense agreement with Denmark to essentially remove any limits on its military presence in Greenland. And that's what Bloomberg has reported late yesterday. So this is one of Trump's kind of demands. He obviously is trying to seek a little bit more control over the territory. And it's definitely something that will be interesting to watch if this is something that can get through with Denmark.
And Bloomberg government Maeve Sheehy reports the current defense arrangement calls for consultations with both Denmark and Greenland before any major changes. We're told President Trump wants to reword that so it removes all U.S. military restrictions on the island indefinitely. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the future of Ukraine's eastern Donbas region will be a key focus as negotiators from Ukraine, Russia, and the U.S. meet in Abu Dhabi today for talks to end Russia's nearly four-year full-scale invasion. The three-way talks come hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin discussed the settlement in Ukraine with President Donald Trump's envoys during marathon overnight talks. And we get more with Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Brussels.
The aim here for the Americans is to get all three of these sitting at the same table, the Ukrainians, the Russians, and the Americans. Not clear if that is going to happen. It might be bilateral talks, two pairs of them that we've seen in the past, where basically the U.S. Functions as a go-between, where they have talks with the Ukrainians, talks with the Russians, and then they sort of try to bridge the gaps. So that's what we're going to be looking forward. And if we do actually get a discussion where you have all three at the table, I think that would be a significant sign of progress.
And Bloomberg's Oliver Crook reporting from Brussels. The Kremlin insists that to reach a peace deal, Kyiv must withdraw its troops from the areas in the east that Russia illegally annexed but never fully captured. Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has dissolved the lower house of parliament to pave the way for an early election on February 8th. Takaichi appears to be banking on her high personal approval ratings to give her a national mandate to pursue expansionary fiscal policies. She has promised a temporary sales tax cut on food if she wins a fresh mandate for her new coalition. A vast network of labor unions, progressive organizations, and clergy has been asking Minnesotans to stay away from work, school, and stores today to protest against immigration enforcement in the state. The Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul have seen daily protests since Renee Good was fatally shot by a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer during an operation earlier this month. Chinese officials have told the country's largest tech firms that they can prepare orders for NVIDIA's H200 AI chips, suggesting Beijing is close to formally approving imports of components essential to running artificial intelligence. Sources tell Bloomberg regulators have recently granted in principle approval for Alibaba, Tencent Holdings, and ByteDance to move to the next stage of preparations for purchases. The companies are now cleared to discuss specifics such as the amounts they would require, and NVIDIA shares are higher on the news, up more than 1% this morning. Shares of Intel are down more than 13%. The chipmaker gave a lackluster forecast and warned that it was struggling with manufacturing problems. TikTok and its Chinese owner ByteDance have finally closed the deal to transfer parts of their U.S. operations to American investors. Bloomberg's Neil Campling reports the video app's users might not notice.
There's not going to be a substantial change because one of the key investors, being Oracle, also provides the cloud services for TikTok. They're running looking after the algorithm, which is the secret source of TikTok. So in some respects, there's not going to be an enormous amount of change.
And that's Bloomberg's Neil Campling, who reports that TikTok's CEO will get a board seat on the U.S. joint venture. The app's head of trust and safety, Adam Presser, will be the U.S. CEO. President Trump praised the end of the saga on Truth Social and once again credited TikTok with helping him win the 2024 election. Futures are lower this morning after a turbulent run that put the S&P 500 on pace for its first back-to-back weekly loss since June. Gold briefly rose above $4,950 an ounce. S&P futures down 0.2%. Dow futures down 0.4%.
Bond markets are massive, murky, and
is going to introduce or start to sell Optimus robots next year. एलॉन मस्क ने कहा है टेस्ला के शेयर देखोगे ऑलरेडी 4% अप हो चुके हैं अभी इंट्राडे में अगर देखें तो ठीक है देखो क्रूड ऑयल की कैंडल नहीं क्लोज हो रही है ये प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर एक कैंडल और क्लोज चाहिए हमें नहीं तो ऊपर के जो रेजिस्टेंस बचे हैं थोड़े बहुत वो रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर देंगे दो पॉसिबिलिटी लग रही है बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो तो यही है कि प्राइस अब या तो नीचे आ जाए थोड़ा पहले क्योंकि जब तक ये प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर एक कैंडल और क्लोज होगी नहीं all those level act like a resistance ठीक है नेचुरल गैस में यहाँ पर हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर सकते हो अगर करना चाह रहे हो रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी को अदरवाइज सिंगल लॉट है तो पूरा प्रॉफिट लेके भी निकल सकते हो ठीक है फिर होल्ड करने की जरूरत नहीं है बीच में अभी और कोई ट्रेड नहीं है यहाँ पर ये रेजिस्टेंस दूर है एक छोटा सा बट एक्सपेक्टेड है कि ये ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए इजीली अब ऑलरेडी टेस्ट ये भी कर ही चुका है बिकॉज सो नेचुरल गैस में बुक करना प्रॉफिट यहाँ पे एंड रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी को ट्रेल कर सकते हैं। ऐसा लगाओगे तो फिर नेक्स्ट टारगेट ये है 352 के आसपास का, बट ट्रेल वही करना जिनके पास एक से ज़्यादा लॉट है, अदरवाइज ट्रेल मत करना। कोई नया सपोर्ट बनेगा तो विल सी दैट। कैंडल देखो क्लोज हो गई क्रूड ऑयल में, प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर होनी चाहिए थी, कैंडल क्लोज नहीं हुई है प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर अभी भी। ऊपर ना रेजिस्टेंस अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है, नीचे सपोर्ट जरूर बन गया है अभी ये 5550 से 5560 के बीच में। ऊपर के सारे रेजिस्टेंस स्टिल इंटैक्ट, अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है। नीचे आने दो इसको, फिर से बाइंग ही करेंगे क्योंकि इसके ऊपर ये जो प्रीवियस ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल बनी है इसके ऊपर एक कैंडल और क्लोजिंग चाहिए हमें, तभी ब्रेकआउट माना जाएगा, अदरवाइज फेक ब्रेकआउट भी हो सकता है अगर ये प्राइस वापस क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे नीचे ही आ गया सब लेवल के। Natural gas is trying to take the resistance from this point of interest.
More and more opportunity, working alongside some of the best hyperscalers, and so we see nothing but opportunity, and that but we have to be judicious and we have to be thoughtful about it. But I'm very encouraged about what AI can do for humanity.
It's BlackRock CEO Larry Fink there speaking with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix at Davos. Let's check in on how Indian markets are doing. Just opened for trade about a minute and a half ago. Kind of flat at the moment on the Sensex. The Nifty Bank Index very modestly in positive territory there. We've also got the rupee still very weak. Kotak Mahindra says the RBI has spent about $45 billion since October defending the rupee, but still has plenty of firepower left. Perhaps another $680 80 billion or so in reserves. But questions obviously being asked here whether defending is happening at a specific level on the rupee or whether or not the plan is just to slow the depreciation. Take a look at Indigo shares as well.
Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Whanganui, New Zealand. It's Friday, January 23rd. Today, the detention of a 5-year-old by ICE agents in Minnesota prompts outrage. Trump leaves a week of drama in Davos, touting his Greenland deal and Board of Peace. JP Morgan Chase and its CEO face a $5 billion lawsuit from Trump. And the Oscar nominees are in, with segregation-era vampire thriller Sinners making history. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week. First to Minneapolis, where the detention of a 5-year-old by ICE agents is adding fuel to the fire over the immigration tactics used in President Trump's crackdown. It's now been revealed the boy is one of 4 minors known to have been detained by ICE in recent weeks, including a 10-year-old and 2 17-year-olds. Agents detained 5-year-old Liam Corneo Ramos as they were taking in his father, who authorities say is in the country illegally.
He was wearing a blue hat and had a really tiny backpack on, a Spider-Man backpack, and he was by himself.
That's Rachel James, a city council member who lives in the neighborhood. She says the boy's father had already been put in the back of an SUV and that a neighbor claiming to be part of the family said they could take him in. But she says, after even more offers of help, ICE took the child anyway. But that's not the version given by Homeland Security, who says parents targeted in ICE operations are asked if they want to take their children with them or have them placed with a designated person. Vice President J.D. Vance, who soon after footage of the incident came to light, said the boy's father had fled the scene and ICE agents had no choice.
Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not?
Vance arrived in Minneapolis to address the sometimes violent reaction to Trump's crackdown. Reporter Heather Schlitz in Minneapolis has more.
A lot of residents, especially Latinos and people of color, are incredibly tense right now. People are frequently seeing armed, camouflaged, masked agents roaming through the streets in unmarked cars, and Minneapolis is strongly pushing back against that.
To the World Economic Forum now, and it's been a dramatic week in Davos. It's not just that Greenland deal, which President Trump says secures total and permanent US access to Greenland. There was more Davos drama, including this speech by Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney.
But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage.
It got him a rare standing ovation. And later, Trump withdrew his invite for Canada to join his Board of Peace. Trump used the Economic Forum to officially launch the board, which he denies is designed as a replacement to the United Nations. The White House says that so far, over 30 countries have accepted the offer to join the board, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Hungary, Turkey, and Belarus. Also in Davos, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says there's progress to ending the war, with Ukraine getting security guarantees during his meeting with President Trump. But the critical issue of territory remains unresolved.
Just last year, here in Davos, I ended my speech with the words, Europe needs to know how to defend itself. A year has passed, and nothing has changed.
Over in Moscow, US envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner held a late-night meeting with Russia's President Vladimir Putin, with the Kremlin saying afterwards that there won't be a lasting settlement without an agreement on territory. Negotiators from Russia, Ukraine and the US are set to hold trilateral meetings in Abu Dhabi later today. And if you saw French President Emmanuel Macron's speech at Davos this week, you probably also noticed his aviator sunglasses. Whatever your take on his new sunnies, which he wore inside, outside, during press conferences and in meetings, he says it's not a fashion statement. He needs them because of a burst blood vessel in his eye. Even so, viral photos of the French leader sent shares in iVision Tech, the glasses maker, up almost 28%. To markets now, and Trump is suing JP Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, in a $5 billion lawsuit. To explain, here's Morning Bid host Elena Casas.
So President Trump alleges that JP Morgan closed his bank accounts back in 2020 for political reasons. Now, US conservatives have been saying for years that the big Wall Street banks were refusing services to companies like oil and gas, cryptocurrency or firearms because of political reasons, or as they would put it, because the banks were woke. Now, this isn't even the first clash this week between President Trump and JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon. Trump said he wanted to cap credit card fees at 10% earlier in the week, and Jamie Dimon told an audience in Davos that would be an economic disaster. Now, we should point out that the bank denies it ever refused the president's services for political reasons, but he seems determined to pursue this lawsuit.
Thanks, Elena. TikTok has sealed a deal to avoid a US ban. Chinese owner ByteDance finalized an agreement for a new joint venture that will be majority American-owned, 80% held by US and global investors, including Oracle, Silver Lake, and Abu Dhabi's MGX. ByteDance keeps just under 20%. President Trump has praised the deal and thanked China's Xi Jinping for approving it. The US is moving an aircraft carrier and several guided missile destroyers to the Middle East, according to US officials speaking on the condition of anonymity. It appears to be part of what President Trump, speaking aboard Air Force One, says is a huge deployment heading toward Iran.
Well, we have an armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction.
Tensions with the US have soared after protests in Iran, which killed more than 5,000 people, according to an Iranian official. The protests have since dwindled. An epic storm is expected to dump snow and ice on large swaths of the US, shutting down travel for days. The National Weather Service has warned that the mix of freezing rain, sleet and snow could make travel dangerous and lead to power outages and tree damage in parts of the southeast, while heavier snow is expected farther north. Airlines have rolled out sweeping travel waivers, warning thousands of flights will likely be cancelled over the next few days.
What the hell going on? Oh, we heard tale of a party.
Vampire thriller Sinners is making Oscars history, picking up a record 16 nominations. The Warner Brothers film is set in the segregation-era American South, and it's leading a diverse field of nominees. Here is our entertainment reporter, Lisa Richwine, in Los Angeles.
I think the most heated competition will be for Best Actor. You have Michael B. Jordan for Sinners, where he plays two characters, but you have Leonardo DiCaprio in One Battle After Another and Timothée Chalamet in Marty Supreme. All three of them give standout performances, and experts think that race could go to any of those three.
Also worth noting is that this year's race is shaping up to be one of the most commercially driven in years.
Some of these films are big hits at the box office, which is not always the case with the Oscars. Lots of times you see small independent films that play in art houses and haven't been seen by a lot of people. So that might get more people to tune into the show because more people have seen the nominated movies.
Now, we mentioned that US TikTok deal earlier. And just in case you doubt the power of social media, a viral grassroots campaign in the UK has seen Victoria Beckham's debut solo single from 2001, Not Such an Innocent Girl, reach the top of the iTunes charts. It comes after Victoria's son, Brooklyn Peltz Beckham, laid bare his family feud for the first time in a public Instagram story. TikToker Natalie Brereton joined the campaign.
If you just look at the numbers this story is doing on TikTok, on Instagram, don't underestimate the power of millennials. That's all I'm going to say. I'm a 90s pop culture millennial. And I think the reason it is, number one, is because of social media.
David Beckham, attending the Davos meeting earlier this week, declined to comment to reporters about Brooklyn's allegations. And for today's recommended read, more chart-topping pop music as you head into your weekend.
Of these major indices. The Russell 2000, which has been outperforming again today, but it is still pointing lower. Let's look at bonds, because again, that's where most of the turbulence happened. And remember, it was a 4-day trading week. We had a long weekend in the US at the beginning of the week. The 30-year yield, 482, so we're seeing a little bit of calm there. Same for the 10-year yield. The 2-year yield, though, back up at 361. Not much movement today, but that is an incline since the beginning of the week. Now, I want to show you the yen, because a fascinating story out of Japan today. We had a 2 big figure move in the yen at one point. Governor Ueda was pretty hawkish, but there was a dissent at the meeting, and there was much speculation that perhaps the Bank of Japan had intervened, and then a lot of pushback on that speculation that this was just a jittery market, a jittery trader, some jittery logarithmic traders. You see this huge drop here, the yen strengthening, but then giving back some of that strength, and now we're back at 157 and change again. So a very, very interesting time to be a yen trader. Right, I do want to mention that gold is also approaching $5,000, so a lot of cross currents going on in this market. Let's get to some individual movers now. Over to London and Chloe Melly. Chloe.
Good morning, Vonnie. We are talking about Intel once again today, but this time the shares are firmly in the red, down almost 14%. The outlook provided by the company disappointed investors, and it also warned that it was dealing and struggling with manufacturing problems. And so the market expected the confirmation that a big comeback was on the way for Intel, but perhaps investors have to wait just a little bit longer. Moving on, but staying within the earnings front, and Intuitive Surgical reported earnings ahead of estimates, and it is in the green this morning. And then analysts also mentioned that the outlook provided by the company was quite conservative and that there was room for upside as a result. And therefore, we are up 4% in pre-market trading this morning for that medical equipment firm. And finally, Spotify is also in the green after being upgraded by Goldman analysts, who said that the company was really, really well placed to benefit from this, from AI, from generative AI and the rising adoption of generative AI. And therefore, we are up 1.7% for Spotify this morning.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much. And coming up in this hour, we're going to be catching up in moments with Principal's Seema Shah. And later in the hour, Kevin Mann of Henyon and Walsh joins. He sees another positive year for stocks. Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management then looking at the potential for a structural shift in markets, writing, quote, global investors have shown greater appetite to diversify away from U.S. concentration risks, especially in AI leadership, and renewed geopolitical unpredictability strengthens this incentive. Recent dollar softness is consistent with this gradual global portfolio rebalancing. Seema Shah is Chief Global Strategist at Principal, and she joins us now. Seema, is this your base case, or after what we saw this week, does it recede as a possibility?
Hi, Vonnie. No, I think this is the base case. I mean, we came into 2026. We were not expecting the kind of policy volatility that we've seen in the first few weeks. But certainly this momentum behind global diversification has really been underway since 2025. But it's also really driven by fundamentals. I mean, I think there are very good reason beyond just the geopolitical risk for investors to be thinking about global diversification. I mean, just to give you one example, when we're thinking about the concentration risk in tech, and we continue to like tech, but we do agree that there is space in portfolios to think about alternatives. And, you don't only have to look at the S&P 493, you can look at other international markets, because actually the earnings growth outlook is just about as strong as you get for the S&P 493, but generally with better earnings, better
And of course, we'll get a huge read on that in the next 2 weeks with earnings season really kicking into gear. But just one more on the tariffs and the prospect for these threats coming out of nowhere and then maybe receding and sometimes not. Stephen Englander today of SocGen out with a note saying tariffs are not the threat they used to be. Is that true, Seema? I mean, are these threats that, I'll put tariffs on if you don't do X by X date and then sort of not doing it, does that mean that investors take these threats less seriously?
Well, I think what we've seen is that investors have been looking at last year. We've seen the story before, and the two key things that we understand from 2025 is that firstly, the elasticity, so the impact of tariffs on growth and inflation, is considerably less than what people had been expecting. Some of that reason is because of the strength of profit margins, so corporates have been able to absorb those tariffs into their profit margins. So that's one thing. But also, of course, we have seen that tariffs have generally ended up at lower levels than initially threatened. And of course, the economy has continued to perform very well. We saw markets around the world, not just in the US, reach record highs. So I think that has been something which investors are taking into account. So when we do see some tariff news, investors remember that it's really earnings are the anchor for markets, and that has to be the focus going forward.
Seema, you talk about the 493. Are there areas there that you would try to stick to? Are there areas that are very obviously going to outperform?
So within the S&P 493, I think there's still opportunities we can see. Generally, we're looking for, of course, companies with the strong balance sheets, potentially AI beneficiaries. So from that perspective, I would talk about industrials. Some subsectors of industrials have adopted AI and starting to see the productivity gains. Financials from a cyclical perspective, given the very strong macro backdrop and the positive tailwinds from fiscal monetary policy, they continue to look good. And of course, consumer discretionary, given that we have got this tax refund coming into play in the first quarter of the year. So I think there's a lot of opportunities within the S&P 493 beyond just the general AI tech trade. And of course, lots of opportunities outside the US in different pockets of the global economy.
Due to data, crude oil fall expected? No.
In fact, this year alone, China is already up, 5% or so versus the US up 1%. Where should we look, Seema, for places that might be still undervalued?
We put together a global valuation map which shows how expensive markets are relative to their own history. This year, there's very, very few pockets of green. Everything is looking pretty red. But on a comparison basis, parts of Asia do look more interesting. So one of the benefits that you're seeing from Asia is that, look, if you still like the AI tech trade, which of course majority of investors do, there's a lot of AI innovation, very, very strong.
देखो क्रूड ऑयल का ब्रेकआउट तो हुआ है, कंफर्मेशन अभी नहीं मिली है. कंफर्मेशन के लिए एक कैंडल एटलीस्ट मुझे चाहिए, क्लोजिंग कह सकते हो आप ये. 23rd of January की जो कैंडल अभी जो 715 की कैंडल है ब्रेकआउट वाली, दिस वन, इसके ऊपर एटलीस्ट एक कैंडल और क्लोजिंग चाहिए, ठीक है, तभी कंफर्मेशन मिलेगी. नहीं तो बस वो नीचे वाला सपोर्ट ही सपोर्ट रह जाएगा, बाकी रेजिस्टेंस स्टिल इंटैक्ट रहेंगे. तो एक पुल बैक मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ. नीचे आए वापस लोअर एंड से फिर बाइंग करेंगे. कैंडल क्लोज हो जाए तो बेटर है, ठीक है. फिर आप मान सकते हो कि ये सारे रेजिस्टेंस, क्योंकि यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है जितना मैंने लगाया हुआ है. यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर है, उसके अलावा एक रेजिस्टेंस इधर पे भी है, ये भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है, ये तो रेजिस्टेंस था ही खैर. तो इन तीनों का ब्रेकआउट हो गया. कंफर्मेशन के लिए कैंडल ऊपर क्लोजिंग और चाहिए. नहीं तो अगर नीचे आया तो फिर हम इस एरिया से ही सिर्फ बाई कर पाएंगे, विच इज ऑन सपोर्ट, नॉट ऑन ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट. सो लेट्स सी. ट्राई तो कर रहा है ये कैंडल क्लोज करने की. क्लोज हो जाए 5634 के ऊपर बेटर है. प्राइस नाउ बुलिश, ठीक है. क्रूड ऑयल बुलिश ही लग रहा है मुझे. अब ब्रेकआउट हो गया इस रेंज का, काफी बड़ी रेंज है ये. से इस लेवल पे प्राइस कंटिन्यूसली रेजिस्टेंस ले रहा था.
And the UK's private sector posts its fastest growth in 2 years. The latest PMI numbers from S&P Global show British technology and financial firms driving that expansion. The PMI survey said an end to uncertainty after the government released its budget in November caused firms to release new projects. Coming up, the US, Ukraine and Russia sending representatives to continue talks in the United Arab Emirates today. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
I think President Trump he really can, because he has dialogue with Putin. Not everybody has dialogue, just even dialogue. He has dialogue with Putin on the same levels. I think America is much stronger than Russia, and you can see the result of this war. That's why I think that American army is stronger than Russian army, because of our experience with the war, with defending ourselves. And that's why I think he can do this.
No breakthrough for now. Russia says some issues remain unresolved after almost 4 hours of discussions between President Putin and US envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Now, the UAE is set to host the next round of negotiations between the three nations, and those kick off today. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Oliver Crook. Oliver, this idea of territory, it's not going away. Russia wants it. Ukraine doesn't want to give it up the way Russia wants it. How does this get resolved ever?
Yeah, I think this is the fundamental question, Vani, and I think that, it comes down basically to this one issue. And just to sort of remind everybody, before we went on the sort of scenic route geopolitically through Greenland, now the focus is back on Ukraine for European leaders who were assembled here last night, trying to project the light back on Ukraine, which is, of course, exactly where President Zelensky would like attention to be. So you'll remember before all this sort of spat on Greenland, there was that 20-point plan that the Europeans had amended, that the Ukrainians had given some feedback to. They gave it back to the Russians. The Russians were kind of lukewarm on that. And we understand now that we basically have solidified those security guarantees from the United States to the Ukrainians for the post-war, but that's for the day after. The day today is still dealing with that one fundamental issue, those territorial concessions, the Russians wanting all of the Donbass to basically be given to the Russians, despite the fact that they do not control it all. It is very hard to see how to break through that impasse. There have been a couple of different ideas on how to sort of maybe having a demilitarized zone there, an economic zone, a free economic zone. These are some of the issues and the ideas that the Trump administration has floated. And in those 4 hours of discussions between Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Vladimir Putin, it does not seem that we got the breakthrough that we sort of wanted, that the United States wanted to see. That being said, those negotiations will continue today. They will continue tomorrow in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi. The aim here, Vani, for the Americans is to get all three of these sitting at the same table, the Ukrainians, the Russians, and the Americans. Not clear if that is going to happen. It might be bilateral talks, two pairs of them that we've seen in the past, where basically the U.S. Functions as a go-between, where they have talks with the Ukrainians, talks with the Russians, and then they sort of try to bridge the gaps. So that's what we're going to be looking forward. And if we do actually get a discussion where you have all three at the table, I think that would be a significant sign of progress.
Ollie, you mentioned Greenland, and it seems to have completely receded as a threat both to Europe in terms of tariffs and maybe also in terms of security, the security of Greenland. But this was after a conversation with the NATO Secretary General, right? And it's Denmark really that has to sort of agree to this, and Greenland itself. And Denmark is saying that what's been agreed upon is some kind of framework, not an actual agreement. Do we know what's in this framework?
Yeah, so in terms of the framework, again, it's not very clear how different what is being proposed is what is already was possible for the Americans operating in Greenland. You remember there is this treaty that now we've all become familiar with from 1951 that basically gave extremely permissive rights to the United States in its military operations across Greenland. That was amended once again in the early 2000s, but effectively it gives the Americans the right to do whatever they want in Greenland as long as they let the Danes know. So they could augment the number of troops, they can open more military bases. It's not clear whether really there is going to be any substantial amendment to that. There may be some sort of cosmetic amendment to that, but basically it was already granting the United States everything that they wanted. It's not clear whether, it's because there was a massive breakthrough from Rutte, or really Rutte just provided a sort of diplomatic off-ramp for Trump, who was not getting sort of where he wanted to get in those discussions with the European allies. All of that being said, Vani, for European leaders who were assembled here yesterday, they really need to reckon with this new idea. I think that this week was a substantial train for European leaders. They realize that with the United States, despite the fact that this has been a year in the making, this is not a drill. They need to reappraise the transatlantic relationship, one that has got damage that I think is irreparable this week.
Yeah, absolutely, Oliver. Thank you so much. That's Bloomberg's Oliver Cook there at the European Council. Turning to technology now, and TikTok has finally sealed a deal to transfer parts of its U.S. operations to American investors in order to avoid a U.S. nationwide ban. Bloomberg's Neil Campling joins us now for more. So it got done finally, Neil. You know, what was the finalized agreement? What will TikTok look like going forward in the United States?
So I think probably the key thing here is that there's not going to be a substantial change because one of the key investors, being Oracle, also provides the cloud services for TikTok. They're running looking after the algorithm, which is the secret source of TikTok. So in some respects, there's not going to be an enormous amount of change. I think one thing is that the investors, the US investors in this technology now, are going to be very happy, because the talked about valuation of 14 billion is an absolute steal, to be quite honest. If we look at the metrics that we have most recently, about 9 times Pinterest's usage, daily average usage per user compared to Pinterest, and Snap is about 10 times the usage of Snap. So there's a huge amount of usage on this particular platform. And at the valuation that's been talked about, we're looking really at a discount to something like a Pinterest, a fraction of what WhatsApp is worth within Meta. So it really is at 1.4 times price sales is the price people are talking about. Whereas you've got things like Pinterest on 10 times price sales and a larger market cap, which for me is astounding for what is a significant and very advanced technology.
Yeah, I hadn't realized it was at such a discount. The way you painted it seems like Oracle and the other investors will be very, very happy. I do want to ask you about Intel, though, because there had been a lot of enthusiasm in the days running up to its earnings. The stock had soared, and now it's extending a double-digit dip because it talked about manufacturing snags. What else do we learn from Lip-Bhutan?
I think what we learned primarily overnight is that Intel continues to suffer from its own technology missteps and remains well behind the technology curve of leaders like TSM, that is growing its sales at 30% and is 3 times the size in sales compared to Intel, which will not grow revenues this year and has 1/3 of TSM sales.
All right.
It is behind on manufacturing. It is behind on technology. And unfortunately, this is not a new thing.
Yes.
For 3 CEOs in a row now, Intel has really struggled to try and catch up the technology curve with TSM.
Down 13% right now. Neil, thank you so much. Neil Campling. This is Bloomberg.
ओके गाइस, ये देखो लास्ट कैंडल हो गई है क्लोज। जो लेवल एक्सपेक्टेड था 5634 के ऊपर, तो नीचे कंफर्टेबली ये एरिया अब सपोर्ट का बन गया। दिस इज अ गुड स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट नाउ। ऊपर एक लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस और है 5674। मुझे नहीं लग रहा ज़्यादा देर रुकेगा ये भी। नीचे आता है थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग करना, ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी मत लेना सेलिंग की। नीचे से हम बाइंग ही करेंगे अब, ठीक है। मैं एक्सपेक्ट बाइंग ही कर रहा हूँ अब। लोअर एंड से बाइंग ही आएगी। रेजिस्टेंस तो ब्रेक हो गए हैं, 2 रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर और रह गए हैं, ये भी मुझे लग रहा है ब्रेक हो जाएंगे, ठीक है। सेलिंग के लिए थोड़ा सा ही है स्पेस, नीचे आएगा तो वापस बाइंग प्लान करेंगे ओवर हियर। इसका ब्रेकआउट हो गया और इसका ब्रेकआउट हो गया, ये 2 ब्रेकआउट हो गए हैं।
The US, Ukraine and Russia set to begin today in the UAE. Sealing the deal, finally. ByteDance and TikTok shake hands to transfer parts of their US operations to American investors. And Intel plunging after giving a lackluster forecast and warning of manufacturing snags. All right, we have futures pointed lower and we could be on track for a second down week in a row, though we are still up on the major indices for the year to date by about 1%. You saw the Nasdaq up about 0.75% yesterday and the S&P up more than 0.5%, so it was a green day yesterday. And we have seen some threats receding, like those tariffs on Europe, for example, over Greenland. Nevertheless, this is a jittery market. Take a look at the bond market. The 30-year yield is back down to 4.82, and the 10-year yield is not fully below the 420 mark, but we are getting there. The 2-year yield, though, continues to rise. And then take a look at the yen, because we had the Bank of Japan meeting, Governor Ueda signaling an early rate hike. And then there was speculation that the Bank of Japan intervened, because you see there was a massive two-figure drop for the yen, strengthening after the press conference. That said, many traders out there in the market and analysts saying, look, this probably wasn't intervention, it wasn't big enough and it wasn't sustained enough. And we just had the minister in control of currencies speaking in Tokyo, and he declined to say whether the Bank of Japan had intervened. So is this the beginning of an intervention? We'll keep an eye. Let's get to some individual stocks to watch, though. Over to London and Chloe Melly. Chloe.
Good morning, Vonnie. Intel shares are taking quite the hit this morning because, as you've just mentioned, they provided an outlook that disappointed investors, and it also warned that they were dealing with manufacturing problems. So maybe this marks the end of this massive rally in the shares that we have seen for Intel over the last few months, and means that investors might have to wait a little bit longer for that comeback. And we are down more than 13% for Intel. Moving on, but staying within earnings, and Intuitive Surgical is up this morning about 3.5%. After reporting earnings that came in ahead of expectations. And it also provided an outlook that some analysts are saying is quite conservative, which means that there's definitely room for upside there. And therefore, we are up this morning for that company. And finally, let's go back over to Europe, where CSG, the defense firm, is up this morning very strongly in its Amsterdam trading debut. So this is actually the largest ever IPO for a pure play defense firm. And this really strong performance shows that there is a definite enthusiasm among investors for this defense trade. And we are up more than 26% for this armored vehicle manufacturer.
Chloe Melly, thank you so much in London. Kevin Mann of Henyon & Walsh says the bull market will celebrate its 4-year anniversary in October, but he writes, quote, there will be more short-term bouts of volatility, and certain areas of the market associated with large anticipated spending amounts are likely to provide better performance. In contrast, other areas of the market that are more overvalued are likely to experience more downside pressure. Kevin is president and CIO of Henyon & Walsh and joins us now. Kevin, are the two not the same? Where we're seeing anticipated spending, is that not where we're also seeing a little bit of overvaluation?
Yes and no. So I would say so far, I know this is only early in the year, Vonnie, but I've gotten it right. We've seen more short-term bouts of volatility. We've seen more announcements on billions of dollars of spending taking place in areas such as aerospace and defense, and of course, AI infrastructure. But we've also seen some nervousness on the part of investors, still questioning the AI bubble, if in fact it's going to burst, still worried about perhaps a tariffs tantrum round 2, as we saw earlier this week. And of course, the unknown fate of what's going to happen with the Fed chair, what that means for interest rates, and will we get 1 rate cut this year or 2 rate cuts this year? So let this all serve as a reminder that, yes, 2026 will be marked by more volatility than we saw in 2025. You're going to have to be a lot more selective to find pockets of growth opportunities. But I think defense, AI infrastructure, healthcare, notably small cap biotech, and of course, power, the all-important power solutions that the AI revolution needs and that we're going to need this week and related to this winter storm are also important.
I want to dive into a few of those sectors in a moment.
और गाइस 8:30 का डेटा आने वाला है, इंपॉर्टेंट है कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट और इन्फ्लेशन एक्सपेक्टेशन का। सर्विस पीएमआई और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई का डेटा तो आ गया है, इंपॉर्टेंट वो भी थे बट उसका इम्पैक्ट उतना होता नहीं है। बोथ डेटा 8:15 वाले सर्विस पीएमआई और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई के डेटा, एक तो न्यूट्रल है, एक नेगेटिव है यूएस डॉलर के लिए, तो एक न्यूट्रल हो गया गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, एक पॉजिटिव हो गया गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। ये नेक्स्ट डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है, कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट और इन्फ्लेशन एक्सपेक्टेशन। सो लेट्स सी कितना ये और मूव करता है यहाँ से। यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन हो गया है ऑलरेडी, लेट्स सी थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आना चाहिए। नेचुरल गैस अगेन एक रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था, वहीं से वापस सेलिंग आ गई है। मुझे लग रहा था ब्रेकआउट करके इस बार सस्टेन करके ऊपर जाता तो बेटर था, बट लग रहा है ये रेजिस्टेंस अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है। लेट्स होप कि कंसोलिडेशन करे यहाँ से और ऊपर ही जाए। वापस नीचे आया तो फिर ये सारे सपोर्ट होल्ड नहीं करने वाले। फिर रिटेस्ट हो चुका है रेजिस्टेंस के ब्रेकआउट का, ये ब्रेकआउट हुआ, रिटेस्ट कर चुका है। नीचे ये सपोर्ट ऑलरेडी 3-4 बार टेस्ट हो गया, नीचे गिरा तो ये फिर रिटेस्ट के नीचे तो फिर ये सीधा जाएगा 287। क्रूड भी बुलिश ही लग रहा है फिलहाल के लिए, थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ जाए लोअर एंड पे तो बढ़िया है, नीचे से वापस बाइंग ही करेंगे, ध्यान रखना।
Move higher. You're just going to have to find those areas that provide more growth, stay a little bit more defensive, because I do believe, Vani, that the bull market will mark its 4-year anniversary in October of this year, but we shouldn't expect significant returns from the market as an overall or the indexes themselves following 3 consecutive years of double-digit returns.
Now, you mentioned defense stocks as one area. I can see the argument for those. You also mentioned small cap biotechs, and I would have thought that would be a much riskier play.
I look at it from this lens. Healthcare. Large cap pharmaceuticals face multiple headwinds, and it's those headwinds that create the tailwinds for small cap biotech. Look, as it stands right now, large cap pharmaceutical companies are being pressured to lower their drug prices by Washington. Perhaps it's the only area that Republicans and Democrats agree upon right now. We also know these large cap pharmaceutical companies have several large revenue producing drugs scheduled to come off patent and ultimately be subject to generic pricing. So where are they going to turn to replace all of that lost revenue potential? Well, many of these large cap pharma companies have sold off their R&D divisions. It's too costly. It takes too long. It's too litigious. So what do? They stockpile cash on their balance sheet and they sit and wait for the small cap biotech companies to do all the heavy lifting, get their innovative healthcare solutions close to the finish line, and then swoop in and acquire them. I think the pace of M&A activity increases. But to your point, Vani, you don't just want to pick 1 or 2 small cap biotech names. Very volatile. Build a portfolio of, we believe, at least 20 to 30 different small cap biotech names that have a higher likelihood of being taken over.
Wise words. I do want to ask you about President Trump's affordability push. It has, roiled certain sectors of the market ever since it started. Are you looking at anything that you think might be interesting and that might come up over the course of the next few months towards the midterms?
What I'm really looking forward to is areas such as healthcare that the president will likely focus in on leading into the midterms, as that's going to be a big campaign push for both sides. He's already made certain pronouncements as it's related to defense. He wants to increase the defense budget, I believe, in 2027 to $1.5 trillion, which would represent a 50% increase. But other areas of the market beyond that, not necessarily just related to affordability, but it's utilities. A lot of folks are concerned right now with their utility costs. And there's the NIMBY trade that's out there, not in my backyard as it relates to AI-powered data centers. We all recognize the importance of data centers, but they also drive up underlying utility costs for the residents of that surrounding area. So we need to explore alternative solutions to keep the AI revolution going while still keeping utility costs down. I think that's going to be a big, big point of emphasis.
All right, Kevin, we'll be checking in with you throughout the year on your calls. That's Kevin Mann of Hennion and Walsh Asset Management. Thanks for joining. Coming up, no breakthroughs in Moscow. The decisions to end the war in Ukraine still up for question. That next. This is Bloomberg.
I think President Trump can, he really can, because he has dialogue with Putin. Not everybody has dialogue, just even dialogue. He has dialogue with Putin on the same levels. I think America is much more stronger than Russia, and you can see the result of this war. That's why I think that American army is stronger than Russian army, because of our experience with the war, with defending ourselves. And that's why I think he can do this.
Peace talks at an impasse. Russia says talks between President Putin and U.S. envoys to end the war in Ukraine resulted in no breakthroughs after almost 4 hours of discussions. The UAE set to host the next round of negotiations, and they start today. Jonathan Tamari of Bloomberg Government joins us now from Washington. So I guess at least the focus is back on Ukraine, Jonathan, after a sort of diversion to Greenland. Does it make it any more likely now that we have the Ukraine and Russia and US all in the room today that we'll see some kind of a framework of a deal, if you like?
I mean, you could hear Zelensky's comment that he is much more comfortable. He understands kind of how to relate to President Trump more, especially compared to that first meeting they had in the White House where he's kind of speaking the president's language, praising him personally. But we've seen a lot of these kind of moments that are supposed to lead to a breakthrough that have just not in the past. And so it's unclear to see what's different here. President Putin of Russia has just been steadfast in not wanting to take a deal and wanting to continue the war. And so that continues to be the big hurdle. Obviously, there's a lot of hope that something can happen, but there doesn't, from the outside, appear to be major changes from these past meetings.
No, exactly. Look, Greenland did recede as a threat. At the same time, Denmark pointing out that we only have a framework and not any kind of an agreement, and we don't even really know what's in that framework. What exactly do we know about what happens next re-Greenland?
Yeah, it sounds like there's still going to be a lot of work to do to kind of work out the details. It's not clear how much of this framework is actually that different from what already exists on the ground. And so I don't know exactly kind of what, formalities would be put in place or what kind of changes. But this is something we've seen very frequently with President Trump, where he likes to announce deals that are maybe a handshake, maybe informal agreement, and the details kind of get worked out later. So it's something to watch, but it's at least, from Washington's perspective, really lowered the temperature on something that had really concerned members of both parties.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking very iffy there for a while. Now, regarding domestic policy and so forth, President Trump now saying the Fed chair interviews are completely done. And he also spoke to reporters about his choice. Have a listen.
I'll be telling you soon. No, I have somebody that I think will be very good, but I'm not going to reveal it yet. Somebody that's very respected, very, very well known, and will do, I think, a very good job.
It's been the longest wait ever for this potential Fed chair pick. Jonathan, does it matter who gets picked in terms of confirmation?
I think not among the names that we're hearing so far. I think the names that have been thrown out there probably all have a similar chance of confirmation. There's not someone who's like a wild outlier in the way that some other nominees have been. But I do think that the big thing in terms of confirmation is this investigation into the Fed. There's Republicans who are saying they won't confirm anybody, no matter who it is, as long as that investigation is going on. So that, I think, is going to be the biggest question when it comes to the Senate and confirming the next pick.
Jonathan, thank you so much. That is Jonathan Tamari there of Bloomberg Government. Turning to technology now, after a years-long geopolitical and regulatory tug-of-war, TikTok and its parent ByteDance have closed a deal to stop a nationwide ban in the US on TikTok. Back with us now is Bloomberg's Neil Campling. So, Neil, what were the final details that needed to be ironed out before TikTok became a US entity?
Well, I think the great thing is that China and the US have agreed terms. So in a week of huge geopolitics, this is one positive development we could certainly confirm. And I think the great thing now is that US users can go ahead and use the product. It's got a great algorithm, which is going to be in the control of the US. And the investors, I think, are going to be extremely happy with the terms, because at $14 billion, which is the valuation people are putting on this, compared to the parent company's valuation of $400 billion for 200 million users. And when the usage is something like 9 times greater than Pinterest or 6 times greater than Snap, and a valuation discount to those companies when when the revenues are probably 10x the size, it's the investors who are really going to make hay from this transaction. But it's certainly good that that the users now can continue to use the product.
What are people saying, Neil? I mean, might they make this entity go public at some point, or are they quite happy to hold on to it as long as its valuation is so rich?
Well, I think at some point down the line, once the geopolitics have eased in a couple of years, 2-3 years time, you could potentially become an IPO, and I think you'd be looking at a multi-bagger, if you like, compared to where the current valuation is, given the dynamics of the industry and where they are. I think if you did some look at the numbers in terms of usage patterns, they are fairly similar daily usage to something like WhatsApp, for example, and I would argue that at the moment, it's probably being valued at around about 1/30th the multiple of, say, that entity within Meta. So there's a huge amount of value that can be unlocked financially as well as technology in the course of the next couple of years.
That's an eye-popping discount. Now, suffering today is Intel, extending its loss. Now, we should bear in mind that it was up almost 15% this week already, but it's giving all of that back today because it talked about manufacturing snags. Why couldn't Intel perform this quarter?
Unfortunately, it's not a one-quarter thing. This has been a problem for the last 3 CEOs of this company, and I would argue that unfortunately, for many investors in this, it's just yet more frustration. Many have described Intel as a dinosaur in terms of leading-edge technology. TSM have led the advances, and Intel really have been left behind for the last 10 years. And you can see that in the financials and the metrics. And look at. Back in the day, Intel was the largest semiconductor company in the world. Today, Nvidia, in market cap terms, is 17 times larger than Intel. And I think that sums it quite nicely as to where they are on the tech curve. And Intel are continuing to struggle with that technology footprint.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of hope after President Trump seemed to be getting involved, and that's dissipating today. Neil, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Neil Campling there. New Yorkers bracing for what is forecast to be the biggest snowstorm to hit Manhattan since 2021, and of course the wider boroughs as well. Bloomberg weather and climate reporter Joe Wirtz joins us now with the latest. Joe, what do we know about what's going to happen this weekend?
Boy, New York could be in store for more than a foot of snow. It's up to 16 inches there in Central Park. And could be a real test for the city operations and New York's new mayor. Schools are already preparing to be shut down and going to remote learning. They've mobilized thousands of crews to ready transportation links and hundreds of millions of pounds of salt to clear keep those roads ice free. And really, this winter storm stretching across the U.S. 1,800 miles of alerts, weather alerts across the country. And what makes this significant is just how many pressure points this storm could hit at once: power grids, energy markets, transportation, and it's just making governments and markets, putting them on edge, and they're watching it really, really closely.
And it's not just New York, of course, as you say, thousands of miles essentially in the United States are going to be affected. Right. And Greg Abbott in Texas has issued an emergency disaster declaration for more than 130 counties. What might be the impact on, say, oil and gas production, the electric grid?
Right. I mean, some of these snow figures are, eye-popping in Central Park, but really forecasters are stressing some of the biggest impacts could come from ice, and that could certainly impact Texas. You might remember the Great Texas Freeze a few years ago in 2021. This could be the largest storm since then. Officials don't think it'll be a repeat of some of the problems they saw during that storm. They've, hardened and winterized some of the infrastructure a little bit better since then, also added some battery and solar storage. And they think they have enough power to meet the demand needs down there. But, cold weather, ice can certainly disrupt oil and gas operations. Texas is a major oil and gas state, and the U.S. is a major exporter of LNG. And, markets have been really reacting to this. We've seen prices jump 75% over the last few days as traders are pricing in potential tighter supply. That rally broke today as traders exited some short positions, but markets are very jittery, both watching this cold and also it comes at a time when there's a lot happening geopolitically that
Yeah.
are moving markets as well.
Yeah, that gas back below $5 for the front month contract. So we also have the potential for, work to be disrupted from data centers, just internet connections and so on. We haven't had this before, have we, Joe?
It's we saw U.S. officials, federal officials, call for backup power to be made available by reach out to grid operators, and that includes data centers, which is a new thing. Data centers a lot of times have their own power generation, and they told everybody, grid operators everywhere, including data centers, to be ready to make that power available if needed across the grid. So this is a big deal, and it comes at a time when there's big demand needs, and even more with the expected uptick in heating demand from the storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we hope everybody stays safe. Joe, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Joe Wirtz there for us. Coming up, we're going to get you set up for your Friday trading day. This is Bloomberg. Now a look at what's ahead. Today we get PMIs at 9:45 Eastern. Fresh data as well. It's all January data now. Schlumberger, or SLB, now reporting earnings before the opening bell. And ahead of the Fed decision and tech earnings next week, we will be watching what bond markets do. Now let's take a look at some pre-market movers. Intel dropping like a stone after giving a cautious outlook, disappointing investors and warning of manufacturing difficulties. Intuitive Surgical, though, beat estimates, and that's being rewarded. And Capital One Financial, well, it's down 2.8%. It acquired Brex, the fintech company. The CEO also pointing out that a 10% credit card cap could threaten recession. Let's take a look at your macro picture this Friday. So futures are pointed lower even after some threats receded. We have the dollar index roughly unchanged and the 10-year yield crawling ever so slowly back down to that safety blanket of 420. That's it for Bloomberg Brief.
Has not used it, with this tremendous potential in the United Nations.
For more on this, we're joined by Horizons anchor Jumana Bersachi, who has been in Davos all week and is there for us now. Jumana, the absentees were as notable as the attendees. Give us a sense of what stood out to you from this whole event.
Yeah, well, for the Board of Peace signing yesterday, it actually took place right behind me. It's very early in the morning now, but there were throngs of people waiting to get in because it actually was a moment in history. Nothing like this has actually happened before. Yes, there's been a lot of controversy around the establishment of this Board of Peace, but it seems as though the Trump administration is really pushing on with trying to move to phase 2 of what was a multiple phase ceasefire agreed to a couple of months ago. One of the elements is the establishment of this oversight committee, which is the Board of Peace. And of course, other elements include the establishment of a self-governing, technocratic Palestinian Authority. Key to that, obviously, disarmament of Hamas and then reconstruction. So yesterday, throughout the ceremony, what you saw was Jared Kushner, special envoy and advisor to the president, present a series of slides about their greater vision for Gaza. It felt somewhat surreal, obviously, the juxtaposition between what they want Gaza to look like versus the reality on the ground now, which is essentially that it is filled and piled up with rubble. But they are presenting a plan forward, and of course, many questions about how we're going to get there. As for the Board of Peace itself, shortly before the signing ceremony took place, the White House released a list of names of the countries that had signed up to be founding members of it. It's about 25 countries, a lot of them from the Middle East and Asia. None of the sub-Saharan African leaders were actually invited to be on the Board of Peace, which is notable in itself. About 50 invitations were sent out. Most of the European
ओके नेचुरल गैस में गाइस ऑलरेडी बाइंग का ट्रेड चल रहा है, ठीक है, ध्यान रखना यहाँ पर मैं सेलिंग नहीं है, वैसे तो ये रेजिस्टेंस है बट मैं सेलिंग एक्सपेक्ट मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ. उसका रीजन है कि मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया ऑलरेडी लेवल, तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि प्राइस ये लेवल को ब्रेक करके ऊपर कंटिन्यूएशन में जाए. तो ट्रेलिंग एसएल वाले ही ट्रेल करना, इसमें कोई फ्रेश ट्रेड नहीं है अभी. हो सकता है प्राइस यहीं से नीचे आ जाए, बट मैं इस लेवल पे सेल नहीं कर रहा हूँ बिकॉज यहाँ पर एक रीजन और भी है सेल ना करने का. इसमें यहाँ पर अगर सेल करते हैं तब भी एसएल ही बनता है, तो बेटर है कि उसी लेवल पे सेल कर लें तो ज़्यादा सेफ रहेगा, रेजिस्टेंस के साथ साथ एसएल दोनों एक साथ मिल जाएंगे। यहाँ पर ऐसा इतना बड़ा कौन लेगा। बाकी देखो कई बार ऐसा होता है ड्यू टू हाई लिक्विडिटी या फिर वॉलेटिलिटी, मार्केट जब सडनली ओपन होता है, चाहे वो मॉर्निंग पे एशियन सेशन हो, लंदन सेशन हो, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन हो, यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो, तब कैंडल वॉलेटाइल बनती ही बनती है, ठीक है। तो इसलिए मैं जब बार बार बोलता हूँ जब ये मार्केट ओपनिंग की टाइमिंग होती है वहाँ पर अगर कोई एंट्री चल रही है या बनने वाली है, कैंडल को देखो, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई तो नहीं है, ओपन इक्वल टू लो तो नहीं है, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है तो उसमें सेल मत करो, ओपन इक्वल टू लो है तो बाई मत करो। और पॉसिबिलिटी है कि ये विक बना के मार्केट ऊपर नीचे थोड़ा बहुत कर दे, तो उस केस में कैंडल क्लोजिंग का वेट करो, ठीक है। कई बार ऐसा होगा कि हाई वॉलेटिलिटी की वजह से कैंडल क्लोज नहीं होगी, विक बना के प्राइस चला जाएगा ऊपर या नीचे जहाँ भी जा रहा है। तो नॉर्मल आवर्स में तो कोई इशू नहीं है, बट ड्यूरिंग द मार्केट ओपनिंग कैंडल इट माइट पॉसिबल, इट विल हैपन ऑलवेज, ठीक है। और हर जगह ही होता है, ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में हो रहा है, हर जगह ही हो रहा है। दिलीप जैन जी, कोई क्वेश्चन है तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ लो। व्हाट्सअप में मैसेज बहुत रेयर कम देखता हूँ, तो व्हाट्सअप पे या डायरेक्टली कॉल मत किया करो, मैं वो सैटरडे संडे को कर सकते हो, मार्केट क्लोज जिस दिन रहता है ड्यूरिंग द मार्केट आवर्स मैं कॉल रिसीव नहीं लेता हूँ। तो कोई क्वेश्चन या डाउट हो तो व्हाट्सअप पे भी भेज सकते हो, बट मैं रिप्लाई नॉर्मली सैटरडे संडे को ही करूँगा, या फिर चाहो तो उस दिन कॉल भी कर सकते हो, ठीक है। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में देखो मैं ओवरऑल बुलिश ही हूँ क्रूड में अब, ठीक है। ब्रेकआउट तो ऑलरेडी सक्सेसफुली हो ही गया है, थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ सकती है,